Although he didn't know the specific reason, this painful force was definitely the key factor limiting Wang Jianxi's breakthrough. Request a breakthrough. When Su Shilun had killed 300 people in a row, Wang Jianxi finally unleashed his power. A boom! A ball of crimson flame shot into the sky. Dark Tiga's body exploded instantly. Terrifying flames instantly ignited the entire sky. Su Shilun, I want you dead. A roar, filled with boundless rage. The crimson flames transformed into a hideous giant face, upon which were displayed a variety of emotions, including pain, despair, anger, and resentment. But at this moment, Wang Jianxi didn't want to care about anything. He only wanted to kill Su Shilun. Last time, someone impersonated Su Shilun and went on a killing spree in Ashura. They used the Ashuras as food, forcing them to walk right into each other's mouths by sacrificing their own lives. This time, it's the same again. Another Su Shilun! It was he who controlled himself, threatening the Ashuras with his own life, making them stand still and wait to die. It's always the same. Every time it was he, the king, who caused Ashura to suffer endless torment. At this moment, the anger and resentment in my heart reached their peak. Su Shilun, you come out here! However, his roar went unanswered by Su Shilun. He kept shouting, knowing that Su Shilun still had many dark Tigas on planet Ashura. He roared and howled madly. Finally, his roar was answered, but it was not Su Shilun who answered him, but Zhang Jiao. Su Shilun, Wang Jianxi, is looking for you. Why don't you come out? So they're not coming out anymore. Fine, the show's over. It's time to end this boring farce. Wang Jianxi, just now your clansmen were all fighting desperately to help you break through to the next level. Now, will you abandon them and live on your own, or choose to die with them? Before Wang Jianxi could even react to the response, the planet trembled violently. Then, the entire Ashura planet was launched out by Zhang Jiao like a marble. Its terrifying speed meant that even gravity could not capture Ashura's body. Seawater, soil, rocks, and even Ashuras were all flung out of the planet. An Ashura who has not broken through to the third rank will appear in the starry sky, and will not survive for more than 2 hours. This is only because of their strong physique. Otherwise, they would have died in an instant. Only Wang Jianxi broke through to the third level, and under these circumstances, only he could survive in the starry sky. Wang Jianxi, who was originally full of anger, became furious after seeing the Ashuras being thrown out of space. Grab me, grab everything around you. But his cries came too late. In a short time, at least 100,000 Ashuras were flung away. They were all Ashuras whose strength had not yet broken through to the second tier, and who could not even fly. Only after reaching the second tier can they barely grasp onto their surroundings and remain on the planet. It's no use. In 2 hours, your planet will collide with the sun. Now, if you want to survive, the same method applies. You break through. Su Shilun, I'll fuck you. You bastard, you die. A ball of crimson flame appeared out of thin air, and the next moment, dark. Tiga was burned to ashes. You can continue fighting, but if you want Ashura to live, you have to do as I say. Otherwise, the entire Ashura will die. You will be no exception. Die. Boom. Are you sure you want to? Boom. If you continue, boom. Su Shilun was completely numb. He suspected that at this moment, Wang Jianxi's IQ was even lower than Ashura's. They're completely impervious to reason. But as Su Shilun was thinking this, he completely forgot what he had just done. Given the situation just now, let alone Wang Jianxi, even if it were Big Pineapple, he would have been beaten to death 1,000,000 times over. At this moment, Xu Shilin truly achieved the goal of unifying the three clans, and his anger was palpable. Because regardless of the civilization or whoever it is, everyone wants to tear Xu Shilin to pieces. Even being torn to pieces wouldn't be enough to vent my anger. Let's not even talk about Zhang Jiao, the only remaining member of the Soul Clan. Ultraman Civilization, Everyday Daozen 7. The originally harmonious Ultraman people were split in two, one half light and the other half darkness. Not to mention the Giants of Light from Liu Dajun's lineage, even those dark Ultramen infected by Xu Shilin, under such a seven-like lifestyle every day, wished they could drink his blood and eat his flesh. To be honest, Xu Shilin and Ashura didn't have any real hatred for each other before. After all, he didn't do what happened before, and Big Pineapple has already explained it for him. The misunderstanding has been cleared up. Moreover, after he truly unified the country, Ashura's life improved. Wang Jianxi should thank him for this. But just now, about what he just did. If Zhang Jiao and Xu Shilin were standing in front of Wang Jianxi now, it would be hard to say who he would kill first. Therefore, Xu Shilin is the only one who single-handedly gathered the hatred of the three races into one person. Such an achievement is truly unprecedented. As for what will happen next, well, it's a bit hard to say. However, this was indeed a first. Reaching the peak of the third tier, combined with the power of the plasma spark tower next to the star, might be enough to bring the Ashura planet to a halt. Otherwise, all the Ashuras would have to die. After losing dozens of Dark Tiga units in succession, he summoned over 100 Dark Tigas in one go. To be fair, Xu Shilin did indeed deploy a lot of Dark Tiga units on Ashura's side. Upon hearing this, the crazed Wang Jianxi finally calmed down a bit, but he was still furious and said, "What do you want me to do? It's simple, just let Ashura die. Fuck you. Either some of you die or you all die. This time I won't force you. You make the choice yourself." You only have 18 minutes left, although he said he wouldn't pressure Wang Jianxi after Xu Shilin finished speaking, fearing that the old man might actually choose to die together with him. He still addressed the other Ashuras. "Now, as you have seen, if you want more people to survive, your king must break through. His breakthrough will require your lives. Do you want the king to die, or do you want to die yourselves?" "Fuck you, Xu Shilin, shut up!" After Xu Shilin finished doing all this, he controlled one Dark Tiga after another to fly out of planet Ashura. Wang Jianxi watched Xu Shilin leave and wanted to chase after him to kill him, but he stopped after seeing the bewildered looks in the eyes of those Ashuras. Even Xu Shilin has given up. Is Ashura really beyond saving? Your Majesty, I understand. You need our lives to break through, right? If that's the case, I'm willing to dedicate everything to you. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianxi whirled around and roared angrily. "Shut up, you idiot! Do you even know what you're saying?" "I know. Even though I'm not very smart and the king calls me stupid, I saw everything that just happened. Only when we die can the king break through. If your Majesty doesn't break through, they will all die. My lord, live on with my power." "Your Majesty, please break through!" As he finished speaking, his entire body suddenly erupted in raging flames. The next moment, under Wang Jianxi's bloodshot gaze, he plunged one hand into his heart and then pulled it out violently. His heart was still beating, and the peak second-tier Asura did not die on the spot. Covered in blood, he stared blankly in Wang Jianxi's direction and smiled foolishly. "Wang, I'm not stupid." Before he could finish speaking, the planet's terrifying speed threw him away. But in the final moments before he was thrown out, he also flung his heart out with his last bit of strength. The heart, still beating and burning with fierce flames, carrying the faith of Ashura, had only been thrown out a short, while before it was also sent flying by this terrifying pull. Asshole! Wang Jianxi's eyes were bloodshot as he desperately reached out, trying to grasp the seed that represented the other party's power. Only a tiny spark flew out from the heart, wobbling as it landed on Wang Jianxi. The crimson flames suddenly became even brighter. Another Ashura stood up, ignoring the terrifying pulling on the planet, and said to Wang Jianxi, "Wang, I'm stupid and can't speak, but you can take my power." His body was pulled out of the planet, leaving only a heart, and a ball of flame once again flew shakily onto Wang Jianxi's body. "King, get down on your knees!" A boom! Wang Jianxi slapped an Ashura, who had just stood up into the ground. Instantly, the Ashura was unable to move. If it weren't for the fact that the Ashura's physique was inherently powerful, and that he also cultivated his physical body, he would have been blown into a cloud of blood mist on the spot, just now. One by one, the Ashura stood up, only to be pressed down by Wang Jianxi. However, the more he suppressed, the more Ashuras rose up. Wang Jianxi continued to roar and howl incessantly. They were ordered to stop them, but the usually obedient Ashuras unusually refused the king's orders once again. He wanted to suppress them, to control all the Ashuras, and to stop them from doing anything foolish. But in the end, he was all alone. At this moment, in the entire Ashura realm, apart from him, there was not a single third tier being left. At this moment, his entire body was engulfed in crimson flames that stained the sky red. At this moment, the pain in his heart broke through his limits. At this moment, his resentment towards Xu Shilin and Zhang Jiao transformed into endless black energy, which clashed with the blood-red flames in the sky. However, even so, he still could not stop Ashura's actions. "My king, break through! My lord, count me in! My king, me too! Your Majesty, I want to eat mosquito legs!" With each roar, each spark, and each life of an Ashura vanished amidst these furious cries that sounded like final farewells. Or rather, they never disappeared. They simply merged into Wang Jianxi's body. Wang Jianxi, carrying their strength, their lives, and their flames, will carry them on his back and live on with the entire Ashura. As more and more Ashuras chose to sacrifice their lives to help Wang Jianxi break through, he was no longer able to stop them. 1,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. A boom! Wang Jianxi has broken through to the mid-stage of the third tier. The originally blood-red flames seem to have been tainted by a dark, resentful darkness. The flames were a deep, almost black-red. A series of veins formed by red and black stripes continuously appeared on Wang Jianxi's body. The crimson runes seemed capable of burning everything, radiating boundless heat. The black lines devour everything, filled with resentment and hatred, seeking to destroy all. The surface of his body, covered with muscular lines, also shone brightly, radiating golden light. At this moment, his body, soul, and rage all stepped into the third tier. The flames materialized and became his physical body, which bore everything. Its physical body continued to grow larger, and in just a short while, it had transformed into a giant thousands of feet tall, but its speed still hadn't stopped. 3,000 zhang, 5,000 zhang, 10,000 zhang. At this moment, his body reached a height of 10,000 feet, surrounded by endless flames and darkness. He just stood there, and he looked like a giant standing tall and firm. His body leaped suddenly to the back of the planet, his forearms pushing the Ashura planet with all his might. He wanted to use his own strength to stop this planet that was hurtling toward the sun. He let out a roar. "Stop it! Stop right there! On his forearms, veins bulged and black and red patterns constantly emitted light. However, the planet's speed at which it collided with the sun remained unchanged. His strength is still not enough. One by one, the Asuras rose up once more. Your Majesty, we are here to help you. My king, with my strength, you must succeed. Your Majesty, you are the strongest. Ashura! Another other Ashura is giving up his life. Clusters of flames once again merged into Wang Jianqi's body. In the starry sky, the dark Tiga controlled by Su Shilun saw the scene before him, and its pupils contracted slightly. This thing is fucking amazing. However, this time it was those Ashuras who sacrificed their lives, so it shouldn't be attributed to me, right? After it's all over, he can't really beat himself to death, can he? Su Shilun kept pondering it. After calculation, he concluded that there was a 99% chance he would be killed by the hammer. After getting the results, Su Shilun cursed. He even started to wonder whether he should intervene when the Ashura planet reached the edge of the sun. After all, he built dozens of plasma spark towers next to each sun. He placed at least 3,000 Dark Tiga clones near each of the plasma spark towers. With Wang Jianqi's help, if they wanted to, they really could have a chance to stop this planet. In the end, Su Shilun shook his head and helped Wang Jianqi, knowing there was a 99% chance he would be beaten to death by him. If I don't help, then it's truly 100% certain. At that time, not to mention Wang Jianqi, even Big Pineapple would probably want to kill him. At this moment, Su Shilun was not the only one paying attention to everything here. Even the great creator god is no exception. He's been keeping an eye on things inside ever since he brought out the Black Armor Emperor. This time, however, he simply disappeared. Ever since Big Pineapple discovered him watching a play without any restraint last time, he now prefers to watch plays invisibly. The kind of person who, if he doesn't want to, no one can find out about him. The reason I've been keeping a close watch is that my goal isn't destruction, but rather to help them grow faster. If Zhang Jiao does well, it will be a pressure. If he does poorly and really destroys civilization, Sumo himself will probably feel bad for a while. To be honest, Zhang Jiao did a really good job. Because in just a short time, Sumo's brain-dead system had already given him 3 warnings. A discover the extraordinary path in aim, Fury Road incomplete. A name, Avenue of Vengeful Spirits, incomplete. The name, Body Refinement Path, incomplete. A position, 3.4 a level, 5 Eve Introduction. The fundamental rules of the universe. A complete understanding of them is possible up to the 6th level. The introduction was very simple, but the words 6th tier at the end excited Sumo for a long time. Ashura truly is his lucky star. In just a short while, they walked out onto 3 main roads. Although it is incomplete, it is still the item with the highest extraordinary attributes so far. If it were before and Ashura had been destroyed, it's hard to say whether Sumo would have intervened. But now, if Wang Jianqi fails to withstand this attack and chooses to live and die with Ashura, Sumo will definitely take action. After all, the path to the 6th rank lies with Wang Jianqi. Before he created the 6th Order Great Tao, or rather, before he was completely drained by Sumo, the great creator god would not have allowed him to die so quickly. This is the greatness of God. This is a gift from God. In order to prevent him from dying so quickly, the great creator god would even protect Ashura as well. This is called love me, love my dog. After all, he is a creator god full of love and justice. Wang Jianqi's forearms reached for the sky, and endless flames surged behind him, turning into a counterforce, as he tried to stop the planet with his own power. In the past, he would have thought that since there was no chance anyway, He might as well die with Ashura rather than live alone, but now he can't do it. So Ashura believed in himself and was willing to sacrifice himself to break through. I'd rather die than let myself live. If I were to die, how could I face the Ashuras who sacrificed themselves for me? He must live. Carry on, along with the other Ashuras who have already died, and with the remaining ones who are still alive. Let them live on. So, stop right there. The next chapter will be a little later. I'm going out for dinner one by one by one. The Ashuras died before Wang Jianxi's eyes, and his strength continued to increase. 10,000, 200,000, one after another Ashuras stood before him. Before this king they gave up their lives, and as time went on, their numbers grew. A boom. Wang Jianxi's strength has increased dramatically once again. His body, which was originally 10,000 feet tall, suddenly grew to 100,000 feet. He has now reached the late stage of the third tier. He is the first person in the world, besides Diablo, to reach the late stage of Tier 3. Or rather, he is the first being in the current era to break through to the late stage of the third tier. He is still an Ashura. In the early stages, the Ashuras were still playing in the mud, while the ultra-civilization had already entered the technological age. While the Soul Clan had already begun their expedition against the ultra-civilization, they were still playing in the mud. When the ultra-civilization broke through to the third tier and the Soul Clan was wiped out, they finally achieved the first tier for all of them. Now they have overtaken everyone else and taken the lead. They already possessed the Great Pineapple, and now they have gained another late-stage Tier 3 powerhouse. Even more outrageous is that this thing can also go into a super powerful state. The flames behind Wang Jianxi completely turned black and red, accompanied by his angry roar. The speed at which the Ashura planet hurtled toward the sun finally began to decrease. Xu Shilun, who had already made preparations and set up thousands of speed bumps to help Wang Jianxi, was stunned when he saw this scene. No, this thing can't possibly stop the planet without my help, can it? He single-handedly caught a rapidly flying planet with his bare hands. Holy crap, that power is beyond supermodel level. Even if you put a giant pineapple in this spot, you couldn't do it. Holy crap, if I were the one who got helped by him, the consequences would be... Boom! With a loud bang and a series of heavy gasps, the planet finally came to a stop. Dark Tiga's eyes widened in disbelief, and Xu Shilun, the supreme ruler of the Ultra Empire, stood up abruptly. A thought quickly popped into my mind. This is going to be a disaster. Tiskiski Tiesk. The planet has stopped, huh? That's impressive. Xu Shilun, I have to say, you're ruthless. They forced a king to achieve this by relying on Ashura's life. You're really ruthless. Just like I said, I've killed more people in all this time than you killed with just one sentence. I thought I had surpassed you. But now it seems I'm still a bit behind you in terms of ruthlessness. While your performance was indeed very funny and exciting, as I said before, it's all over. After Zhang Jiao finished speaking, he threw a punch, killing all the giants of light and Dark Tiga around him. The next moment, he adjusted his direction, curled up, and rolled towards the Ashura planet. After tumbling, it was accompanied by a repulsive force, and its speed increased. In the blink of an eye, his speed had even surpassed that of the previous Ashura planet. 10 minutes later, his enormous body arrived in front of the Ashura planet. Wang Jianxi, who had just brought the Ashura planet to a stop and was already exhausted, was on the verge of fainting. Just then, Xu Shilun's voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Jiao is coming. Get out of the way. Upon hearing the words, Wang Jianxi suddenly woke up and slapped Dark Tiga, who had spoken, into a pile of fragments. the giant of light, 1,000 meters tall, looked like a small toy in front of Wang Jianji, who was now 100,000 feet tall. After shattering Dark Tiga, Wang Jianji looked around, hoping to find more Dark Tiga. Previously, Wang Jianji's face had been facing the Ashura planet, but only at this moment did he finally see Wang Jianji's appearance clearly. His eyes were always bloodshot and black as ink, completely devoid of any rationality a normal person should have. Upon seeing this, Xu Shilun thought to himself, "I'm doomed." Although he knew beforehand that Wang Jianqi's IQ would decrease as he became stronger, he still thought that even if it decreased, he should at least still be a human being. Or rather, how stupid can a person be? There's a limit to stupidity, you know. Judging from Wang Jianqi's previous performance, it's clear that even if he hadn't reached his limit, he was close. In his view, even if it is lowered further, there is basically no room for it to decrease any further. He found out at that moment, this thing has absolutely no bottom line. Damn it, he doubted that Wang Jianji could even be considered a human being anymore. That's clearly a wild beast. He didn't know whether this situation was good or bad. It would be good if he didn't cause me any trouble. But given the situation just now, where I was slapped to death while trying to pass on a flower-themed technique, it might be difficult for him not to cause me trouble. If he could still understand a single human word, he might be able to spout some nonsense. But Zhang Jiao has already arrived. Ignore everything else. Let Zhang Jiao smash the Ashura planet to pieces, and then fight the completely insane Wang Jianji to a draw. But this is not a good idea. It would be better if both sides were to suffer heavy losses and perish together. But if there's only one left, whoever it is, the first person they'll kill is themselves. Therefore, I still have to help Wang Jianji. Wang Jianji was tasked with protecting Ashura planet. His intention was to do so himself, as the only consequence of sending a messenger would be the loss of a few clones. If Wang Jianji recovers later, I can explain it to him, and Daboluo will definitely understand me. After all, the Ashura race hasn't really been wiped out yet. If I hadn't done what I did before, the Ashura race would probably be extinct by now. Even if Wang Jianji cannot recover, with this planet as a constraint, he cannot keep coming to cause trouble for me. Moreover, as long as he can hold off Zhang Jiao until Dabolu returns, then with two peak third-tier Ashuras, killing Zhang Jiao shouldn't be too difficult. Even if they couldn't kill him, they at least had the strength to fight against Zhang Jiao. The only problem is probably Wang Jianxi's intelligence. Xu Shilun shook his head violently at this thought. Now was not the time to think about these things. He had to tell Wang Jianji about it. At this moment, Wang Jianxi was on the backside of Ashura planet, his view blocked by Ashura planet. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao was already rolling towards them. At this moment, countless comments flooded Wang Jianxi's live stream. They were all furious at Xu Shilun's previous actions. Everyone was criticizing Xu Shilun for being a bad person. However, after Xu Shilun left, the Ashuras were still willing to risk their lives to help Wang Jianji level up, and they were all moved to tears. These Ashuras are really... I'm devastated. The Ashuras, rest in peace. Your king will surely carry you and the other Ashuras to life. Isai, they can only blame themselves for being born in the wrong era. And I remember that Ashura. He even fought with Ultraman before. He was so stupid back then. How do you know? Please stop doing this. My heart aches so much. Middle-aged people really can't bear to watch this. Having watched Wang Jianxi's live streams for so many years, he grew up watching these Ashuras, and so have we, over the years. Even if they were living people, or even just a pet, I'd develop feelings for them after seeing them for so many years. They're so foolish, really. Why does all the suffering fall on the Ashuras? I really wish they could grow up peacefully and healthily, have children, and eventually die of old age. But I've been watching Brother Wang's live streams for almost 50 years, and I've never seen a single Ashura, a powerful character, live to a ripe old age and die a natural death. The Ashuras are truly suffering. It was like this in the Diablo era, and it's still like this now. Why does fate treat the Ashuras so cruelly? They really are just a bunch of children who never grow up. My eyes are completely filled with tears. I don't want to watch this live stream anymore. I don't want to see Ashura suffer any longer. You of the million Ashuras. In just 2 short hours, probably less than 200,000 have died by now. Although I know that Su Shilun did what he did to save Ashura, I really can't stand his actions. Perhaps he's right, but it's just too cruel. Su Shilun's rise to power was not without reason. As the old saying goes, a person who isn't ruthless can't stand firm, and a kind heart can't command an army. Both illustrate that only someone like him can stand in a high position. A brother. Wang has completely lost his mind. I'm so worried he'll destroy Ashura planet himself. If that happens, he'll probably regret it and commit suicide on the spot when he comes to his senses. The pain of life and death, the suffering that Pineapple Brother has experienced, Brother Wang will also experience once. This is the fate of the Ashura race. Su Shilun's live stream fell into an unusual silence from the moment he began slaughtering Ashura. Most people had by then realized what Su Shilun was doing. They didn't think Su Shilun was wrong, but no one dared to say he was right either. It was at the moment when Wang Jianji broke through and stopped the planet that they finally fully understood the true value of when, his words, when the Ashura dies, the king breaks through. It was at this moment that they realized that the crouching dragon was not necessarily the crouching dragon, and the young phoenix was not necessarily the young phoenix, but when he was the real Wen. If this guy hadn't faced another risky journey afterward, he would have truly succeeded in harming heaven and earth without harming Wen. After all, in order to allow Wang Jianji to break through, 1 million Ashuras were forced to die until only 200,000 remained. 8 out of 10. This has almost reached the point of annihilation. Such a ruthless person, if he hadn't time traveled, would probably have a secure job in his next life too. Liu Daijun gazed at the scene in the starry sky, remained silent for a long time, and finally sighed. They both have live streaming and both control a civilization. Su Shilun killed all the Soul Clan members, divided up the Ultra Civilization, and finally crippled Ashura. Although his methods were extremely cruel, it must be said that every single one of his plans succeeded. And what about myself? Where is my own path? As someone who has traveled through time twice, and who has already had experience with the Ultra Civilization before, he ended up making a mess of things in his hands. It started with a winning hand, but now it's the most useless one. Perhaps it's time for me to start that plan myself, Land of Light. With this in mind, he silently put this idea on his agenda. However, before that, he still needed to cooperate with Su Shilun to deal with the current situation. 3,000 Dark Tiga flew to the edge of planet Ashura, shouting incessantly. Finally, Wang Jianzi realized the truth. Or rather, this isn't called an awakening, but rather he's annoyed by the 3,000 mosquitoes swarming around him and wants to slap them all to death. The next moment, he emerged from behind the planet Ashura. He had just stepped out when Dark Tiga was instantly sent flying. At that moment, he saw the enormous monster rolling toward him from afar. Boom! The already raging black and red flames suddenly surged, and even his terrifying body, which had already reached a height of 100,000 feet, began to grow even larger. But it only grew larger for a moment, and then returned to its original size of 100,000 shang. It seems like this is yet another new bottleneck. Xu Shilun frowned slightly as he watched this scene, then turned his gaze to the remaining 200,000 Asuras on the planet Ashura. Should we do it again? This is a problem. This is a very serious problem. It was so serious that it was questionable whether Wang Jianzi could defeat Zhang Jiao, or rather, the question of Wang Jianzi's own life or death after defeating Zhang Jiao. His consciousness connected with the Ultraman, and through their biological computers, a result was quickly obtained. Must die. Even Big Pineapple couldn't stop it, no. It should be said that Big Pineapple was destined to die on its own, so he eventually gave up on that idea for the time being. Of course, this is only temporary, and he wouldn't mind doing it again if necessary. For example, if Zhang Jiao, Wang Jianxi, and Daboluo could all perish together. Roar! A furious roar. A roar that was completely inhuman, came from Wang Jianxi's mouth. They then went directly to the planet Ashura and firmly protected it from behind. This book is first published on Huanan11s.com, providing you with a reading experience free of errors and disordered chapters. Xu Shilun glanced at it and felt it wasn't quite safe. Moreover, given Wang Jianxi's current intelligence, he was genuinely worried that if this guy started fighting, he would blow up planet Ashura. So he controlled 3,000 Dark Tiga to begin approaching planet Ashura, intending to pull the planet further away. But just as he approached, Wang Jianxi, who had been staring intently at Zhang Jiao, suddenly turned around. Then a ball of black and red flame flew out. In an instant, the 3,000 Dark Ultras were reduced to ashes. Even Xu Shilun, who originally belonged to the royal family on planet Ultra, felt as if he were about to burst into flames. His feeling was right. Just a moment ago, the number of deaths among the Dark Ultramen reached a terrifying 3 million. That is to say, the number of Ultramen has already exceeded 300 million. Otherwise, with that attack just now, the Ultraman race would have been wiped out. Xu Shilun suddenly stood up from the throne, his face looking rather grim, clearly indicating that what had just happened had also injured him. Although his face looked terrible, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's incredibly powerful, combining physical and magical damage, and also has ranged attack capabilities. Chew. Shilun's smile was sinister and chilling. No one in the live stream dared to speak, although everyone suspected that the old man was probably up to some wicked scheme again. No one dared to say anything. Indeed, Xu Shilun's smile wasn't from anger, but because he had genuinely come up with a solution. In the distance, a dark Ultraman Tiga shines. Looking at the enormous body that still stood before planet Ashura after destroying all Dark Tiga, Xu Shilun thought to himself, Wang Jianzi, your strength really surprised me. Even though you killed all the Dark Tiga around you. But I not only don't blame you, I'm actually grateful to you. My mortality rate was already 99%. Now that you've done this, it's been cut in half. My Dark Ultra lineage kindly wanted to help you, Ashuras, pull the planet away to prevent them from being harmed in the upcoming battle. As a result, Wang Jianzi used a single skill without distinguishing right from wrong, killing 3 million Ultramen. Even if I made mistakes before, it was all to help Wang Jianzi break through, and to ensure the continuation of the Ashura bloodline. Even if some Ashuras did die, the Ashuras who died in Diablo's case all did so voluntarily. We, on the other hand, tried to help out of kindness, but were attacked instead. This is truly a case of good intentions being completely wasted. Big Pineapple must get an explanation for this. It's true that people from your Ashura lineage died, but did my dark lineage not die? Not only did we die, but many more died. He still died while helping you guys. I'll talk to Big Pineapple about this later. He refused to believe that Big Pineapple wouldn't help him. Even if he doesn't want to believe it, that's the truth. It's an undeniable fact. As for the planet Ashura, and the Ashura people who came after it. Anyway, it will take Zhang Jiao a few more minutes to get here. These few minutes were more than enough time for me to talk to Big Pineapple. Wait, I can't smile too happily right now. After all, 3 million people have just died. As a king, I should be angry. Yes, that's it. Thinking of this, Xu Shilun's face instantly turned icy cold on the throne of the Ultra Empire. The body, which was already formed of darkness, now seemed even more somber, as if it could drip water. His raised eyebrows and furious eyes perfectly conveyed his emotions. The viewers in the live stream were completely baffled by Xu Shilun's sudden change of expression. I have no idea what's gotten into this guy this time. The next moment they saw Xu Shilun take out his communicator with Big Pineapple. E-bang! As soon as the call connected, Xu Shilun slammed his hand on the table in front of him without saying a word, making a loud noise. The two giant pineapples, who were on their way, were completely bewildered by what they saw. What was wrong with this guy now? Or has something changed? Could it be that something happened to Ashura? Thinking of this, one of the big pineapples quickly asked, Xu Shilun, what happened? What happened? How dare you ask me? Big Pineapple was completely confused when he heard this. You called me. Who else should I ask if I don't ask you? Are you out of your mind? I've been influenced by Wang Jianji after spending so much time with him. Can you please explain what exactly happened? I connected with the consciousness of the Ultraman and controlled 3,000 Dark Tiga to help you move planet Ashura away and keep the Ashura people on it away from danger. Without saying a word, Wang Jianqi came up and killed them all. I won't say anything about the destruction of the statues, since we have many statues now. It's just a matter of consuming some time and materials. As a result, his power directly attacked the ultra-civilization through our will, and instantly, 3 million people died. 3 million! You really have no idea what 3 million means. That's more than twice as many as all of you Ashuras combined. In that instant, he died. They're all dead. Is this how you Ashuras live and act? Ah, is this how you treat your friends? Bang! 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 As Xu Shilun spoke, he slammed his fist on the table in front of him. His expression was one of extreme anger. He is just like a good king who cares for his country and his people. This scene is strikingly similar to what he said to Dark Tiga Zafi back then, with his final effort. A bang! Ultimately, the table in front of him couldn't withstand the terrifying force and collapsed. Boom! Big Pineapple was completely stunned when he heard the news. Then I was filled with questions. I was blasted away for over half an hour. What exactly happened during that time? Although he knew that Xu Shilun was treacherous and cunning, and that he couldn't completely trust what he said, another Big Pineapple even watched helplessly as Xu Shilun deceived Dark Tiga. Although he didn't want to believe it, looking at Xu Shilun's expression and tone, he felt that it didn't seem fake. Moreover, at this critical juncture, Xu Shilun has no reason to lie to himself. He deceived Dark Tiga in order to gain his power, but now there's absolutely no need for him to deceive himself. Thinking of this, and recalling Wang Jianji's irrational behavior after his anger, he couldn't help but frown. Did Wang Jianji really do that? But he rejected the idea as soon as it came to mind. It is absolutely wrong to doubt your own people before you have even figured things out yourself. But as I said before, given the current situation, Xu Shilun has absolutely no reason to lie to himself. Thinking it over, he said, "Is there some misunderstanding here?" Misunderstanding? What a misunderstanding! If you open your mouth and cause a misunderstanding, 3 million people will die, and he died on his way to help you. Even if Zhang Jiao kills me, I won't waste a single word on you. There is no war without death. They died, but they died in battle. It was glorious, and they died a worthy death. But what kind of thing is it to be killed by your own people? Tell me, what kind of mess is this? How can you expect people to trust you after that? How can you expect them to help you? You say, Xu Shilun's series of questions left Da Bololo speechless. Most importantly, he really doesn't know anything yet. I don't know if the claim of 3 million deaths is true. If it is, I will give you an explanation. But you should tell me now what happened at the scene. Why would Wang Jianji do such a thing? What happened? That's a good question. After you were knocked away, we kept distracting Zhang Jiao, having people run away with the Ashura planet to prevent Zhang Jiao from catching us. Otherwise, if Zhang Jiao had shot the planet Ashura out like a marble, none of the Ashuras inside would have survived. Just tell me if I did the right thing or not. Is there any problem? Big Pineapple remained silent. If Xu Shilun really did what he said, then there was indeed no problem. We are helping you, constantly helping you. Otherwise, apart from you, the entire Asura region at that time could not even produce a single person who could be considered combat capable. They couldn't even appear in space, and this is how you treated us. Upon hearing this, Big Pineapple immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly asked, if that's the case, how did Wang Jianji kill your Dark Tiga? Previously, the people in Xu Shilun's live. Stream didn't understand what he was going to do. But at this moment, he understood everything. No, I should say, everything exploded at that moment. Holy crap, what a brilliant counterattack. That was an absolutely brilliant move. A little fat mouse. My lord is awesome. I thought you were doomed after this. Even if you knew you won, you'd either be killed by Wang Jianji or Big Pineapple. But what you did was absolutely brilliant. A Yu Mo, Brother Wolong is right. I knew our lord wouldn't die so quickly. With you and me assisting him, he will surely be invincible in the future. I only hope that my lord will take care of me after I transmigrate. By the way, why didn't you two include Wen? Upon hearing this, the live stream chat paused for a moment. To be continued. It's a foregone conclusion that Brother Wenny has already traveled through time, and it's also a foregone conclusion that he'll be killed afterward, so there's no need to talk about him, a little fat mouse. Absolutely, absolutely. This person is far too treacherous and ruthless. We too would never stoop to associating with him. The Wenny? Damn, I have to say, Xu Shilun is a real cunning old fox. He managed to turn the tide even in a seemingly hopeless situation. Incredible! You're new here, right? You haven't watched Lun's streams before, have you? This is nothing. That last time he was in a game where he was guaranteed to lose. Exactly. Don't underestimate my brother Lun just because he's bad at the game. He always plays in the highest level, ranked matches. He was destined to die every time, but he never did. He's practically the ultimate survivor. I originally thought that after this round of events, Brother Lun would be finished. After all, the evil god's henchmen were so powerful, and they had a deadly feud with Brother Lun. His actions, however, gave me a glimmer of hope for victory. Was I just scared? You're not blind. This is exactly what you see. Now, Brother Lun does have a chance to turn the tables on his opponent. If we can fool Big Pineapple, make him feel guilty, and then protect him from being killed by Wang Jianzi, this round of trouble will basically be over. Aren't you afraid someone will snitch on you? I'm already preparing to inform on them. Yeah, me too. Me too. Who can we tell now? Wang Jianxi? Given his current condition, it's questionable when he'll regain his senses. But besides, they need you to inform on them. They are the parties involved. They know nothing about what happened, and they wouldn't say anything they could say themselves. If you can't say it, it's like telling a fool. Tell Liu Dajun, shall we? What's the point of telling him? Liu Dajun and Su Shilun are in cahoots now. As long as he's not stupid, he'll never let Su Shilun die. Although he wanted Lunji dead, Lunji's death now would not do him any good. Moreover, he saw everything. When Lun killed Ashura, he didn't say a word. Finally, there's Pineapple. He doesn't even stream anymore. The few people he could tell are either unwilling to tell anyone, or they've simply become mentally challenged. Who could he tell? Damn. Before I came here, they were all saying that of these 3 live streams, the people in your live stream are the most sinister, and you should be careful which live stream you choose. At the time I was thinking, how much darker can things get? I never imagined you guys were all such old foxes. Ye don't talk nonsense. There are officials inside. You might get arrested. We'll study. Su Shilun said nothing in response to the barrage of comments, but simply adjusted his mindset before speaking. You know, Wang Jianqi needs to be furious enough to break through. Then, one by one, the Ashuras committed suicide, choosing to sacrifice themselves so that Wang Jianqi could break through. Wang Jianqi was consumed by impotence and rage. He tried to stop one, but couldn't stop the other, and finally, he broke through to the 3rd level. Big Pineapple immediately grasped the key point. You did this. All I said was that Ashura did it voluntarily. Moreover, there weren't many at all, only a little over 300, and Wang Jianqi broke through. Big Pineapple, who was already thinking about killing Su Shilun, said nothing after hearing that only 300 or so Ashuras had died. Big Pineapple didn't say anything, but Su Shilun immediately got angry. What do you mean? I killed 3 million people, so now you want to pin these 300 people on me. Your Ashura lives matter, but our Ultraman lives don't. Not to mention the 3 million people who just died when Zhang Jiao was dragging your Ashura planet away. He killed more than 300 people with 1 punch each. See what I said? Look what Liu Dajun said. Big Pineapple. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. So what happened next? Even if Wang Jianqi breaks through to the 3rd level, it's impossible for him to kill so many of you in an instant. So, what exactly happened? Afterwards, the giant of light on the scene was scattered by mosquitoes and attacked by Zhang Jiao many times, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Then he captured the planet Ashura. And then what happened? How is Ashura now? Is he all right? Now I ask you, if all the Ashuras were to die or half of them were to die, which would you choose? Big Pineapple was silent for a moment. He wanted to say that he would not choose anything, but in the end he said, half of them will die. Yes, I guessed you would choose this, so I made the choice for you. Zhang Jiao used the planet Ashura as a marble to launch it away. At that time, only Wang Jianqi had broken through to the 3rd level of the Ashura realm, meaning that only Wang Jianqi could survive. Wang Jianqi, who already had mental problems at the time, did not choose to run away, but instead chose to live and die with Ashura. Ashura planet crashed into the sun. In that scenario, not a single person could survive, so I continued to have the Ashuras sacrifice themselves, so that they could help Wang Jianqi break through. It was a success in the end. Ashura survived, and so did Wang Jianqi. Seeing this, Zhang Jiao turned into a ball and crashed into me. I saw Wang Jianqi's condition and wanted to warn him, but he killed me. Then I lured him out, and he saw Zhang Jiao, but he was standing next to Ashura planet. I was afraid he would fight and destroy Ashura planet, so I sent people to pull Ashura planet away. Tell me, was I wrong? Big Pineapple remained silent for a moment, then said, "That's right. But 3 million of my Ultraman civilizations died. 3 million people. 3 million people. What do you suggest we do about this? Could you show me Zhang Jiao's current condition and the situation on the ground?" Xu Shilin snorted coldly. "Go ahead and look if you want." After he finished speaking, a dark Tiga reconnected to the communication network. The next moment, Big Pineapple saw the scene on the screen. His pupils suddenly contracted. Wang Jianji, who was 100,000 feet tall, was surrounded by black and red flames, and black and red lines on his body were like blood vessels all over his body. A faint golden light emanated from its body surface. In the distance, a terrifying monster, as large as a planet, is rapidly approaching. At this moment, one of Wang Jianji's eyes was as red as blood, and the other was as black as ink. Big Pineapple knew that look very clearly. It was exactly how he looked after he completely lost his mind. Have you finished reading it? Now tell me, how are you going to explain this? What kind of explanation are you going to give me? This isn't the time to talk about this. Can you get someone to move the planet away first? What the hell are you spouting? I'll pull it away. I can pull it away by myself. They took their men up there, only to be slapped to death by Wang Jianji. Your people are human, but mine are not. Your Ashura lives are precious. Are our Ultraman lives worthless? 3 million people. They all died in an instant. Even if I used those 3 million people to fill a black hole, I'd still hear them cry out, "But what happened? They all died at once?" They're all dead, do you understand? Xu Shilin's roar echoed in the hall as he pointed directly at Big Pineapple's nose and began to curse. However, this time, Big Pineapple surprisingly dared not refute. "Xu Shilin, considering the help I gave you before, take some men up there one more time." Xu Shilin refused on the spot. Ask Liu Dajun if he's willing to use 3 million people to try it. As Xu Shilin spoke, Liu Dajun's communication was also connected. But he didn't say anything. But this also demonstrates our attitude. After all, Wang Jianji had truly gone completely insane at this point. Let alone an Ultraman getting close. Even a dog would get slapped twice by him. Xu Shilin, send someone to lure Wang Jianji away. It's too dangerous. Given his current state and Zhang Jiao's power, the slightest mistake could cause planet Ashura to explode. We're all in this together now. Xu Shilin, already enraged upon hearing this, became even more furious. You still know we're together. They know we're on the same side, yet they still treat us like this. Tell me, since I took control of the Ultra Civilization, when have I ever wronged you Ashuras? I have never persecuted an Ashura. I have never harmed Ashura. If it weren't for me, Ashura wouldn't be living this kind of life now. And this is how you treated me. If it weren't for the fact that we're in the same boat, do you think I would have helped you today? What about you? You've made things worse. Big Pineapple fell silent once again. Liu Dajun remained expressionless, but secretly made a deal with Xu Shilin. After transmigrating, the arrogant Big Pineapple, who had spent his entire life fighting and had never asked for help again, lowered his head this time. I'll do this once more. If we're all still alive this time, I'll consider it a favor I owe you. Xu Shilin did not rush to agree, and remained silent for a moment. Actually, after some haggling with Liu Jun, he finally nodded. Remember what you said. After saying that, 10 dark Tigas flew towards Wang Jianji. Wang Jianji, you bastard, come here. Wang Jianxi, you son of a bitch! You dare come and kill me if you dare! Wang Jianxi, the five dark Tiga, continued to curse and insult Wang Jianxi. Xu Shilun is known for never taking a loss. He was scolded by Wang Jianxi before, and now he's about to retaliate. He not only wanted to curse, but he wanted to curse in front of Big Pineapple. After he scolds you, Big Pineapple not only can't have any objections, but he also has to praise him for scolding you well. Roar. A roar erupted, and ripples spread through the air. Black and red flames rolled outwards. The 10 dark Ultramen who had just finished cursing Wang Jianxi were instantly ignited. In just a short while, all 10 clones died. Another 33-eyed people have passed away. Holy crap, Big Pineapple, did you even see that? This won't do. I'm too tired to shout it anymore. So you're the one who has to shout. You really don't value the lives of Ultramen, do you? Xu Shilun roared into the communication device again. Big Pineapple fell silent once again. Although he had foreseen that Wang Jianxi might be very strong now. After all, putting everything else aside, Wang Jianxi's massive size of 100,000 Shang alone suggests that his strength must be considerable. As a result, this guy roared and killed 10 of Xu Shilun's clones, and they were all mid-stage third-tier mechanical clones, which was something he hadn't expected. Zhang Jiao's terrifying body drew closer once more, now less than 1,000,000 kilometers from Wang Jianxi. Given their enormous size, they could cover a distance of a light year in the blink of an eye, let alone 1,000,000 kilometers. Moreover, it's only such a short distance. Seeing that it was about to be too late, Big Pineapple spoke up again. Help me one more time. Xu Shilun, I'm begging you. He never bowed his head in his life, leading the Ashura clan to fight against heaven and earth, and confronting the evil god Diablo. In a short period of time, he bowed his head to Xu Shilun twice. If he finds out that Xu Shilun lied to him, damn, Brother Lun is truly my Brother Lun. Brother Pineapple was completely fooled. By Brother Lun, that's enough. If this continues, something serious will really happen. Yeah, you're playing with fire. Someone could die, and you'd be the one to die. Xu Shilun, stop! How can you bear to deceive someone like Big Pineapple? I couldn't stand it anymore. Xu Shilun glanced at the live stream, and then at Daboluo's eager eyes, knowing that he had made a huge profit this time. Moreover, we can't afford to delay any longer. Otherwise, if things continue like this, something bad is very likely to happen. The last time. After saying that, Xu Shilun once again controlled a large number of clones to rush forward. This time, they deployed 300 clones, with the closest batch being twice as far away as before. Others are even further away. He kept shouting and cursing. Roar! The Wang Jianxi roared again, and Xu Shilun immediately retreated upon seeing this. Even so, more than a dozen dark Tiga were still burned to death. When Wang Jianxi saw that the little ones had run away, he was even angrier than before. Instantly, he took a step that covered tens of thousands of meters, and terrifying flames engulfed everything. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Wang Jianxi had finally left planet Ashura. However, it's too early to be happy. We also need to lure this guy away so we can send someone to pull the planet away. The subsequent steps are very simple. Wang Jianxi roared like a wild beast and relentlessly pursued the enemy. One by one, the Dark Tigas were dying rapidly. Finally, after he had moved a certain distance away, the Giant of Light and Dark Tiga, who had been prepared beforehand, once again bound the planet and pulled it away. After the last Dark Tiga died, Zhang Jiao's terrifying body finally crashed in. Seeing such a terrifyingly large ball hurtling towards him, Wang Jianxi finally stopped paying attention to Xu Shilun's little mosquitoes. The next moment, he stepped into the void, his forearms outstretched, and flames suddenly spread outward from his body. Boom! The two enormous creatures collided violently, producing a deafening roar. Wang Jianxi's body was thrown 1,000,000 miles away by the impact. The giant of light and dark Tiga, who were pulling the planet Ashura, were both startled by this scene. Thankfully, the planet was separated. Otherwise, with just that one blow, even if Ashura planet hadn't exploded, it would probably be pretty much destroyed. After seeing Wang Jianji being hit and thrown into the air, not a single one of them stopped to check if Wang Jianji was still alive. Instead, they pulled the planet away even more vigorously. If we don't hurry, these two will start fighting, or Zhang Jiao will attack, and we'll all die. They are warriors, that's true. They are fearless in the face of death, that's also true. But they still have to complete their mission. Besides, who would want to die if they could live? After this violent impact, Zhang Jiao, the black-armored emperor, finally came to a stop. Is this guy all right? Is this guy all right? Is Wang Jianji all right? The three sentences came from three different people. Although the meaning is the same, the attitudes are completely different. A kill! A boom! Wang Jianji, who had been thrown back by the impact, suddenly stood up and let out a thunderous roar. At this moment, a large dent appeared in his chest, and 3 of his forearms were broken. Fresh blood and flesh were exposed outside the skin, but at this moment, he seemed to feel no pain. After standing up, he rushed straight towards Zhang Jiao without any hesitation. The black and red stripes on the body's surface shimmered with light, causing the blood in the body to stop flowing rapidly. The golden light allowed his flesh and blood to recover rapidly. Before he even reached Zhang Jiao, his injuries had already been completely healed. Xu Shilun, Da Boluo, and the others were stunned when they saw this scene. A thought popped into my head at the same time. Wow, this Wang Jianzi is pretty strong. Such injuries are miraculously treated as if nothing happened. Should we say he's physically strong, or that he's brainless? Zhang Jiao had just stretched out his body when he saw a guy covered in flames charging towards him. Upon seeing this, he not only did not back down, but instead looked at it with a mocking expression. You're another brainless idiot. Perfect. This will also warm me up. Boom! The two collided again, producing another loud bang. Wang Jianxi stood on the void, his forearms waving and creating afterimages. The black and red flames ignited Zhang Jiao's black body as well. The same applies to the black armor emperor controlled by Zhang Jiao. Standing on 2 feet, he rapidly waved his forearms, colliding with Wang Jianxi's fists. Although his body was completely ablaze, he did not feel anything unusual at this moment. This flame isn't even worthy of lighting my cigarette, and you think you can use it to burn me? How laughable! Boom! Boom! Their fists clashed repeatedly, but Wang Jianxi's physical body was ultimately inferior to that of the Black Armor Emperor. In just a brief moment, it's impossible to know how many punches the two exchanged. Zhang Jiao was unharmed except for being set ablaze. Wang Jianxi's fist had completely disappeared. Although his hands were growing rapidly thanks to the regenerative power of his terrifying body, they still couldn't keep up with the speed of their destruction. 1 minute, 5 minutes, half an hour. Wang Jianxi was like a tireless robot, only knowing how to keep throwing punches, even though he was already covered in wounds. Zhang Jiao was quite satisfied with this sandbag. He remembered very clearly that he was driven out of Ashura planet by Wang Jianxi in this form. Wang Jianxi, weren't you so awesome back then? Didn't you kick me out of planet Ashura? Why aren't you saying anything now? Speak up, you piece of trash. You dare to exchange punches with me? You're not even worthy. Boom! 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 That Xu Shilin looked at the scene before him, his eyes darting around. Although Wang Jianji looks miserable right now, it wouldn't be a problem for him to stall for a few more hours. However, at that moment, he thought of something. The thought is here. At the edge of the starry sky, a dark version of Ultraman Tiga suddenly shone brightly. The next moment, he blocked the way for the big pineapple that was hurrying along. Upon seeing this dark Tiga, the giant pineapple frowned. He was still on the phone. Why did he suddenly come looking for me again? We must find a way to get there quickly, otherwise Wang Jianji won't be able to hold on. As Xu Shilin spoke, a thought also entered Big Pineapple's body. Can you sense the presence of the evil god? A Big Pineapple was taken aback, but quickly realized what was going on and asked, "Is there any way? I can't feel it, but I feel like he's watching us." It's just that Sumo didn't notice this place at the time, otherwise he would probably have arrested Big Pineapple and tortured him. Damn it, you didn't miss a single footstep. You know perfectly well whether it was open or not. Wang Jianxi was simply unable to withstand the opponent's attacks. We wanted to help, but we couldn't get involved at all. I have a plan that can save everyone's lives, but it will take us at least 2 days to get there now, which is simply not enough time. Do you have any ideas? You say. If I can break through to the 4th rank, I can get there quickly. I've discovered that the 4th rank is the rule, the Great Tao. As long as I break through to the 4th rank, I can break through the spatial limitations, directly charge in and unleash my ultimate attack, and I can also crush Jiao with my strength. Will destroy the world before the evil god makes his move. Upon hearing this, Big Pineapple paused, frowned, and asked, "How do I break through?" "If you dare to mess around, I'll kill you. Find all your fragments. After all, you are already on the verge of the 4th tier, and you have accumulated enough. We don't need to break through to the 4th tier. As long as we all retain our memories and consciousness like you, we will have a chance. Although you, at the peak of the 3rd tier, have already achieved this. However, if you want to preserve the memories and consciousness of others, you must at least break through to the 4th level. You and Wang Jianji break through to the 4th level, replicating the memories and consciousness of all the Asheras, so that they can be revived in the next era. You use your soul to capture their memories, while Wang Jianxi uses his anger to maintain their power. In the next era, you Ashuras will still be invincible. Liu Dajun is ready to transform into the Kingdom of Light. If he does, he will reach the peak of the 3rd tier. At that time, it will also be able to collect everyone's memories and consciousness, and it's even very likely that it will break through to the 4th rank. So where are my fragments? Have you found them? So state your purpose, what you want. I left him on Planet Ultra before, and now we're sending people to look for him. It will probably take some time. I just hope Wang Jianxi can hold on. And my talent is too poor, and it's very difficult for me to break through to the 4th rank. Therefore, I want the souls and physical power of everyone after they die. Once you agree, we can begin the planning. Sumo turned his head and looked in this direction, somewhat puzzled. These guys were determined not to break through before, weren't they? What's going on? Now we finally know we need to break through, but that's fine too. We can catch them all at once then. Although Sumo himself didn't quite understand, it would indeed be a good thing for him if they broke through. It's just a bit of a pity. The best results are achieved if they break through together. Of course, the great creator God was not a greedy person. A breakthrough in civilization is actually acceptable. However, all of this had to wait until Wang Jianji had created the 3 6th-order avenues. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. The 6th-order Great Tao It was only by chance that it was created this time, but the next time might not be so fortunate. If they really feel too much pressure, they can be given some time. This time, Sumo has already set his goal. Wang Jianqi's 3 main roads, and at least 1 4th-tier road, will be harvested. If you're quick, it can be done in 10 or 20 minutes, or in about 2 hours. This time, the harvesting speed was much faster than the previous once a day. And the profits were quite substantial. You could even say they made a fortune. The great creator god here is unaware of Diablo's thoughts. He didn't even realize that the great creator god had cast his gaze upon him. Once Sumo is completely invisible, no one will be able to detect him at all. The reason why Diablo felt that the evil god was here was entirely due to his perception. No, that's entirely his misconception, because there are no so-called evil gods, only a great creator god. Big Pineapple remained silent and did not speak. As expected of Chu Shilan, this plan is insane. The original plan was not to break through, but to think about fighting against the evil god. Although that's what he said, he was actually trying to learn how to fake his death and escape, which he realized, but he didn't say anything. After all, he knew Xu Shilan's personality. They are the kind of people who will do anything to survive. However, before the evil god could destroy the world, he killed everyone first. What the hell is this? Walk the path of the evil god, leaving the evil god with nowhere to go. But is this method really feasible? Having retained their memories, are they still the same people they were before? Big Pineapple had been thinking about this problem for a long time, because that's his current situation. Even he himself couldn't tell whether he was a big pineapple or not. But is there really a chance to fight against the evil god? The evil god hasn't even made a move yet. He's only captured Zhang Jiao and created a monster, and they've already been in such a sorry state. He does indeed have the courage to confront the evil god once again, because he is Diablo. But having courage and succeeding are two different things. Is it really possible to fight against an evil god who has existed for countless billions of years, and whose purpose is to cultivate and devour civilizations? How long will it take to collect the fragments? How to avoid evil gods and achieve this step? I estimate it will be ready in about 2 hours. I'll have someone bring it to you then. It's not too far from Planet Ultra, so it should only take about 5 hours. Although it will still take this much time, it's still better than running for 3 days straight. Besides, without a breakthrough, you might not even be able to kill Zhang Jiao. So you agree? It's still taking too long. Tell me your plan first. I don't agree with it either. But if it's feasible, I can agree. I told them to speed up as much as possible. But you have to speed up too, because the faster you fly, the closer it will be for us to deliver it. You absolutely cannot break through to the 4th tier in a short period of time. Even if I have someone send you the fragments, you still absolutely cannot break through. Before we can confirm whether the evil god will destroy the world, if someone breaks through to the 4th tier, we must endure it even if someone does break through. Therefore, this is bait for the evil god, to let him know that we are preparing for a breakthrough, to make him lower his guard, and to prevent him from continuing to put more pressure on us. Only in this way will we have the opportunity to complete all of this. When the time comes, you will fail to break through, because you were seriously injured by Zhang Jiao. You will go back to recuperate, and then begin to collect the consciousness of Ashura. Liu Dajun initiates the Kingdom of Light project. He then set his sights on Wang Jianji, urging Wang Jianji to return and gather strength. By feigning weakness to the enemy, the evil god gradually reduced the pressure. I don't know if the world will be destroyed after reaching the 4th tier, but I can guarantee that it will absolutely not be destroyed before reaching the 4th tier. Therefore, we need to take advantage of this time difference, and then let the evil god relax. allowing the evil god to restrict Zhang Jiao. Regardless of whether we have the strength to kill Zhang Jiao, we absolutely cannot let him die. We must keep him alive. Otherwise, even stronger monsters might appear next. Finally, and most importantly, if we destroy the world, we will preserve everything that exists. If an evil god destroys the world, let alone planets, I even suspect he could destroy the universe. Even if we have extraordinary abilities, we won't be able to escape at all. Therefore, we must kill everyone before the evil god. Big Pineapple was silent for a moment, unsure how to respond. After all, Xu Shilun's plan was too crazy. But after a moment, he nodded and said, "Okay, then let's do it your way." After Dark Tiga finished speaking, he found a planet, lay down, and continued to lie there like a statue. On the throne of Ultraman Planet, Xu Shilun arranged for people to use instruments to search for the fragments of the giant pineapple that he had shattered. He kept thinking, trying to make the plan even more flawless. Although what he said to Big Pineapple was very simple, however, there are still several challenges in actual implementation. First, any confrontation with Zhang Jiao in the present day. Second, how to make the evil god lower his guard. Third, if it can be confirmed that the evil god is not paying attention to them. Only if he doesn't notice can one destroy the world before him, although he didn't know what life would bring after the evil god destroyed all civilizations. Or rather, what does he need to obtain? However, we absolutely cannot let the evil god take action. Moreover, to destroy the world without the evil god noticing, speed is essential. Everyone must be killed in an instant, including Big Pineapple, Wang Jianji, and himself. Finally, the question remains, can they truly come back to life like Pineapple after death? This is a new and complex issue. But no one can guarantee anything about this. We can only gamble. Xu Shilun had gambled many times before, and every time it was a gamble with his life. But every time he won. Now, he only hopes to win this time too. Thinking it over, he turned to Liu Dejun on the other end of the communication and said, "I know you don't trust me right now. They don't dare to form a mental connection with me, but that's okay. Once your opportunity in the land of light is unlocked, it will be fine. Then my darkness will no longer be able to corrupt you. Go ahead and do it with confidence. I will do my best to cooperate with you this time. I, Xu Shilun, keep my word." Xu Shilun paused for a moment at this point. He always felt that he had said this to many people. But it seems like none of them have succeeded. But this time was different. This time he genuinely wanted to help Liu Dejun. After hearing Xu Shilun's last words, Liu Dajun gave him a strange look, but ultimately said nothing. But deep down, they were on high alert. At the same time, a large number of bullet comments popped up in Liu Dejun's live broadcast room. I have a feeling that Xu Shilun, that old fox, is up to some kind of trickery. But it's normal. Xu Shilun's scheming and plotting are as normal as my eating and drinking. It would be if he genuinely wanted to help you that day, that I would have felt something was off. Brother Jun, be careful. Although I feel that, given the current situation, even if Xu Shilun were incredibly stupid, he wouldn't engage in internal strife, especially since the other party isn't stupid. Indeed, given the current situation, engaging in internal strife would be truly foolish. I saw through Xu Shilun a long time ago. In times of peace, he's the one you should be most wary of, because he could kill you at any moment. But when danger arises and the task cannot be accomplished without the combined efforts of others, this is the most reliable thing to do. Because if you die, he will die too. A person like him would never allow himself to die, just like what happened to Ashura before. Although it was indeed tragic and crippling, if it weren't for his intervention, Ashura would probably be destroyed by now. Therefore, I think we should trust him at this time. You also mentioned that if you encounter minor danger, the biggest danger is him, because he will think about solving both you and the danger together. In this situation, you not only have to face danger, but also Su Shilan. Brother, you've got the truth. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The battle, which was originally one-sided for Zhang Jiao, has taken a turn for the better. Previously, Wang Jianxi was being suppressed and beaten. Both of them had terrifying physical bodies, with their forearms striking each other. Wang Jianxi was originally driven purely by anger and his instincts, which were completely irrational and like those of a wild beast. But as time went on, cracks began to appear on Zhang Jiao's black armor. The black and red flames finally burned through Zhang Jiao's black armor. Peak Tier 3, Fury plus spell damage. Completely losing his mind, Wang Jianxi relied on his instincts, using the resentment of the great pineapple's resentful soul, his own burning anger, and his powerful physique to withstand Zhang Jiao's attacks. He stirred up the anger and resentment within Zhang Jiao, causing cracks to appear in his armor. Otherwise, Zhang Jiao, who possesses Su Shilan's memories and way of thinking, would never have been able to fight him here for so long. After all, Zhang Jiao just wanted to have some fun with this completely irrational Wang Jianxi and vent his anger at being chased out of Ashura planet. As a result, Wang Jianxi forcibly kept him there. Su Shilan, who had been watching the situation closely, was not pleased at all upon seeing this scene. Instead, his expression turned rather unpleasant. His original plan was to rely on Zhang Jiao's strength, then feign weakness to lull the evil god into a false sense of security before secretly developing his power. And what the hell is this? Should I intervene? Otherwise, if that brainless Wang Jianxi really wins, we'll only be facing an even more terrifying monster next. At the same time, Su Mo was also pondering the same problem as Su Shilan. They haven't even broken through yet, and Zhang Jiao is about to lose. So should I intervene? Su Shilan was still pondering how to handle this matter. Should we take action or not? What will the evil god do if we don't intervene? If I were to take action, how could I achieve my goal of causing Wang Jianxi to fail, but not so badly, without the evil god noticing? For a moment, Su Shilan was extremely conflicted. But Su Mo's situation was completely different. He simply added a protective layer to Zhang Jiao's consciousness, ensuring that Zhang Jiao would not die, even after the Black Armor Emperor died. Su Mo added another power-up to the Black Armor Emperor. The moment his black armor shatters completely, the power of the evil god will emerge from his body. A new shell, or rather, a new suit of armor, has appeared once again. It is more than twice as strong as the previous shell. With increased defense, strength also increased, and at the same time, black energy began to emanate from his body. This will reveal that this is the work of an evil god, and will only make them more desperate. The main reason for all this was that the black-armored emperor couldn't die so quickly, and the same applied to Zhang Jiao. If they all break through to level 4 in this era, without me even releasing the dragons, that would be the best possible outcome. After all, finding these monsters yourself is quite a hassle, isn't it? As for Zhang Jiao, his role was to act as the biggest villain before he completely began to destroy the world. Whether it's controlling the Black Armor Emperor or the dragon later on, it's a good choice. Not only that, Su Mo also set a reminder before exiting the microcosm. He will be the first to notice whether someone is about to make a breakthrough or several key figures encounter problems. This allows for a better harvest. And so, the evil god Su Mo left the microcosm. There are actually two main reasons why I chose to leave. First, the time difference between the two sides is not the same. Rather than waiting here for 10 days, half a month, or even 1 or 2 decades, it would be better to go outside for a smoke before coming in. Secondly, the benevolent creator God could not bear to see such cruel scenes of the universe being destroyed and life extinguished, so he chose not to watch. After seeing the increasing number of cracks on Zhang Jiao's body, Xu Shilin cursed Zhang Jiao inwardly as an idiot. Even in this situation, they still don't know how to run. It's true that if you spend too much time with Asuras, you'll become brainless from being infected. Although he cursed inwardly, he also knew that the reason Zhang Jiao hadn't chosen to run away or use his abilities was probably because he had been burned by Wang Jianxi's flames. This flame is practically an intelligence-lowering aura. It not only reduces the user's IQ, but also lowers the IQ of the enemy. After both of them became mentally disabled, Ashura used his extensive experience to defeat his opponent. That's absolutely outrageous. Thinking of this, he immediately became vigilant, realizing that he must never clash with Ashura unless absolutely necessary, especially Wang Jianxi. Even if a conflict does break out, you must never get close to them. After taking another look at the scene on the battlefield, Xu Shilin finally decided to help Zhang Jiao. With a thought, more than 500 dark tigas flew out. From a distance, he called out to Wang Jianxi, "Wang Jianxi, I'm here to help you." Then, one by one, dark tiga began to charge up their energy, rapidly gathering the power of the mid-stage third tier before unleashing it with a sudden burst of power. Although he shouted to help Wang Jianxi, all of Dark Tiga's attacks were aimed at Wang Jianxi. A boom! Just as he threw a punch that once again cracked Zhang Jiao's body, he was struck by 500 laser beams. Pure energy attacks have no effect on Zhang Jiao. However, when it hit Zhang Jiao, it directly created more than 500 bloody holes. Although these blood holes are smaller than a single hair on his body compared to his 100,000-foot-tall frame. But it's also like being pricked by 500 needles in an instant, and it's the kind that's deeply embedded. This scene left the viewers in the live stream completely stunned. At this time, they were unaware of Xu Shilin and Da Boluo's secret conversation, nor did they know their plans. Otherwise, if Wenyi and a few others who spoke a lot about this matter found out, the time traveler would probably explode on the spot. They can offer Xu Shilin advice from across the world. But I absolutely will not allow such a person to appear in my life. Just like how everyone loves the immortal lord in a certain novel, but in reality, someone who also uses the 10-turn net purifying goo is cursed by the entire internet. So, if they knew that Xu Shilin wanted to sneak into the next era and live in the same time as them, it's likely that the strategies being offered to Xu Shilin now aren't actually helping him. Instead, he was thinking about how to kill Xu Shilin without anyone noticing. After all, being with someone as treacherous and cunning as him, who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, can sometimes mean dying without even knowing how. Moreover, this was under the condition that the opponent possessed formidable strength. There's no need to even think about it. Those who just transmigrated are simply not qualified to be compared to Xu Shilin, who smuggled himself over from the previous era. The crazed Wang Jianxi suddenly roared and turned to glare angrily at Dark Tiga. However, at that moment, Zhang Jiao seized the opportunity and delivered 3 punches and a kick to him. The terrifying attack sent Wang Jianxi flying thousands of miles away. Viewers in the live stream who witnessed this scene were filled with question marks. You GMO. No, bro. Can't you aim carefully before you shoot? A little fat mouse. You can't hit someone this big. But wait a minute. Didn't you say your attacks had no effect on Zhang Jiao? Yeah, what's this? Dare you stupid. Didn't you see that the skill only hit Wang Jianxi after Zhang Jiao dodged it? But his attacks were completely ineffective against Zhang Jiao, so why did Xu Shilin go and make things worse? think Brother Lun wanted to conduct an experiment. It didn't work before because Zhang Jiao's armor was too smooth and would bounce back, but now cracks have appeared on his body. So, Ji probably wanted to attack the crack. I think so too, since this is the only explanation that makes sense. Otherwise, it's really hard to explain. What you said does make some sense. Something feels off. I also feel something's off. Normally, Brother Lun wouldn't do something like this. I understand. Wang Jianji had the upper hand just now. The reason Lun Ji did that was to help Zhang Jiao, to keep them fighting until they were both severely injured. So you're absolutely right. That's the kind of person Brother Lun is. After all, Wang Jianji is so strong now. They had been threatening to kill Lun Ji, so it would be a lie to say Lun Ji wasn't scared. Now is the perfect opportunity to get it back. But didn't Brother Lun already make an agreement with Big Pineapple? You're stupid. When have you ever seen Brother Lun place all his hopes on someone else? Unless there's really no other way. However, given the current situation, it's clear that Lun still has a chance to make a move. Isn't he afraid of being reported by the viewers in the live stream? Are you out of your mind? You're still thinking about tattling now, not to mention the time difference. It's clear that Brother Lun has already made some unspeakable deal with Liu Dajun. Do you think Liu Dajun would help you if you told him? Or are you planning to tell Wang Jianxi? Given Wang Jianxi's current situation, would you tell him to possess it? Even if he really recovers, does that mean he won't want to kill my Brother Lun if he doesn't recover? As long as the Big Pineapple doesn't know, that's fine. The holy crap, that's brutal. That, to be honest, it's something my Brother Lun is capable of doing. Xu Shilin looked at the comments from these guys, and his lips twitched involuntarily, but in the end he didn't say anything. They even wanted to shut down the live stream. But in the end, he gave up on the idea. After all, he had already suffered from an internet outage once before. Now he would rather have the news leaked than shut down the live stream. After Zhang Jiao knocked Wang Jianji away, the flames on his body subsided somewhat. Then, he woke up instantly. I can't believe I've been fighting this idiot for so long. Moreover, even its own shell was shattered. Given Wang Jianxi's current strength, it's hard to say who would win if I continued to fight him. But when Big Pineapple arrives, they will work together to shatter his armor, and with Xu Shilin and Liu Dujun joining in, he will definitely die. Upon realizing this, Zhang Jiao was suddenly startled. I can't keep fighting this brainless guy. I have to run. They ran off to the Ultraman civilization. Liu Dajun and Xu Shilin's current strength does not pose a threat to him, and their strength comes entirely from Ultraman technology. If I destroy Planet Ultra, even if they are still alive, their strength will be reduced by at least half. We'll deal with what happens after we've depleted their manpower. But now it's absolutely impossible to continue fighting with Wang Jianji, who has something wrong with his head. Thinking it over, Zhang Jiao immediately changed direction and rolled away towards the Ultra civilization. Wang Jianji, who had just been knocked away, suddenly roared in anger. Then, with a swift movement, he stood up, shouting, chased after Zhang Jiao. Upon seeing this, Xu Shilin finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least we managed to buy some time. All we need to do next is fly kites and keep delaying until their entire plan is completed, and then there shouldn't be any problems. As for how Wang Jianxi will recover, Xu Shilin has already discussed it with Dab Boluo. He will gradually recover as long as he rests for a while. Although their IQ will still be much lower, they will at least be able to understand human speech or be at the same level as Ashura. In this way, the plan can be implemented. However, before that, Xu Shilin had one more thing to do, which was to get the Ultraman to run away with Planet Ultra. Otherwise, if Zhang Jiao had charged in, we would have been finished. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. 100,000 giants of light, dragging a planet across the universe. A large black ball kept chasing after them. Behind them was a giant engulfed in flames, also relentlessly pursuing them. During this time, Big Pineapple obtained its last piece. Liu Daijun's Kingdom of Light project has also been officially launched. The Land of Light project is divided into 2 steps. The first step is to reconstruct the mental network. It's not the simplified version that uses the transformation device we have now. Instead, it's the original, fully fledged version. To achieve this, the first step is to prevent Su Shilun from launching a sneak attack, to prevent being invaded by darkness. Therefore, their network must be built on a body that can never be infected, and that body is themselves, because I am the only person in the entire ultra-civilization who possesses a soul. It is precisely because of one's own soul that one can ensure that one will not be invaded by darkness. It will not be invaded by darkness, at least for the time being. This is the most fundamental point in the establishment of the Land of Light, building a new network of the soul based on one's own soul. However, for the more than 200 million Ultramen who were not affected by the darkness, not to mention the data that the mental network had to process every day. But even if everyone just talks to themselves, they'll go crazy. Moreover, one's own body simply cannot withstand such a massive data surge. Moreover, one's own body must die in order for one's soul to manifest. Therefore, I am doomed to die. Only when I die can everything begin. Following this, Liu Daijun, like Su Shilun at the beginning of the year, abandoned his physical body and appeared in this universe as a soul. The moment he appeared, countless network consciousnesses began to form on his body. At that moment, he uploaded all his memories to the very end of the psychological network as an initial backup. In this way, even if one has truly decayed and been invaded by darkness, one can directly use the original memory backup to overwrite it. This is what is commonly known as restoring factory settings. Because he doesn't know what his future self will be like, but he knows that he loves the Ultraman civilization now. I am now willing to dedicate everything I have to the Ultraman civilization. Only in his current state can he guarantee that he will never do anything to harm the Ultra civilization. Above his soul, beams of spiritual light shone forth, then protected his soul. To prevent his soul from being harmed by the universe, by reversing the operation of the mental space settings established before use, his soul was taken into the mental space. The specific procedure was that I used my own spatial ring to store my belongings. However, what he has is not a spatial ring, but a mental space. At this moment, Liu Daijun exists in the inner world of all Ultramen. As long as the Ultramen are not extinct, Liu Daijun will never perish. At this moment, the new mental network was completed, and the Ultramen returned to the era of barrier-free communication. And this is only the first step. The second step can only be begun after the psychological network has been established. That is to create a kingdom of light, or rather, a divine kingdom on Earth. The Ultramen activated their mental network, computational space, and research space, creating a small space to build a kingdom of light exclusively for them. The study of space has been conducted for a long time. That was in the previous era, when Ultraman V used 8 billion biological computers to try to calculate a passage to Earth. That is, illegal immigration. Ultimately, this led to the destruction of the world. This time, Liu Daijun's approach was to let the mind network devour a space and a planet, just as it devoured his own soul. Then all the Ultramen will be brought to this new planet to live and multiply. Ultimately, Liu Daijun still chose the path of escapism. The three civilizations each had their own approach to dealing with evil gods. Under the leadership of the brain-dead Wang Jianqi, Ashura wants to rebel against the evil god. Even after Big Pineapple returned, he didn't reject the plan, because that's what he had done before. In his mind, Asuras should fight against heaven and earth. They choose to fight to the death. Xu Shilun's choice after transforming into Dark Tiga has always been to try to smuggle himself out. Like the current pineapple, they will smuggle themselves into the next era. Liu Dajun, on the other hand, didn't want to fight with these guys, nor did he want to compete for supremacy. He truly only wanted to lead the Ultraman civilization to continue its development. Lead the Ultra civilization to survive. This was his wish. So he chose to escape and led the Ultraman to hide. Xu Shilun had actually known about this news for a long time. Just as people in his live stream would report to Liu Dajun, people in Liu Dajun's live stream would also report to him. So he knew about this plan. He didn't say anything before, but Xu Shilun would definitely not stop it now. He wanted to wait until Liu Jun had truly established the Kingdom of Light before he could discuss certain matters with him. For example, the plan to smuggle people into the next era. Therefore, Xu Shilun not only won't stop it, but will even help it. Liu Dajun had also considered escaping this universe, but thinking about the tragedy that had occurred when he tried to lead the Ultraman civilization to Earth, he didn't want it to happen again. In fact, he had some concerns when he made this decision. Will doing this lead to the destruction of the world once again? But after discussing it with Ultraman, he still made this choice. Because this was the collective choice of the Ultraman. The mind network cannot take in physical objects, and the only thing that can do this is Liu Dajun's soul. First, let Liu Dajun's soul absorb space and planets, and finally let the mental network absorb Liu Dajun. However, before that, Liu Dajun's soul must also become stronger. Although the Ultra civilization did not have a method for cultivating the soul, they had energy, computing power, and a method for cultivating the soul obtained from Diablo. To prevent Liu Dajun's soul from going astray, his plan to become stronger was carried out within the mental network. The construction of the Plasma Spark Tower energy connection channel went smoothly. They originally thought that Xu Shilun would cause some trouble. Even if they weren't stopped, they would probably be forced to sign some unequal treaties. Even though Liu Dajun had already mentioned this matter in his previous deal with Xu Shilun, and Xu Shilun had said he wouldn't cause trouble, it's hard to say how credible Xu Shilun's words actually are. New energy is constantly flowing into this new mental network. Ultimately, with the help of various Ultramen, it flowed into Liu Dajun's soul. Following the cultivation methods of the Great Pineapple, and the more scientific methods they researched, the essence was continuously infused into Liu Dajun's body. One constraint after another, one bottleneck after another, were rapidly broken through under their operation. 5 minutes later, Liu Dajun stepped into the extraordinary realm. In 10 minutes, he stepped into the first level. 20 minutes, mid-stage of Tier 1. 3 hours, Level 2. At this moment, the person with the fastest cultivation speed in the entire universe has appeared. He is Liu Dajun. In 3 hours, he broke through to the second level. Even Zhang Jiao back then was far inferior to him. Of course, there is another major reason for this, which is that Zhang Jiao did not have many resources at the time. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need 3 hours. The reason Liu Dajun was able to break through so quickly is because he had 200 million people helping him cultivate. At this moment, the 200 million Ultramen are in the mental network, within Liu Dajun's soul, acting as individual cells in his body. It guides the energy to continuously flow into his soul, making his soul constantly stronger. His abilities flowed throughout his soul. causing his soul to continuously grow stronger. Finally, after 10 hours, Liu Dajun broke through to the third level. Next, we will use scientific methods to help Liu Dajun develop a unique ability of his own. Space. Soul space. They wanted to study this thing as soon as they saw the Soul Clan. After all, the Soul race can constantly switch between physical and ethereal forms, which already touches upon space. Later, they also had Big Pineapple help them research the method, which they already knew. If it weren't for Xu Shilun keeping an eye on things, they would have made their move long ago. Meanwhile, Liu Dajun is rapidly growing stronger and developing his soul space. Meanwhile, Xu Shilun was doing something else while controlling Dark Tiga and dragging Planet Ultra all over the universe. Print books. That's right, it's printing books. Although he couldn't be sure whether the planet would still be destroyed after they preemptively destroyed the world and killed all life before the evil god. Or perhaps other changes will occur in this universe. But as expected, nothing was found, and after witnessing the destruction of life, the evil god chose to leave. Or perhaps some great being will appear and recreate a new civilization, in which case the books I print will have a great effect. The supreme and boundless sutra of human relations. The supreme and unsurpassed record of the golden palace of worldly order. The naturally wondrous existence of the pure land. A selection of the wonderful methods of human relationships. The true Lord of the Nine Heavens' mysterious purity and wondrous Dharma. The world of light slays evil souls. The true story of the Asuras of hell. The Ashura King's battle against the Heavenly Emperor's World Destruction Chronicle. The four-armed evil Ashura. Blind, foolish, wrathful Ashura. The great army of evil gods. The kingdom of light. The chronicles of the great kingdom of the evil god's army. Xu Shilun had no other intention in creating these things. It wasn't my intention to ruin other people's reputations. The main reason was that he didn't want to be too lonely in the next era. Because if I really die, I might end up like the original pineapple, not knowing when I'll be able to revive. Even the possibility of recovery is questionable. But with these things are different. As long as someone finds these books, they can translate them. Therefore, someone will surely try to resurrect themselves. At that time, not only will I be resurrected, but I will also gain the faith of others. He didn't know if faith could make him a god, but he wanted to try. That's the purpose of the previous books. The rest of the books are also easy to understand. If one is a good god, then everyone else must be an evil god. Look at that, Ashura. What good thing could it be with a name like that? And what kind of bullshit land of light is this? Putting everything else aside, anything in a novel that's even remotely related to light is bound to be an evil god. Why did you choose to use the word light? Xu Shilun said that he didn't say he was a good god. As time went by, the pineapple that had obtained the last piece finally reunited with another pineapple. At that moment, the two giant pineapples merged. At this moment, the complete giant pineapple has returned once again. The giant pineapple stood in the starry sky, and just by standing there, ripples began to appear in the surrounding space. Terrifying energies continuously surged from his body. The power within the body is constantly changing. Ultimately, it all boiled down to two words. A grievous to soul. Upon seeing those two words, Big Pineapple understood. You must make a choice that forms the basis of your own strength. Then, this power is transformed into the power of rules. At this moment, he not only saw the fourth tier, but also the future. Fourth order, power-based rules. Level 5, prove the Tao through rules, and achieve the universe. At the 6th level, one's own rules permeate the universe. becoming the mainstream of the universe. And then, using the universe as a foundation, one can transcend the universe. This is the mainstream. This is the only truly correct way to escape this universe. Looking at the two characters in front of me, which are filled with the rules of the Great Tao. The big pineapple did not make a choice. He knew that now was not the time to make a breakthrough. Although he had already accumulated enough power, he could break through the fourth-order bottleneck in the next moment, if he wanted to, and transform his own power into rules. Become the true god of rules. Resentment is the source of one's own strength. The soul is the vessel of power. Because he had transformed all his resentment into the power of his soul, he was given two choices. If it were my past self, I probably would only have one choice. However, he did not make a choice. Because he couldn't disrupt the plan, he needed to check on Xu Shilan's situation. As the communication was connected, Xu Shilan's image appeared in front of him. How's the plan going? Liu Dajun has already started the opportunity in the Land of Light, and it is estimated that he will be completed soon. Wang Jianji can hold on for a while, so there is not much of a problem. Once Liu Dajun's Kingdom of Light is completed, you will come with me. Big Pineapple paused for a moment, then asked, You didn't tell Liu Dajun? His personality is indecisive, and talking to him will not only have no effect, but will also arouse his rebellious mentality. Therefore, we must make a choice for him. Big Pineapple fell silent again. You want me to once again join you in storming into the ultra-civilization? No, I should say Liu Dajun's Land of Light, to force him to accept your plan. Xu Shilan chuckled and nodded. Brother Pineapple, you really understand me. No wonder you're the one who fought alongside me into the ultra-civilization twice. Upon hearing this, Big Pineapple felt a mix of emotions. Damn it. What do you mean by with you? Didn't you insist on taking me there? When you told me about this plan before, I thought you had already discussed it with Liu Jun. Now, the only thing left to discuss is myself and Wang Jianzi. The current situation regarding Wang Jianxi is also unclear. So if you agree, then basically everyone else agrees. And now you're telling me that only the two of us know about this plan? And just like before, you have to go to Liu Dojun's territory again and beat him up. I am the king of Ashuras, Diablo. Since I started following you, I haven't done a single thing that I can be proud of. I finally got back to Ashura, and now I have to do this kind of thing again. You fucking... Brother Pineapple, I know what you're thinking, but I've told you before, do you really think you can survive if you use the old methods? Only my method can keep everyone alive. Only my method is the right one. So, we didn't have a choice, didn't we? Seeing that Big Pineapple remained silent, Xu Shilan spoke again. You should know that the truth is often in the hands of a minority. Although they may hate you now, they will definitely be grateful to you later if you do this. Besides, killing them isn't real death, is it? I can't argue with you, but since you've put it that way, let's work together one more time. However, there is still a problem. What to do about Wang Jianxi? He still shows no signs of recovery. Besides, are you sure you can convince him? Xu Shilan shook his head. Why do we need to persuade them? Can't we just beat them into submission? Big Pineapple's eyes narrowed. What do you want to do? You and I will go to the Land of Light. Liu Dajun will break through to the peak of the third tier by relying on computing power and the consciousness of others. I will also break through to the peak of the third tier by relying on the bodies and souls of those Ultramen. Plus you, there are 4 peak third tier cultivators. Is it really that difficult to subdue Wang Jianzi? 4. Where did these 4 come from? Isn't that Zhang Jiao? Xu Shilan's words silenced Big Pineapple once again. That old rascal is too cunning. He even outsmarted Zhang Jiao. After a long silence, Big Pineapple finally spoke. Now you need me to do something. Wait until the Land of Light is completely completed. Wait until the 3 civilizations are closer together, and then we can begin. This time, Xu Shilun didn't hold back, because everything was almost over. He wasn't afraid that people in the live stream would notice. We are not afraid of them informing on us. Even if they do, there won't be enough time. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Liu Dajun appeared once. With the power of the peak of the 3rd rank, he absorbed a planet into his soul. Then he disappeared again and returned to the kingdom of light that he had established. Everything was going smoothly as long as he completed the transformation of the planet inside, and then brought all the other uninfected Ultramen into that planet. After that, all the Ultramen will live peacefully in the Land of Light, and there will never be any more wars. The plan was perfect and went smoothly. Half a month later, Liu Dajun reappeared on planet Ultra, and began to bring the Ultramen into the Land of Light. Xu Shilun just watched quietly, without saying a word. Another half-month passed in the blink of an eye. After the last Ultraman was taken away by Liu Dajun, Xu Shilun and Big Pineapple appeared in front of him. Liu Dajun looked at the 2 people in front of him, his brows furrowing slightly. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. It was as if something was about to happen. Even so, he still asked, Xu Shilun, Big Pineapple, why aren't you 2 helping Wang Jianxi? What are you doing here? Xu Shilun, Wang Jianxi isn't in a hurry. Right now, let's talk about our situation. Liu Dajun, our business? What business is it of ours? According to our previous agreement, when you built the Kingdom of Light, I said I wouldn't stop you, right? Liu Dajun nodded. Yes. I'm glad to see you admit it. After all, it proves that I'm not an untrustworthy person. Upon hearing Xu Shilun's words, Liu Dajun and Deboluo couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. The live stream chat was flooded with question marks. I'm very grateful that you didn't cause any trouble this time, but I'm very busy right now. Can we talk about it another time? Looking at the 2 people in front of him, Liu Dajun felt increasingly uneasy, and all he wanted to do was leave as quickly as possible. Although he could directly enter the Land of Light, he felt that something terrible would happen if he left. He doesn't want to fall out with Xu Shilun right now. If possible, he still hopes to resolve the issue through conversation. Xu Shilun, the Land of Light is all set up. Aren't you going to invite us in for a look? It's better to say everything here. There's no need to go inside. As he said this, Liu Dajun's vigilance reached its peak. It seems you're still wary of me. I was so supportive when you said you wanted to build the Land of Light. You've never lacked energy from the Plasma Spark Tower. I even transferred 2 more people to your team when you were short of energy, and this is how you treat me. It really hurts me. But whatever, since you've already done this, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. But before I tell you about this plan, you need to shut down the live stream. Me too. After a moment of silence, Liu Dajun finally decided to close the live stream. Although Xu Shilun didn't close the live stream when he was talking to Deboluo, it was because he still needed the viewers in the live stream to provide him with information. To prevent a repeat of the previous situation where villages lack internet access, but there's no need for it now, and he won't be starting live streams again. Because everyone we can communicate with is already here. Of course, Wang Jianxi doesn't count. Of the 3 live stream rooms, 2 were shut down, and ultimately it didn't really matter whether someone shut them down or not. After confirming that Liu Dajun had closed the live stream, Xu Shilun finally revealed his plan. When Liu Dajun first heard about the smuggling plan, he was indeed tempted. But upon learning that it would mean the deaths of everyone, he immediately chose to oppose it. But his objections were utterly unconvincing in the face of Big Pineapple. Even though Liu Dajun has now reached the peak of the third tier, surpassing Su Shilin and even having the same level as Daboluo. But the difference between three-tier units is sometimes greater than the difference between a human and a dog. Big Pineapple simply clenched his fist, and Liu Dajun, in his soul form, widened his eyes in disbelief. He didn't even have the ability to fight back against Big Pineapple. I was trying to talk to you nicely, so why did you have to force us to take action? Big Pineapple and I have already agreed to the plan, so what's the use of you disagreeing? Besides, we just came to let you know, not to discuss anything with you. Why are you offering your own opinions? This is really bothering me. Liu Dajun was about to speak when Su Shilin interrupted him, because judging from his lip movements, he knew that the next thing he would say was a phrase from the national quintessence. Now, what you should do is make them upload their consciousness, and then wait to die. Otherwise, when we start fighting later, we won't care whether they've uploaded their consciousness or not. You only have 10 minutes. Boom! No sooner had Su Shilin finished speaking than Liu Dajun suddenly exploded in front of him. Then, ripples appeared in space, drawing the exploding souls into the land of light. Brother Pineapple, he's not very cooperative. What should we do? Big Pineapple's lips twitched. The way you were talking just now, if I wasn't already tied to you, I would have slapped you. Now that Liu Dajun has run away, what do we do next? Su Shilin shook his head. There's no way to escape. The land of light is right there. I said I'd give him 10 minutes, and I mean 10 minutes. Let's charge in after 10 minutes. Brother Pineapple, don't hold back. This time we're going to kill everyone except Liu Dajun. You're not going to go easy on me, are you? At this moment, Big Pineapple really wanted to beat Su Shilin to death. That's absolutely inhuman. I've never done anything good since I've been with this kid. It's either murder or arson. Now, they've upgraded again on the spot, and this time they'll wipe out the entire clan. If he had said he wanted to exterminate other races, I would have let it go. But these are our own people. Although Big Pineapple never considered himself a good person, he showed no mercy when killing ants in order to fight against them. Countless Asuras followed him and died on the battlefield, but the situation is clearly different now. Despite this, he ultimately said nothing. He knew that sacrifice was essential when doing certain things. Moreover, if the plan succeeds, they will all have a chance to come back to life. Although he didn't know if they were the same people they were back then, but it's much better than all of them perishing under the slap of an evil god. After returning to the land of light, Liu Dajun recounted everything, and then everyone began a heated discussion. After a lot of calculations, they arrived at a conclusion. Hiding within the land of light, the probability of the ultra-civilization's demise reaches 99%. Choosing Su Shilin's method results in a 100% mortality rate and a 100% chance of exterminating the entire clan, but the probability of resurrection afterwards reaches 70%. Upon seeing this data, everyone fell silent for a moment. At the same time, a question similar to that of the pineapple also surfaced in their minds. Would they still be themselves after being resurrected from the dead? But if they don't do it this way, do they have any other options? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, and in the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. Following Su Shilin's directions, Big Pineapple unleashed a powerful punch, creating a dark passage. The two went inside. Brother Jun, haven't you made up your mind yet? Su Shilin, what are you doing? It seems you're still undecided. In that case, let me help you. A boom! A terrifying attack suddenly slammed down towards the land of light below. Thousands of giants of light stepped forward, and their energy attacks collided with them and were instantly neutralized. Countless high-energy weapons were aimed at Su Shilun and Pineapple from all sides. Big Pineapple, are you really going to go with that madman Su Shilun? Big Pineapple paused for a moment. This is the only option. There's absolutely no need for that. We must have other ways. Su Shilun shook his head. Stubborn to the end, Pineapple brother, I can't beat them, so I'll leave them to you. Big Pineapple nodded, and with a wave of his hand, his terrifying power caused the entire land of light to shake. The numerous spatial rifts nearly caused the entire land of light to collapse. The giant Pineapple, who has already stepped halfway into the 4th level, can shake the space with every gesture. Countless beams of energy shot towards Diablo, but he suppressed them with one hand. Then, he unleashed a powerful punch, and the next moment, a giant mushroom cloud appeared in the land of light. The power of the giant Pineapple amazed them. Only at this moment did they truly understand just how powerful the first Ashura king was. Seeing this scene, Liu Dajun roared in anger. He was unwilling and resentful. Why is it always me? Why does Big Pineapple always help Su Shilun? Why does his plan fail every time? With a roar, Liu Dajun, a peak 3rd-tier cultivator, stepped into the air. His terrifying power had just gathered when, in the next moment, his body was sent flying backward. He was utterly no match for the giant Pineapple. Su Shilun, I'm going to kill you. Even as he was flying backwards, Liu Dajun didn't forget to roar. The energy in his hands was finally fully condensed at this moment. At the same time, all the high-energy weapons in the land of light locked onto Su Shilun at this moment. Big Pineapple frowned, pulled Su Shilun, and stepped forward to stand in front of Liu Dajun. He slapped Liu Dajun's energy ball away, and then stomped him into the ground. Beams of energy shot continuously toward Big Pineapple Su Shilun. Big Pineapple scattered and dodged, while those who couldn't dodge were all blocked by the transparent protective shield on his body. With a backhand chop, an entire city was instantly annihilated, and countless high-energy weapons shattered. This is why Big Pineapple is targeting cities with relatively small populations. The horrific explosion plunged the newly established Kingdom of Light, which had been built less than a month prior, into turmoil. At this moment, Diablo, the first Ashura king, single-handedly suppressed an entire civilization. In just a few dozen breaths, 30 million of the 200 million Ultramen died. At this moment, Su Shilun shook his head at the Big Pineapple, indicating that these were all materials for his advancement, and he couldn't kill so many now. Moreover, Liu Dajun will still be useful later on. Therefore, the Ultraman cannot die now, at least not so quickly. Seeing Su Shilun's signal, Big Pineapple readily complied and immediately stopped attacking. The next moment, Su Shilun spoke to Liu Dajun, who had stood up again. Brother Jun, I've told you before, whatever you do, you have to follow the crowd, but you just won't listen, and I'm at my wits' end. I'm giving you one more chance. If you're still stubborn, then I really can't help you. To smuggle people across the border, everyone has to die. So whether you agree or not, you'll all die in the end. But I'm giving you this opportunity out of consideration for us being from the same hometown. I hope you won't take it for granted. After Su Shilun finished speaking, Liu Dajun, who had stood up, glanced at the somewhat shattered Kingdom of Light. He mentally calculated the outcome of his fight to the death with Big Pineapple, and finally lowered his head. He failed once again. They failed once again at the hands of Su Shilun and Big Pineapple. And he himself will lead the Ultramen down a path of death once again. But this time is different from before. This time it was their initiative, and they only hope. As Liu Dajun's idea reached the hearts of all citizens of the Ultra Empire, they eventually agreed with Xu Shilun's idea. The attack stopped, but Xu Shilun and Big Pineapple remained standing in mid-air. With a gloomy face, Liu Dajun glanced at the two men and said, "We agree to your plan. Give us half an hour to record the data, and then, their physical bodies you." In the end, Liu Dajun still couldn't bring himself to say those few words. Xu Shilun nodded upon seeing this. "I'm glad to hear you say that. Originally, there wasn't enough time, but since you've asked, let's wait another half hour." In fact, Liu Dajun's plan had already been included in Xu Shilun's calculations. Because Liu Dajun's inner thoughts and the Ultraman's way of thinking had long been understood by him, with his dark mental network, it wouldn't be difficult for him to calculate this step. For the next half hour, the three of them looked at each other without saying a word. 180 million Ultramen have recorded all their memories into the Land of Light. Their final will was infused into Liu Dajun's soul. At this moment, Liu Dajun also reached the third stage of perfection. A rule also appeared before him. Guard! If he incorporates his own ideas, he will become a true level 4 powerhouse. At this moment, although his aura was still not as strong as that of Big Pineapple, he had already left Xu Shilun far behind. At this moment, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Xu Shilun. Just now, this guy killed nearly 30 million Ultramen. He then glanced at the large pineapple next to him, his mind racing with calculations. He was indeed no match for Big Pineapple, but as for Xu Shilun, now that they all know the plan, what does Xu Shilun's life or death have to do with it? He's a menace if he lives. It's better to kill him than to let him live. Moreover, even if he were to be resurrected in the future, it would not benefit me in any way. Killing him now is actually the best option. At this moment, Liu Dajun felt a surge of murderous intent. You want to kill me? Don't forget, this is just an avatar of mine. I am the same as you. As long as the Dark Ultramen are all dead, I will not truly die. Your plan for the Kingdom of Light still draws on my experience. Moreover, why do you think I dared to reveal my plans when I was in a vulnerable position? Because I had anticipated that you would want to kill me. As soon as my will perishes, 8 million Dark Tigas will broadcast this message throughout the universe. Of course, you can also use absurd excuses like praying that the evil god is busy or has gone home for dinner. So, why don't you give it a try? Xu Shilun's words made Liu Dajun's murderous intent pause. This thing is absolutely amazing. The main point is this. If I can't do it, you'll all have to pay with your lives. The plan was my idea, so either you guys cooperate with me obediently, so I can break through, and then we can sneak out together. If you want to know the plan and then not include me, then I'm sorry. If you don't include me, then none of you can play. That's his confidence. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Xu Shilun spoke again. All right, you should be able to break through to the 4th rank at any time now. And their memory data must have been completely recorded by now. Liu Dajun remained silent. Seeing this, Xu Shilun continued, Now that it's done, you can all leave. It's my turn to upgrade next. And what follows isn't very pleasant to look at, and I doubt you'd really like to see it. Big Pineapple turned its head to the side and remained silent. Xu Shilun looked at Liu Dajun. All right, Brother Jun, stop getting angry. Getting angry is bad for your health. You should go out. Liu Dajun snorted coldly. I'll just watch from here. Okay, Pineapple Bro, keep an eye on him and don't let him go crazy. Oh, and Jun Bro, remember not to let your men resist, or I'll be in big trouble. If I accidentally die here, it won't be good if the announcement outside goes off. Brother Jun, Brother Pineapple, don't you think so? Liu Dajun snorted coldly and ultimately said nothing. Over the next half-day, Xu Shilin used the flesh and blood of billions of living beings as a foundation to raise his strength to the peak of the third tier. At this moment, even though Zhang Jiao had completely destroyed all the Dark Ultras, Xu Shilin had already reached the peak of the third tier. It took the blood and flesh of nearly 200 million people to finally raise his strength from the mid-stage of the third tier to the peak of the third tier. But at this moment, he was finally no longer dependent on the consciousness of the Ultraman to survive. Although his strength had also reached the third tier, he was still far inferior to both Da Boluo and Liu Dajun. In fact, he was far inferior. Because the path to the fourth tier has not yet been revealed, and even the peak of the third tier has not yet reached perfection. But he wasn't surprised by any of this, because he had already calculated that if he wanted to reach the fourth rank, he would have to be with Black and White Ultramen and Ashura. Otherwise, we can only wait and see. As for trying to wait it out, he had already given up on that idea after he shut down his live stream last time. At that time, he already knew just how terrible his talent for cultivation really was. On this day, Liu Dajun and the Ultramen all died completely, but at this moment, the evil god I should say the great creator god was still smoking. The next day, they went to Ashura. Now, under Xu Shilin's deliberate control, Ashura is already not far from planet Ultra. With their strengths, they arrived in just one day. Afterwards, following Xu Shilin's instructions, De Boluo copied all of Ashura's memories onto his own soul. To ensure that these memories would not become confused after his death, he erased all memories from his other two arms. Then all of them were used to store Asura's memories. Each particle of his soul is like a giant USB flash drive, capable of storing a vast number of memories. Even so, it was all thanks to Xu Shilin's previous actions. Otherwise, a single blow from 1,000,000 Ashuras would have been quite difficult for him to deliver with just his two arms. Big Pineapple really didn't know whether to thank Xu Shilin or kill him. Anyway, when he learned that Ashura only had 200,000 people left, Diablo's face turned very ugly. Even Xu Shilin felt that Big Pineapple wanted to slap him to death. But in the end, for reasons unknown, he chose to give up. It could be because he suddenly had a change of heart, or it could be because of the 800,000 Dark Tigas in the universe. This book is first published on 101k.com, providing you with a reading experience free of errors and disordered chapters. Xu Shilin wasn't entirely sure what the reason for this was, mainly because he didn't dare to ask. He felt that it was better for people to maintain a certain distance from each other. Therefore, he doesn't intend to ask about this matter. Next, two beings at the peak of the third rank, with 1 foot already in the fourth rank, along with a peak third rank, and a being with 800,000 clones, set off towards Zhang Jiao. Now, their task is to return Wang Jianji. Unfortunately, their plan was good, but the result was somewhat different. For example, Wang Jianji couldn't be woken up, no matter how much they called him. For example, while Wang Jianji was chasing Zhang Jiao, he also kept attacking Xu Shilin. For example, as soon as Big Pineapple appeared, it was once again blasted away by Zhang Jiao. In the end, Xu Shilin and the others revised their plan. Boom! Sumo, who was smoking outside, suddenly froze, shaking off most of the cigarette ash. Then, he suddenly focused his gaze on his inner universe and was completely dumbfounded. The universe is empty. Where are the stars and civilizations now? At this moment, the only living beings in the entire microcosm are a mosquito that had long ago fled to a remote area and a large spider, and his status also began to grow rapidly in that instant. Name: Sumo. Gender: male. Position: 7.0. Current world position: 344. Creation level: 2. Looking at his rank on this brain-dead system, the sense of rejection from this world, and the pull from other worlds, he knew this wasn't fake. This is a direct, damn, pure rank boost. Moreover, it was immediately promoted from a middle-ranking person to a higher-ranking person. While it's true that I want a higher rank, I didn't say I didn't want to improve my strength. Given the vast difference in their current strength and status, they should exist in a higher dimensional universe. As a result, I am still in a low-dimensional world of only 3.4, and my strength has not improved. I will be pulled up by the higher dimensional universe. To put it nicely, it's called ascension. To put it bluntly, it's just that the small world doesn't allow you to exist with such power. Sumo secretly calculated that if he continued to stay in the real world, he would be pulled to a higher dimensional world in no more than 5 hours. In the 7th dimensional world, not to mention the top-tier primordial world, there are already countless great Luo immortals everywhere. With my current 2nd-tier strength, if I were to appear in a place like that, even a fart from someone else could kill me. Strength is mainly divided into dimensions and levels. Compare different dimensions with different dimensions, and compare levels within the same dimension. If you were to actually be transported to the 7th dimension, you wouldn't even know how you died. No, I absolutely cannot go up there. Therefore, you must raise your creator god level to tier 3 in the shortest possible time. In the real world, you can only stay for a maximum of 5 hours. If you stay longer than 5 hours, the world will issue a warning, and then beings from higher dimensions will come down to capture you. In fact, Sumo felt that even if it took 3 hours, let alone 5 hours, the higher-ups might discover it. Given his current situation, his 7th dimensional status is as dazzling as a light bulb in the dark in this 3.14 world. Anyone who glances at the lower dimensional world can see his existence. Therefore, Sumo no longer plans to stay in the real world. He wants to hide in his inner universe. His microcosm is actually similar to the so-called blessed land in the world of cultivation. If you hide inside during a great calamity, you might still die, but the chances of death will definitely be smaller than if you were outside. He can stay outside for a maximum of 5 hours, which is a little over 200 years. But if he stays in his microcosm without showing himself, he could actually stay there for 1,000 years. That is, 1 day in the outside world, but it will only last a day at most. If it exceeds 1 day, the higher-ups will definitely find out. Even if you're hiding in your own little universe, it's the same. He felt that even the 3rd tier wasn't enough to avoid being discovered. He needed to break through to the 4th tier. 4th order control rules. He already possessed the rules of creation, and as long as he met the requirements, he could break through to the 4th tier. Unlike others, who have to find their way step by step, develop rules, and finally break through. Once a microcosm civilization breaks through to the 4th level, it can break through to the 3rd level of a creator god. 2 civilizations in the microcosm broke through the 5th level and could directly reach the 4th level of creator gods. Therefore, this time, I must cultivate 2 5th-order civilizations within 1,000 years. No, 800, no, 600 years. After thinking about all of this, Sumo finally looked at his own inner universe. Now he wanted to see what exactly had caused him to suddenly become so passive. I just went out for a smoke. What exactly happened? It caused the complete annihilation of all civilizations in that short instant. Then, the evil god Sumo suppressed his inner rage and began to replay the scene. He wanted to see exactly what had happened. If he finds out who's behind this, he'll skin them alive. A moment later, the video began to play. Sumo's face grew increasingly dark. My fists clenched so tightly they cracked. If it weren't for the fact that his little universe was still useful, and if he weren't hiding inside it now, he would have wanted to destroy the entire universe. Smuggling. I'll fucking let you smuggle yourself in. You're really good at smuggling yourself in, aren't you? Next time I'll drain all the seawater from your place. Let's see how you manage to smuggle yourself in then. Sumo watched as Big Pineapple and Liu Dejun restrained the enraged Wang Jianxi, and then Xu Shilun killed all the Asuras in front of him. In an instant, Wang Jianxi broke through to the 4th level, and in the instant one's status is elevated, or in the brief time difference of entering one's inner universe. In the blink of an eye, he killed all the Dark Ultramen, absorbed their computing power, and simultaneously broke through to the 4th tier. Then he exposed himself. And Liu Dejun, the Big Pineapple, is with them too. They dragged Wang Jianxi and Zhang Jiao down with them, and they all went bankrupt. 3 Fourth Order beings self-destructed, almost leveling half a galaxy. Sumo almost exploded when he saw this. To increase his strength, his civilization needs to be upgraded to the 4th level, before his creator, God level, can be upgraded to the 3rd level. However, none of the breakthroughs in the special code came from those civilizations. 4 people, all of them are time travelers. Leaving them aside, the strength of those civilizations before their demise was at most at the 3rd tier. Ultraman Tier 3, the only Zhang Jiao of the Soul Clan, Tier 3. The worst Ashura is only at Tier 2. All of that adds up to only 1.1% of my rank. At this moment, Sumo really wanted to collect all of Xu Shilun's fragments, revive him, and then tear him to pieces bit by bit. You think you're so great at coming up with ideas, huh? You think you're so clever at coming up with solutions. You think you're the smartest, huh? Okay, you're smart. Everyone in the world, except you, is an idiot. Since you're so smart, that's perfect. I won't go out now. I'm watching you from the universe. Let's see just how smart you really are. You wanted to be resurrected, didn't you? You wanted to smuggle yourself in, didn't you? Okay, you've successfully smuggled yourself in. And not only that, you've brought others with you. But you think that's the end of it once you've smuggled yourself in? You think you can get away with this just because you successfully smuggled yourself in? Perfect. You've broken through the rules and now you possess them. Then let your great Tao rules serve as this extraordinary path. I wonder, when you are resurrected and find that all your power has disappeared, will you still be this happy? Thinking of this, Sumo waved his hand, and the 5 great Taos of rules reappeared. They are respectively Fury, Soul, Body, Darkness, and Guardian. Then he captured all the surrounding planets and gathered them together into a supercontinent. This continent is more than 30 times larger than the previous planet. Then the 3 suns rotate in a cycle, creating light in the darkness. After that, the continent was reinforced, extraordinary rules were added, and restrictions were imposed. Previously, his civilization was basically built on slash and burn agriculture. After the world is destroyed, the system can directly create a new world with a single click. This time, he's going to do it himself. The mainland has set rules that no one can fly up to the 2nd tier, including the 2nd tier. Tier 3 individuals cannot leave the continent. Tier 4. Those who leave the mainland for more than half a month will die. Only at the 5th level can one truly roam the starry sky. This is a rule that Sumo specifically set up to prevent people in this world from running around aimlessly after breaking through to the next level. Then, the 5 extraordinary rules serve as the foundation and nourishment for the new civilization. Then collect all the fragments of those goods and place them in various places on the continent to create secret realms. The first rule of all secret realms is that the player is not allowed to enter. The second rule is to bring out fragments, but not power. The third rule, indiscriminate attack. After that, the secret realms for creating each fragment were in different places. For example, Wang Jianxi's wrathful realm is bound to be filled with raging flames. Only by defeating all the Asuras who have transformed into rage can you take his fragments. This book is first published on 2 Auth, providing you with a reading experience without errors or disordered chapters. Furthermore, each secret realm is interconnected. Once more than 5 fragments are taken from a secret realm, the difficulty of subsequent dungeons will double. When they reached the last fragment, they would face Wang Jianxi, who was at his peak and had already broken through to the 4th level. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that these secret realms must be cleaned up regularly. If it's not cleaned up, the monsters inside will rush out. For example, the Soul Clan in the Diablo realm. Dark Ultraman Tiga in Xu Shilun's secret realm. Wang Jianxi's copy of Ashura. There's also the robot in the final Liu Daijun instance. The purpose of this is to encourage new civilizations to grow stronger quickly. After all, my time is limited, and I can't keep messing around with them here. If it were before, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but now it's only been a day. This time, however, Xu Shilun outsmarted him. This displeased the Creator God. The Creator God is just happy, so nobody else will have a good time. After finalizing the current map and dungeon planning, he pondered it for a while longer. They even included text. Then, the Queen Ant from the middle stage of the 3rd tier in history was recreated. The cloned Queen Ant cannot be upgraded, and even if it is killed, it will not gain a rank. However, it possesses the original wisdom and abilities of the Queen Ant. Sumo didn't strengthen the mosquitoes. After all, they had been making food for so many eras and should have gotten used to it. He simply moved all the mosquitoes to this continent as well. They captured the Spider Emperor again and gave him a boost, bringing his strength directly to the peak of the 4th tier. He then controlled him to use spider webs to seal off the entire continent. Those who had just broken through to the 4th rank and thought they could go to the universe to see the world were prevented from escaping the continent. The moment they left the universe, they were either swallowed whole by the Spider Emperor. Even if they weren't eaten and managed to escape, they certainly wouldn't dare to venture into space again. Let them know that ascension is a scam. After doing all this, Sumo began to create a new civilization. Then he will begin to accelerate the flow of time and begin to evolve new life. I roughly calculated that it would take about 300 years for new life to evolve, even using a time flow rate of 1 to 10,000 years. If I were to stay inside, I would have to stay there for 300 years. So he decided to go out and spend some time outside. As for why, after the beginning of civilization, we did not use a time flow of 10,000 years, but instead always chose a time flow of 1,000 years, the reason is actually quite simple. Because the microcosm cannot withstand it, nor can the life within it. In short, the optimal time ratio is 1 to 1,000 years. At least that's the case now. 1 minute later, the new life evolved, and Sumo directly re-entered the microcosm. In just a short while, he felt that the repulsion intensify once again. So, until he broke through to the 4th level of the Creator God every day, he didn't go anywhere and stayed in his small universe. New life begins to emerge. I don't know if it's because the great Creator God was watching from the side. It's either because his rank has been raised, or because the map is exceptionally large this time, resulting in an unusually large number of lives being deployed. This more refers to quantity, not variety. Of course, there are actually many kinds. For example, various animals, plants, and other ecosystems were also released in the same batch. However, there is only one species that has reached the standard of intelligence in the universe. But when Sumo saw the race that had appeared this time, he was clearly taken aback. Because this is not a normal flesh and blood life form at all, but a soul form like Zhang Jiao's. Instead, they are a group of silicon-based life forms. Their bodies were made entirely of stone and various minerals. They eat soil. They have a strong sense of group identity and are highly concentrated. Most importantly, they have no emotions. When Sumo saw this thing, he was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, I painstakingly created a world myself, built so many dungeons, and these things are all immune to it. Even if the queen ant is highly prolific and numerous, she will not clash with a group of rocks. Moreover, these stones are fed by soil. The only potential source of conflict is mosquitoes, since they also eat dirt. But even if they were allowed to open up such a vast continent, they might not be able to conquer even a tenth of it in 1,000 years. That's not the hardest part. The hardest part is that these guys have no emotions. Damn it, without emotions, there is no motivation to act. Without emotions, they wouldn't be drawn to those copies. In addition, they will not clash with the queen ant or mosquitoes, and thus will not engage in war. Without war, there would be no desire to become stronger. Moreover, they have an almost endless supply of food. What's the point of all this? Anyone would be forced to give up in this situation. Although this time the number of lives released was the largest, it was also the most damn rare. After all, he had created and destroyed worlds so many times, but this was the first time he had created a life form that was not made of flesh and blood. Moreover, these guys don't even have souls. Some are just a cluster of thoughts, similar to the situation where Su Shilun gave up his soul and only retained a cluster of thoughts. Upon further observation by Sumo, it turned out that these guys had indeed chosen to lie down. Every day, I'll find a spot, flip myself over when I'm hungry, take a couple of bites of the soil, and when I'm full, I'll flip myself over again to sunbathe. With a species like that, let alone 1,000 years, even if you gave them 10,000 or 100,000 years, it would be a problem if they could even make a living. They actually do this. So, what the hell is going on here? With this in mind, Sumo began to examine the simulated creation scenario for the first time. The simulation of creation involves replicating the current map, continuously hatching life forms, and ultimately seeing which life form can survive on the planet. Although only 300 years have passed on his side, in the simulation, 3 million years have actually passed. All kinds of life constantly appear and constantly perish. They either get killed by mosquitoes or fight ants, and end up being eaten by them. Or perhaps monsters appeared in various secret realms, killing all life. The race that came closest to success had already begun to develop intelligence, but in the end, because they got too close to Xu Shilun's secret realm, they were infected by his darkness and turned into madmen. Then a new race emerged. To avoid being infected by various dark emotions, they simply abandoned emotions altogether. To avoid fighting with mosquitoes and ants, their bodies evolved into stone. To avoid food shortages, they chose to eat dirt. And then this thing appeared. After reading this, Sumo fell silent. At this moment, he felt if he wanted to completely destroy this race and then recreate it. But there simply wasn't enough time. Moreover, it will take a day for the civilization to re-evolve. If I had the time, I wouldn't care about a day like this. Looking at the result before him, and then at the stone clan members who lay completely flat, not even bothering to move when ants crawled over them, like real stones, Sumo was really going crazy. Damn it, Xu Shilun, you bastard again! If your darkness hadn't driven that race mad, How could such a thing have even appeared? Now, what am I supposed to do? Are we really going to be captured and sent to a higher dimension? No, absolutely not. I have to come up with a solution myself. Or maybe we should create another time traveler. But the time travelers nowadays already know what kind of world this is. Even if they come over, they will definitely choose to lie down like these guys. How about giving me a reward? But what should we give them? Leading the clan to break through to the 5th rank, and then sending them back. Does anyone believe this? Thinking about this, Sumo fell into deep thought. Given the current credibility of the creator god, or rather, the evil god, does anyone still believe in themselves? Moreover, this civilization is so wonderful that you can just eat dirt and hug it every day without having to work. You can just lie there and have food and drink all day long. This is the dream of countless working people. What to do? Sumo kept thinking about how to inspire this civilization to strive for progress. If we can help them develop rapidly. He didn't care before, but this time he was really in a hurry and in a real rush. If anyone can help him this time, he promises to give them a quick death when the world is destroyed. This is the promise of the creator god, and also the promise of the evil god. Sumo declares that he will keep his word. After the events in the real world, Xu Shilun, Liu Dajun, and others have completely stopped their live streams. This disconnection isn't a black screen, it's a complete disappearance. Just like when Big Pineapple died, at that moment they knew that Xu Shilun and the others were completely dead. At first, some people didn't understand why Xu Shilun and his group were doing this. However, after some insightful analysis, the faces of Zhu Zhiliang, Pang Tong Wenhe, and other prominent figures who had spoken out were extremely grim. They can joke around, watch the live stream, and even offer Xu Shilun advice, but they absolutely cannot allow the fact that Xu Shilun is still alive. No, it should be said that Xu Shilun can live, but if they were to travel to a world where Xu Shilun is still alive, that would be absolutely impossible. Others might not know who Xu Shilun is, but surely they do. Look at those time travelers, those guys from the same era as him, who among them had a good ending. They genuinely didn't know why Xu Shilun and the others had suddenly shut down the live stream. It wasn't until the very end, when then their live stream completely disappeared, that they learned from the people in Wang Jianxi's live stream that this guy had run away with Wang Jianxi, along with Liu Dajun and Dabolo. It's worth noting that while Xu Shilun and Liu Jun had both shut down their live streams, Wang Jianxi, that madman, had never shut them down. It was because he kept streaming until his death that others knew what had really happened inside. Otherwise, they still wouldn't have realized what was going on inside. Why did all these people's live streams suddenly disappear? This is something that only happens when someone dies. Previously, due to lack of experience, they were fooled by Xu Shilun's decision to close the live stream, leading everyone to believe that he was dead. Although the plan was terrible and almost no one believed it, Zhang Jiao later came out and caused a stir in his name, but now they know. Closing the live stream only results in a black screen. Only the disappearance of the live stream signifies the death of Transmigrator. But what's the use of knowing all this in the first place? They didn't know what had happened before, but those people mentioned earlier were all smart. In an instant, they realized that this guy had smuggled himself in. Moreover, it was not a smuggling operation using conventional methods. Although they did say before that they would let Xu Shilun smuggle himself out of the country before starting the Dark Tiga project. But back then, they didn't know that talking too much would lead to time travel. Later, when they learned that talking too much might lead to time travel, they were filled with regret. When he even took a risk and came up with a plan for Xu Shilun, with the aim of winning Big Pineapple's approval. It would be even better if we could get his protection. As for Xu Shilun, anyone who has watched his live stream or even heard about his deeds would never go looking for him if they were a normal person. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that if they really do time travel, then Xu Shilun will have really ruined them. They did say they were smuggling themselves in, but the method they used was the same as Diablo's, and they ended up smuggling themselves in under the influence of the evil god. As it turned out, this guy actually did the work of the evil god, although they did not know the reason for the evil god's destruction of the world, or what he wanted to gain. But he must have something he wanted to gain by doing this. As a result, Xu Shilun did what the evil god did. In other words, they stole the peaches from the evil god. If they really did time travel, they can't even imagine how miserable their future would be. So, Xu Shilun is a real menace. He wreaked havoc on the Soul clan, the other two clans, and spared no one from his contemporaries who had transmigrated. Now look what's happened. He's even ripping off those who came after him. Truly unprecedented and unparalleled, because all the people who came after them were killed by this bastard. If they remember correctly, following the normal trajectory, they would each have 1,000 years. In the real world, that's 24 hours a day. This time, in just 4 hours, all 4 time travelers and 3 civilizations were wiped out. You're really ruthless, Xu Shilun. You're fucking ruthless. Wang Jianzi is out of his mind. Liu Daijun's personality is a mess. But you're a mess from head to toe. You've tamed me everywhere in front of me, behind me, to my left, to my right. They've already decided that if they don't want to travel through time, then so be it. If I really do time travel, I absolutely cannot let this guy be resurrected. Absolutely not. They will carefully piece together the fragments of the pineapple. But what if what we find are fragments of Xu Shilun's? Sorry, they plan to grind it into fine powder, throw some into the toilet, some into the sea, and some into every corner of the universe. Every planet, including the sun, must be placed in its proper position. If there were a black hole, they would not hesitate to throw half of this thing's fragments into it. If you ask why, maybe it's because of love. Because their love for Xu Shilun was too deep. After all, they had been calling him their lord for so long, so they had to spread his dust all over the universe, placing it on every planet and nurturing it like a seed. They simply wanted their lord to bloom like a flower all over the universe, bringing warmth to the world. Yes, that's it. That's right. At this moment, UGMO, little fatty mouse, the painstakingly gliding scorpion, 7-star soul sealing technique, the heartless soulless one, and a group of others who spoke frequently formed separate small group and began to exchange ideas while feeling lost. Always be mindful of whether any accidents might happen to you. Hey guys, what do you guys think? The thoughts? Think my ass. Aren't you supposed to be the Phoenix chick? You're the one who talks the most. Didn't you used to love sucking up to Xu Shilun? Now you know to run away. You Wolong are no better. When you bastard, come out and speak. You bear 70% of the responsibility for Xu Shilun's current state. Damn it. He wouldn't be this kind of person if I didn't come up with the idea. What does this have to do with me? Don't make baseless accusations. Otherwise, I'll post your ID information in the men's restroom. I'm practically time traveling now, and you're still bothered by this? Don't tell me you don't have the ability. Even if you did, I wouldn't be afraid. I have 2 uncles standing right next to me. Let me tell you, in just that short time, I've already locked your IP addresses and obtained all your information based on your accounts. Anyone who makes false accusations will have their videos and browsing history from your phones and computers sent out. The group chat fell silent instantly. All right, everyone. Stop copying. Let's think of a solution. In this situation, we should help each other instead of attacking each other. Next, we need to think about what to do if we time travel. Also, we need to test whether they will actually select people from among us. Actually, I do have a method, but it's not convenient for me to implement right now, and I can't do it either. But you could try it if you were in my shoes. The what method? Tell me about it. He is expected of brother when he always has so many ideas. The worship the gods. Can you give me a more reliable method? What time of day is this? And you're still thinking about praying to gods? Listen to me. We're not worshipping the gods in the temple, but the God who blew up the phone. So far, he has made 2 moves. The first time, he was in a different world, a different dimension, and he blew up everyone's phones. The second time, the evil god tried to escape via livestream, but was captured and brought back by that being. So perhaps we could seek his help. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! You're ruthless. Are you out of your mind? What if this attracts that person? Billions of people worldwide will pay the price for your mistake. I don't understand why someone like you isn't in jail and can still send messages. I think our country's laws are still a bit lenient. You'd better get rid of that dangerous idea now. Or I'll call the police right now. Since things are already like this, why not give it a try? It's just that I didn't watch the first live stream of Big Pineapple, so I don't have that image in my mind. Otherwise, I could just imagine it in my mind. After all, I've heard that this person is a great being who can be revived through memories. Besides, one hand is enough to suppress an evil god. Since things are already like this, why not give it a try, even if it's a desperate measure, when his words echoed in the hearts of everyone in the group, like the whispers of a demon. Although everyone was vehemently opposing Wen at the moment he spoke, and even cursing him as a scoundrel, but only they themselves know exactly what they are thinking. In the short time they were talking, Sumo had been observing the stone golem race in his microcosm for more than half a year. He still held onto a sliver of hope. After all, it is a civilization that has managed to stand out from so many lives, survive to the end, and appear in this world. Sumo didn't believe they didn't have some special abilities. After all, although the environment was a bit harsh this time, the supernatural power was exceptionally abundant. If one has even the slightest connection to one of the major paths, the path to transcendence should be extremely smooth. Even if they don't pursue the extraordinary path, their silicon-based bodies would make developing technology a viable option. And then what happened? These guys, all they do is eat and sleep, sleep and eat. Aside from sleeping and eating, I don't even move an inch every day. These guys don't even go home when it rains. No, they don't even have a home. Moreover, they don't even change locations when they're eating dirt. They kept eating down one spot until they created a huge pit, fell in, and didn't even manage to climb out. Looking at the thing in front of him, Sumo even wondered if these guys really had any intelligence. Are they really an intelligent race? Is there something wrong with this creation process that's causing this? This is clearly a bunch of idiots. Just as he was pondering how to resolve the situation, he suddenly sensed someone calling his name. He wouldn't have been able to do this before. After all, he was just a second-level creator god. But things are different now. Although he was still a second-level creator god, his status had reached the higher dimensions, and at this point he could be considered a true higher dimensional being. Great creator of the world, divine unifier of all things, tester of civilization, ultimate god of the universe, your followers beseech your help. The Sumo? Hearing the words in his ear, Sumo was completely confused. What is this thing? He only hesitated for a moment before realizing what was happening. He has followers now. Can a second-level creator god like me have followers? If it were a typical creator god, it wouldn't be surprising if even a first-level creator god had followers, let alone a second-level one. After all, it's not surprising that some people would have faith in a creator god after creating a world with countless lives and civilizations. But here, every 1,000 years, the world is destroyed, and there is simply no way any life can survive. Even those who survived are now mostly in a state of unconsciousness, so it's even less likely that they would have faith in themselves. After thinking for a moment, Sumo shook his head, but ultimately decided to take a look anyway. The next moment, with a thought, he found himself in someone's sea of consciousness. He had initially thought someone had cast a statue for him, but it turned out to be a summoning from within his consciousness. That's incredibly stingy. Feng Shui wanted to solve the problem. As one of Xu Shilun's top strategists, he had severely criticized when he mentioned the method. But, in turn, he was the first person to try this method. In my mind, the image of the great deity I had seen before kept appearing. The colors on his body became clearer and clearer. He simply stood there, as if he occupied the entire world. He is one, and he is 10,000. He is the beginning of the world, and also its end. As this great being became clearer and clearer in his imagination, Ujiemo felt both incredibly excited and incredibly apprehensive. I had only seen this scene on my phone before, and my phone immediately exploded. If it were your own brain that exploded, he simply couldn't bear to imagine such a scene. However, given the current situation, finding this person seems to be the last resort. After all, he really didn't want to time travel. This is especially true when dealing with old geezers like Xu Shilun. Moreover, he was different from the others, who were all working-class people. They also lead a miserable life in the real world. But he's a rich kid! With the money his parents earned, as long as he didn't gamble it away, he could squander it all in his lifetime. So his daily life consisted of waking up in the huge bed of the garden villa, being carried to the bathroom by a maid to clean him up, and beginning a monotonous day. He used to enjoy watching live streams whenever he had free time. One day, he saw Big Pineapple's live stream and became completely hooked. Looking at the majestic body of this being, he vowed that if this great being could help him this time, he would definitely spend a huge sum of money to build a temple for him. As time goes by, the colors of the majestic presence become even brighter. He prayed incessantly, but to no avail. Just as he began to doubt whether his idea was wrong, he felt a gaze fall upon him. The next moment, his perspective suddenly changed from a first-person view to a third-person view. He saw himself kneeling on the ground amidst a starry sky, and the majestic being before him seemed to move slightly, his gaze falling upon him. The three-dimensional image that was originally in his mind began to change rapidly. He is infinitely large, yet infinitely small. He seems to exist in the past, and he seems to exist in the future. His body kept overlapping, as if he was constantly changing. He is one, and he is 10,000. At that moment, he truly understood the meaning of those words. At the same time, a thought also surfaced in his mind. God has answered me. Sumo quietly looked at the guy in front of him, and instantly, he understood all of the man's memories. In that instant, he realized exactly what this guy wanted to do. Although he knew, he didn't intend to speak or say anything. While pondering the matter at hand, he was also thinking about how to manage this civilization. Should we create a time traveler? Thinking of this, he glanced at the young man in front of him again. I was just wondering whether or not to create a time traveler when you popped up. Are you trying to sow discord in my eyes? But after a moment, Sumo fell silent once again. Time travelers aren't necessarily a bad thing, but what if, after creating them, they end up like that scoundrel Su Shilun, breaking through to the next level while ignoring everyone else? If I am a god, a great creator god, and I have to do everything myself, how low will my status be? If it were an evil god, but this guy is summoning the creator god. Great god, please help us. We have been targeted by evil gods who want to drag us to other worlds and then cruelly torture and kill us. The evil god delights in cultivating civilization and slaughtering life. We beseech, great god, to destroy this evil god. After a brief moment of excitement upon seeing Sumo, Ugmo began to speak frantically. The evil god was portrayed as a wicked demon who rides an old lady across the street, snatches lollipops from children, slaps a person with a blank face, and kicks a person with a limp leg. Sumo remained silent. Sumo remained silent. Sumo made up his mind and decided to let the kid travel through time. Sumo stated that he was not a vengeful person, nor was it because of the bad description he had just given himself. He simply found the kid pleasing to the eye, and he happened to be delivered to his doorstep just when he needed a time traveler. He said he was very pleased. He even had a slight urge to throw this guy in front of Su Shilun, but as a kind and great creator god, he ultimately did not do so. He just listened quietly without saying anything. The insults that followed became increasingly offensive, but Sumo still didn't say anything, only silently making a mental note of this guy. After Ugmo finished speaking, Sumo's figure disappeared completely. As a great creator god, he cannot do something like directly allowing people to travel through time, so he didn't say anything. I was scolded for a full 10 minutes. Just because a creator god can't do something doesn't mean an evil god can't. You wanted to kill the evil god before, right? Well, now the opportunity is right in front of you. The evil god will come for you soon. I hope you're not too surprised. But don't worry. Even though you cursed the evil god doesn't blame you. Not only does he not blame you, he also gives you the opportunity to travel to another world. You should learn to be grateful. Because God so loved the world! Even evil gods are gods! Yes, that's right. That's exactly it. After Sumo left, Ugmo returned to his body. After standing there stunned for a moment, he suddenly slapped himself. A smack. The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the room, and half of his face instantly turned red. Despite the burning pain on his face, he felt no dissatisfaction whatsoever. On the contrary, he was overjoyed and even jumped up in excitement. After all, I really did communicate with God. And it was a success. At that moment, he felt as if his entire body was glowing. At this moment, he even looked down on the billions his parents had built. After all, even a vast empire worth hundreds of billions is nothing but a pile of dung in the face of extraordinary power. He made a decision. He would invest 1 billion to build a temple for that being, and I am the first generation of divine messenger. After all, I am the first person in the world to communicate with that person. Although the other person didn't say anything, he sensed that the other person had already agreed. After all, otherwise why would the other party listen to me for so long? Yes, at that moment, the great creator god agreed and granted him the opportunity to travel through time. Ugmo took out his phone, made a call, and directly allocated 1 billion yuan. The temple construction was to begin today. At this moment, I felt confident that I was in control. At that moment, he felt that no matter who he was transported to, it could never be him. Because I have received the protection of a great being. I am the chosen one of this world. At that time, I will build my own temple, worship the gods, and finally usher in a great era of extraordinary change. The history of this world will be rewritten because of me. Just thinking about it makes his blood boil. He had even imagined standing directly in front of the temple and watching those business tycoons who had once been high and mighty with his parents kneel before it. Sumo left a coordinate in Ugimo's mind. Even after he has withdrawn, he can still receive his thoughts. Sensing his thoughts, Sumo shook his head and then remarked, "Young people really do have a lot of ideas. Since you're so happy, I'll let you be happy for a while longer. I'll let you travel through time in a bit." 20 minutes is roughly equivalent to 10 years in a microcosm. He still planned to observe this new civilization further. Although this civilization does nothing but eat and sleep all day, and is too lazy to even move, but those who can stand out from such a life must have something extraordinary about them. To put it bluntly, the current harsh environment is far worse than any previous era. Life born in such an environment, let alone them, even a mouse, an insect, or even a tree or a flower, possesses extraordinary abilities. This time, the extraordinary power was so abundant that even ordinary life forms without intelligence have been infected. No, it should be said that they have gained extraordinary power. In particular, the extraordinary power beside each fragment of the secret realm is even more concentrated. Every day, countless small animals fight to the death at the entrance of the secret realm for a single spot. It was all for the purpose of devouring a mouthful of extraordinary power and laws within the secret realm. That is to say, the secret realm is too dangerous. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been crouching at the entrance, but would have rushed in directly. Of course, all of this except for the stone golem. The stone people seem to be a race forgotten by this world. They do not fight with any living beings. Other creatures were too lazy to fight them. After all, who would get angry over a rock? No, there are also people, or rather, some people are very angry. Anyway, the more Sumo looked at these stone figures, the angrier he became. Damn it, all you do all day is eat and sleep. What can you guys even do? Do you know that this time, you are the protagonists of this world? So what the hell are you guys doing? Do you know that in my world, every life must have its own role? Sumo decided to give these guys a little more time. On the other side, a stone man was eating when he bit into a stone slab covered with Chinese characters. Not far away, there was a huge black statue made of some unknown material. The stone slab was densely covered with square characters, which the stone man neither recognized nor could understand. But if a modern person came here and saw the writing on this stone slab, they would definitely not be able to sleep. Because this entire article is filled with light-no, it should be said that it's filled with cannibalism. Sumo naturally saw what was happening here as well. Of course, the first thing he saw was Dark Tiga. At this time, Xu was still in a state of confusion and had not yet woken up. His original plan was that he would be able to awaken as long as someone could make contact with Dark Tiga. But Sumo directly restricted him. If I said I would make him lose all his power, then I meant I would make him lose all his power. Although this thing was basically just a grunt at the end of the last era. They can only work as laborers, pulling the planet around, but it's quite strong in the early stages. If Xu had this thing at the start, then apart from that giant spider in the sky, basically no one could be his match. Having been restricted by Sumo, Xu naturally could no longer control this thing, or, to put it another way, Xu power can control Dark Tiga. However, his power was sealed by Sumo in various secret realm instances. All he could bring out were fragments of himself, and those fragments only contained his memories. His power still couldn't be unleashed. However, He could go to the secret realm to cultivate again, but with his talent. After glancing at Dark Tiga, Sumo was then drawn to the stone slab in the rock golem's hand that had been bitten. He glanced at it, and then fell silent. The supreme and boundless sutra of human relations. Those who give birth to light, the world, possess the supreme and highest dharma, immeasurable life. Upon seeing the chaos of a newly born civilization, they bestow upon it a name, soul, enjoy the highest protection of human ethics, gain wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of morality. However, the Soul Clan, ungrateful and presumptuous, dared to alter the appearance of the divine beings, defiling the divine image of the world. The supreme and boundless light has incurred the wrath of the world. The punishment is to have the three yang energies gathered at the top of the head, to burn them under the scorching sun, and to control their bodies as punishment for their crimes. A spirit worships the evil Ashura pineapple as its ancestor, brandishing its horn and roar, and yearns to rebel. The evil Ashura, pineapple, and Shiren were born in the same outer heaven. Yes, that's all true, no problem. He's just a bit shameless. Sumo thought this, but the stone man didn't care about that and swallowed the stone slab in 2 gulps. After finishing eating, it took 2 more bites of soil, and then seemed to sense something. Like a maggot, it crawled forward a few steps, came to one of Dark Tiga's hands, and took a bite. Aklang! Sparks flew, but Dark Tiga, who possessed the strength of a third-tier being, actually had a gap bitten into his hand. Upon seeing this scene, Sumo felt a chill run down his spine. To be able to injure Dark Tiga, his bite force must have reached at least the peak of the 2nd tier, or even the 3rd tier. Sure enough, none of the guys who could survive in this environment were ordinary. However, Sumo still hasn't figured out where the intelligence of this thing lies. If it weren't for the system notification that this was the intelligent race they were dealing with, he would have suspected it was just a stone monster. Just as the stone golem bit into Dark Tiga's finger, a burst of black light erupted from Dark Tiga's body. The sensing unusual external fluctuations, requesting connection with Ultraman Emperor, or requesting a link to Ultraman. The Ultraman Emperor is not responding. Automatic defense mode will be activated. Shortly, automatic defense activated, a pitch-black protective shield completely enveloped Dark Tiga. Just as the stone man was about to speak again, he was blasted more than 1,000 meters away. The stone golem, which had been blasted so far away, didn't even lose a single speck of dust. It just paused for a moment, seemingly a little confused about what had just happened. Then he shakily stood up, looked at his body, touched his head, and lay back down to eat dirt. Sumo's eyes narrowed. He hadn't noticed the stone man lying down before, but when he stood up just now, he could clearly see that it weighed an astonishing 30 tons. Disregarding the 3-meter height when standing upright, the remaining 7 meters would weigh almost 4 tons per meter. Moreover, Sumo discovered that these guys had been eating for so long without excreting anything, and the dirt they had ingested had been accumulating in their bodies. Their bodies never grew larger. In other words, only their mass changed. Then Sumo switched to another stone golem to observe, and after a quick calculation, he determined that this stone golem weighed at least 80 tons. What he was doing at that moment was piling up a bunch of large stones until they formed a stone figure nearly 10 meters tall, and then he stopped. Then he connected one of his large hands to the stone man's head, and 1/10 of his mass was transferred to him, and the stone man, which was made of ordinary stones, became a new life. It was only at this moment that Sumo realized that these stone men actually reproduced in this way. As long as there was soil and stones, they could reproduce indefinitely. Stone is just the most common material. There are also various meteorites, minerals, and so on. Adding these can make future generations stronger. But the stone people are rather lazy. They'll use whatever they can find. Only 3 years had passed in this world at that time. He had previously said that 10 years from now, which is 20 minutes from now, the outside world would bring huge Yemo into the picture. So there's no rush right now. 5 years later, the stone men had all reached a weight of over 80 tons, and then they began to reproduce in large numbers. At this point, the number of stone men had reached 20 million. This is the largest number of lives that Sumo has released since the creation of the world. Sumo hadn't noticed anything before because the observation period was short, but now he had discovered the secret of these stone men. They are indeed wise. Although we have never seen them converse, they have their own way of communicating. They possess a collective consciousness similar to that of the queen ant, and a connection method similar to that of the Ultraman civilization. They can be said to be similar to the Ultraman, but also different, because each of them, who is made of stone, is not particularly intelligent. They are basically no different from ants, but they are also a bit stronger than ants. What's strong is their collective consciousness, which is not as strong as Ultraman's collective will, but it is still stronger than the queen ant's individual will. Their communication method involves centralizing all resources, reserving all computing power, and submitting reports when problems arise. For example, a stone man falls into a river and asks to learn how to swim, but the highest will investigates and finds that none of them need to learn to swim. Why do you need to? Therefore, you don't need to. Then the stone man will indicate that he doesn't need to swim. Or perhaps, they were severely injured by the dark monsters in Xu Shilan's dungeon and requested medical treatment. After further investigation, the results showed that no one else needed it, so you didn't need it either. Then you'll think you don't need it. Sumo couldn't say whether their way of thinking was good or bad, but at least Sumo knew that these guys were indeed intelligent, though he didn't know what use their intelligence was. I have no idea what they're trying to do. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the number of stone men has reached 40 million. It's quite impressive that they've managed to have this many ethnic groups in just 10 years, and this is in such a dangerous world. Ants, mosquitoes, and all sorts of animals with extraordinary strength. There are also super powerful monsters that occasionally escape from the dungeon or attacks by emotional forces. Given this situation, Sumo even felt that, apart from this stone man, any of the previous civilizations would have been wiped out, no matter which one came over. Back then, Ashura almost died from just a mosquito. After that, the ants almost wiped them out several times. Xu Shilan's dark power is also a natural counter to the Ultraman's spirit. The Soul Clan, what a pity. Actually, if the Soul Clan were to come instead, they should be able to survive. But that's all they can do. After all, even the Soul Clan can't withstand all sorts of energy attacks. The Stone Man, living a peaceful life, eats and sleeps all day long, living a more comfortable life than some great creator god. It couldn't be more enjoyable. Finally, after 10 years, Sumo finally understood the purpose of these guys and the ideas behind their collective consciousness. They just want to live. As long as it doesn't affect the reproduction of their tribe or their survival, they are willing to give up everything. Even emotions and intelligence are acceptable. According to their calculations, given the size of this continent and its food resources, even at their current rate of population growth, they might not be able to finish consuming it all in 3,000 years. Moreover, these stone figures can increase their mass by eating soil, and as their mass increases, their strength also continuously improves. If they really ate them for 3,000 years, the mass of each of these stone figures would be at least comparable to that of a neutron star. Moreover, they can not only split, but also merge. After merging, their size remains the same, but their density could probably directly create a black hole. Neutron stars are already considered fourth order, while black holes are definitely fifth order. In other words, black holes cannot leave this universe. Otherwise, it would be wrong to say that they are of the sixth order. For 3,000 years, as long as one eats dirt and does nothing else, one can transform into a black hole, a natural disaster comparable to a fifth-tier powerhouse. Who wouldn't do something like that? Moreover, there is no danger to life. One can keep getting stronger by eating and sleeping every day. After confirming this, Sumo knew what to do. He would absolutely not give these stone that much time. After all, his time is limited now. If it were before, he wouldn't have cared. After all, he lacked everything except time. 3,000 years is nothing more than 3 days. I can afford to wait. Why wouldn't you want to have a fifth-tier civilization with everyone at the fifth tier just by waiting 3 days? Unfortunately, these guys were born at the wrong time, precisely when they were short of time the most. So what's more, you guys are in a difficult situation. Sumo shook his head and began the operation. Since these guys think there's enough food, we can just make sure they don't have enough. For example, the 4 ancient evil gods and the 80 fragmented domains are expanding and growing every day, gradually devouring their food. Then their food supply kept dwindling. Will they start to get anxious? When you get anxious, will you change your approach? After all, this is an existence that has been planned for 3,000 years into the future. It's impossible that there's no way to remedy it at all. Moreover, 10 years have already passed. Hey young man, come here. But wait, doing just this isn't enough, because simply doing this won't force them to such an extreme. What if these things just stubbornly hold on until the very last moment before breaking through? Wouldn't they just explode? Therefore, a second layer of insurance is needed. Increase the amount of food mosquitoes consume tenfold, and their numbers will also increase tenfold. You had plenty of food before, and you didn't bother competing with mosquitoes for it. But what about now? You should know that a mosquito can be 300 meters long, and it has already eaten quite a lot. Now it's increased tenfold, and if the quantity increases tenfold again, it'll be 100-fold increase. I wonder what you'll do then. And the dungeon keeps devouring the land, so what are you going to do? Then there are the time travelers. Having already achieved this, Sumo even felt that he no longer needed the concept of a transmigrator. After all, he felt that his design in this round was already perfect. If the stone golem wants to obtain food, it must either break through to the 4th tier and go to the starry sky to find food. Those are the big planets. However, at the 4th level, one can only leave the mainland for half a month at a time. Moreover, there are peak 4th tier giant spiders in the starry sky. Anyone who goes out will die. If you don't want to face the outside world, then you can only go to the dungeon and fight for territory with those evil gods who smuggled over from the last era. After all, the territory is only expanding, not disappearing. The lands they occupied are still there, only now they are covered by their power. To get inside, you must face the monsters within. Every monster inside is at least tier 3. Even a queen ant that has reached the mid-stage of the 3rd rank would not dare to let ants enter the secret realm. So, that's quite interesting. He had actually wanted to stay there before, but he felt that what this guy was doing was very interesting, so he decided to wait a while. In the real world, 2 minutes ago. UGMO, the eldest son of the Fortune 500 company Qiangsheng Group, suddenly started a live broadcast. The live stream had just started when they immediately spent 5 million to attract viewers. Today, he is going to tell the world that he has made contact with God and will invest 1 billion to build the most magnificent temple for God. He will be the first true messenger of God in this world. It was because Sumo sensed the other party's thoughts that he decided to wait a while. Wouldn't it be interesting if, when this guy announced that he had become a divine messenger and that he would build a temple for himself, the evil god suddenly reached out from the screen and grabbed his soul? You ask the evil god why he did this, and why only take the soul and not the body as well? Of course, it's because the evil god and the creator god have a grudge. So what's wrong with the evil god capturing the creator god's messenger? As for why you only focus on the soul, that's easier to explain now. Of course, it's for the sake of the show's effect. After all, he's created such a stage. If the evil god were to easily capture this person who claims to have communicated with a creator god and is a divine messenger, wouldn't the creator god lose face? At that time, the evil god's hand will reach out from the camera, and then black mist will cover the sky. Just as they were about to catch the kid, a ball of white light emanated from his body and blocked their way. The show was incredibly entertaining. But in the end, the evil god became angry and stretched out another hand, abandoning his grasp on the body and instead absorbing the soul. Doesn't that explain everything? Sumo considered himself a logical genius when it came to his own ideas. Everything they do is so flawless. Even this civilization that only knew how to slack off had been brought to its knees by him, let alone an ordinary person. That would be an easy task. Sumo waited quietly over there. Meanwhile, the live stream for the upcoming episode finally began. Greetings, everyone. I am the sole designated heir of the Fortune 500 company, Qiangsheng Group. You may not be very familiar with me. Let me introduce it in another way so you can understand. You know the Phoenix Chicken Sushu Shilun's live stream, right? That's right, the Phoenix Chick is referring to me. Holy crap, I never imagined I'd be watching a live stream with such a big shot. Holy crap, I even cursed at him in the live stream before. Will I get in trouble? Holy crap, is Feng Shui really that awesome? I was wondering who in the live stream could be so intelligent. Turns out it's the son of the Qiangsheng Group. Now it all makes sense. He's handsome, smart, and rich, a perfect match. GMO nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the comments below, even though some people were still criticizing him. But after he used his superpowers and summoned a wave of online trolls, the comment section instantly became much more interesting. They mostly praised themselves for being handsome and smart. When Diablo first gained his superpowers, he wanted to show off, and this was actually the best outcome he could have gotten. Unfortunately, his attempt to show off failed. Actually, he felt that the main reason was that Diablo didn't use his superpowers. Of course, by then, he had already traveled through time, so superpowers were useless. Thank you all for joining us. The main reason I'm starting this live stream today is to tell you something. I believe everyone knows about the previous incident where leaving too many comments in the live stream about traveling through different worlds could attract the attention of evil gods. As one of the people who spoke the most, I was naturally worried. But after talking with a few other friends, we came up with a solution: to pray to the gods. I don't know how they did it, or whether they got a response, but just 10 minutes ago, I prayed to the gods and received a response. Do not be afraid, everyone. I am not praying to an evil god, but to the one who can suppress evil gods with one hand. That's the guy who blew up everyone's phones back then. Regarding this matter, I promised GMO that if the phone was indeed damaged by God, my Qiangsheng Group would reimburse it within 3 days. Of course, it must be a domestic phone. Qiangsheng Group is amazing. Ye young master you, I love you. And my husband is amazing. The Qiangsheng Group is awesome. Let's support Qiangsheng Group. Why are foreign companies so irresponsible? At first, some people were concerned about his worship of the gods, but after hearing that his mobile phone could be reimbursed, they all went crazy and kept refreshing the screen. Ahem. The reason I dare to take responsibility for the phone is firstly, because my Qiangsheng group is not short of funds, and secondly, because I have gained the approval of that god. That's why I dare to say such a thing. Next, I will announce that the Qiangsheng group will invest 1 billion yuan to build the most magnificent temple in the world for our great god. People all over the world were stunned when they saw the live stream. I'm not sure if what the people from the Qiangsheng group said is true. After all, what he said was indeed a bit outrageous. In other words, by now, even the gods would have intervened several times. If it had been before, he would have dared to say those words, and the mental hospital's van would have been pulling up in front of him the next moment. After all, it was truly outrageous. Previously, they cracked down on supernatural phenomena, but now, who dares to say there are no gods? They're genuinely afraid that a guy covered in black energy will pop out of their phones. If you say he's not a god, then it actually seems like he really is. But if you call him a god, he's not a good god. That is why people are skeptical of what Yu Jai said. Those who believe are already frantically trying to contact Yu GMO, hoping to contribute some funds as well. Those who don't believe simply don't believe. And I will become the first divine messenger. As soon as Yu Jai finished speaking, the clear sky suddenly darkened. Then, a strong wind swept through, scattering trash, leaves, mineral water bottles, and other debris everywhere. While everyone was still in a daze, a large black hand reached out from the camera not far away. At first, it was only the size of a baby's arm, but in just a moment, it expanded to a size of tens of meters. Then, the giant hand covered the sky, and darkness spread across the land. The last rays of sunlight in the sky disappeared under the cover of this arm. Those present were first stunned upon witnessing this scene, and then began to scream wildly. Finally, they wandered around aimlessly, only to find that all the roads around them had been blocked off. Those who witnessed this scene in the live stream were completely dumbfounded. What the hell were you talking about before? Didn't you say you were displaying the one that could suppress evil gods with one hand? Why did this person suddenly appear when you just announced that you had become a divine messenger? You must have worshipped the wrong god. Yu Jai's face was filled with extreme terror, and he screamed wildly. Its body was curled up into a ball, and it kept crawling backward, hoping that the dark hand would not hurt it. Then his idea seemed so ridiculous in the face of the great evil god. The giant hand swept across everything, reaching directly towards him. God of creation, save me! Boom! A beam of light appeared, and the black hand was instantly repelled. The staff, who were previously filled with fear, were stunned once again. Even the viewers in the live stream were stunned once again. They had all assumed this guy was doomed, but who could have imagined that there would be a twist? And this guy really did receive the protection of that god. At this moment, no one doubted whether Yu GMO had said before was true, because the facts are already laid bare before us. At this moment, countless people felt envy. This guy is already so rich. Why does such a good thing have to happen to him? It is estimated that Qiangsheng Group will reach a new level in the future. The son of the powerful group, Yu GMO, will also become one of the most distinguished people in the world. After all, he was the first person to communicate with God. Moreover, they also need to invest 1 billion to build a temple for the god. Many of those high-ranking officials have plenty of money, but what they lack is the courage to communicate with God. Now, this fool has gotten away with it. Who wouldn't be envious? The other guys in the group who had previously said they wanted to worship the gods were now filled with regret. Not only am I not as rich as them, but I also don't dare to compete with them. If I had communicated with God before, I would be the one standing in that position now. So what if I have no money? As long as I have truly communicated with God and am in this position, half of the world's richest people would have to kneel down and fawn over me. As UGMO watched the Black Hand recede, and then glanced at the light emanating from his body, he immediately stood up and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! I knew the Creator God would protect me. However, in front of the live broadcast room, while everyone was still in surprise, but then they saw the black mist that had just been deflected suddenly surge up again. Then, the terrifying black mist once again reached out towards the direction of UGMO. Two large, jet black hands emerged from the black mist, and the light emanating from Mo's body erupted once more. His laughter suddenly stopped. All the people saw was a semi-transparent phantom, just like UGMO, being grabbed out of the black hand. UGMO, who had been standing upright, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Then, a terrifying white light suddenly erupted from his body, repelling the black mist. At the same time, the black hand disappeared, along with the soul of UGMO. The entire internet fell silent instantly. Updates take time and an effort, so please remember to share 101canchu.com. Watching the live stream, as darkness disappeared and light gradually faded, UGMO. At this moment, the entire internet was eerily silent. It was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. The sound of UGMO's laughter still lingered in my ears. It seemed that one could still faintly hear the mockery of that evil god. I may not be able to defeat that being, but that doesn't mean you can be arrogant in front of me. Although I can't beat him, I can still easily handle you. You think you can be so arrogant in front of me? Xu Shilun collapsed, and the live broadcast room changed at that moment. It turned into the same crossover live stream as before. On a vast plain with 3 suns, a 9-meter-tall stone man watched the barrage of comments drift past his eyes and suddenly stood up. What are you trying to explain? The brother Phoenix. This is time travel. Holy crap, I was dragged down by the evil god. The evil god himself took matters into his own hands to snatch people away. I must say, this is truly the style of my brother, Phoenix Chick. That's incredible. Incredibly powerful. No wonder he's called Brother Phoenix Chick. He actually dared to directly confront the evil god in the face. Absolutely incredible. Whose general is this? He's so brave. I thought Lu Bu was invincible, but I never imagined there was someone even more valiant than him. You're a rich kid. Why didn't you just stay home and sponge off your parents? Why did you have to become some kind of divine messenger? Now look what happened. You've transmigrated. Are you satisfied now? I know the answer to this question. They're rich kids, after all. They've already enjoyed a life we could never experience in our entire lives, so it's perfectly normal for them to want some excitement. Now that you mention it, I even suspect that the time travel was all part of his plan. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person dare to mock an evil god? Wouldn't that be asking for a quick death? Damn, now that you mention it, I'm starting to suspect it's true. Brother Fengshu, you've successfully transmigrated. Money in the real world is useless to you now. Why don't you help out us poor folks? We can offer you advice during the live stream. Yeah, bro, you time traveled. Can I inherit your estate? The brother, even though you transmigrated, I'm still your half-brother. Could you let me inherit the Qiangsheng group? The stone man's expression was unusually blank. He kept staring at the barrage of comments in front of him. Even so, he still refused to believe that he had traveled through time. But after looking at the comments, the surrounding environment, and his own body, the giant stone man, who was nearly 10 meters tall, suddenly sat down on the ground. With a loud bang, he smashed a large crater in the ground. I really have traveled through time. At that moment, his mind went blank. I don't want to believe the reality before my eyes. I thought I was still dreaming. After all, he was someone who had received the protection of the Creator God. Even if someone did time travel, it couldn't be yourself. Why did I have to time travel? He absolutely refused to believe this outcome. Just as his mind was still blank, the sky suddenly darkened, and then a white light shone through. A large hand reached out and grabbed the darkness. Then, accompanied by a scream, the darkness completely disappeared. Uguemo stared blankly at the sky, still not having come to his senses. The viewers were absolutely blown away by what they saw in the live stream. Holy crap, what did I just see? Did you hear the screams? I heard you. What do you think that could be? Wow. Those two are fighting. The evil god was grabbed by that one hand, like an eagle catching a chickno. It should be said like the evil god grabbing. Uguemo. Holy crap. That guy actually stood up for the unresolved issue. Nonsense. Uguemo may not be a real divine messenger, but the divine light that just burst from his body at least proves that he really did contact that one. At least he was truly protected by God. If it weren't for God's protection, I suspect the evil god wouldn't have just grabbed him and transported him to another world, but would have crushed him to death. Yes, regardless of how Uguemo communicated with that one, at the very least, he has been labeled as the Creator God. As a result, this evil god actually dared to attack him. Isn't this like provoking the Supreme Being? Now they've been taught a lesson by that person. What I'm saying is, don't you guys find it a bit strange? If the god who seeks to dispel the unworship is really that powerful, how could this evil dare to attack him? Yes, I've been wondering about that too. If it were truly a case of overwhelming power, that evil god should have been killed many times over by now. Why is he still alive? I have an idea that the evil god might not be as weak as we imagine. Just like Su Shilun was able to create so many dark clones, it would be normal for the evil god to create some clones if he wanted to. Furthermore, I suspect that he is actually on the same level as this Creator God, except that the Creator God is the true form, while the evil god only appears as avatars, which is why he is no match for the Creator God. And no, the Creator God should be more powerful, otherwise the evil god wouldn't have been able to kill so many of his clones without daring to fight him. Therefore, the outcome should be that the Creator God cannot kill the opponent, but the evil god also cannot do anything to the Creator God, and can only annoy him. Damn, that makes sense. Now that you put it that way, I think I understand. No matter what the Creator God creates, the evil god will always try to destroy it. It's like Uguemo claiming to be the Creator God's messenger, so it's perfectly normal for the evil god to come and try to kill him. When two tigers fight, one will surely be injured. If you lack education, read more books. This is like the saying, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. That I never expected that the desire to resolve this would lead to such a fierce battle between these two beings. Given this situation, even if it meant his death, it would be worth it for me. Atatam, you'd be willing to let him die. I know how to do this. If I could marry Liu Yifei, I'd be willing to become the richest person in the world, right? Solving problems by following the formula is so easy. Abdul. All of this was, of course, the work of our great Creator God, Sumo. As the saying goes, if you're going to put on a show, you should go all the way. If this evil god captures the Creator God's subordinates, and the Creator God does nothing about it, wouldn't the Creator God lose face? After doing all this, Sumo glanced at Uguemo, finding him still in a daze, ignored him. After all, they just experienced something like time travel, so it's understandable that they need some time to adjust. Fortunately, he transmigrated into the Stone Man's world. If he had been in Diablo's world, he would probably have been eaten alive by mosquitoes in the short time he was spacing out. At this moment, the small group chat that Little Fat Mouse and others had created earlier was also deathly silent. This is especially true for some people who were previously consumed by jealousy and desire for revenge. Those who appear here are mostly intelligent people. He hadn't figured it out before because he was blinded by desire to resolve his family situation and the fact that he had gained God's approval. After all, being the sole heir to a Fortune 500 company and being recognized by God are both astonishing achievements. Moreover, they are all concentrated together. When he was even considering whether to cultivate a relationship with UGMO so that he could also get a position in the temple or his group. Although he did say that before because he had the idea of using them to conduct experiments. If you fail or something goes wrong, it's not your fault. But if it succeeds, I will definitely deserve some credit. What happened next made everyone in the group wary of this guy is absolutely inhuman. It might offend the natural order, but not the literary order. UGMO ignored the barrage of comments that kept flashing before his eyes, remaining motionless and lying on the spot. He looked up at the sky, his face filled with utter despair. The sky went from bright to dark, and it took a while before UGMO finally came to his senses. Brother, you're finally awake. Now that you've transmigrated, you have to accept reality. The most important thing you need to do right now is find Big Pineapple and grind Su Shilun's fragments into powder. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll grab you and refine you instantly. Whether it's Daboluo Liu Jun or Wang Jianxi, it doesn't matter, just don't trust Su Shilun. Otherwise, you'll be sold out and still have to count the money for him. Bob, young man, get moving, or it'll be too late. The young master since you've transmigrated, could you perhaps leave me your inheritance? Yes, while you can still speak, why don't you make a will? By the way, would our country recognize a will made like this? This is indeed a problem. After all, the person has been transported to another world and is no longer even a person. UGMO remained silent, and during this time of silence, he suddenly felt a little hungry. Subconsciously, it looked around, trying to find food. Not far away, a tiger over 2 meters long looked like a kitten in front of him, who was over 9 meters tall. He stood up without a word, and the sound of him standing up was deafening. The tiger immediately became alert and glanced in this direction, but after discovering that it was a stone man, it lowered its head again. It recognized the thing in front of it. It was just a rock and posed no danger whatsoever. Even if you stepped on his brain and pooped, this thing wouldn't even flinch. Just as the tiger was still using its few remaining brain cells to think, UGMO had already walked towards it. This kitten is quite cute. Screw you. You're brainless and can't even make a comparison. This is clearly a tiger. Why is your tiger so small? Can't you even compare? This thing doesn't look that big, but you don't even compare it to how tall Brother Fengshu is. Compared to the flowers, grass, and trees on the ground, Brother Fengshu is at least 10 meters tall. Holy crap, it's huge. And Phoenix Chick has a stone body. You have to admit, this race is quite powerful. Tell you, for silicon-based life forms, 10 meters isn't actually that large. Based on our speculation, if silicon-based life forms exist in the universe, they would have to be at least 30 meters tall, roughly the size of Optimus Prime. Could it be that this figure is still small and will grow bigger as it gets older? I don't quite understand yet, but why isn't young Master Yu saying anything? He's probably become withdrawn. I had my doubts. After all, 1 second he was the powerful heir to a prestigious conglomerate, and he even had the approval of the gods. The next second he was transported to another world. Such a contrast is unbearable for anyone. Do you think it's possible that this stone figure can't speak? The live stream went silent immediately after those words were spoken. They hadn't really thought about that. After all, regardless of which civilization or which time traveler it was, the first thing they did after traveling there was to communicate with everyone. Speaking seems to be an instinct. They were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of this stone man. This, Brother Fengshu, you can't really not speak, can you? Holy crap, this is too tragic. Transmigrating is bad enough, but to transmigrate into the body of a mute stone man, no way. Young master you, how can you pass on the company to me if you can't even speak properly? Why don't you write it down by hand? Yes, young master you, please handwrite me an inheritance decree. Get lost. Qiangsheng Group belongs to me. The damn, let's fight one-on-one if you dare. 101gan.com is a website with all content typed by hand and is error-free. Each step taken by Yu Jai was accompanied by a loud bang, and a large crater would appear beneath his feet. Despite being extremely careful with each step he took, he still couldn't avoid it. After all, his weight is what it is. The soil on the ground was simply unable to support his terrifying weight. It's like a person stepping into a paddy field. With each step, their legs sink deep into the mud, and this is something that cannot be avoided. The tiger looked up at the stone man with a strange expression. Although it didn't understand what the stone man was going to do, it still began to be wary. It wasn't afraid that the stone golem would attack it. He was afraid that the stone man would fall and crush him. After all, given the weight of the stone golem, it would turn into mincemeat on the spot if it were to fall on him. Although stone golems eat dirt, they don't actively attack other creatures. But with their sheer numbers, the number of animals killed every day by them, whether from being crushed by them, trampled by them while walking, or even falling into the pits they've created, is not small. They are like elephants in nature, huge in size and without natural enemies. What is Brother Fengshu trying to do? Idiot, can't you see? He wants to catch that tiger for dinner. I do stone men need to eat too. If stone men needed to eat, what would they eat? Ah yes, I'd like to know the answer to that too. What I'm saying is, don't you guys find it strange? Every step Brother Fengshu takes, the ground shakes like an earthquake, and that tiger doesn't even move away, it just stares at him. If they eat these things, it shouldn't be like this. Yes, something is definitely wrong. Could it be that this tiger was raised by this stone man? Oh, that's possible. Otherwise, why wouldn't the tiger be afraid of him? UGMO was initially pleased to see that the tiger hadn't run away, and he even planned to slap it to death. But after seeing this comment, he hesitated. This tiger isn't afraid of me. Could it really be raised by this stone man? Isn't it too cruel to kill your own pet for a meal? But I'm so hungry. He tried to speak, but only the clattering sound of stones colliding came out. I'd like to ask the people in the live stream, what should I do now? He couldn't even speak. Among all these transmigrators, he was the most pathetic. Thinking about this, he almost broke down again. Why did Brother Mo stop moving? I feel like he has something to say. He really can't speak. Hey, executives of Qiangsheng Group, listen up. UGMO just gave me a look and said he's going to give Qiangsheng Group to me. You're talking nonsense. It's clearly a gift for me. Damn it, it was definitely me. Stop arguing. It's for me. Seeing that these people, after realizing he couldn't speak, not only didn't try to help him, but also made sarcastic remarks, he was almost furious. In the end, he didn't kill the tiger. He felt that this must be his pet. Otherwise, why wouldn't it be afraid of him? It's just a pity that I'm still hungry and don't know where to get some food for Mimi. Having grown up in luxury, he had never experienced hunger before. Today was the first time in his life, and the feeling was truly unbearable. He gently extended a huge stone hand towards the tiger. The tiger was stunned for a moment, not understanding what the stone man was going to do. Although he was puzzled by the stone man's actions, he was prepared to run away at any time. But the hand stopped just a little in front of him, showing no intention of attacking him, nor any sign of letting go. The tiger was puzzled, then thought that the stone man was probably going to sleep again, just like before. After all, stone men sleep in all sorts of strange positions, so it's normal for them to be a little odd. After thinking for a moment, the tiger lowered its head, but in the next instant, a large hand grabbed the back of its neck. It struggled frantically, but to no avail. His sharp teeth and claws did not cause the stone man any harm, but the stone man didn't seem to harm him. He just put him in front of him, looked at him for a moment, then stretched out his other stone hand, gently touched the hair on his back, and then put him down again. The tiger ran more than 30 meters away the moment it landed. Then he roared at UGMO. After calling out twice and finding that UGMO didn't respond, the tiger thought for a moment and realized that the stone man hadn't heard it, so it lay down again. At this point, UGMO was also completely confused. So, was this tiger his pet or not? He had been thinking he had hurt the tiger because it was struggling, so he carefully checked it to make sure he wasn't injured before putting it down. Finally, after watching the tiger run away, UGMO stopped paying attention to him. It was already late at night, and he was both hungry and sleepy. But without food and without the ability to survive in the wild, he really had no way out. Although the people in the live stream taught him how to hunt, the stone golem's bulky size meant he couldn't move fast. Not only does it move slowly, but each step it takes also produces a tremendous sound. Under these circumstances, it was impossible for him to successfully hunt. If we're talking about success, perhaps that was the most successful one yet. But he released the tiger. At this moment, he even suspected that he would be the first transmigrator to starve to death. He wanted to find some of his own kind, that is, his own people. Based on the experiences of previous time travelers, each time traveler will inevitably have a race similar to themselves. But because it was so late, he didn't know where to look. In the end, he listened to the advice of the viewers in the live broadcast room and decided to take a nap first. After all, the people in the live stream said that you won't be hungry if you fall asleep. Although he knew whether this method was reliable or not, he ultimately decided to do it because he had no other choice. Within his inner universe, Sumo watched UGMO's actions and shook his head slightly. In the end, he was still a time traveler. He was indeed different from the other stone men. He cannot access the collective will of the stone men, and he still retains his own emotions. However, having emotions is not a good thing in such a world, especially since your fellow villagers are not easy to deal with, particularly your lord. I wonder what you will do next. After saying that, Sumo stopped paying attention to this side and looked at the other stone men. He has already set up the stage. All that's missing is the stone golem performance. The stone golems seemed to have realized that the secret realm was expanding and shrinking their living space. Moreover, there are more mosquitoes, and they eat more. But since they still have plenty of food, they intend to proceed according to their original plan. They just spent more time eating dirt and less time resting. Mosquitoes are frantically eating dirt, and so are they. The current situation is that even the edges are eating dirt like crazy. After an unknown amount of time, UGMO fell asleep. In the darkness, a huge creature slowly approached from afar. The viewers in the live stream were frantically sending comments when they saw this, and then they started trying to figure out what was going on. The ground tremors grew stronger. Finally, Yuji, who hadn't been sleeping very soundly to begin with, woke up. When he woke up, he saw a huge, jet-black monster pass by him. The tiger from before had long since disappeared to who knows where. The giant monster, which was over 200 meters long, ignored the stone man who had suddenly stood up and continued to move forward, even trying to step over him. At this moment, UGMO and the people in the live broadcast room finally realized that it was actually an ant, ants that went extinct during the Diablo era. They hadn't even appeared in the last era, but now they've reappeared on this land. Upon seeing the giant ant, UGMO, whether out of a momentary lapse of judgment or she was terrified, raised her hand and struck at it, as UGMO unconsciously threw a punch. The ant may appear large, but it actually weighs less than him. The difference in mass between a 300-meter-tall man and a man less than 10 meters tall, despite having the same weight, is obvious. In other words, the stone golem dislikes fighting and disdains fighting. Otherwise, if a real war broke out, even based solely on strength, they would dominate this world. After all, they have the same weight, but their body sizes are so different. For example, someone who is 10 meters tall can weigh 100 tons, so each meter of it weighs 10 tons. And this doesn't even include smaller areas like the feet and head. In other words, even a simple gesture like raising his hand requires a force of 5 or 6 tons. With just a little effort, you can unleash the so-called on-arm swings 100,000 jin. Oops, 100,000 tons of force. With a loud crack, the giant ant's shell shattered instantly, just like an egg. Although his body wasn't sent flying, just that one punch was enough to shatter a large portion of his outer shell. The ant meat inside, which resembled shrimp meat, instantly turned into a paste and flowed out from the broken shell. The viewers in the live stream were completely stunned by what they saw. These are the ants that fought against the big pineapple their whole lives. As a result, he was killed by UGMO. He was killed with just one punch. Although the ant was still dead, it had already lost its fighting ability. The ant's enormous size continued to writhe, and after a moment, it became completely still. Not to mention the viewers in the live stream, even UGMO, who had just killed an ant with a single punch, was in a daze. Wow, I'm that strong! Is this the legendary One Punch Man? Could this be the cheat code he received because of his status as a divine messenger? At this moment, not only did he think this way, but everyone on the internet thought the same way. They were gloating before, saying that rich people deserved to time travel, but now they're feeling envious. Why are some people so lucky? Why should someone with such a good family background receive God's protection? Why not just obediently transmigrate to another world, get killed by monsters, or be slapped to death by Sushilan? Why give him such great strength? You should know that all the time travelers they had seen before were basically penniless when they first arrived. Let alone dealing with a giant like an ant, any natural disaster could lead to the risk of extinction. Don't be fooled by how easily Ultraman civilization handled the solar storm last time. That was entirely because Liu Dojun was a veteran player on his second playthrough. If it were the first era, let alone solar storms, they would have spent 700 years preparing for just a great flood. Back then, when Big Pineapple faced the ants, if he hadn't been decisive enough, with a do-or-die determination, leading a group of people to storm the Anthill, the Ashura clan might have truly been wiped out. What happened to this thing? Holy crap! I just time traveled. It hasn't even been a day yet, and I've spent most of the time just spacing out. It killed an ant single-handedly right from the start. Look at the size of an ant, and then look at yourself. If it weren't open, They wouldn't believe it even if you beat them to death. If it were someone else, they might have wondered if it was due to racial talent. But even if he doesn't open it, someone will definitely say he does. A billionaire here converses with a god, is chosen by the god, faces an attack from an evil god, is protected by the creator god, travels to another world, and kills the overlord of the previous era. With a single punch. You tell me, if any of these things happened individually, we might consider it a coincidence, but for them all to happen to one person, isn't that just too much of a coincidence? Given the current situation, let alone others, the doubts remain unresolved. Even he himself doubted that he had opened a shop. After all, given the situation, there's no other explanation besides cheating. At this moment, he even began to wonder if he was some kind of powerful figure who had been reincarnated and cultivated again in his previous life, so everyone else gave him face. If that's the case, then the evil god has even more reasons to attack him. After all, if there was a grudge in the past life, and this happened again in this life, he felt that the reason the evil god didn't kill him was because he was strong enough in the past life. Otherwise, this simply doesn't make sense. After a brief silence, a torrent of comments suddenly erupted in the live stream. Oh, holy crap, bro. You're really not going to act anymore. Yeah, at least everyone else who opens a business puts on an act, but you don't even bother to. Get it, brother. Did you recharge before you transmigrated? How much did you recharge? Could you tell me where the recharge portal is? I've been posting a lot lately, and I'd like to recharge a bit too. What nonsense. Brother Mo is clearly no ordinary person. He's not only a divine messenger, but also blessed by the heavens. He's obviously a person of great fortune. Could he be the reincarnation of a legendary powerful figure? Big brother, please tell me quickly, how do I drive it? I want to drive it to another world and have some fun. Alright, brother Mo, stop acting. Show us what you've got. We all guessed it. You're a divine messenger, right? A VIP, right? We get it. A DVIP. Holy crap, no way. You're not saying he spent $1 billion to build the temple just to pay for it, are you? Damn. No wonder Big Pineapple and the others are in such a sorry state. They didn't recharge their accounts. I know, even with this kind of charging method, Big Pineapple and the others would have to be able to afford it. Yuju Yemo did not respond to the discussion in the comments section about whether he had actually opened the app or not. After all, he began to doubt the veracity of their seemingly detailed account. Is it because he is the reincarnation of a powerful figure who has been reborn, or because he received preferential treatment for investing 1 billion yuan to build the Temple of Creation? Anyway, he didn't know and didn't answer. Even if he wanted to answer, he couldn't speak, because the stone man's voice simply didn't support him doing such a thing. After killing the ants, UGMO went to the ants' corpses and felt his stomach growling with hunger. After hesitating for a moment, he plucked an ant leg, put it in his mouth, and took a bite. He didn't smell any blood, nor could he taste anything. I just find this thing disgusting. Otherwise, I don't feel anything. That makes sense, though. After all, he's the young master of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, raised in luxury since childhood. The fact that he could eat this raw shows just how determined he was. After eating a leg, UGMO finally stopped feeling so hungry. He just didn't know why he felt a little uncomfortable after eating this. It seems like it can't be digested. However, this was the first time he had eaten anything since he transmigrated, and also the first time he had eaten ant meat. He didn't know if this situation was normal. The tiger, which had been scared away by the ants, came back after smelling the blood. A stone man was seen eating ants, and he had a puzzled look on his face. It approached cautiously, and the stone man did not harm it, nor did it seem to have any ill intentions towards it. Instead, it beckoned to itself, but the tiger wasn't there. What did that mean? Then he saw the stone throw something huge in their direction. Without the slightest hesitation, the tiger immediately ran away. It returned a moment later, and upon seeing that it was actually an ant's leg, it carefully went up, bit it, and then ran away. To resolve his doubts, he reached out and scratched his stone head. The viewers in the live stream seemed to sense his confusion and immediately sent comments. Brother Mo, this thing doesn't seem to be your pet. Yeah, it looks like it's wild. But it doesn't matter. Whether it's wild or not, it's no threat to you. Because you're made of stone, it can't bite you. Even if it really wanted to hurt you, you could kill it with a single slap. It's okay to keep them, but you have to be careful not to scare them. Cats are very sensitive creatures. After seeing this comment, UGMO nodded, then continued gnawing on an ant leg before lying back down on the ground. This time he was really sleepy. At that moment, he truly fell asleep. And I feel incredibly safe, even more so than if I were at home, because he felt that he was invincible at that moment. Having received the blessings of the Creator God, he believed that, apart from evil gods, perhaps no one in the world could rival him. Of course, there is one premise. That is, the other transmigrators are excluded. The next day at noon, Yujai finally woke up. The tiger, who was eating ants, was startled by this sight and was about to run away, but then stopped. It simply hunched over, adopting a posture as if it were about to run away at any moment. UGMO looked at the tiger, and the tiger looked back at UGMO. The stone man and the tiger stared at each other like that. A moment later, UGMO cautiously reached out, grabbed a piece of ant meat, and threw it towards the tiger. The tiger hesitated for a moment, then finally lowered its head and began to eat. To understand the situation, I slowly reached out and touched the cat's body. The tiger paused, but did not resist. It simply slowed down its eating. After gently stroking the cat and tossing it a large piece of fine ant meat, UGMO began to eat. Although he still felt something was wrong after eating, he thought it was because he hadn't cooked it properly. But because the conditions were poor and I had just transmigrated, I hadn't thought about it that much. Although we have the time now, we are not ready to create flames yet. He planned to find his people and see how they lived. If possible, he plans to learn from the way Big Pineapple was chosen as the wise man and then became the chief of the tribe after lighting a fire. Then he carried away the enormous carcass of an ant. The tiger behind him initially didn't want to follow, but every time UGMO walked a certain distance, he would drop a piece of meat, and the tiger gradually caught up. Other animals in the distance were bewildered by the combination of a stone, a tiger, and the corpse of an ant, not knowing what was going on. At first, I didn't understand why those animals were looking at me with strange eyes. Shouldn't they be afraid of themselves? Why is he making that expression? But after walking for a while, when UGMO saw his first member of his tribe, he fell silent. In a huge, deep pit, a stone figure looked up at UGMO with a faint hint of doubt in its eyes. UGMO also looked at the stone man lying sprawled in the pit. The stone figure would occasionally glance up at him, then turn back to eat a mouthful of dirt, before turning back to look at him again. The stone man couldn't understand why the guy on land was carrying a living, breathing human being around everywhere. I don't understand why this stone man doesn't eat, sleep, and reproduce in his own territory, but instead comes to my territory. I don't understand why this stone man is impossible to communicate with, so he could only look at the other person with such a questioning gaze. Boom! The enormous ant carcass was thrown on the ground by UGMO, stirring up a cloud of dust. After being startled, the tiger rushed over to the ant carcass and continued to gnaw on it. But the ant's shell was too hard for it to bite open, so it could only look at the stone man. UGMO didn't even look at the tiger. He just silently glanced at the mud at his feet, then at his kin in the pit, and then silently picked up a handful of dirt and took a small bite. I didn't feel anything. It was just like eating white rice, but the indigestion I felt after eating meat and blood didn't reappear. At that moment, he understood. The people in the live stream understood. Then, a burst of thunderous laughter erupted. Ah ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. But I can't take it anymore. I really can't. Ha ha ha. Now come quick, everyone. The heir to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate is eating dirt in another world. Oh, I never expected this race to eat dirt. But seriously, I'm broke. Thinking about it, it doesn't really make sense. After all, Moji is a stone man. Stone men don't eat dirt or minerals, so how could they possibly eat meat? I remember the fastest online novel website, 22,000.com. Damn, we were prejudiced from the start. And we really were. Hey, brother Mo, give me 10 million, and I promise you won't tell anyone that you're eating dirt. I want one too. I want one too. After taking a bite of dirt, UGMO fell silent, or rather, he remained silent because he was completely unable to speak. Just then, the tiger came to his side, glanced at him, and then went to the ant, indicating that it couldn't crack the shell. UGMO silently cracked a part of the ant's shell, then sat down beside it. They dug into the soil with their hands while eating. Only when the tiger saw that UGMO had started eating dirt again did it finally realize that the stone man had become normal again. After eating his fill, UGMO carried the ant corpses back on his back and began to wander around, eating wherever he went. After all, his food was right under his feet. There was food everywhere. After the tiger ate ant meat with him for a month, it finally chose to follow him completely. The fact that they ate ant meat for a month doesn't mean that ant meat can only be eaten for a month. After all, a tiger can't possibly finish eating ants that are 300 meters long in a month. The main problem was that the ant meat had already gone bad after a month. Although UGMO couldn't smell it because he didn't have a nose, he understood what was going on after seeing the tiger not eating it and hearing the explanations from the live stream chat. After that, he killed an ant and began wandering with the tiger. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, although the audience in the live broadcast room still do not fully understand this world, but I also gained a general understanding of the situation of this race. All the stone people are the same, except when they come out to reproduce and wander around for a while, they basically stay in the pit eating dirt. Some stone people wouldn't even be able to reproduce if they could find so many stones in their own pits. The only exception was UGMO, who carried an ant or some other animal carcass on his shoulder, accompanied by a tiger with glossy fur. They had previously wondered if UGMO had actually awakened, but after seeing the contrast between him and the surrounding trees, they understood. It turns out that it wasn't that they couldn't understand, but rather that this species was truly extraordinary. What they previously thought was a cat, some people have now confirmed is actually a tiger, although now it's almost indistinguishable from a cat. For example, when Yuji was asleep, this tiger liked to lie on his chest and sleep. Sometimes when she doesn't want to walk anymore, she'll climb up his feet all the way to his head, and then lie down on his head. When you're hungry, you can just take a bite of the food right next to you. Life couldn't be more pleasant. Stone people have extraordinary constitutions. Apart from needing to eat dirt when hungry, they can carry an ant and a tiger for a whole day and night without getting tired. Of course, sometimes I get sleepy. People in the live stream speculated that this might be just how the stone man is. After all, many of the stone figures they saw were either eating dirt or sleeping. Therefore, it's not a problem that the stone man is prone to sleepiness. Another possibility is that the desire to relieve oneself as a human instinct has not been fully released, because whether it is eating 3 meals a day or getting up in the morning and going to bed at night, these are all human habits. Logically speaking, stone people shouldn't have this habit, but none of that matters. Previously, UGMO was the heir to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate and lived an incredibly carefree life. Everyone originally thought that this guy would suffer after time travel, but he remained carefree. Currently, whether it's mosquitoes, ants, or other small animals with extraordinary strength, they are all no match for him. The stone golem is invincible in this world. Moreover, their food consists of soil and minerals, and they rarely compete with other life forms. The only one that competes with them is the mosquito. But no matter how the land is divided, everyone gets their own share, so it has no impact whatsoever. It can be said that it has absolutely no natural enemies. Every day, he would travel around with a tiger and some tiger food, looking at the scenery of this strange world. Occasionally, he would use a pen made from a tree trunk to write and interact with the viewers in the live stream. He was like a traveler from another world, constantly recording everything here and sharing it with his friends on Earth. No pressure, no worries. You could say life is endlessly joyful. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 years have passed, and the number of stone golems has doubled once again, now reaching 80 million. It should be noted that less than 20 years have passed since Sumo created the world, and the stone have only reproduced for the 3rd time. At the very beginning, when Sumo created the world, he released 10 million stone men. The first reproduction was 5 years later, when the number reached 20 million. The second reproduction occurred in the 10th year, with a population of 40 million. Now, in its 15th year, the number has doubled again, 80 million. Such a reproduction rate is simply outrageous. Unlike other flesh and blood beings, as long as their quality reaches a certain standard, they can reproduce by finding a rock and reproduce asexually. Every time it's doubled, they can reproduce once every 5 years if they eat continuously every day. There was no fighting, no killing, and no natural enemies. They simply hid quietly in a corner, constantly devouring the world's matter and turning it into their own kind. Their numbers are constantly increasing, while the resources on the continent are constantly decreasing. If they continue to develop in this way, they will be able to devour the entire continent in less than a century. They indeed had no natural enemies, but Sumo had already created natural enemies for them: mosquitoes and the old school-time travelers from before. The attempt to devour matter will inevitably lead to a clash with the Transmigrator's secret realm. In other words, none of those guys had multiplied yet. Otherwise, they would have been the first to confront these stone men. Because, apart from Sushilun, everyone else who is resurrected will inevitably resurrect their own people. Humans need land. It's been 5 years since Yu Jai came into this world. He witnessed many things during this period. He had seen Sushilun's clone, Dark Tiga. The moment he saw that thing, he turned and ran without hesitation. Subsequently, after a long period of observation, it was discovered that these Dark Tigas had not been resurrected and seemed to only be instinctively protecting themselves. He also saw the scriptures written by Xu Shilun and exposed them in the live broadcast room. The people in the live stream almost burst out laughing when they saw these scriptures. Then countless people angrily denounced him as shameless. Not only did they glorify themselves and smear Ashura, making the Soul Clan take the blame, but they also tried to trick others into resurrecting him. Especially when they saw that Guangmang Shilun had been tainted by misfortune while suppressing darkness, resulting in eternal darkness and his entire body being pitch black, and that only by liberating Shillin's true soul could the light be restored. Countless people almost spat out their words. This guy will stop at nothing to be resurrected. You said that he embellished himself in order to be resurrected by others, which is understandable. But smearing Ashura is something that others cannot tolerate. In order to prevent others from resurrecting Ashura or Liu Dejun first, Xu Shilun went to great lengths to smear them. In short, the key is to resurrect the God of Light and receive his protection. Resurrect the evil God, and the world will be destroyed. In this world, apart from the God of Light and humanity, all other gods are evil. All the suffering you have encountered is because you have not saved the God of Light. At first, everyone was cursing Xu Shilun, but they kept feeling that he looked familiar. After doing some further research, I discovered that other religions seem to follow the same pattern. 4 time travelers and 80 secret realms spread across this world, which is 30 times the size of Earth, is not particularly numerous. It's even quite possible that you won't find a single fragment of a secret realm, even within millions of square kilometers. On this day, UGMO arrived in a special forest. The trees in the forest are generally over 30 meters tall, and there are strangely shaped animals around that are 1 or 2 times larger than the animals outside, each occupying its own area. While remaining vigilant about other animals around them, they also kept an eye on the animals outside. Any other animals that try to enter will be killed by them, but if any animal inside is injured, the other animals will also attack it, because they are enemies too. Upon seeing this scene, a thought immediately popped into UGMO's mind. When rare and precious materials are born, they will surely be protected by exotic beasts. What is this thing? Why are so many animals gathered here? A look at those animals. The ones in the middle are the largest, and from the inside out, it's a sequence of sizes. Doesn't it look like they're fighting over something? Oh, damn. Now that you mention it, it's true. Wait a minute. This thing you're talking about looks familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. Seriously, are you kidding me? You've actually seen something like this before? Though it's not real, but I've really seen it. I remember now, in cultivation novels, the appearance of treasures or certain spiritual fruits is always met with countless demonic beasts and vying for them. Doesn't this look a lot like that? Holy crap, this actually seems to be true. A heavenly treasures. I'm so jealous! But look at Big Pineapple and the others before. They had to fight for everything they wanted, sometimes even using all their strength just to survive. And what was the result? Look at Moji. Damn it, it's so inviable. And indeed, Liu Dejun is a veteran of the second playthrough, but I heard he had a terrible time the first time. Then look at Big Pineapple, who has been working hard all his life, while Wang Jianxi has been manipulated by Xu Shilun, that old coin, all the way. Take that old coin Xu Shilun, for example. Don't be fooled by how he's been causing trouble all along the way. In order to gain strength, he's faced death several times. And look at Moji. He's so damn inviable. Could it be some kind of magical fruit, granting immortality with just 1 bite? You're overthinking it. At most, it's something that increases your strength or slightly extends your lifespan. But even so, it's still a good thing. We don't know how much longer Moji will live, but Mimi is clearly getting old. If we feed her one, perhaps she can stay with Moji for many more years. Before transmigrating, I had no worries about food and drink. After transmigrating, I still have no worries about food and drink. I travel with my pet every day. Now that the pet is getting a bit old, I thought I would experience life and death for the first time, but instead, I immediately encountered a rare and precious treasure. I wouldn't believe this isn't a gift from God. Uh, the subsequent live stream was filled with a bunch of sarcastic people making comments. I didn't continue reading because I wanted to understand the ending. Sure enough, these netizens thought the same thing as I did. Could this be a world of cultivation? No, if this were a world of cultivation, it shouldn't be like this. So, what exactly is going on? Just as he was thinking this, near the very center a huge python, 2 meters thick, suddenly stood upright, its upright body even taller than Ugmo by half a head. Yuji paused, realizing how long he had been in this world. He has encountered many strange and unusual things. I've seen snakes before. But even when a python is fully stretched out, it is not as tall as itself. He could stomp on that kind of thing with 1 foot. But this thing in front of me is completely different. Most of its body was still coiled on the ground, and it was already 10 meters tall, just by raising its head. Looking at the snake's cold, vertical pupils, he suspected that this thing, if stretched out, would be at least 50 meters long. 50 meters isn't really that big in this world, considering that ants and mosquitoes are both enormous creatures that exceed 100 meters. That kind of thing, even Ugmo could kill it with 1 punch. Even if he couldn't kill it with 1 punch, it would only take 2 punches as at most. So he wasn't particularly scared, he just found it interesting, because he had already discovered it over the past 5 years. His identity as a stone man is a panacea. Basically, no animal will be afraid of or hostile to him. Even if they get close, it's the same. At most, they'll just be on guard to avoid being trampled to death. But the chance of that is as low as a rock suddenly rolling down from the mountaintop and crushing them to death. He's currently with Mimi. Otherwise, many animals wouldn't be afraid of him. This is the first time an animal has shown hostility towards me. Brother Mo, why don't we go in and take a look? With your skills, you could kill them all with 1 punch each. Whatever good stuff it is, let's get it first. And I think it's best not to rush things. Look at these animals. They're all several times larger than those outside. Perhaps they possess some extraordinary power. Well, my brother has seen extraordinary powers before. Water-spraying rabbits, leaf-controlling insects, bears that can smash rocks with a single punch, fire-breathing bison, what haven't he seen? So what if they have extraordinary powers? My brother can still take them all down with a single punch. That I know, but I feel like these are a bit stronger. The chosen one is the strongest. No one can be stronger than my brother Mo. Brother Mo! Goya's, Brother Mo, let's go up there and show us what these rare and precious herbs look like. Maybe we should just forget about it. Mimi looks really upset. Indeed, Mimi seems very scared of them. Why don't you find a place to put Mimi down first? Ugmo thought for a moment, then used 1 hand to protect Mimi, who was perched on his shoulder, and walked inside. I am a stone man. I am not afraid of being attacked. Moreover, he is truly thick-skinned and strong. Anyone who dares to fight him can be sent to their grave with a single punch. Actually, if he were alone, he wouldn't care about such things. At most, I'd just glance at it out of curiosity. For the same reason as before, because I am a stone person, I feel uncomfortable eating plants. But Mimi is different. He's really getting old. If possible, he hoped to get something to prolong Mimi's life. Thinking of this, he lifted his leg and walked inside. With a deafening roar, every step Ugmo took created a huge crater in the ground. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of countless animals. Some animals, upon seeing a stone figure, would immediately step aside and make way for him. After all, this thing doesn't like fighting, and it eats dirt. There is no competition with them. As long as you make way for others, and make sure you don't get stepped on, you'll be fine. Only the dozen or so enormous creatures at the very center stared at Ugmo with hostility. The giant python spat out apricots, hissing as it did so. A giant bear, nearly 20 meters in size, suddenly stood up. A giant elephant, over 40 meters long, raised its trunk and roared. If you want to solve the problem, simply ignore it and continue forward. All those big guys stared intently at UGMO, but when they saw him actually walking towards them, none of them attacked. Because it was a stone figure, they didn't know where to start. Moreover, the stone man is just lazy and doesn't like to move, which doesn't mean he's really weak. When he finally reached the very back, the giant python made way for him, and he wasn't attacked by any animals. Damn, I thought a fight was going to break out. Abby, no way. No way! They're not even going to fight. This is so obviously fake. They've really stopped acting. They haven't even lifted a finger. I want to see rivers of blood. You son of a bitch. This isn't even unlocked yet. It's clearly invincibility, unlimited stamina, and no enemy encounters in the wild. UGMO completely ignored the comments and stopped when he reached the center. It was invisible from the outside, but once inside, a transparent barrier appeared in front of it. At the very front, there was a large hole, from which wisps of black smoke continuously emerged. But looking through the barrier, it's no different from the outside, the same lush forest, the same bright sunshine. There weren't that many animals in it. As soon as the black mist emerged, UGMO subconsciously took a step back, but the other giant beasts immediately used various methods to divide the black mist. After absorbing the black energy, their bodies visibly grew a little larger. Upon seeing this thing, a question popped into his mind. They grew so big because they absorbed this black energy. But this black mist doesn't seem to be some kind of rare or precious treasure. What is this? The dark energy. It doesn't seem like a good thing. A secret realm. Yedi copy. Yet this instance is emitting black mist. Something feels off. Brother Mo, the best course of action is to retreat. Agree. Just as UGMO was beginning to hesitate about whether to leave, a familiar ID caught his eye. Little fat mouse. I think I know what this is now. Though what is it? Other Brother Wulong has finally spoken. Damn, I can't understand why Brother Wulong didn't get arrested. Brother Wulong, what is this? A little fat mouse. Do you remember in the last era, the fragments of Diablo allowed Su Shilun to borrow his power? This is very likely a fragment of one of them, a copy formed by the power emanating from it. The previous Diablo was only at the 3rd tier, but in this era, I suspect he has reached the 4th tier and his power has increased, which is why this situation has occurred. The black mist was very likely a wisp of their power that had dissipated, and these animals were cultivating using that power. Holy crap! You mean, this is a giant pineapple? Save the giant pineapple. Let Diablo be revived in this era. Pineapple bro, we miss you. The little fat mouse. No, I was just using an analogy. This place could very well be formed from fragments of one person's power, and there are 2 people who possess this power. One is Big Pineapple, and the other is your lord. Holy crap. Xu Shilun. Holy shit. Xu Shilun. I killed Xu Shilun. I grind it into powder and throw it in the toilet. Brother Mo. Run. Xu Shilun might be inside. Brother Mo, you absolutely mustn't go in. If it's Xu Shilun, you'll likely be instantly refined, and then he might grind you into stone powder to drink. When it was suspected to be Big Pineapple, everyone was asking UGMO to help him. But after hearing the name Xu Shilun, the reaction instantly reversed, which shows how deeply Xu Shilun is ingrained in people's hearts. Of course, there are also some who are cross-dressing. Brother Mo, that's your lord. Aren't you going to do anything to save him? That's right, but you weren't like this when you were shouting that you'd die for him and give him advice. Think of my brother Lun, how much he trusts you. He might be in the dungeon right now. Aren't you really going to go see him? What you're doing is indeed a bit heartless. You turned and ran when you saw Lungi's statue back then. Are you going to do the same thing now? Tila Lungi has treated you very well. Yes, Brother Lun treated you well before, and he'll probably treat you even better after we meet. He'll slice you into thick pieces and swallow you whole. I think thin slices are better. This is too thin. It will make Brother Lun seem heartless. After all, you've been calling me your lord for so long. Aren't you going to even go see me? Wulong, say something! You two were the most enthusiastic in front of Su Shilun back then, but now that we're about to meet, why are you so hesitant? Actually, I feel that after you guys gave Brother Lun so many bad ideas, he probably won't do anything to you once he finds out it was you. But if it's Big Pineapple, and he finds out that you were the ones who gave Su Shilun the advice, you might get beaten to death. Actually, I think given Lun's personality, he would have already shifted all the blame onto you guys. It's just a matter of how much of the responsibility each of you will take. Irrational? EV, no problem. Ah! After reading the comments, Yuji didn't hesitate for a moment and turned to leave. Regardless of whether the fragments inside are actually theirs, regardless of whose fragment it was. He will definitely never touch this thing again. According to netizens, whether it's Su Shilun or Dabaluo, they might all die. Moreover, he strongly agreed with what the netizens said later. Given Su Shilun's personality, he probably would have already shifted the blame onto himself. If Big Pineapple found out, he'd probably be in even worse shape. As for Su Shilun, sorry, he doesn't want to see him even more. Seeing Big Pineapple might mean his death. Upon meeting Su Shilun, they wouldn't even know what death was coming. Even in death, they will be infamous for eternity. Why not travel every day and enjoy the scenery? Why bother contacting these guys? Isn't this just asking for an even quicker death? Just as I was about to take 2 steps, I saw the little Faust's comments again. Actually, I think you should go in there. He stopped walking, looking puzzled. Because, if I feel that there is a big problem with your world or your race. He reached out and gestured for her to speak. Little fat mouse, I've been watching you ever since you transmigrated. Maybe you haven't even noticed, or maybe you've even ignored it. So I want to ask, 5 years have passed since you transmigrated. Have you relieved yourself yet? Yu Jiemo stared blankly at the comment, wondering why Wulong had said that, but he still shook his head. For 5 years, you've eaten vast amounts of soil and stones every day, yet your height and size have never increased, and you never excrete anything. Don't you find that strange? Yu Jiemo frowned and fell into deep thought. Don't think about it, let me tell you. Maybe you haven't noticed it yourself, but your weight has been increasing. You are like a compressed package, compressing all the substances inside your body, with your volume and mass constantly increasing. As you are, so are the other stone golems. You may not have noticed, but I've noticed a significant increase in the number of stone golems I've encountered recently. Imagine a group that constantly consumes matter without excreting it, yet continues to reproduce. What will happen in the end? What will happen? Yeah, I'd like to know too. So what do you mean by that, Brother Wulong? We're discussing whether or not to seize this treasure. Why are you bringing this up? Well, exactly. What business is it of yours whether Moji poops or not? Seriously, you're meddling in everything, even his pooping and farting. Let me explain. Moji's stone race is very powerful and peaceful, but as they continue to develop, they will eventually devour the entire planet. I don't know exactly how many stone people there are now. But even if we take 10 million as an example, if a new generation is bred every 5 years, that's 20 million. In 10 years, 40 million. And in 15 years, 80 million. 160 million in 20 years, 320 million in 25 years, and 640 million in 30 years. 150 years from now, the number will reach 10 quadrillion. You can check this out yourselves. The quantity is multiplying. If you double the amount of 1 yuan, it will reach 100 million yuan in a month. With this number alone, not to mention their consumption of matter, there would be no place for other life forms to stand. If they eat dirt, the entire continent will be devoured by them in less than a century. All life died. Oh, holy crap, what kind of algorithm is this? Double it. What the hell did you calculate that? Wait, how do these stone golems reproduce? I've seen it before. It seems like they find a pile of stones and arrange them into the shape of a stone figure, and that's considered successful reproduction. Oh, holy crap. This is reproduction. This is actually a bit scary. The little fat mouse. The stone men you see are peaceful and content, lying around eating dirt all day, too lazy to even move. But the stone men I see are destroying the foundation of the world, constantly carrying out their plans to destroy it. Even without mentioning what will happen later, Brother Yu Jiemo is basically invincible right now, because as of now, he hasn't encountered any life that poses a threat to him. Moreover, they are constantly destroying the foundations of the world. With a race like that, do you think anyone can stop them? After reading the comments, Yu Jiemo remained silent for a moment, then picked up a tree trunk and wrote on the ground, "What's it to me? 100 years from now, even if I'm not dead, I'll have lived enough. There's absolutely no need for me to take any risks." The moment those words were spoken, the live chat fell silent. Indeed, those previous time travelers were all forced into doing those things out of desperation. But if one could live peacefully for over 100 years, who wouldn't want to? For 100 years, you can live a life of plenty, traveling and having plenty of food and drink, and then suddenly you'll kick the bucket, dying without pain. This is something that countless people could only dream of, so why take the risk? What's the point? The image was instantly refined by Su Shilun. Did he even try to be slapped to death by Big Pineapple? So why not just stay away from them and live a peaceful and uneventful life while traveling? A little fat mouse. If you find them and gain superhuman powers, perhaps you can live longer. The author Yuji Monashugan wrote, "Menno, many people's troubles stem from living too long. So I just want to live out the rest of my time peacefully. Why don't you consider Mimi?" To explain further, Mimi probably won't even live as long as I will. Actually, you could try having them. Stop the stone golem, then everyone could live longer. Wouldn't that be better? Yu Jiemo, no need. If they're dead, they should just stay quietly in their coffins. I'm peacefully waiting to die. They'd better not come out. Before they came out, our lives were at least quite stable, but after they came out, things will be very different. A little fat mouse. Okay, I respect that. Damn it. Brother Mo, I'm coming to find you later. Crying. Yu Jiemo tilted his head and wrote a question mark on the ground. But there was no reply. Just now, Sumo felt that these animals were clearly quite intelligent, even surpassing some Ashuras. But it's very abnormal that it still doesn't qualify as a civilization. So he tried to figure out if classifying all intelligent animals into one race could constitute a civilization. The system then provided an answer. Because they are different races, they cannot be considered a civilization unless someone can integrate them and make them identify with their own race. Otherwise, they can only be considered individuals with their own intelligence. Faced with this problem, Sumo didn't even think twice and simply handed it over to the people in the real world. The phoenix chick has already appeared. If a crouching dragon doesn't emerge next, it just doesn't feel right. Moreover, Sumo clearly saw what he just said. Since you are worried about other life forms, then you shall lead them, and cause them to rebel against the stone men. As long as they acknowledge themselves as a race well, let's call them the demon race, they'll essentially possess two civilizations. Once all civilizations are upgraded to level 5, one can directly upgrade to a 4th tier creator god. Then we can wipe out the world again. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. An evil stone man seeks to conquer and destroy the world, prompting all races to rise up in rebellion. With the help of extraterrestrial demons, the ancient seal is broken, releasing the ancient evil god. It's truly wonderful. It wasn't that Sumo didn't want the stone golem to become stronger quickly. The problem is that the stone golems are too powerful now, and the demon race can only face them by awakening other transmigrators. However, it seems that all their power has been stripped away by themselves. Well, never mind, even if it has been stripped away, they will probably have other ways. If all else fails, just keep recruiting people. If all else fails, I can at least maintain a 5th tier civilization. Although a 3rd tier creator god also faces the risk of being caught by those above, it can buy some time. Thinking of this, Sumo immediately sent a notification to Feng Chu, informing him that he could soon travel to another world. As an evil god, to tell the other party before transmigrating is simply too kind. Moreover, I gave him some time to handle his funeral arrangements. I must be the kind of benevolent evil god they're talking about. Wait, am I not the creator god? Forget about the details. Let's think about what he should be transported into. After all, this is different from before. Before, there was only one race, so it was the same to switch to another one. But now there are thousands of races, so we have to choose one. By the way, what kind of animal is the demon emperor in novels? A single lotus blooms under the eternal blue sky. No, this thing is too weak. It can't develop at all in the early stages. Dragon. There was one of those, but it was way too much. If something went wrong, it would be gone. So it's not really a good idea. But since the crouching dragon is not a dragon, what should be used? This is really a bit of a dilemma. Get him a snake? That giant python from earlier? There aren't many intelligent animals these days, and it's not ethical to send a time traveler back in time to have their body possessed. The main point is that this thing looks like it has great potential for development, and it can provide me with a higher status once it grows up. But time travelers can't do that. Since time travelers are also soul travelers, having an animal travel through time is equivalent to giving it intelligence. However, this is where the problem arises. Those with strong abilities already possessed intelligence, and Sumo couldn't bear to let them be possessed. Those who are weak may lack wisdom, but being weak is a fatal flaw. The stone golems are practically invincible now. If we give them a weak one, forget about unifying the demon race. They might just get eaten by other animals. That makes it a bit difficult for the demon race to rise to power. Not only do they have to face the stone golem, a formidable enemy that could destroy the world, but they themselves are also fraught with danger. Whether it's natural enemies, other intelligent animals, dungeon monsters, or their fellow villagers, this place is teeming with enemies. It could even be described as a cataclysmic start. Even Sushilan back then was better off than him. Therefore, it's really difficult to find a character who is strong, but won't disrupt the balance, lacks intelligence, and won't be killed off right away. Moreover, the continent, which is 30 times the size of a planet with a flat Earth and a round heaven, can be described as boundless, and the individual instances are so scattered. Whether it's integrating other demon races or collecting dungeon fragments, it's an incredibly massive undertaking. If Wolong were allowed to run on the ground, he probably wouldn't have covered that distance in his entire life. so you have to know how to fly. To fly, you need wings, so you need to choose a bird. Sumo stroked his chin, looking at the scene on the mainland, his mind constantly in thought. This story involves integrating animals into a demon race. Stone people have powerful physical bodies and don't practice magic. Flying transmigrators integrate other animals into a demon race. Why does this sound so familiar? The Lich King's Cataclysm. Holy crap, I'm a fucking genius. The Lich Wars have begun, with two opposing sides clashing, along with an ancient evil god who destroyed the world, and a giant spider that has laid a trap across the continent to capture all living beings. This is absolutely brilliant. Where am I supposed to get him? A three-legged golden crow. I can create one out of thin air, but the one I create has a drawback. Its strength is fixed. To become stronger, you have to reinvent yourself. If that's the case, why would I need a time traveler? I could just take matters into my own hands. Therefore, this is absolutely unacceptable. How about we get a regular crow? There are indeed things similar to crows in this world, but in terms of strength, they are truly the worst of the worst. Wait a minute. I seem to remember something about a snow emperor, who was also a demon emperor, and who was a white rabbit who attained enlightenment. Forget it. The white rabbit is also a sewer, and I don't have the time to wait. Sumo kept thinking, and eventually several choices lay before him. First, Wulong is a dragon. Even if it's not a dragon, we must get him a snake. The downside is that it's not fast, and it's too difficult to integrate other demon races. Its advantage is that it matches his name. Second, choose a big bird that can fly. The advantage is that it can quickly integrate different ethnic groups. The downside is that their strength is generally weaker than that of land-based creatures. After all, dungeons are all on the ground, and the animals that can occupy a place around dungeons are basically land animals. There are some fierce birds, such as eagles and falcons, but their attack power relies entirely on swooping down. On the ground, even an old hen can easily defeat them. Not to mention animals that possess all sorts of strange and wonderful magical abilities. As for those, a lotus in the eternal blue sky tropes in novels, just forget about them. Unless you create one yourself, it's simply impossible for such a being to be born under the current conditions. If it were to be born, Sumo would protect it as a treasure and not allow any transmigrators to touch it. Sumo was deep in thought, his mind in turmoil, when suddenly a mosquito flew into his field of vision. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. In terms of strengths, its enormous size naturally makes it formidable in combat. After all, a 300-meter-tall creature is no pushover. It eats dirt, ensuring fairness and impartiality, and not harming other demons. Most importantly, this thing can fly. Moreover, it lacks intelligence, and its food conflicts with that of stone men. Isn't this the most perfect existence? If the mosquito really becomes the heavenly emperor of the demon clan, there's plenty to write about in the records. Other animals are products of the current era, but mosquitoes are ancient relics that have survived for 4 eras, although they are not among the first. But they are still the giant mosquitoes that roamed the starry sky in ancient times. At its peak, it represented the last hope of the ultra-civilization in the first era. The second era, the complete annihilation of the monkey race. In the third era, the Ashura race was almost wiped out. In the fourth era, he led the Soul Clan to attack the ultra-civilization's lair. These civilizations all bear their traces. Let's not talk about what happened later, like being used as food or enslaved. Everyone has a dark past, but in short, their past achievements and glories are there for all to see. The kind of person who wouldn't say a word to anyone who came. This is the foundation. This is true heritage. This is the first heavenly emperor of the demon clan, the six-legged mosquito, heavenly emperor. If he combines it with Wang Jianji's path of fury and body refining techniques, his raging fire will burn the heavens, making his physique invincible, and he can fight the stone man head-on. If you acquire the abilities of Big Pineapple or Zhu Shilun, you can control a wave of other mosquitoes, and you'll have the initial troop resources. This is practically the perfect template for a demon emperor. The mosquitoes, who have eaten the soil and bitterness of 4 eras, are about to rise completely in this era. As for how far he can rise, that depends on how far Wolong can go. If it really doesn't work, we'll find someone else. Anyway, there are plenty of mosquitoes. There are plenty of people on Earth. Thinking of this, Sumo glanced at Wolong's current situation. Are you still saying goodbye to your family? The movements are a bit slow. But the live stream has already started. That's good. If there's anything you want to say, you can say it even after traveling through time. There's no need to waste time in the real world. Now that the live stream has started, come on over. 1 second ago, Wolong was still being looked after by 2 uncles in hats when he made a phone call home. He had just mentioned that he was about to time travel when, in the next second, his body collapsed to the ground. When he came to his senses again, he saw a vast sky and earth. Before he could pay attention to anything else, he saw a huge scarlet subtitle appear in front of him. Unite all spirits, establish the demon clan's heavenly court, and fight against the stone golems of the witch clan. The moment Wolong saw these subtitles, he was completely stunned. No, I was just joking around online. If you actually dragged me into this, fine. But why? Why is it that Fengqiu doesn't have any missions and can just travel around with his pet every day, while I have to fight against them? Why can't you turn me into a stone statue too? I want to be a stone too. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the crimson barrage of comments appeared again. Refuse the mission, die. Upon seeing this comment, Wolong immediately chose to follow his heart. Aha, what a magnificent being. I was just joking. How could I not do the quest? I love doing quests. I'm determined to build a heavenly court for the demon race and destroy those evil stone golems. After he thought about it in his mind, the comments stopped appearing. At this moment, he also began to examine what kind of thing he had transmigrated into. He discovered that his eyesight was incredibly good, except for his own body and some areas behind him. He could see almost everything in 365 degrees. I glanced at my surroundings. I was high in the sky, so I could fly. The great evil, the great God, has commanded me to create the heavenly court of the demon race, and I can even fly. Could I be the legendary 3-legged golden crow? Wow, that's some pretty impressive background. Then he focused his gaze on what was in front of him and saw a long, dark thing. Is this really my beak? So this is what your beak looks like from a bird's perspective. The moment he saw this thing, he became even more certain that what he had was the 3-legged golden crow. Although it still felt something was off, such as that the number of its legs seemed wrong. But he couldn't see it from midair, so he thought he should find a lake to see the handsome appearance of the 3-legged golden crow. So he flew quickly. His live stream was discovered shortly after he took off. Then, the first person who entered the live stream, and their first words almost made Wolong collapse. Holy crap! You've transmigrated it into a mosquito! As the comment flashed past his eyes, Wolong's body suddenly stiffened. At this moment, even the wings behind it forgot to flap, and it plummeted straight down. I am a 3-legged golden crow. You fucking called me a mosquito? That one was eaten by the Asheras. She was enslaved by Zhu Shilun. Mosquitoes that used to eat meat have now switched to eating dirt. And this is what you expect me to do. Unify all spirits and establish a heavenly court for the demon race. They're even fighting against those stone golems. What the hell am I supposed to do to fight back? We'll live off dirt. I'll eat a lot. Starve them to death. Is that Brother Wulong? How did you end up as a mosquito? Brother Wulong, fly fast. You're about to fall. Dear Brother Wulong, you said you were going to find Phoenix Chick, and it turns out you actually did. You truly live up to your name, Brother Wulong. Is this what they mean by a gentleman's word is as good as his bond? You are a true role model for us all. Speaking of which, Brother Wulong, are you really planning to go find Phoenix looking like this? Even though you're both dirt-eating, I have a feeling he'll kill you the moment he sees you and use you to feed his boobs. Wow, this guy is amazing. He time-traveled so easily, without any hesitation. I'm so envious. De Wulong is awesome. As Wulong steadied himself, he watched the barrage of comments scrolling past him and almost cursed aloud. He can't speak right now. Otherwise, he would definitely give the other party a good dressing down and show him what it means to debate with a group of scholars. Damn it. What do you mean by time travel just like that? What does it mean to be decisive and efficient? Do you think I want to time travel? Fuck you. At this moment, Wulong was utterly devastated. He had long suspected that he might be being watched, which was why he had never dared to show his face. Even though UGMO had already transmigrated, he remained the same. He couldn't help but jump out after seeing that this guy had been through 5 years without any problems. As a result, they were arrested and brought in after only 2 minutes of speaking. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have tried to get attention in the live stream. Unfortunately, it's too late to think about that now. I should think about how to complete this task. Xu Shilan and his group had a mission before, but they weren't punished for not completing it. But mine seems different. The moment the thought of not wanting to do the mission pops into your mind, the evil god will appear. He suspected that an evil god had been watching him all along. Ishu Mo. That's right. I've been watching you. Integrating all spirits, but what exactly are all spirits? All animals? It's just like the demon court. But how do we define integration? Where should I even begin? He already knew from watching the live stream that many animals have various extraordinary abilities. Spitting water and breathing fire are child's play. What about myself? It was really just a mosquito. In previous eras, before those civilizations rose to prominence, mosquitoes were practically invincible, except for the soul race. If I were in control, unification would not be a problem at all. But how do you manage in this world? All the animals are extraordinary, and there's also Ashura's old rival, the ant. Not to mention the biggest enemy this time, the stone golem. Those guys who are still sealed are not easy to deal with either. Pineapples and mosquitoes are mortal enemies. Wang Jianxi, that brainless idiot, probably only wants to eat himself. Liu Dejun's first thought upon seeing a mosquito was probably to kill it. There was only Xu Shilan, but that Xu Shilan guy was even more outrageous. Others simply have a grudge against mosquitoes and want to kill them. If they explain themselves properly, they might survive. But Xu Shilan had no grudge against mosquitoes. In fact, mosquitoes had even helped him. But if I go to him myself, the outcome probably won't be any better. Finally, there's that guy, Feng Shu. Whether he would kill himself the moment they met depends on whether Mimi still has food. I'll find an opportunity to exchange a few words with him. However, his greatest enemy this time is the race that the Phoenix Chick transmigrated into. What the hell is the point of playing this? If all else fails, we can go to outer space, develop our technology, and then come back. What he really meant was, let's run away first and talk about it later. But then he thought that some evil god might be watching him, so he changed his plans and decided to develop something in outer space. Mosquitoes can survive in space. The task has no time limit, so I can just go out and have some fun for a while. Just like Fengshu, traveling every day and showing the viewers in the live stream the scenery of the universe is also a good idea. If you can live for 50 years, it won't be a loss. A guaranteed profit for 100 years. Thinking of this, Wolong flew vertically upwards without the slightest hesitation. Before even reaching the atmosphere, he saw countless spider webs outside, mosquitoes tied to them, and large cocoons wrapped around them. In the distance, 6 eyes suddenly opened. Without the slightest hesitation, Wolong turned around and flew back towards the ground. "You bastard! Grass!" He was cursing in his heart, but he didn't say who he was cursing. The outside is a complete and inescapable trap. Below is the witch clan, who want to devour the world. There are also monsters with various extraordinary powers, and ancient time travelers who destroyed the previous era. I'm just a mosquito, and you want me to integrate all spirits. This is fucking a joke on me. Brother Wolong, you ran really fast just now. Oh, holy crap, this Spider Emperor looks so much bigger than the previous one. But yeah, he seems really strong, probably about the same level as Zhang. Jiao, hey, by the way, was Brother Wolong thinking of going to outer space just now? Hey, I think so. After all, judging from how much Yu Jiemo seems to travel on Earth every day, he probably wants to travel directly to the stars. The wow, stargazing tourism. I'm so envious. You know, I had a feeling he was trying to run away just now. I feel the same way. I agree. After all what he said before, I thought about it and it made a lot of sense. The ground is filled with animals with superhuman strength, old coins, or stone men that are constantly destroying the world. The only safe place is outer space. It turns out there's another protective net in outer space. LOL. It's okay if you can't go to outer space. Think positively. With your size, most animals aren't a threat to you. Moreover, you can eat dirt, so there's no need to hunt. You can eat dirt every day like Yu Jiemo and show everyone the scenery, which is also quite nice. Even if the world is destroyed 100 years from now, and the land is destroyed, what does that have to do with a mosquito that can fly and survive in space? Perhaps after they destroy the continent, they'll also tear apart those spider webs in the sky. At that time, the sea will be wide enough for fish to leap freely, and the sky will be high enough for birds to fly freely. Wherever you want to go, no one can stop you. Damn, the way you put it, it's even more satisfying than getting rid of the urge to quit. Indeed, neither the crouching dragon nor the young phoenix are simple. The races they transmigrated from are all so enviable. Although mosquitoes were basically food in the late stages of previous eras, that can only be attributed to their extreme strength. When it comes to most animals, mosquitoes are still invincible. I'm so envious. Looking at these comments, all Wolong can say is, I'm so envious. Why the hell aren't you here? Damn you, you immortal board. The guys in the live stream are basically people who love to watch the drama unfold, and there were no constructive suggestions whatsoever. Those who offered advice before, if it were before, might have said something, but after realizing that he had traveled through time, he probably wouldn't dare to say a word. Thinking about this, he felt a headache coming on. There's no other way now. Let's eat first. Then, he randomly found a hilltop, landed on it, stuck his long mouth parts into the ground, and took a couple of bites. As he ate, he pondered how to unite all spirits. First, to unite all spirits, one must have great strength, because without strength, others will not submit to one's will. If it were facing a small animal, it could overpower it with its size. However, those with extraordinary powers might not necessarily be a match for him. Keep in mind that Ashura, who had only recently acquired superhuman powers, was able to kill a mosquito single-handedly. These animals are all nearly 100 meters long. It looks even stronger than Ashura, so what's so great about that? Therefore, it is necessary to possess great strength. But to gain true strength, one must venture into those dungeons. Only by obtaining the power of Diablo and his allies in those places can one become stronger. Then another problem arose. Although he only saw one instance, given the situation, there was no need to think about it. Every other instance would definitely be guarded by animals. Therefore, I've been stuck on the very first step, looking for a solution to the problem. Ask him to help me find a dungeon so I can gain power. But this guy isn't stupid. As soon as you state your purpose, he can basically guess what it is. He wanted to live a peaceful and stable life for 100 years. Therefore, he would absolutely not help him, much less allow him to break the seal on those guys. This is yet another unsolvable dilemma. Develop our own ethnic group. Thinking of this, Wulong tried and found a mosquito. As it turns out, that guy was a complete idiot. If only I had Su Shilun's ability to control other mosquitoes. After all, with such a large population of mosquitoes, they could be a considerable fighting force if used effectively. Even if you can't control it, you can communicate with your mind. These are all abilities of the Soul Clan. Only 2 people possess this ability, Big Pineapple and Su Shilun. Between these 2 choices, the first one is, for example, the Big Pineapple, but their strength is about the same, and they are indistinguishable by appearance. Thinking about this, Wulong felt his mind was in turmoil. It looks like there are roads everywhere, but they are all dead ends. If you want to leave, there is indeed a chance to get through, but the chance of death is also frighteningly high. Damn it, why am I so far behind that guy, UGMO? Why is that guy having such a good time? But they have to rack their brains just to survive. What they gave us was a complete dead end. Not far away, a giant and over 200 meters long spotted Wulong and crawled toward him. With a flap of its wings, Wulong soared into the sky. Looking at the ants, Wulong remained silent for a long time. Or we could try to partner with ant group. Where there are ants, there must be a queen ant. If you encounter a queen ant like the one from the previous pineapple era, then you will have an army of ants. But then he fell silent again. How could he possibly get in touch with the queen ant? Was it turned into food and carried in? That's basically death. Sumo stood in the universe, looking at the conflicted Wulong, and gently shook his head. He had originally thought that Wulong was a ruthless person like Su Shilun, but he turned out to be a master of empty talk. He has many ideas and a broad perspective. However, if one is hesitant and afraid to implement such ideas, then such thoughts are essentially just empty talk. So, why don't you just make one yourself? One provides advice, and the other is responsible for implementation. This is just like the ancient demon court, and coincidentally, they are also 2 kings, and there are just so many mosquitoes. But who should we choose? Sumo thought for a moment, then pulled out a small notebook out of thin air, which contained many online names. Here I am, volunteering to leave my name. Sumo checked his notebook and finally chose the guy with the online name Wen. This guy always claimed that he would harm the heavens but not the people. I'll be watching from heaven, seeing how you dare to defy the heavens. Given that this guy has come up with far too many inhuman schemes, Moreover, since he instigated that bastard Su Shilun to smuggle himself out, Sumo didn't intend to give him time to prepare. Although Su Momo didn't give him time to prepare, as a very humane god, a great creator god, the essentials for time travelers still need to be there. For example, tasks. How about we do a live stream instead? If I were to take away even the live stream and only give out tasks, it would make me, as a god, seem petty. With that in mind, Sumo still prepared a live stream for him. To demonstrate God's magnanimity, he didn't even need Wen and himself to prepare the live broadcast equipment. They grant me live streaming privileges immediately. My own god is just too kind. With that in mind, Sumo began to operate the system. Wang Yi, also known as Wen, who was involved with the old silver coins, was unaware of the seriousness of the problem at this time. Seeing that both Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong had traveled through time, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This evil god has already captured 2 people. Surely he won't continue to capture more. Just as he thought of this, his body suddenly went limp and he collapsed to the ground. He moved so fast that even the 2 uncles next to him didn't have time to react before he collapsed. Then, another live streaming room appeared on Douyin. This live stream is different from other live streams. Other live streaming rooms still have equipment, which are physical products. But the live stream room was filled with black mist. Just one glance at it makes one feel uncomfortable. But Sumo ignored it, or rather, that was intentional on his part. Sumo said that it wasn't that he was targeting him. Well, okay, he was targeting him. While Wolong was eating dirt and thinking about things, he suddenly noticed that the space around him began to distort. Just as he was about to run away, he saw a mosquito appear in front of him. Although it was just a mosquito, the ever-cautious Wolong didn't hesitate for a moment before turning and running away. Wang Yi stared at the scene before him, his mind still reeling. I suddenly felt my field of vision widen, and there was a large mosquito flying wildly in front of me. My own computer... Where's my computer? Holy crap app! Beidou cooperate with Wolong in unifying all spirits and establishing a demon race mission, refuse or die. The blood-red bullet comments were particularly striking in his eyes, and when he immediately fell silent. His silence is not a sign of his compromise. His silence was simply because he couldn't speak. Otherwise, he will tell the evil god today, I, Wang Yi, am a man of unyielding spirit. I, Wang Yi, will never bow down to evil forces. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck, less than 2 meters in front of him. The sky was clear and blue, and wisps of black smoke rose from a large crater that had just been struck by lightning. I, Wang Yi, have my own dreams. Another bolt of lightning struck less than half a meter in front of him. Half a meter is insignificant compared to his 300-meter frame. Just now, he even suspected that the lightning had grazed past him. The 6 legs went weak, and the 300-meter-long mosquito collapsed to the ground. My dream, Wang Yi's dream, is to be God's dog. I'm the best behaved. I'm very obedient. No more thunder appeared in the sky. In the distance, high in the sky, Wolong turned his head to look at the 2 bolts of lightning that inexplicably struck out, feeling somewhat bewildered. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his kinsman was lying on the ground. He cautiously approached, intending to see if the guy was dead. The next moment, the mosquito suddenly stood up, and the sleeping dragon turned around on the spot with incredibly smooth movements. But in the instant he turned his head, he saw the mosquito drawing the number 6 on the ground with its mouth. Wolong sensed something was wrong, but still didn't turn around. When he was stunned when he saw this scene, mosquitoes cannot speak, and their mental capacity does not support mental dialogue. The only way they communicated was by writing. Turns out, This bastard is really a coward. We're all mosquitoes. We all eat dirt. Why the hell are you running away from me? Despite thinking this, he still quickly chased after them. Hearing the buzzing sound behind him, like the roar of an engine, Wulong moved even faster. And so, the two chased and fled, and no one knew how much time had passed. They finally stopped when Wulong was completely exhausted. Then he turned his head and saw that the mosquito was still following him, and after he stopped, he flew towards this side as well. Seeing that Wulong was about to run away, when he suddenly accelerated and crashed into him, both mosquitoes stumbled and fell. After being hit, Wulong still tried to run away, but when he held him tightly, and in the end, one of them landed on the ground. After landing, when he quickly drew the character, person, on the ground with his foot, Wulong finally gave up struggling, and then tentatively wrote out a person and a do with his foot. When he nodded quickly, and at the same time, he wrote the character, oh, correct. On the opposite side of the paper, he was terrified that the thing would run away. Finally, at this moment, the two demon emperors of the demon race began their first exchange. Wulong, who are you? Wang Yai, Wenny. Damn, you got in too, and you're the same as me. Yes, the mission is the same. Since neither of them could speak, after a brief exchange of information, they began to discuss how to carry out the mission. After all, most modern people can recognize characters, but writing it down can be a bit difficult sometimes. It's perfectly normal to forget how to write a character. Unable to speak, communication between the two became extremely difficult. The first difficulty is that writing with a mosquito's leg is quite challenging. The second difficulty remains the same. What they write with such tiny, sparse strokes is actually a complete version of cursive script, even more sloppy than regular cursive. Many of the characters have to be guessed. The third difficulty is that many characters are recognized when you write them out, but when you ask them to write them, they may not know how to begin. In Wulong's live stream, a group of people watched as two mosquitoes communicated by writing words on the ground with their feet or mouths. Sometimes, when they suddenly stop writing and think for a long time, they think they are thinking about how to solve a problem. The result is that there's a character I can't write. How did they find out about this? Because he paused for a long time while writing, and everyone was guessing what he was thinking. He wrote out a pinyin. The kind where the phonetic symbols are even wrong. The people in the live stream almost burst out loud laughing when they saw this. They even suggested sending them a dictionary. Although their writings are quite similar, and a lot of things require guessing, with the help of pinyin, one can probably guess about 80–90% of the meaning. If someone encounters something they don't understand, or can't recognize a very important word, the other person will cross that word out, meaning they don't understand the word or the sentence, and ask the other person to rewrite it. The viewers in the live stream watched the two interact and frantically speculated about what the other was writing. Ahaha, this is hilarious! This is the most difficult communication I've ever witnessed between time travelers. Brother Long, if writing is too much trouble, you can just use sign language. You have plenty of legs anyway. You already said it's feet, so how can it be considered sign language? This should be called foot language. What a gibberish. What a master of misheard lyrics. Finally, after an afternoon of discussion, they finalized their first plan. That means putting everything else aside for now, and the task at hand. What we must do now is to achieve normal communication. Both men gave a resounding yes. As for how to enable them to establish a barrier-free way of communication, it is of course the power of the soul. So, in the end, everything comes back to the point of extraordinary power. Their goal is only two, or rather one, a copy of Diablo. As for how to determine whether this instance belongs to Diablo or Su Shilun, that's up to fate. Previously, he was alone, and Wolong had a lot of ideas in his mind, but they were just ideas. But now that there are two of them, they can get things done much faster when they discuss things. After that, the two of them know. I should say the two mosquitoes began to fly continuously over the mainland. When they get hungry, they come down to eat a couple of mouthfuls of dirt, and then continue flying. They kept searching for traces of the giant pineapple. As the saying goes, the higher you fly, the farther you can see, and since you're already looking for something, you'll naturally find it quickly. It's nothing like the story of Yu Mo, where it took 5 years to finally encounter the first instance. In just 3 months, they found 3 locations that appeared to be Diablo instances. However, those places were all guarded by powerful monsters, so they did not act rashly. Instead, they marked them and continued searching to see if they could find a better place. Of course, they didn't just see the dungeon that resembled Diablo's power. They also confirmed many other dungeons. For example, they saw Wang Jianji's anger and Liu Dejun's protection. Actually, they had considered trying out Wang Jianji's instance. After all, Wang Jianji also possessed the power of the Great Pineapple Soul Clan. Although it might lower one's intelligence, having power will make everything much easier. However, the animals outside Wang Jianji's instance were the strongest they had encountered in all the instances they had ever run. Each one was surrounded by flames, and their physiques were incredibly strong. With their current strengths, they suspect that they could kill even the animals on the outer perimeter, let alone the inner circle. They had also seen the young phoenix traveling with a tiger from afar, but they did not go over to greet him. As the saying goes, perseverance pays off. After searching for half a year, they finally found a dungeon with not too many animals. They now have 2 choices. First, absorbing power from the outside to cultivate takes a long time, but its advantage is safety. In this way, whether it's Xu Shilun or Big Pineapple inside, it has nothing to do with them. Second, go straight into the instance and take a gamble. If you win, you'll be on your way to heaven. If you lose, you'll be instantly killed. These 2 men, who often advised Su Shilun and considered themselves neither reckless nor gamblers, understood each other's thoughts with just a glance. That is, don't go in. After all, a wise man does not stand under a crumbling wall. They've already pushed themselves to their limit by running this far. It's simply impossible to get them to take another step forward. Unless they gain the strength, they might have even the slightest thought of going in to take a look. However, this is just an idea. The best approach would be to force other animals to go in and see what's going on first. Given the current situation, it's simply impossible to get them in. This instance is not small, but because the instance keeps expanding and the stone golems eat dirt, the area around the instance has been completely emptied. Then this instance presented a strange situation. Above was a huge mountain peak with plenty of land beside it, but around it was a large empty area. There happened to be a huge cliff nearby. Therefore, there are very few places where one can absorb the power of a dungeon. Or, if they guard the area, there's very little space for the animals to stand. As a result, there are naturally not many animals here. Moreover, most of the animals that can be found here are birds. 2 enormous mosquitoes flew slowly over and landed not far from the animals. Wulong and Wen did not want to disturb the animals that had developed intelligence, so they did not want to get too close. They had already planned to stay in this spot, eat the leftovers, and make do for 3 to 5 years until their mental strength improved enough to communicate before figuring out a solution. However, while the idea was appealing, reality was harsh. Although they didn't want to disturb other animals, Given their size, it was simply impossible not to. As soon as they landed, all the intelligent animals turned to look at them. When it made two buzzing sounds, whether in good faith or as a threat, it was unclear. He had barely uttered a sound when suddenly an eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky, its wingspan reaching a staggering 200 meters. With its size, it's almost as big as a mosquito. Before they could react, several more large birds took flight, and when he immediately sensed something was wrong. They turned to run away, but a loud cry rang out, and the first eagle to fly out had already cut off their escape route. Several other birds, with wingspans exceeding 100 meters, flew in midair, guarding various positions to prevent them from escaping. At this moment, Wolong and Wen suddenly realized that these were all carnivorous birds of prey. Within a radius of several hundred miles, because the stone men had already eaten everything, there wasn't a single blade of grass left, let alone the food that these birds of prey needed. So, I've delivered myself right to their doorstep. Damn it, Brother Long, run! Ere you delivering takeout to them. They eat one every 300 meters. 2 should be enough to feed them for a while. The Brother Long, in this situation, don't you want to say a few words? Even your last words would be fine. Have you forgotten that Brother Wolong can't speak? Holy crap, does that mean they can't even leave a last message? Although Brother Wolong cannot speak, feel compelled to compose a poem in this situation. Okay, everyone, give a round of applause. Wah! What a huge bird! What a huge bird! What a huge bird! What a huge bird! This is ridiculous. Get your poem out of this live stream. After taking a look around, Wolong Wen and the 2 mosquitoes discovered that all their directions had been blocked. All the birds stared intently at them. They exchanged a sharp glance, then flew toward the smallest-looking bird. This is a giant, strange bird that is only a little over 80 meters long. It had bluish-green feathers all over its body, but they didn't know exactly what kind of bird it was. But so far, this is the smallest one they've seen. Then, just as they took off, they saw the large blue bird suddenly flap its wings, and a huge tornado appeared. The hurricane had barely appeared when it started to make them lose their balance, and the gusts of wind around them were like knives constantly cutting into their bodies. An eagle cried out behind them, and their minds suddenly felt dizzy. A strong wind sliced through their bodies, leaving huge wounds. The pain quickly brought them to their senses, and as they looked up, a 10-meter-long feather flew towards them like a spear. The other giant birds around them were still watching intently, but hadn't made a move yet. As a time traveler, as a result, they were bullied by the local indigenous people. This is something that most people simply cannot tolerate. But Wolong, when he was different, they tolerated it. They changed direction and continued their escape. A massive wind blade, 30 meters long, slashed towards them. Judging from the wind blade's stance, they felt that the other party wanted to cleave them in 2. Other attacks from the surrounding area also began to flank them. Upon seeing this scene, Wolong wanted to curse. Damn I! Everyone can fly! Why are you ganging up on us? Just because we're mosquitoes. Don't mosquitoes have mosquito rights? Unfortunately, he couldn't speak. He could only flap his wings and buzz to dodge attacks. Even so, wounds continued to appear on their bodies. The birds of prey didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill them all at once, but instead wore them down like cats consuming mice. Seeing that this was not a solution, Wolongwen and Erwin exchanged a glance, and then suddenly rushed towards their dungeon, because this is the only place that hasn't been locked down. Staying here means certain death. and you'll become food. Once inside, there might still be a way to survive. If they come out with the power of the giant pineapple, they'll show these guys who's the boss. The birds never expected that the two mosquitoes would rush inside. The next moment, they suddenly accelerated and caught up. They were just playing around before. They weren't taking it seriously at all. At this moment, once they took it seriously, the speed of Wulong Wen and the two mosquitoes seemed like that of a tortoise in comparison. Although their snail-like speed is a bit ridiculous, their speed is actually more than twice as fast as Wulong's. In just a moment, these giant birds of prey had caught up with them. Upon witnessing this scene, the two mosquitoes from Wulong were terrified. Thankfully, they acted decisively and didn't continue looking for opportunities outside. If they had been any slower and their energy had been depleted further, they would have had absolutely no chance. Raptors were chasing behind them, and the two giant mosquitoes were flapping their wings at their fastest speed ever. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past, and despite Wen's extreme dodge, both of his legs were still severed. The dragon even had half of its wing cut off. Their speed was already slow, and after being hit like that, it decreased by more than half. With half of its wing cut off, the crouching dragon was barely able to control its direction. Even so, they are still quite a distance from the dungeon. By this time, the giant birds had come up behind them, and some had even overtaken them. One of them even turned its head and glanced in their direction, as if to say, sarcastically, "That's it?" In the starry sky, Sumo shook his head as he watched this scene. Sure enough, this wave was still a bit difficult. No wonder nothing but the stone golem could survive. Just as Sumo was pondering whether he should recruit people again, when he suddenly ripped off one of his legs, grabbed it with the other, and swung it at the large bird that was provoking him, although these are indeed called big birds. However, it is still quite different in size from a mosquito. After all, it served as a food reserve for several eras. Its small size is simply not enough for Ashura to eat. A mosquito's leg lashed out at the large bird, producing a metallic clang. However, this attack disrupted the blue bird's flight rhythm, causing its body to plummet downwards. An owl flying low behind was almost knocked over by the blue bird. This unexpected scene caused all the large birds nearby to pause. It was during this brief pause that Wen, pulling Wulong, who had almost veered off course several times due to his broken wing, rushed into the dungeon. Giant birds circled and cried out outside, but Wulong and his companions could no longer hear them. From the outside, the inside of this transparent barrier is no different from the outside. The same blazing sun overhead, the same endless yellow sand. But once inside, they discovered that it was completely different from what they had seen from the outside. Inside, it was pitch black with only a thick, impenetrable darkness. Not to mention anything far away. They can't even see each other right next to them, even those they can touch. This is still from the mosquito's perspective. From the depths of the crouching dragon, a leg rapidly wrote words on Winnie's body. "How are you?" Winnie responded in the same way. "With 4 legs broken, I'm afraid I'm going to be crippled. What do we do now, retreat or advance?" "I don't feel like this is the power of the big pineapple. When going out means death, I don't think things are much better here. At least it's safe for now. We can cultivate here. I remember the power of the Soul Clan. Once you come into contact with it, it won't take long for you to awaken your powers. Let's hope so." Then, the 2 mosquitoes lay on the ground and fell silent. However, shortly after the 2 fell silent, the darkness suddenly receded, followed by a blinding light that nearly pierced their eyes. "Light is with you." Wait, why is it a mosquito? A tall, thin, bespectacled young man floating in mid-air, radiating a blinding white light, suddenly stopped reciting his lines halfway through the scene before him. The moment they saw this person, Wulong, Wen, and Erwin caught their breath, and their hearts skipped a beat. Although they already sensed this might not be Pineapple's territory when they came in, they almost fainted the moment they saw this guy. Xu Shilin looked at the two mosquitoes curled up on the ground, shivering with some confusion. He felt there was something wrong with this thing. He had clearly sensed that two powerful souls had come here, but why were there two mosquitoes appearing in front of him now? Mosquitoes are supposed to have very weak spirits, so what's going on here? Thinking of this, he slowly flew towards the two mosquitoes. When Wulong Wen saw Xu Shilin flying towards them, he trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, Xu Shilin found it increasingly amusing. At the same time, a guess formed in his mind. After staring at the two mosquitoes for a while, he muttered to himself, "So it really is just two mosquitoes. I thought some other monster had broken in. Since they're just mosquitoes, let's just kill them. These things aren't very intelligent anyway." When Wulong first heard Xu Shilin mistake them for native mosquitoes, he breathed a sigh of relief. But when he heard that this guy was going to kill him, he immediately became excited. He quickly started writing on the ground with his feet. "Ye my lord, it is I, Wulong. This is Wen, my lord." The Xu Shilin smiled inwardly upon seeing this, but after a moment of stunned silence, he exclaimed in surprise, You all, how did you get here? My lord, we miss you so much." "Yes, my lord, you have no idea how much we suffered to find your trail." When he almost died trying to get to this position, Xu Shilin was deeply moved, tears welling up in his eyes, but he realized he didn't seem to have that thing, so black smoke billowed out. This scene almost made Wulong Wen and the two mosquitoes jump up in fright. They were afraid that this guy would go berserk and kill them. However, Xu Shilin approached them with a face full of excitement, grabbed Wen's broken leg, and looked heartbroken. "Wulong Wen, you've really suffered. I knew that if you traveled through time, you would definitely come looking for me. It wasn't for nothing that I left so many backup plans. Now that you two are here to assist us, the three of us, ruler and ministers, will surely stand at the pinnacle of this world." "Oh dear, look at you all. What are you all doing lying on the ground? It's so cool there, you might catch a cold. Get up now. My lord, we are mortally wounded. Could you please heal us?" "Yes, my lord. Look, half of my leg is broken." Xu Shilin's face showed a hint of embarrassment. "Well, you all know me. I haven't had a physical body since I transmigrated. Here, I was always in a soul state, and later I even abandoned my soul. I really have no way to heal my physical body, but don't worry, restoring your physical body is actually quite simple. Wang Jianxi's physical recovery ability is very strong. Given our relationship, if I were to say just one word, he could make you grow back your head, let alone just a few legs." Upon hearing Xu Shilin's shameless words, Wulong almost jumped up in anger and pointed at his nose to curse him. "Given your relationship with Wang Jianxi, by the time you open your mouth, we're all probably ashes. How could you say that?" He was cursing inwardly, but his feet were behaving obediently. Wulong trembled with excitement, then shakily wrote on the ground with his feet. Thank you, my lord." "Wen, our lord is so good to us. I've decided to follow him for the rest of my life." "Wulong, my lord, I'm reporting that Fengchu has betrayed you. He saw your statue outside and ran away from afar. If only I hadn't time traveled back then, I would have given him a good beating." Xu Shilun. "Oh! Fengchu has also transmigrated." "Sai, Wulong, don't blame Fengchu. He didn't come to see me then. There must have been a reason. I'll go talk to him after I leave." with the assistance of Zhuge Liang, Feng Chu, Wen Tingjian, and the three of you, what great things will we not accomplish? Ha ha ha, my lord is mighty. Lord Bull, come, tell me what the situation is like outside right now. My lord, I think you should grant us some power so we can speak. Otherwise, writing is too troublesome. Ah yes, my lord, and we are now seriously injured. We wish to rest. Oh dear, I was confused. Look, I almost forgot about your injuries. Here, you wait here for a while and absorb some of my soul's power. You'll be able to heal yourselves and then have a spiritual conversation. My lord, can't you just bestow your power upon us yourself? Like pineapple. Ah yes, with your help, my lord, our injuries will surely heal much faster. Xu Shilun's expression changed slightly. Then he said seriously, what do you know? Borrowed power is always borrowed. Only the power you cultivate yourself is truly yours. You must believe me. Our Lord will not harm you. All right, you can cultivate now. I'll stay here and watch over you, and I'll also provide light. After speaking, Xu Shilun shook the light emanating from his body, which was so bright it was almost blinding. Upon witnessing this scene, Wolong Wen and the other man exchanged glances, but ultimately remained silent. They didn't say it, but Xu Shilun spoke up again. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you, your current position is the safest. Leaving here could put your lives in danger, and you mustn't stray too far from me. All right, now feel my power in peace. After saying that, Xu Shilun stopped talking and continued to perform his task of providing illumination, just like a light bulb. Two enormous mosquitoes nearby wrote words of gratitude with their feet, some even weeping bitterly. This shows that their lord has been too good to them, and they will definitely be loyal to him in the future. The three were truly a harmonious ruler and his subjects, and brothers who were friendly and respectful to each other. This scene is so heartwarming. Those who saw this scene in the live stream almost burst out laughing. This is so touching, absolutely so touching. The scene where Wolong Wen and you two meet our lord is truly moving. Yes, when Wolong Wen saw his lord again, he trembled all over and wept bitterly. Such a touching scene, if it were made into a movie, would move countless people to tears. My lord. For some reason, maybe it's just me, seeing this scene didn't move me at all. I even felt like laughing. If I hadn't known the truth, I almost would have been moved by your sincere words. I vaguely remember seeing them discussing grinding Xu Shilun into powder and throwing it in the toilet. If that doesn't work, I'll tell on them. Xu Shilun has stopped live streaming, so it might be difficult to snitch on him. It's not difficult. All you have to do is travel through time, right? After saying that, you no longer concealed your aura. Sorry for the crosstalk. Ha. I'm laughing so hard. But in this situation, I'd like to compose a poem. Derol. Day. The three remained silent in the instant, each lost in their own thoughts, but none of them uttered a word. Wolong Wen wanted to obtain Xu Shilun's power. Without going into too much detail, at the very least, we need to be able to communicate without any barriers. Xu Shilun wanted to know what was happening outside, and he also wanted the two of them to help him escape the instance and regain his power. Of the 4 time travelers, it was Xu Shilun who proposed the plan to smuggle themselves across the border. He made the most preparations and left himself the most backup plans. Because what he had done before was truly inhumane, he was afraid that if other transmigrators saw him, they would grind him into powder and throw him away. Therefore, he created countless dark Tiga clones. One's own fragments are the source of power, along with the main computer. His consciousness can be awakened as long as any unusual movement occurs in dark Tiga, within the radiation range of his fragments. Therefore, he had already awakened when the first animal entered the instance. The first thing I wanted to do after waking up was to leave this place and reclaim all my other fragments and power. However, to his surprise, he discovered that he was unable to mobilize his own power. He did indeed awaken, but he was unable to mobilize his own power. He couldn't even control the dark Tigas within the dungeon. Without even thinking, he had already guessed that this must be the work of some evil god behind the scenes. But he didn't give up, because he had other ideas. He was indeed unable to control his own power, nor could he use his consciousness to control Dark Tiga. Even once inside the instance, the Dark Tiga will attack everyone indiscriminately. So he decided to go out and take a look first, and then carefully ran out from the central area. It took him more than 5 years to go from inside to outside. The reason he was able to escape was because he had no idea how many times he had done this before. If an accident occurs and one's will is extinguished, one will awaken again when an unusual movement occurs. But upon waking up, he had no memory of this place at all. Their memories are still stuck on the last moment of the self-destruction. On his way out, he saw many traces of his own past, but those roads eventually all died down. He simply knew that the previous methods had failed. After going through countless hardships to get outside, he found that he still couldn't leave this place. If you want to leave, you must take your fragments with you. He was dumbfounded. I have to go in again. But his escape was purely coincidental. If there had been any accident, he would have had to start over, which is why it took him 5 years to escape. Now you're telling me I have to go back in? He had considered dying here, then restarting and coming out again, but he had no memory of this place after he died. To put it simply, he hasn't saved his game yet. However, after he arrived at the outer perimeter, he discovered that he had gained some privileges. Although it still cannot attack, it can switch between black and white. To put it simply, it can turn the lights on and off, and the light source is itself. He's just a third wheel now. You might say this ability is useless, but it actually has some use. You say it's useful? Well, it's completely useless. After discovering that he couldn't get out and had only a little bit of access, he wanted more. But it was of no use. He then discovered that this was not a piece of bullshit authority at all. It was his own power that leaked out and tainted the outside world. Then, since I am of the same origin and have come to the outer perimeter, I can start cultivating again. He absorbed the dark power back into his body, and then the light appeared. Because the light did not originate from Su Shilan, his act of absorbing darkness was also an act of releasing light. Therefore, a lot of light will appear on his body. He originally thought that if all else failed, he could cultivate here and rebuild his strength. As it turns out, his qualifications were, to be honest, really poor. He can absorb darkness without being harmed, because the power originates from himself. But how much of it will be retained after absorption is hard to say. At level 4, or rather, at level 4 fragments, he was constantly absorbing and transforming darkness. Compared to his own fragments, he was like someone who had taken a sip of water with his mouth, and his fragments were the water pump. Moreover, the water he drinks is excreted over time, which is absurd. Others cultivate to achieve perfect balance and become stronger with each practice. But when it came to Su Shilan, he completely turned himself into a sieve. If he hadn't absorbed a significant amount of power, breaking through to the 4th rank would have been virtually impossible. With so much soul liquid from the Soul Clan, even if we don't give it to Zhang Jiao, anyone else could break through to the 3rd tier. He can't even break through to the 2nd tier. There's also Zofi's darkness, which is equivalent to a 3rd tier power. Dark Tiga, who followed, provided him with energy at all times. It could even be said that the entire ultra-civilization was pouring energy into a leaky pool. It could even be said that his previous ability to improve his strength using soul liquid was due to the fact that the pineapple fragment helped him plug some loopholes. But to say he has no advantages at all wouldn't be accurate. Although he leaks quickly, he also absorbs quickly. The faster you swallow, the faster it leaks out. If you swallow slowly, it will leak out the next second after going into your mouth. In other words, he can swallow an unlimited amount. Before reaching the 4th rank, he was constantly absorbing power, from soul liquid to darkness, and then to ultra energy. After reaching the 4th rank, his body could autonomously absorb energy from the universe, which is why he was able to maintain the 4th rank. Although he exploded in an instant after reaching the 4th rank, but he still reached the 4th rank. His body was still absorbing power. His body will not completely perish until his 30,000-year lifespan as a 4th-order cultivator comes to an end. Xueshilin realized the problem with his talent, but there was nothing he could do about it. He is now filled with hatred, hating Liu Dejun for being so ruthless. He hated that his people died too quickly. I hate that I don't have the blood skull goo. He resented that his clansmen couldn't sacrifice themselves to improve their aptitude like the immortals did. But it's no use thinking about it now. After that, he slowly cultivated outside while tricking the animals that came in to help him retrieve the fragments. He had no tricks up his sleeve inside the instance, but he had plenty of backup plans outside. Once you're out there, it's quite easy to improve your skills. If all else fails, try possessing another body, and then walk the same path you came from. Go to the Diablo instance to get his fragments. If he could save his game now, he would have actually considered lying here for the rest of his life. Anyway, this era has nothing to do with me. I don't have any tasks myself. I can live for 30,000 years in this darkness, so there's absolutely no need to go out and fight to the death. Unfortunately, I cannot transmit this idea to the fragments. Even after I am resurrected, I will still try to escape from them. Then they got trapped here, and then they had the same thoughts as themselves. Therefore, waking up too early is not a good thing. As the days went by, he used the energy of his large light bulb to constantly trick other animals into helping him retrieve the fragments. Whether you believe in yourself or not is one thing. Whether you deceive yourself or not is another. After all, the animals that come to him have basically absorbed his power. I thought today would be another day of deception, but to my surprise, my strategist actually showed up. But, well, it seems like nothing has changed from before. It's still just another day of deception. These two seem to be doing rather poorly. I've actually transmigrated into Ashura's spare food. But when he said this, he didn't consider his own situation at all. After all, given his current situation, if you had to describe it in one word, it would be miserable. The miserable trio. Xueshilin looked at the two mosquitoes in front of him and pondered to himself. If you really want to talk about it, mosquitoes would have been invincible in previous civilizations, at least in the early stages, except when they encountered civilizations like the Soul Clan, which were natural counters to them. As a result, the two of them are still in such a bad state. It feels like this era is going to be tough. I don't know if they have any missions, or what those missions are. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, on the 3rd day, under the shroud of this vast amount of dark energy, they finally stepped into the extraordinary realm. Over the past 3 days, Wolongwen and Liangwen have been constantly thinking about how to break the deadlock. Why is Xueshilin so easy to talk to? Well, it seems that Xueshilin has always been easy to talk to, but his words and actions are completely opposite. For example, he's always very polite when calling Liu Dejun, addressing him as Brother Jun, but his actions. Therefore, they felt that Su Shilun must be plotting something. On the surface, the three old coins seemed to be getting along well, appearing as brothers and loving each other, but in reality, they were scheming against each other in the live stream room. It's really interesting to see these three guys together. I reckon even if you put all three of their brains together, they wouldn't be able to come up with anything worthwhile. I came here specifically to see some bastards get their comeuppance. That's obvious. What kind of good person would time travel like that? If you talk like that, Pineapple, bro might have something to say. The Wang Jianji also has something to say. Oh well. Okay, aside from Azura, there isn't a single good person among them. That's more like it. Have you guys forgotten about Liu Dejun? Oh, him? He's such a pushover. 6. But these guys have been sitting here for 3 days without saying a word. What are they up to? What else could they be doing? Wulong and the others are definitely trying to escape, lest their lord catch them and refine them instantly. Su Shilun didn't do anything, yet he willingly transformed into light to illuminate them. Look at this light, isn't it wonderful? At least it's much better than when it was pitch black before. Is this even Chinese? Su Shilun Guang. How did they even manage to put these characters together? Then you haven't read The Supreme Light of Human Relationships. After reading it, you'll realize that this is all child's play. Yeah, I feel like Su Shilun probably has a lot of problems now, otherwise he definitely wouldn't be so easy to talk to. That goes without saying. Everyone could see it. You didn't see how arrogant Su Shilun was when he used his strength. He was always calling everyone Brother Jun, and every punch he threw could build a city. So, what do you think is his problem? Who knows? Ignoring the comments in the live stream, the three of them, the Emperor and his minister, finally began to communicate once again. When it burst into tears, "My lord, I miss you so much." Wulong covered his face with his feet. "My lord, it has been so difficult for us to find you." Su Shilun wiped away non-existent tears. "When, Wulong, you've worked hard. My lord, Wulong, could you tell me what has happened to you, your group, all these years?" Su Shilun and Wulong spoke at the same time, wanting to know about each other's situation. They used to communicate by writing, so asking now would have made them seem too eager. So I haven't spoken up until now. Just as Su Shilun wanted to know what was happening outside, Wulong and his group also wanted to know about Su Shilun's situation. After all, they also felt that Su Shilun had a big problem at this time. Then, they spoke at the same time again. "Haha, Wulong, speak first." "All right. Since my lord wants to know, I will tell you. Actually, I've been here for quite a while, probably less than a year. If I had to say who I know best, it would be Feng Chu. He had already been in this world for 5 years before I even arrived." Su Shilun exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, didn't you all travel through time at the same time?" "No, it was when Feng Chu discovered your ruins that he was afraid to breathe. I scolded him angrily, and then I traveled through time. When? I can testify." All right, we'll go find Feng Chu together and have a good talk with him. Let's not talk about him for now." "What happened after you transmigrated? Did you have any missions?" Wulong glanced at Wenyi and said, "My lord, we do indeed have a mission, and it is extremely difficult." "Not only is the mission difficult, but the world we live in is also very difficult." Su Shilun, how exactly is it difficult? Phoenix Chick transmigrated into the witch clan. He was born with a powerful physical body. He could kill mosquitoes and ants with a single punch. Moreover, his clan was incredibly large and reproduced at an extremely fast rate. They are constantly consuming the world's resources. At their current rate of development, The witch clan could devour the entire world in just 100 years. Devouring the world? How does that work? They feed on soil and minerals, only taking in and not giving out. Every day they devour a large amount of matter, which then becomes their mass. In the long run, the entire world will be eaten up. I originally wanted to escape to the stars, but your previous mount was guarding the atmosphere. It has grown much larger, and its strength is at least comparable to Zhang Jiao, whom you encountered before. On the ground, there were hordes of monsters. They had absorbed the power of you and the others, and each of them was enormous and possessed extraordinary strength. No matter which secret realm was outside, there were countless monsters guarding it. That's why we almost died when we broke in. Wulong went on, but at that moment, Xu Shilan only had 4 words in his mind. Only in, no out. It only takes in and doesn't give out. This is a really good thing. If I can acquire this ability, then returning to my peak will only be a matter of time. It can even be stronger. However, there are still 2 problems. First, how do I get out? Second, after going out, how do you obtain the other party's physical body? Leaving aside the latter for now, let's just talk about the first problem, which we don't even know how to solve. If I want to get out, I must take the fragments with me. Only then can I be free. In fact, he had also fantasized that the power would return to him after he left with the fragments. But his intuition told him that the possibility was extremely slim. Since the evil god has already stripped him of his power, there is no way he will be allowed to take it back so easily. He also knew that the evil god was probably doing this on purpose to disgust him, since he had taken the peach from his peach. Although he didn't know why the evil god didn't grind him into powder in the end, preventing him from ever being resurrected, it could even lead to its complete destruction. After all, he had no doubt about the power of the evil god. So, that's one of the strange things about him. Thinking of this, Xu Shilan shook his head slightly, trying to put these things, which were still too far removed from his mind, out of his thoughts. Rethink the current situation. It's clearly unrealistic to expect to get your fragments by relying on Wulong Wen and those 2. After all, he has over 30,000 Dark Tiga here. Each Dark Tiga possesses the strength of a mid-stage Tier 3. Don't be fooled by Dark Tiga's ability to wipe out large groups of enemies, whether it's Zhang Jiao, Wang Jianji, or Diablo, in the later stages of the game. But in terms of strength, he has truly reached the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. At the mid-stage of the 3rd tier, if they really wanted to, they could already destroy a star with their bare hands. It's just that Diablo and his crew became so incredibly powerful in the later stages. Otherwise, their Dark Tiga would have been just as strong. So, it's really difficult to get them to break through the blockade of 130,000 Dark Tigas and enter the very center of the dungeon to get their fragments. They could kill not only ordinary mosquitoes, but also those mosquitoes that were enhanced by evil gods at the end of the last era. Moreover, these 2 good-for-nothings in front of me. This isn't just difficult, it's extremely difficult. If they can't help us, then there's no point in leaving them here. He didn't dare to fight them, because if he did, it would reveal that he had lost his power. Don't be fooled by how respectfully these 2 address me as Lord. If they knew I was powerless, they would be the first to kill me. Although I can reload the save and start over, it means I'll lose all my memories of this place. These 2 are currently intimidated and dare not make any rash moves, but they're not stupid. They'll definitely discover the problem eventually. Therefore, we must find a way to solve this problem first. In fact, Xu Shilan had considered taking them down. Although he was no match for them, based on his understanding of the area, he could easily bring over Dark Tiga to kill them both. If you hide well, nothing will happen to you. But doing so won't do you any good. Although these 2 didn't say it, they definitely did live streams. This scene will definitely be broadcast live. I'm not afraid of what people will say about me. With my reputation, I'll probably be infamous for eternity. So he didn't care, but he wasn't sure if other time travelers would come later. If you come here and know what you've done, then your first choice is obvious. This is tantamount to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Given the current situation, it's unlikely that anyone will come looking for me, but he still wouldn't do something so thankless and exhausting. As for why these two came to find him, Su Shilun said that some things are better left unsaid. Otherwise, it would be awkward for both sides. Since they said they came specifically to find me, I'll just believe them for now. So, what we need to do now is keep these two in line. As it stands, they haven't realized that they've lost their power. Even if they find out, it doesn't matter. I can just fool them by saying that as long as I get the fragment, my power will return. As for whether it's true or not, he said it was just his guess. Thinking of this, Su Shilun grasped Wulong with one hand and touched Wen's face with the other, his expression full of gratitude. "You've really worked hard." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of black light suddenly appeared around Wulong Wen. Even under the bright light of Su Shilun, it was still eerily dark. The black light appeared only for a moment before disappearing, but Wulong Wen and the two mosquitoes were almost startled by what they saw. My lord, what does this mean? My lord, was I seeing things?" I felt a black light suddenly emanating from Wulong's body. Su Shilun coughed lightly. I know you're having a tough time out there, so I just made a protective shield field, so it will protect you when you encounter danger. Wulong, my lord, are you serious? How strong of an attack can this protective shield withstand? Wen, our lord has been so good to us. We can never repay your kindness in this lifetime. Su Shilun coughed lightly and nodded, saying, cough, of course. My lord, I still want to know how powerful this protective shield is. Tell us so we can have a better understanding. Su Shilun, this shield isn't particularly strong defensively, but it's very strong offensively. Wulong? Attack power? Wen, my lord, didn't you say this was a protective shield? That's right, the name shield is meant to mislead others. Wouldn't it be better if you shouted activate shield when you encountered an enemy, and then suddenly attacked them? Wulong, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Wen, as expected of our lord, you are truly amazing. Just how powerful is this protective shield? Su Shilun. When it is activated, it can produce a huge explosion with a radius of 1 kilometer in an instant. Upon hearing this, Wulong Wen and the two mosquitoes froze. Although they had already sensed something was wrong when Su Shilun attacked them earlier, but after hearing those words, the mosquito went completely numb. Damn it! A massive explosion with a radius of 1 kilometer occurred in an instant. And it came from us! Do you even want to listen to what you're saying? This isn't an attack, it's practically suicide! I curse your ancestors, you despicable bastards! Holy crap! Are you trying to kill someone else? Or are you trying to kill us? Although he was inwardly roaring with rage on the surface, Wulong gave a dry laugh and tentatively began to speak. Ha, my lord just loves to joke. Did you say something wrong just now? Su Shilun's expression was serious. How could I be wrong? Are you doubting me? No, thank you so much for the protective shield, my lord. I am so excited. Our Lord has been so good to us. We can never repay your kindness in this lifetime. As he spoke, Wulong Wen kowtowed frantically. It was only because mosquitoes don't have tears that they would have tears and snot streaming down their faces. Xu Shilun reached out to help them up, saying, Hey, what are you doing? Get up. It'll be bad if others see this. No matter what, you've come all this way to see me. I can't just leave you with nothing. Otherwise, people will think I, Xu Shilun, am stingy. All right. Stop kowtowing and get up quickly. I'll get angry if you keep doing this. My lord, I am so deeply moved. My lord, me too. I'm so moved I could die. In the live stream room. 6666. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. This move was absolutely brilliant. Amazing. And I knew it. Meeting Xu Shilun was never going to be good. Aha, that's hilarious. He used the shield for attacking. I almost fell for his trick just now. Turns out, his attack method was self-destruction. Xu Shilun is really something else. He manipulated Wolong Wen with a wave of his hand. Let's see if they dare to mess around now. It'll be fun if Xu Shilun activates their protective shield in a heartbeat. The most amazing thing is these two. Even though they clearly know their situation, they can still cry so genuinely. How? Could it not be realistic? My life hangs in the balance, and if my crying wasn't genuine, I might die on the spot. I'm truly heartbroken and weeping. That's terrible. That's terrible. I barely escaped death, and then I ran into Xu Shilun. Just now, I thought Xu Shilun was easy to talk to because of old friendships. After all, they had helped Xu Shilun with his plans. Then they turned around and put a self-destruct device on them. It was truly awful. Xu Shilun is still the same Xu Shilun, unchanged. Saying I'd grind him into powder and throw him in the toilet would be too lenient a statement. A Wolong. Our Lord has been so kind to us. We are truly moved. If we don't do something for him, we won't be at peace. When? Me too. Xu Shilun. Hey, there's no need for that. After all, you've helped me with my ideas, so it's only right that I give you some help. There's really no need for this. My lord, just say the word. Whatever you need, just say it. Even if it means going through fire and water, I will do it without hesitation. I am willing to die for my lord. Sigh, since you are so sincere, then I have no choice but to tell you. I guess you can see that the main reason I can't leave here is because my fragment is here. If I want to leave, someone has to go to the very center of this secret realm and bring my fragment out. My lord, rest assured, Wolong will definitely help you bring the fragment out. Good. Ambition. I'm relieved to hear you say that. As long as you keep going in this direction and kill all 30,000 dark Tigas along the way, you can bring out my fragment. Wolong? When he? Upon hearing Xu Shilun's words, for some reason, the image of the nine-headed insect ordering Ben Borba to kill Tang Sanzang and his disciples suddenly flashed into Wen's mind. It's not that they're not very different. They're practically identical. Damn it! 30,000 dark Tiga! How could this guy even say that? Even if they were at their peak, let alone now that they're still recovering from serious injuries, they'd only be a match for Dark Tiga with a single slap. Forget about them. Even if you called that bastard Fengshu over, he'd probably just get slapped by now. They don't even dare to mess with Phoenix Chick right now, and you're sending them to deal with Dark Tiga right off the bat. 30,000 of them all at once. You really think highly of yourself. If I could defeat 30,000 Dark Tiga, I could kill him on the spot. They even fought Dark Tiga. What's the difference between sending us to fight 30,000 Ultraman Tiga and sending us to our deaths? Why don't you just detonate this lousy protective shield? That way you'll die a quick and easy death. Although that's what she was thinking, Wen is still cautiously asked, "My lord, didn't you say that as long as we get it back, that's enough?" "Why is there still dark Tiga?" Su Shilun coughed lightly. "It's my fault for being ignorant when I was young. I created too many dark Tiga back then. Now that people are dead, these dark Tiga only obey the control of my fragments, and I can't attack them, so there's nothing I can do. But, Wolong Wen, I trust you. You are my strategists. You must have a way, right? My lord thinks highly of me. My lord thinks too highly of me. This is still a bit too difficult for us. I wonder if we could change the task?" Su Shilun feigned doubt for a moment. "Is it that difficult? Didn't I just give you a protective shield?" "As long as you activate the shield, even Dark Tiga will die without hesitation." "Wolong, ha ha ha, my lord, you're joking. The protective shield is the first gift you gave us. How could we use it so easily?" That's right. I will definitely protect this shield well, even if it means my death. I will not use it." Su Shilun, no need. This thing isn't particularly precious. I'll get you some more when we run out. Upon hearing this, Winnie really wanted to say, "Damn it, once this thing is used, can it be brought back?" They're basically going to take everyone down with them by carrying nuclear weapons, and then they come back and give us more. You make it sound so easy, why don't you try it yourself? My lord, how about we choose a different mission? We really can't handle this one. Yes, my lord, it's not that we're afraid of death, but that we want to keep our bodies in good condition to do more for you. Wulong is reluctant to part with his lord. Wen too. As the two mosquitoes spoke, they began to cry. It truly breaks the heart and brings tears to the eyes of those who hear it. That was incredibly moving. Seeing this, Xu Shilun smiled with satisfaction. Finally, they managed to fool those two. Now I can talk about my real mission. As for the so-called protective shield, he can't do anything except turn the lights on and off now. So where would he get the power to build some damn protective shield? The darkness was just an illusion he created by switching the lights on and off. Anyway, they didn't know they had no power left. Moreover, even if this thing did have power, would they dare to use it? I said it purely to scare them. This is a blatant threat. Tell them that their lives are in my hands now. And if they don't behave, they'll explode in the next second. Although they are both intelligent people, they will definitely have suspicions. But sometimes, the smarter a person is, the easier they are to fool. Because smart people think more. It's only because Su Shilun knew this that he came up with this plan. If it were someone like Wang Jianxi, he would never do that. Despite thinking this, Xu Shilun's face still showed a hint of displeasure. You just said you were willing to go through fire and water for me, but now you're not even willing to help me get a fragment. My lord, it's not that we're unwilling, it's just that we can't do it. Yes, we really can't do it. Xu Shilun snorted coldly. If that's the case, then I'll give you a different task. Help me capture a stone golem. When he hesitated for a moment, "This, my lord, this is a bit." Just as he was about to say that it would be difficult, he saw Xu Shilun's face darken, so Wen quickly changed his words. "My lord, don't worry. We guarantee to complete the mission." Wulong chimed in from the side. "I guarantee the mission will be completed." Xu Shilun nodded in satisfaction. I'm satisfied to see you say that. I won't make things difficult for you. I know you're too weak right now and no match for the stone man, so you can train here for a year and properly comprehend my power to become stronger. A year from now, a group of Dark Tiga will pass through here, and then they will launch indiscriminate attacks on the outside world. Then you'll be able to go out with them. When Wulong first heard that they were to capture the stone man, he knew they could leave. But after hearing Xu Shilun say that they would have to wait another year, they were immediately disappointed. The most important thing is to go out with Dark Tiga. Following Dark Tiga isn't the problem. The main issue is that those guys launch indiscriminate attacks. Indiscriminate attacks mean that they will also be attacked when the time comes. Thinking of this, Weni immediately spoke up. "My lord, why do we have to go out with Dark Tiga? Can't we go out first?" "Humph. You really think it's that simple?" "My secret realm is indeed open to anyone who wants to come, but if you want to leave, you only have one chance a year. Do you know why you so few animals when you came before?" "Please enlighten me, my lord." Xu Shilun. "Because not long ago, Dark Tiga went out, and those who could run away basically ran away, and those who couldn't run away are basically gone. Each time Dark Tiga ventures out, it indiscriminately attacks all life forms, then uses itself as an anchor point to expand the area of the secret realm." Wulong asked in confusion, "Why would my lord do this?" When it was equally puzzled, he didn't know why Xu Shilun would do something so meaningless. Wouldn't it be better to make those animals stronger, then lure them in and help him get the fragments? You think I wanted to do this? It's not like I. As he spoke, Xu Shilun made a gesture of looking up at the sky. The three of them fell silent instantly. At this point, they roughly guessed why Xu Shilun couldn't leave this place. It was probably because of that person's existence. Thinking about it carefully, it's already a miracle that Xu Shilun, that bastard, didn't get crushed into powder and made into water after picking the evil god's peach. While there might be a reason why that scoundrel Xu Shilun was useful, it's still better than being ground into powder and dissolved in water. They're just trapped here now. The evil god is really too kind. Yes, that's right. After Xu Shilun put that damn protective shield on Wulong Wen and the two mosquitoes, they now feel that even the evil god has started to become merciful. That's really a bit strange. After discussing some details, the three of them fell silent. Wulong Wen and Erwin began their cultivation. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Fengchu also learned that his companion had traveled through time and was captured by Xu Shilun, who then betrayed him. Yu Jiemo, who was originally in a peaceful state of mind and traveled with Mimi every day, almost jumped up when she saw Wulong was about to travel through time and she was planning to take him along on the trip. In other words, he can't speak, otherwise he would have started cursing long ago. Damn it, Wulong, you dog! He just transmigrated and he's already trying to betray me. I was originally thinking of bringing you along, but all you want to do is kill me. Is this even human being doing this? If I didn't transmigrate into a human, I'd just stop being human altogether. It's understandable to be inhuman, but you can't be Xu Shilun's dog. Didn't we agree to grind Xu Shilun's fragments into powder and throw them in the toilet? And what did you do? Not only did you choose to be his dog, but you also betrayed your brother. You're not even human. While cursing, Yu Jiemo started to think of a solution. When Wulong mentioned that he was going to travel through time, he already had a feeling that his life might not be peaceful afterward. But when he learned that this guy had gone to Xu Shilun and betrayed him, he really started to get worried. He had indeed been thinking of just traveling every day for 70 or 80 years, or even 100 years, and then dying would be the end of it. But things are different now. If that bastard Xu Shilun really comes out, let alone 70 or 80 years, he probably won't survive even 7 or 8 years. He remembered clearly everything Xu Shilun had done back then. Wherever he is, nothing good will happen. Even counterfeit ones are like that. Look at the Soul Clan. As soon as Xu Shilun appeared, he enslaved the entire Soul Clan. Then they went to the Ultra Civilization and crippled it. They found Dark Tiga and tricked him into dying. The fake Su Shilun appeared and crippled Ashura again. Finally, Su Shilun took control of the ultra-civilization, turning it from a free and peaceful civilization into one where everything was 1007 every day. Putting aside the past, let's talk about the present. Wulong and Wen went to find Su Shilun, only to be directly controlled by him and have a self-destruct device installed on their bodies. This is absolutely inhuman. If this had happened before Wulong betrayed him, he might have felt some sympathy, but now all he could say was, "Serves him right." Ugmo cursed as he walked toward Wang Jianxi's instance. He discovered this copy not long ago. Wang Jianxi's copy is not as difficult to distinguish as the copies of Big Pineapple and Su Shilun. The animals surrounding him were all incredibly strong. If the animals around other instances are 2 or 3 times larger than those outside, the monsters here are at least 7 or 8 times larger. Moreover, most of them possess the power of fire. This is the most obvious point. Previously, Ugmo didn't want to repair it, nor did he want to become stronger. I just want a carefree life. But there's no way around it. Sometimes life forces him to do things he doesn't want to do. As we approached the vicinity of Wang Jianxi's instance, a monkey over 30 meters tall suddenly leaped out. He was surrounded by flames, and with a squeak, Ugmo felt a sudden dizziness in his soul. Then he threw a punch, sending the monkey flying hundreds of meters away. With his current strength, Fengchu could kill even an ant with a single punch. As it turned out, the monkey was simply knocked away. Upon witnessing this scene, he knew that this was the place he had chosen, and the best place for him to become stronger. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. Today, Wulong Wen and his companion are finally leaving their beloved lord, Su Shilun. At that moment, the two men burst into tears, kneeling and expressing their deep sorrow and pleading with their lord not to let them leave. They only wanted to stay here and accompany their lord. Su Shilun was deeply moved and finally nodded, saying, "All right. In that case, let's stay." Wulong? Wen he? Why is this different from what we agreed on? Wulong Wen and the other man, who were already crying and begging to stay by Su Shilun's side, cried even more bitterly after hearing these words. "My lord!" bursts into tears. "My lord!" weeping bitterly. All right. I know you don't want to stay here either. In that case, when Dark Tiga appears, you can follow them out together." "My lord, I really..." Upon hearing this, Wulong was about to continue his act when he suddenly reached out and slapped him, causing him to immediately change his tune. "My lord, we will definitely complete your mission. My lord, we will miss you." Su Shilun nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, I understand. Now you all come with me and hide. When Dark Tiga appears, you will follow behind them. Remember, don't get too close or too far. If you get too close, you'll be attacked. With your current strength, one ray of light will turn you to ashes. Being too far away won't work either. Otherwise, you might not be able to leave, and you'll have to stay here with me for another year. My lord, I understand. My lord, rest assured, we will definitely complete your mission. By the way, this protective shield..." After Wulong finished speaking, he cautiously looked at Su Shilun, hoping to get a reply. "Well, you can keep the protective shield. After all, it's a life-saving measure. If you don't have time to activate it, I can activate it remotely for you." Wulong wept bitterly, saying, "Our lord has been too good to us. I can never repay my lord's kindness in this lifetime." "All right, stop talking nonsense. Dark Tiga is here, hurry up." After saying that, Su Shilun stopped arguing with the two and led them into hiding. At the same time, it extinguished the light on its body. You should know that when he talks about indiscriminate attacks, he's attacking himself too. Given my current situation, if I get hit, I'll still be done for. Therefore, he also had to hide. However, he had previously stated that the purpose of doing this was to prevent Wulong Wen from being exposed, so they did not suspect anything. A moment later, one after another, dark Tiga figures, each 1,000 meters tall and looking incredibly majestic, flew out from within, quickly approached various locations on the edge of the instance. The darkness began to churn with their movements. The area of the instance also began to slowly expand. The next moment, one by one, dark Tiga emerged from the black mist. Just then, Xu Shilin spoke up. Now! Get out of here quickly. Once you're out, fly along the edge of the instance until you're out of the darkness. Only then will you be considered out of this place. Yes, my lord, we understand. Goodbye, my lord. After finishing his sentence, Wulong Wen flew directly outside. A minute later, they finally emerged from the instance, but by then the outside world had already been tainted by darkness. A vast expanse of darkness continuously enveloped everything around. Dazzling beams of light were released in the darkness. The giant birds that had been chasing them were no match for these dark Tigas. They wouldn't even be worth a single slap. Upon seeing this, they were so frightened that they immediately began to follow Xu Shilin's instructions and fly rapidly upwards along the edge of the oval-shaped replica. They proceeded cautiously, constantly lying in wait to avoid dark Tiga's gaze, and finally, 5 hours later, they completely escaped the darkness. The moment they were completely freed from darkness, they felt that the world was so vast, the sky and earth were so bright, and the sun was so warm. They finally got rid of Xu Shilin, that third wheel. They're having such a hard time. Just think about everything that happened inside. Every day, you had to put on an act in front of Xu Shilin and act like his dog. They could be killed by this bastard if they were not careful. They were already so careful. But even so, Xu Shilin still installed a self-destruct system on them. They even call it a protective shield. I'll protect your grandma's legs. Damn it, your protective shield is self-destructing. I'll fuck you. He cursed Xu Shilin in his heart, but they still dared not linger and continued to fly upwards. They finally stopped only after they were completely exhausted. Recalling everything that had happened before, and the ridiculous protective shield that Xu Shilin had created on their bodies, Wulong Wen and his 2 comrades in arms burst into tears. They're having such a hard time. We've finally gotten rid of that great demon. Yes, we really asked him for help. When I first saw this guy, I thought he was going to kill us. It scared me to death. We're finally out. I swear I'll never come back here again in my life. But what about Xu Shilin's mission? Or rather, what about the self-destruct devices on us? After when he said this, the two fell silent once. Again. After a long silence, Wulong said, "He probably won't be using this thing all the time, so we should try to become stronger now. What Xu Shilin can do, Big Pineapple should be able to do too. Let's not do it. Big Pineapple's power is about the same as Xu Shilin's. We don't want to end up in Big Pineapple's territory again." The two brothers fell silent once again. They then lowered their heads and ate dirt, and it wasn't until an hour later that they started again. They currently lack the ability to resolve Xu Shilin's self-destruct system, so they'll set that aside for now. Since thinking about it is pointless, it's better to change your approach than to create unnecessary trouble for yourself. 5 hours later, they encountered a giant bird in the sky with a wingspan of more than 50 meters. Upon seeing this thing, The two mosquitoes exchanged a glance, and the next moment, a burst of mental energy was launched. The large bird felt a sudden dizziness and then fell downwards. They had just woken up when they saw two enormous mosquitoes charging towards them. The large bird flapped its wings violently, trying to unleash its power. The next moment, another powerful soul force struck it, instantly interrupting its skill and plunging its mind into chaos once more. A mosquito that's 300 meters long is fighting a bird that's only 50 meters long. It's a 2-on-1 situation, and the mosquito even has to start with a sneak attack. To be honest, he truly deserves to be called Su Shilun's strategist. In terms of sneak attacks, they can coordinate so perfectly with just a glance. They are truly talented. When he grabbed the mosquito leg he had broken off earlier and slapped it down hard, the bird's head exploded on the spot, and its body crashed to the ground below. Seeing the large bird that the two brothers had easily killed with their combined efforts, Wulongwen and his brother were very happy. The first time we worked together, it was so perfect, and our teamwork was so seamless. It was so awesome. The two mosquitoes looked at each other, then fell downwards. They've been living on dirt since they transmigrated here. While it's true that mosquitoes can eat soil, it only allows them to barely survive. They finally got to eat meat today. Think about it. They might be the most miserable group of transmigrators after they came here. It's been almost 2 years since I transmigrated to this point, and I've finally seen meat. Although the young phoenix eats dirt, he gets to eat meat right from the start. In other words, they were originally carnivores, but they've been eating dirt for so long. Before the time travel, mosquitoes ate dirt. Even after time travel, the mosquitoes are still eating dirt. This is a complete waste of time travel. Two enormous mouthparts pierced the bird's body, sucking out all the blood in an instant. In the end, they didn't even spare flesh and fur. They devoured them all. After eating the large bird, Wulongwen and the two mosquitoes began to grow at a visible rate. Mosquitoes originally drank blood, but in later eras, living conditions became so poor, and after the frequent destruction of worlds, there was nothing to eat for hundreds of years, so they were forced to switch to eating dirt. Eating dirt doesn't provide them with much nutrition. It's just enough to keep them alive. Moreover, later on, they were lucky if they didn't get eaten, let alone eat dirt. It is precisely because of this situation that mosquitoes have been constantly degenerating, or you could say it evolves further. In order to adapt to their living environment, they evolved into creatures that can survive entirely by eating soil, but they also lost a lot. For example, the earliest mosquitoes were over 600 meters long, but now the largest mosquitoes are only over 300 meters long. Some of the female mosquitoes are slightly larger, but they can only travel less than 400 meters. Now, they have begun to devour flesh and blood again, and their genes are reverting to their ancestral state. There are 2 reasons for this. First, they have awakened their supernatural abilities, which allow them to quickly modify and adapt their bodies, changing them in a way that is most beneficial to them. Secondly, their souls come from a higher dimension, so the transformation process is faster. After all, under normal circumstances, it took other mosquitoes thousands of years to fully adapt to eating soil. It's impossible for them to transform into an ancient state by eating a bite of meat. Even if eating meat could restore one's previous body size, it would take hundreds or thousands of years. Not only mosquitoes, but the ant species in this world are the same. During the Ultra Era, the ants that Sumo dropped were over 1,000 meters tall. As a result, each ant is now only 200 meters long, which is also due to the queen ant's choice. Being too large is not good for ants' survival, because larger ants eat more. Back in Ashura, there were ants to eat, mosquitoes to eat, and natural disasters to deal with, so there was simply not enough food. Therefore, out of necessity, ants will stop developing when they reach a distance of 200 meters. To be honest, there's another reason. The queen ant was beaten up by the giant pineapple when she was just born, which caused some stunted growth. Wulongwene's eyes lit up as he observed the changes in the other person, although they didn't know why. But if eating meat could make you stronger, then... For the next 2 weeks, the 2 old silver coin mosquitoes kept attacking all the wild beasts around them. They don't even look down on those who are small in size, and they specifically seek out those with extraordinary powers to kill. They discovered that by eating animals with extraordinary strength, their own strength would increase. 6 months later, 2 giant mosquitoes, each over 500 meters long and entirely black with black, white and red stripes, appeared near a Wang Jianji instance. For the past 6 months, they have been continuously working on old silver coins. By using 2 against 1 and employing mental attacks, they killed one extraordinary monster after another. The focus has gradually shifted from the sky to the ground. They then discovered that while the animals on the ground were more defensive and stronger, they were also easier to fight. If you can beat them, a single combo attack will leave them severely injured, if not dead. Then they can enjoy a delicious meal. If you can't beat them, use a combo attack. If you can't win, just run away. With his ability to fly, the opponent had absolutely no way to deal with him. They hunted animals and devoured their flesh in this way, constantly growing larger and stronger. It's unclear whether it's because they devoured too many spirits with extraordinary power or because of a bloodline reversion, but their strength has now reached the edge of the first level of the extraordinary realm. Even after a period of rampage, Wolong suddenly had a brilliant idea. Mosquitoes can eat soil, and those stone men also eat soil. If he killed them, could he also eat the stone men? The stone golem is so powerful, wouldn't it be a huge win if we could kill one? The most important point is that there are a lot of stone golems. Although there are many animals on the mainland, their combined numbers are definitely dozens, or even hundreds, of times greater than those of the stone men. However, they didn't care about the small animals at all. The larger ones mostly stayed near the instance, and they were all in groups, so they couldn't easily attack them. But stones are different. Not only are they numerous, but they also don't move around much. They basically stay in one place and eat dirt. You don't even need to look for them. If you see a large pit in the ground, there's definitely a stone man there. It's like how there's always a mouse in a mouse hole. Once you find a mouse hole, you can start making your move. So they targeted a stone golem and began their attack. As is customary, the first round begins with a psychological attack. Normally, if an animal is suddenly attacked with psychological force, it will be momentarily stunned. The weaker ones may even fall into a coma. After all, their current strength has reached the edge of the first stage. In this era, before the emergence of first-tier spirits, they were already considered the strongest among all flesh and blood beings. In other words, their talents did not bring them any useful offensive skills, unlike other animals that can spray water, breathe fire, control the wind, or have other similar abilities. However, in terms of pure strength alone, combined with their physique, they are already among the most outstanding. No matter what kind of monsters they encounter, they can fight them off. In fact, with their old-fashioned fighting style, anyone who comes will die. However, after Wolong used his mental attack on the stone golem, he suddenly realized that his attack had no effect whatsoever. He could sense that the opponent's spirit was not strong, but his attacks could not reach the opponent. It penetrated directly into the other person's mind. Just as Wen was about to attack, he was suddenly pulled back by Wolong. Then he recounted what had happened. The 2 mosquitoes exchanged a few words and decided to try again. Moreover, this time they decided to attack simultaneously. The next moment, the two mosquitoes' expressions changed drastically, and without the slightest hesitation, they turned and ran. If the first round of attacks penetrated directly into the opponent's mind, just now, they sensed a terrifyingly powerful mental force that made them afraid to even entertain any thoughts of attack. Their mental strength was like a drop of water facing an ocean, in the face of that terrifying mental power. As long as the other side makes even the slightest ripple, they will be utterly annihilated. They couldn't understand why the stone man, whose mental strength had been so weak just moments before, would undergo such a change, but they still chose to run away. This issue can be discussed later, but escaping is the most important thing right now. After discussing it with the two of them and the viewers in the live stream, they came to a conclusion. This is similar to the mental connection ability of the Ultraman civilization. A single stone golem's mental power is not strong, but if the mental power of all the stone golems is connected, then it becomes a terrifying number. However, they also sensed that something was amiss. Although they had never come into contact with Liu Dajun's ultra-civilization, they had all been watching from the sidelines when Xu Shilun fought against the ultra-civilization in the previous era. Moreover, these two were also helping to come up with ideas. Therefore, the spiritual power of the ultra-civilization is definitely not like that. This situation is more similar to Xu Shilun controlling Dark Ultraman Tiga. Yes, that's right. That's exactly the situation. The stone figures they could see possessed only a pitifully small amount of spiritual energy, enough to ensure they could eat, sleep, and reproduce on their own. They didn't need to do anything else. This situation is similar to Xu Shilun's Dark Ultraman Tiga. When not needed, they lie on the ground like statues. When needed, they are all terrifying mid-stage Tier 3 enemies. The collective consciousness they formed was similar to Xu Shilun, who controlled all the stone men. If the behavior just now was unconscious, then it's not a big problem. It's just a normal spontaneous retaliation. But if it's a conscious act, then that's a very scary thing. Because of him, one person represents the entire community. This is a carbon copy of Xu Shilun, or rather, the Queen Ant. They possess consciousness, yet all they do is feed, sleep, and reproduce the stone beings. They knew perfectly well that if they continued to eat and reproduce like this, the entire continent would be devoured by them. But they did not stop their actions in the slightest. He even discovered that these stone figures were eating faster. Previously, we had 3 hours for meals and the rest of the time for sleeping. Their cooking time has now increased to 5 hours. They even seemed ready to eat for even longer. This was premeditated. If they had previously suspected that these stone were simply a bunch of idiots, they had no idea what consequences their actions would bring. So at that moment, they were certain that they were doing it on purpose. They want to eat the whole world up. The people who came up with this result, including Wolongwen, Liangwen, and the viewers in the live stream, were all taken aback. Xu Shilun was insane and even tried to destroy the world, but their only goal was to smuggle themselves out and survive. If they were alive and well, they would never have done such a thing. After all, Xu Shilun had truly reached the pinnacle of human existence at that time. He became the king of the 3 races. He was the most honored person in the entire universe during that period. Calling someone Your Majesty is perfectly acceptable. He possesses the greatest power and is the second strongest in the universe. Under such circumstances, no one but an idiot would ever do something like destroying the universe, annihilating 3 races, and then self-destructing. It was all because death was looming over him. Otherwise, he would never have done such a thing. After all, Xu Shilun was indeed crazy, but he was neither stupid nor insane. In fact, one could say he was very rational, so rational that it was frightening. But it was only under those circumstances that the choice to destroy the universe was made. But what about the stone man in front of us? They simply want to destroy the world. At least that's what Wulong Wen thinks right now. Because if the other party is intelligent, he really can't figure out why they would do this. Ultimately, there's only one reason. They want to destroy everything. This situation is similar to that of the Ashuras and the Ant tribe in the past. If they hadn't ultimately shared a common enemy, they would have been locked in a life-or-death struggle. Because no matter which one of them lives, it will affect the other's life. They only wanted the other to die. The stone men were even more ruthless. They wanted everyone to die together. Thinking of this, they suddenly thought of the queen ant. If possible, they would like to talk to her. They also wanted to try and see if they could command the mosquitoes. Finally, there's one more thing, to test the strength of these stone men. After that, they chose another stone golem, and this time they did not use mental attacks. When he swooped down from the sky, slamming the severed leg in his hand hard onto the stone man's head, the enormous mosquito legs were almost as big as a stone man. Previously, when he used this move, no matter what kind of animal it was, if it was hit, it would definitely be bleeding from the head, and the weak ones would die on the spot. Even the strongest would be stunned for a while, followed by a mental attack. Ordinary guys wouldn't even have a chance to fight back before being killed. The massive severed leg struck the stone golem, and the regrown part slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater. This was accompanied by a loud bang. His broken leg, which had been used countless times, exploded open. The stone man continued to eat dirt, oblivious to everything happening around him. They didn't even have the heart to look up at them. Wulong's expression changed, and he stepped forward, intending to pull the stone man into the air, and then throw him down to his death. This is the method they use when facing tough, unbreakable targets. As a result, despite his 500-meter frame, he couldn't budge this guy, who was less than 10 meters tall. When he stepped forward to help, and the two of them pulled together, finally managing to move the stone man a little bit. The next moment, they saw the stone man turn his head to look at them. Without the slightest hesitation, the two mosquitoes turned and ran. This encounter made them realize that the stone man was far beyond what they could currently face. To deal with them, you need to become stronger yourself. We also need to gather the other animals together and make them stronger too. Finally, if that doesn't work, we'll have to release all 4 of those guys from before. Otherwise, they would have no chance against the stone man at all. As for Chu Shilin's request for the stone man, he can only rely on deception, because they simply can't beat them. Is it really necessary to lie like this? These stone figures are too lazy to even move. What method can be used to lure them to Chu Shilin? I was lying to someone else back then. As His Majesty Su Shilin's good strategist, Wulong and Wen have already met His Majesty. There's still one last Phoenix chick left. If he doesn't go and see His Majesty, doesn't he think it's a bit impolite? After all, that's His Majesty Su Shilin, 6 months ago, in northern China. The Queen had sent 50,000 troops to clear out all the animals around a certain instance. They then began to probe the interior of the instance. However, all the ants disappeared like mud flowing into the sea, never to return, without even causing the slightest ripple. Ultimately, the Queen ant decided to go in herself. He is a character that Su Mo specifically extracted from history. From the very beginning, he possessed the peak combat power he had previously displayed, reaching the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. It retains its previous memories and talents. It didn't know why it had suddenly come back to life. But he didn't think too much about it, since his only wish from beginning to end was to survive. Having returned to this unfamiliar world, he continuously developed his tribe and built a safe haven for himself. Time passed day by day, and 10 years went by in the blink of an eye. At first, it didn't notice anything wrong, but after the stone golem reproduced for the first time, it began to sense that something was amiss. It doubled in value. However, the number of stone men at that time was not large. Even if it doubled, it would only be from 10 million to 20 million. After 5 years of development, the queen ant population has reached tens of millions. So he just felt something was off, but he wasn't particularly concerned. But in the 10th year, the stone men reproduced for the second time, and their numbers jumped from 20 million to 40 million, which immediately made him feel a sense of crisis. In 10 years, the number of ant tribe members has only just reached 20 million, but the stone man has already reached 40 million. This number horrified him. He didn't want to get involved before because the stone golems ate dirt and wouldn't attack them unless provoked. In its mind, this was a safe and harmless race, although its inner voice kept warning that this thing was dangerous. But it only applies when this thing has a strong, destructive power. After all, the stone golem's destructive power is undeniable, and anyone who observes it carefully can usually sense it. Ordinary mosquitoes and ants can be killed with a single punch by the stone golem. Therefore, the strength of the stone man is undoubtedly very strong. After realizing that the number of stone men had far surpassed that of the ant race, the queen ant worked hard and began to reproduce frantically. Ants have always been a force of numbers. If they wanted to, no species could outnumber them. Therefore, he would never allow any other species to outnumber him. Moreover, given the opponent's formidable strength, it's even more impermissible. In 15 years, the number of stone men increased from 40 million to 80 million. At this moment, the queen ant was completely dumbfounded. In the past 5 years, even with separate reproduction, he only managed to increase the ant population from 20 million to over 30 million, roughly 40 million. But now they're being told that their numbers are less than half that of the stone men. How could he possibly accept this? Stone people eat soil and never excrete. What they eat becomes their mass. The numbers are increasing exponentially, and what will happen next? Just thinking about it sent chills down the queen ant's spine. Moreover, the stone golems are so powerful that if they were a weaker race, the queen ant would not hesitate to launch a war. But after he sent 5,000 ants to besiege a stone golem and ultimately wipe them all out, he abandoned the idea. 5,000 ant soldiers could not defeat a single stone man. The number of stone men is now more than double what it used to be. If a full-scale war were to break out, 100 stone golems from the other side could wipe out the ant race. Although it also tried to make a move, with its mid-stage third-tier strengths, it shattered the stone golem with just one strike. However, only this one ant in the entire ant colony possesses this power. Moreover, it was clear from his actions that these stone men, even without any extraordinary power, possessed power comparable to a third tier, being simply due to their terrifying mass. These are simply a bunch of monsters. Every day, as long as they eat and sleep, they can constantly change without any bottlenecks, and their numbers are even constantly increasing. Faced with this, at this moment he finally understood where the sense of crisis he felt when facing these stone men came from. A single stone golem cannot kill itself. However, if these stone men continue to multiply and grow stronger, there will be no need to even attack them, and tribe will eventually perish due to the pressure of their living environment. At this moment, the queen ant finally understood the helplessness that the giant pineapple had felt when facing it. Back then, it was merely alive, merely existing, yet it already affected the existence of others. His existence affects the existence of other lives. Just like the stone men now, if they live, everyone else will surely perish because of their existence. The queen ant felt anxious, fearful, and angry, and she was completely helpless against the stone man. Then it thought of the concept of duplicates. It had already discovered the concept of dungeons long ago, as it had existed on this continent from the very beginning. However, each instance is surrounded by many powerful animal guardians, and he doesn't want to cause trouble, so he never provokes them. But now, facing a life-threatening crisis, it had no choice but to start thinking about these copies. I had even seen Xu Xilin's books, such as The Record of Evil Asura in Hell, and Evil Asura Pineapple King, which smeared pineapple. He then discovered a familiar aura in some of the dungeons. But it had never thought of provoking this guy before, not to mention that every animal outside the dungeon was not easy to mess with. If things are really as I think, then the guys inside are not to be trifled with. They used to be mortal enemies. Even if they cooperate afterward, it was because of the evil god. But after exhausting all other options, he finally decided to partner with Big Pineapple. It's not that he doesn't want to find other partners to cooperate with. His main concern was that the people who wrote those ancient books were unreliable. If it were someone who had never seen a pineapple before, they might believe it. But he had met Big Pineapple and knew who Big Pineapple was. Therefore, it was indeed difficult to convince him of what was written on those stone tablets. After that, he sent 10,000 troops to try and wipe out the animals in the Diablo instance. As a result, all the ants were wiped out, and most of the animals were injured. Although a number of animals died, other animals quickly took their place. Upon seeing this, he immediately dispatched 50,000 troops, and ultimately cleared out all the animals around that instance, and even in the surrounding area. It sent 3,000 ants into the instance, but received no response. 3 days later, it personally led 30,000 ants into the Diablo instance. One by one, 4 armed Ashuras of the Soul Clan traversed the dungeon filled with a world of soul power. Upon seeing the ants, they launched an attack without hesitation. It's unclear whether it's because the soul race here consists of Ashuras, or because of some kind of rule restriction. These soul beings did not possess or control the ants. Instead, they directly fought against the ants with their soul bodies. Fortunately, even though they are merely soul forms, they still possess the strength of the second tier, or even the peak of the second tier. 30,000 and tribe members were utterly powerless against ants and Ashura of the second tier. Upon witnessing this scene, the queen ant immediately charged into the Soul Clan's Ashura. With his mid-stage third-tier strength, the second-tier Soul Clan was immediately routed, and so, he led the ant tribe all the way to the very center. A giant pineapple appeared before him, but the pineapple's soul was in a daze, and it had no consciousness at all. Upon seeing someone approach, they immediately began to attack. The great pineapple is very powerful. Even a mere fragment possesses the power of a peak third-tier being. Faced with such a giant pineapple, the queen ant was no match at all. Eventually, she discovered that the giant pineapple had no consciousness. Then, by using a strategy of encirclement and ambush, she finally wore it down after consuming 20,000 ant soldiers. After the giant pineapple died, a fragment reappeared, and another giant pineapple appeared. Upon seeing the giant pineapple, the queen ant was just about to attack when she heard the giant pineapple ask in confusion, "Queen ant?" The queen ant paused, then finally nodded. "You're awake. Why are you here?" "Wait, weren't you dead?" The newly awakened pineapple was not quite fully alert. After a moment of stunned silence, it finally realized that the queen ant should have been dead long ago, so why was she here? If it were an accident, or even a coincidence, then when I called out to the queen ant before, she definitely wouldn't have responded. Since the other party has responded, then we can only conclude that this is the queen ant he knows. The dead queen ant came back to life and appeared before him once more. What's going on here? In an instant, a lot of thoughts raced through Big Pineapple's mind. If the queen ant can be resurrected, wouldn't that mean that Yu Ji, Ai Min, and Bao Guo could also be resurrected? And those Asuras who fought alongside me before. In an instant, Big Pineapple's face showed extreme excitement. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt this excited. At this moment, all he wanted to know was how the queen ant had been resurrected. If he could bring Yu Ji and the others back to life, he would gladly give up everything, whether it was his terrifying power that could destroy stars with a wave of his hand or his own life. Strength? Wait, where is my strength? Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly realized that he was unable to use any power at this moment. But he didn't care about that at the moment. He just wanted to know how the queen ant was resurrected. Thinking of this, he quickly asked, "How did you get here? Are you really the queen ant I know? How did you come back to life?" In an instant, Big Pineapple asked 3 questions, his heart pounding with excitement. Before the queen ant could speak, Sumo, who had been watching from outside the universe, suddenly had an idea after seeing this scene. If you were to offer Diablo a promise, telling him that if he could defeat the stone golem or lead the demon race to break through to the 5th rank, he would help revive Yu Ji, I wonder how far he would go. Of course, since it's just a pie in the sky, it's impossible for it to come true. Since it's just a pie in the sky, all we need to do is show it to him. Anyway, once they all break through to the 5th rank, and I'm strong enough to leave this small universe, I'll destroy it immediately. It was because of these guys smuggling themselves, in that I was forced to stay in this little universe with them. Otherwise, you can just play on your phone outside, watch short videos, take a nap, and then come back at a set time to harvest some content. Isn't that better than anything else? Why spend so many years hanging out with these guys? 15 years. If I were outside, the time would pass in the blink of an eye while I was eating. But now he's been stuck inside for 15 years. Thinking about this, it would be a lie to say that Sumo wasn't angry. Remember us, 101kanshu.com, after all. Even a clay figure has some temper, let alone a god. Therefore, what he said what the evil gods said will absolutely never come true. Imagine if Diablo knew that completing the quest would resurrect his wife, son, and his former clansmen. So, isn't this the legendary super powerful horse that only requires a pie in the sky to cover 100 kilometers? Moreover, it's just empty promises. He doesn't actually give anything back. He doesn't need to give anything back if he hasn't accomplished anything. He finished it, and then he destroyed the universe with a flick of his wrist. No, perhaps we should change it. The great creator God granted his request and resurrected his wives, children, and all his people. Then, just as they were about to reunite, the world was destroyed. Yes, that's exactly how it should be done. Only in this way can we vent our anger. If Big Pineapple can do this, shouldn't Liu Dojun's side also try it? Tell him that he can revive Ultraman V, Zoffy, and others. Wouldn't that be another nuclear-powered donkey? It's important to understand that this is no longer their era. Even if they are resurrected, whether they will help Wolong Wen, or how they will help them, remains to be seen. But now that they have a promise they've made, they will be completely devoted to them and have no complaints whatsoever. After all, based on what Sumo sees now, it would be extremely difficult for them to raise their strength the 5th rank before the stone golem destroys the world. It could even be said that the possibility is extremely small, or even almost impossible. The stone golems will devour the entire continent in 150 years. That's based on the speed at which the dungeon consumes everything. If you take that into account, it will be capped at 100 years. In 100 years, it will be a foregone conclusion that the stone man will break through to the 5th rank, but the situation with the demon race is really hard to say. After all, as the dungeons progress and the land devoured by the stone golems increases, their living space becomes increasingly scarce. Moreover, with less land, all sorts of natural disasters will occur one after another. They not only had to face powerful stone men, but also various natural disasters, food shortages, scarce resources, and all sorts of other problems. Breaking through to the 5th rank within a limited time is no easy feat. Therefore, to achieve this, you must have enough strength in the early stages to suppress the development of the stone golem. Otherwise, the stone golem will become like a snowball rolling down a mountain, growing larger and larger, and becoming increasingly difficult to stop. Therefore, having the help of these time travelers is indispensable. Big Pineapple can be dealt with using Yu Jiuji and her child. Liu Dajun is Ultraman V, and there's also Zafi, the original Ultraman. Wang Jianji's approach is even simpler. He can just be Ashura. Finally, let's return to Sushilan. This guy is the most difficult to deal with. He has no ties in this world, which means he is invincible. Just as he thought of this, Sumo shook his head violently, realizing he had misunderstood. Others can make empty promises, because they've already made them. Sushilan's answer was even simpler. If they wouldn't eat the cakes, then they'd eat the whip. It's like your boss is offering you a pie in the sky, and you don't take the bait, so the boss can only give you a good beating from society. Moreover, as the mastermind behind the smuggling plan in the last era, he has no right to eat the pie. He only deserves to be whipped. Now that he has lost all his strength, Sumo doesn't even need to wield the whip himself. As long as he brings Zhang Jiao out, someone will naturally help him wield the whip. While Zhang Jiao helps him wield the whip, he can also make the same promise as De Boluo and the others to help him revive his people. After all, Zhang Jiao initially rose to power by leading his people in rebellion. The third-tier Zhang Jiao continuously walked through each of Su Shilan's dungeons, absorbing his power, and then beat Su Shilan inside until he cried for his parents, killing him again and again, making him feel true despair. This is the blessing that those who dare to plot against my creator, God, deserve. Moreover, given what Su Shilan did, even if other transmigrators saw his miserable state, absolutely no one would offer to help. Not only will they not help, they'll even applaud. Sumo couldn't help but laugh after mentally rehearsing the upcoming plot developments. I initially thought this little universe was boring and dull, but if it really develops according to its own plot, it might actually be very interesting. Thinking about it, he looked back at the Diablo instance. At this moment, the queen ant was still communicating with the giant pineapple. I don't know why I was resurrected. My memory of the previous second was still stuck at the moment of my death, and the next second I was already in this world. After arriving in this world, I didn't think too much about it, so I started breeding worker ants to build nests and soldier ants to hunt. 5 years passed like this. Actually, I had already noticed your existence during that time, but I wasn't entirely sure. After all, I only sensed your presence, and in my memory, you should already be dead. Most importantly, your aura has changed somewhat compared to before, so I'm not sure. Later, I found many stone slabs in some ruins, on which were written the same kind of mosquitoes that you taught me about before. I've discovered many accounts of you, though there are discrepancies and much of it is untrue, but I feel that the person described in those accounts must be you. Big Pineapple asked in confusion, what ancient book? To be honest, Big Pineapple is actually quite curious about this thing. For a moment, He even forgot about reviving UG. He was genuinely curious about how others would record his story. And who is the person who made this record? Could it be someone who admires me? The queen ant felt it was unreal, because her admirer had portrayed her in too positive a light, and since it has a grudge against you, it probably feels unreal. With that thought, Big Pineapple instantly understood. The queen ant didn't think too much about it and recited a passage. Pineapple is the Ashura king. He is 5 meters tall, with a fierce face, fangs like a demon, and 4 arms. He likes to fly naked, warlike, evil, depraved, and filled with resentment. He feeds on the flesh and blood of all races, enjoys tearing apart souls and spirits, and is the king of evil Ashuras. Big Pineapple was completely bewildered by the description. Was this talking about him? This is how others perceive me. Just by listening to this description, if he couldn't relate it to his own experiences, he would have suspected that it was about some heinous and unparalleled demon. Ashuras may not be good-looking, but calling them ferocious and ugly is a bit much. I do have 4 arms, but when did I start liking to fly naked? Wait, back when I was showing off. It seems... But no one should know about that, right? No, I absolutely cannot admit to this. He would never admit that he likes flying naked. Ashuras are warlike, and their power comes from resentment. You can call them evil, that's fine too. They eat the flesh and blood of all races, so what if they eat meat? And those who like to tear apart souls, damn it, I'm tearing apart my own soul, and you can't tell me what to do. And who taught you to write it like this? Wait, who the hell wrote this? Thinking of this, Big Pineapple looked at the queen ant with a suspicious gaze. Could these things have been written by the queen ant herself? Just as he was thinking this, he heard the queen ant about to continue reading, and he immediately interrupted her. Wait, stop reading. This is definitely slander. It must be written by my enemy too. Slander me. The queen ant nodded upon hearing this. I think so too. After all, although you and we are enemies, it's just that we have different positions. In my understanding, you are not that kind of person. Forehead. After a long silence, Big Pineapple felt a little embarrassed after being scolded by the queen ant. Then he suddenly realized that he still didn't know how the queen ant had been resurrected. If he had any doubts before, now he has absolutely no doubts. This is the ant queen he knew, who fought with them for 200 years and then cooperated with them for 800 years. He has come back to life. If he can be resurrected, then can Yuji, Aimin, and Baoguo also be resurrected? Thinking of this, he looked at the queen ant with anticipation. How did you come back to life? Do you still know? The queen ant shook her head. I don't know how I was resurrected. To be honest, I'm a little confused. You died back then, so why are there so many things I don't know after reading those records? After learning that the queen ant had been resurrected without knowing how, Big Pineapple remained silent. For a long time before saying, my soul is somewhat special. I accumulated it a lot back then, and every particle in my soul contains my complete consciousness. As long as I have even a single speck of dust left, I can be resurrected based on my memories. After our era, the Ashura civilization reappeared, as did the Ultra civilization that preceded us. Then I was resurrected. There are many things that happened during that time. I'll tell you about them later. Big Pineapple had only spoken halfway when his gaze was suddenly pulled up into the universe. Looking up, he saw an infinitely enormous and terrifying being. Just by standing there, it seemed as if he were at the center of the universe. He was surrounded by countless laws, and the rules of the great Tao condensed into a Dharma wheel. He was the source of everything, and the end of all things. The moment he saw the other person, The words, "a creator God," instantly popped into his mind. Big Pineapple stared at the being before him for a long time, before finally uttering a single word, "God." When he met this person, he had many questions to ask. He also hoped that this person could help him revive UG, but having been the king of Ashuras for so long, he knew that if he spoke first, he would become a subordinate. Although, in front of this person, I am indeed a subordinate, but since the other party took the initiative to contact me, he must have something he needs my help with. Therefore, he did not immediately mention his request to revive Ujai. Anyway, if this being really needs my help, then I can make the request later. Now, he's more interested in knowing why this person came to find him, and to dispel many of his doubts. Moreover, it seems that I am the first person to have spoken to this person. If you don't seize the opportunity, you might not have another chance next time. Sumo quietly looked at the big pineapple, seemingly able to discern its thoughts, and conveyed a message. I am the creator of the universe, the primordial god of this world. I have witnessed your experiences, and now you can help me fight against the evil god. Sumo's words were like the voice of the great Tao, and the entire universe resonated with them. Fight against the evil god. Even you, the creator of this universe, cannot fight against the evil god. How can I help you? And as the creator of this world, why did you watch as the evil god destroyed everything in it? The evil god is a great demon from beyond the heavens who launches cosmic wars, cultivates civilizations, and grows by devouring the lives of living beings. I am the creator of the world, giving life to civilization and time to develop, also for the purpose of confronting the world beyond our reach. Therefore, by constantly creating the world and developing civilization, a test is given every 1,000 years. Those who pass the test can develop rapidly in this universe. Because only a sufficiently powerful race can survive in this dangerous world. If they are not strong enough, 1,000 years later, when civilization is unsealed, even if I don't take action, their final fate will only be to be enslaved or made into food. It is better to perish in the trial than to continue living such a miserable life. Even if they fail the test, I have already granted them life and 1,000 years. Sumo spoke silently, like an emotionless machine. His words were like heavenly music, causing the entire universe to tremble. He is the ruler of this universe. The reason I'm saying all this is mainly because the bug surrounding the evil god needs to be patched. Otherwise, if the creator god is creating the world while the evil god is destroying it, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to the creator god? Although no one has yet guessed that he is the evil god, but given enough time, those guys on Earth will definitely have their own ideas. Otherwise, the behavior of the evil god is really hard to explain. Even if he keeps acting, it's no use. Therefore, this premise must be revealed before they can guess it. Otherwise, once they have their own ideas, it will be difficult to change their ingrained mindset if you try to explain these settings later. Big Pineapple didn't say anything about the creator god's statement about a trial every 1,000 years. After all, he had already discovered this from the previous stone slab. Whether it was the destruction of the previous 7 civilizations or others, it seems to be the same. If what the creator god said is true, that civilization will be unsealed after 1,000 years, and those weaker civilizations will be enslaved and eaten by other civilizations, then it would be better for them to die in the trial. In this way, at least they don't suffer too much, although he also wanted to say that many civilizations might rebel and develop in the future. But he also knew that such things were extremely rare. There aren't that many so-called miracles in this world. Although he understood the creator god's thoughts, he still had many questions. You are a god, the creator of this universe. If that's the case, why don't you stop the evil god from taking action? Why let us be harvested by evil gods? Sumo was already prepared when he heard this. He directly recited the prepared speech he had prepared. In the Ashura era, I was in the outer world and did not pay attention to you. When I returned, your civilization had been wiped out. Afterwards, I fought a great battle with the evil god. He was no match for me and tried to escape to your world, but I captured him and brought him back. In the previous era, I was keeping an eye on the evil god, so he didn't make a move in the early stages. It wasn't until later that I was suddenly intercepted. Originally, with your strength, you were able to stop him. Even if you couldn't, you only needed to delay him for a while, and I could have made it back. In the end, you chose to perish together with them. Originally, your civilization had the best chance of surviving the Millennium Test and truly venturing into the universe and the heavens. You only needed to delay for a little longer and wait for my return. As a result, your choice has left me quite puzzled. This time, Sumo not only completely absolved himself of any connection to the evil god, but also shifted some of the blame onto Big Pineapple and Sushilin. I've already tried my best to help you. But you did such a thing, and even if I wanted to help you, there was nothing I could do. So, you decide for yourself whose fault this is. Upon hearing these words from the Creator God, Big Pineapple felt his face flush red. Damn it, it turns out that if they had just delayed a little longer, the Creator God would have stepped in and killed Zhang Jiao for them. As a result, they were all fooled by that bastard Su Shilin and chose to smuggle themselves across the world to destroy it. Looking back now, he wished he could hang that bastard Su Shilin up and beat him up. However, despite this, he still had doubts. That is, this Creator God is clearly stronger than that evil god, so why is he still being restrained at every turn? Thinking of this, he said, if that's the case, then why don't you just kill the evil god directly, and instead of needing my help? Besides, with my meager strength, I'm simply no match for you. The true form of the evil god is not in this universe. All that appears are his clones. If the true form is not dealt with, the evil god will never be defeated. Therefore, in my battle against the evil god 300 years ago, I engaged in a game of strategy, and that game was with you. With your strengths, you don't need to know too much about the game. You just need to know that if you can lead the other life forms on the continent to defeat the stone golem, then I will win. At that time, I can help you revive all your companions. Big Pineapple's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. If successful, he can resurrect Yu-Ji, love the people, protect the country, and all the Ashuras who fought alongside him. Thinking of this, he was incredibly excited. Even so, he calmed his excited heart again after a moment. Reviving family members is only possible after victory, and what I need to know now is how to achieve victory. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk. What do I need to do? What is the mission? How do I achieve victory? With a time limit of 500 years, I and the evil god each choose a race to compete against each other. There are two requirements for victory. First, within 500 years, it will become a fifth-order civilization. Second, after breaking through to the 5th rank, defeating the opposing race constitutes victory. Upon hearing this, Big Pineapple felt a chill run down his spine and asked in confusion, "What are the standards for a 5th-order civilization?" A civilization can be considered a 5th-order civilization if one or more native beings break through to the 5th level of the extraordinary realm, or develop 5th-order technology. A visitor from outer space like yourself breaking through to the 5th rank cannot be considered a breakthrough in civilization. Do you have any further questions? After a long silence, Big Pineapple finally spoke. Why did my power disappear? This is one of the rules the evil god specifically created to restrict you. You must also start from scratch, and to further restrict me, even breaking through to the 5th rank will not be considered a civilization breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Big Pineapple instantly understood. This creator god, although he seemed very powerful, but in reality, they have always been at a disadvantage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to me, let alone signed so many unequal treaties. But there was no other way. If he wanted to revive UG and the others, he could only rely on this creator god. It is precisely because the other party is the creator god that if an evil god were to appear before him now, don't mention any conditions to him. Before the other party could even speak, Big Pineapple was already about to explode at him. He didn't even need the other person to appear in front of him. Even if a single person appeared like before, he would commit suicide immediately. He, Big Pineapple, would never wag his tail and beg for mercy in front of his enemies. Even in death, it is the same, because he is the king of the Asheras. Having seen the giant pineapple without any further doubts, the great creator god departed. In other words, Sumo is currently trapped in the microcosm and is too bored. Otherwise, he wouldn't have talked so much with Big Pineapple. Just assign a task, and that's it. Whether he can complete it or not is actually irrelevant, since he had plenty of time before he was trapped here. At most, assigning a task is just something they think is fun, just like they did with Chu Shilun and the others before. But there's nothing he can do now. He doesn't have that much time. Besides, it's boring for a person to be alone in their own little universe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said so much. The consciousness of the giant pineapple returned to its body. After seeing that Big Pineapple had returned to normal, the Queen Ant asked, "What happened to you?" "I just ran into some things." "Oh, right, I forgot to ask. Why did you suddenly come to find me?" "A very powerful and terrifying race has emerged in this world. They are constantly destroying the world. The ant race and I are no match for them. If we let them continue to develop like this, the world will be destroyed in less than 200 years. Upon hearing this, Big Pineapple thought to himself, just as I thought, if it were a simple matter, the creator god would never come directly to me. Therefore, this race that wants to destroy the world must be the work of an evil god. If we want to win, we need to get one of the natives to break through to the 5th level, and also eliminate the race created by that evil god. But evil gods might not have that kind of concern at all. They don't need to break through to the 5th rank, or rather, they don't need to win. They just need to avoid losing. If the world is destroyed directly, no one wins. It's a draw. Then the evil god can still reach out. As expected, this is truly the work of an evil god. That's fucking disgusting. The creator god has a lot of restrictions on his side, so there's no way to win except to win. But the evil god has two choices. First, to win. Second, to draw. Winning is a bit difficult, but achieving a draw is quite easy. Moreover, based on the information we have received from the Queen and so far, we know that this race is also very strong. It should be noted that the Queen Ant also possesses the strength of the mid-stage of the 3rd tier, and she also has a large number of ant soldiers. Even it couldn't do anything about that race. This demonstrates the strength of the opponent. After a moment of silence, the giant pineapple said to the Queen Ant, "I already know how you were resurrected." The Queen Ant was puzzled by what she heard. This guy was just asking how he was resurrected. How did he find out in such a short time? Even I didn't know about this. Do you remember when you said that breaking through would mean death? The Queen Ant nodded. It was because of this incident that these two races, who had fought to the death for 200 years, embarked on a path of cooperation. How could she not remember? Moreover, His memory is from the very beginning of the time of his last death, which is only 16 years ago for him. Seeing this, Big Pineapple told the Queen Ant everything that had just happened and his conversation with the Creator God. The Queen Ant was greatly shocked after hearing this. At the same time, a hint of ambition also surfaced in its heart. If they win, wouldn't that mean that the ant tribe can really live forever? No more worries about evil gods. You know, its only wish has always been to survive. However, when he thought about the power of the stone golem, he felt a sense of despair. Diablo was able to say such a thing because he hadn't even witnessed the power of the thing. So he also explained the power of the stone golem to Diablo. Big Pineapple fell silent upon hearing this. He originally thought that even if the game between these two gods wasn't particularly fair, it shouldn't be too bad. After all, for an evil god, a draw would be considered a victory. He never expected that the evil god could be so shameless. They already had a huge advantage, and the race they created is so monstrous. How the hell are we supposed to fight like this? Even a random stone golem possesses combat power approaching that of a third-tier warrior. What's most terrifying is their reproduction rate. Even the queen ant, known for its massive troop production, is no match for them. Moreover, they are constantly devouring the foundation of the world. How the hell can we fight them? Even Xu, who was known for having the most backup plans, only managed to produce 800,000 Dark Tiga at the mid-stage of the third tier. In just 15 years, the number of stone men has reached 100 times that of Xu. 80 million. 80 million, third tier. What a terrifying number! Moreover, according to the queen ant, their numbers double with each reproduction. Now it's already 80 million. The next time it will be 160 million. They don't know how to fight now. If the stone golem continues to develop, then there will really be no way to fight it. Normal methods definitely won't work against the stone golem. Then, a tall, thin young man wearing glasses suddenly popped into his mind. Although this guy is a scoundrel, and I was tricked by him last time, he really has a lot of clever ideas. If he could help come up with some ideas, there might be a way. Thinking of this, Big Pineapple looked at the queen ant and told him about Xu situation. Then another thing came to mind. The queen ant belongs to the insectoid race, so theoretically, its reproduction rate should not be slower than that of the stone men. If he could just breed another batch of queen ants and let them develop freely. No, the stone men are already eroding the very foundation of this world by eating dirt every day. But the stone men only eat soil, and so far they haven't caused much harm to other animals. If the queen ants were allowed to reproduce freely, and dozens or even hundreds of queen ants were produced, the ants would be everywhere, and the amount of food they would need would be astronomical. Animals and plants, except for soil and minerals, are their food. The stone men here eat dirt and ore, and then the queen ant eats everything else. The stone golems haven't even destroyed the world yet, but the queen ant has already succeeded in destroying it. Banishing the dangerous thought from his mind, Big Pineapple began discussing with the queen and what they should do next. First, Big Pineapple needs to cultivate here. He has awakened and obtained his fragment. Although he no longer has power, he can now freely enter and exit this instance. Therefore, the first step is naturally to absorb all of one's own power back. According to his calculations, after breaking through to the fourth tier, the power of just one fragment would be enough to reach the peak of the third tier. To continue becoming stronger, you must gather the other fragments back together. Therefore, I not only need to regain my strength, but also need to retrace the path of cultivation. Then, he sent the queen ant to lead a group of soldiers to find a copy of Xu. Faced with such a dead end, they needed an old silver coin like Xu to make things work. He specifically instructed the queen that after finding Xu Shilun's copy and obtaining his fragment, she should not believe anything Xu Shilun said, but bring him directly to him. Soon after, the queen ant left. Meanwhile, Sumo had already resurrected Zhang Jiao, and he was immediately inside one of Xu Shilun's instances. Zhang Jiao looked at the darkness before him with a puzzled expression, feeling somewhat confused. Am I already dead? Why was it resurrected again? No. Why did I say again? Just as he was thinking this, a white light suddenly appeared in front of him. May the light be with you, Zhang Jiao! Xu Shilun! Enemies meeting are bound to be extremely hostile. The moment Zhang Jiao saw Xu Shilun, he suddenly stretched out a large hand and grabbed at him. Xu Shilun didn't even dare to say a word before turning around and running away. It wasn't that he didn't want to show off and intimidate the other party. Just like when facing Zhu Liang, Zhang Jiao simply didn't give him a chance to speak. Moreover, given their current situation, let alone the fact that Zhang Jiao could easily defeat them, even when he was no match for him, he dared to fight him. So it's impossible to coax the other person. No, it should be said that before completely defeating the opponent and rendering them powerless to fight back, he would treat anything the opponent said as nonsense. When facing me, Zhang Jiao will definitely attack me, no matter what the situation is, and there is no way to stop him. However, having lost his power, he was no different from a lamb to the slaughter in front of Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao, wait a minute. I have something to say. Huh, you're so weak now. Really, karma's coming on, ha 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 ha. Zhang Jiao's laughter grew louder and more maniacal, until finally he burst into a wild, unrestrained laugh. Ha ha ha. Xu Shilun, you didn't expect this, did you? You've finally met your match. You think you're so great. You call yourself the king of the Soul Clan, so why don't you fight back? Xu Shilun, say something. What's wrong? Are you mute? It's okay. If you don't speak, I'll find a way to get you to talk. How about this? As he spoke, Zhang Jiao reached out a hand, grabbed one of Xu Shilun's fingers, and yanked it off violently. Xu Shilun suddenly let out a scream. A large amount of soul liquid leaked out. Zhang Jiao shoved it into his mouth and continued to laugh wildly as he swallowed it. Ha ha ha, you were so aloof just now, but you're much better now. Ha ha, I've wanted to eat your flesh and drink your blood for a long time now. Now, God has given me a second chance, finally a chance. Xu Shilun, don't look so grim, give me a smile. Ah, Zhang Jiao pulled out another of Xu Shilun's fingers, his expression turning icy cold. I told you to smile. Didn't you hear me? Sumo shook his head as he looked at the scene before him from the starry sky. Those who commit evil deeds will eventually face retribution. Given the current situation, if you can still turn the tide of the battle, then I truly admire you. What if Xu Shilun can't do it? Sumo only wanted someone to put pressure on the stone golem so that the demon race could develop quickly in the early stages. Does it matter whether it was Xu Shilun or Zhang Jiao? In any case, the things that she too is doing now have already determined that they are the enemy of all races. This applies to everyone. Of course, there are other ways. Defeating the Spider Emperor, who is at the peak of the 4th tier, and then escaping into the starry sky is also an option. However, a 4th tier level cultivator can only survive for half a month in the universe. To stay in the starry sky forever, one must break through to the 5th rank. As for why the Spider Emperor can stay in the starry sky, it is of course by the special permission of the great creator god. Not only the Spider Emperor, but even mosquitoes can go to the starry sky. The main problem is that they are currently unable to escape the Spider Emperor's inescapable, that outside the Wang Jianji instance, a stone figure is surrounded by flames. Beside him, Mimi, who was originally only 2 meters tall, had grown to almost the size of UGMO after absorbing power for more than half a year. When his body size hadn't changed much at first, he liked to lie on UGMO's head, but as its size grew larger, the phoenix chick's head could no longer support it. Although it still tries to jump onto the head of the phoenix chick at the drop of a hat. However, due to his body size, he ultimately had to give up. If we really have to say, UGMO's head is actually perfectly capable of supporting Mimi standing on it. After all, he won't twist his neck, and the quality speaks for itself. When other people's stone figures reach a weight of 80 tons, they will divide half of their mass and begin to reproduce. However, the desire to resolve has never reproduced, and its mass has now reached more than 130 tons. Almost nothing can motivate him unless he wants to. Even now, he can still lift Mimi, who is 10 meters tall, with one hand. The only drawback is that she is a bit short. After all, he is still only 10 meters tall. UGMO removed Mimi's foot from his head and gently patted her head with his stone hand. Just then, 2 mosquitoes walked in from the outside. Suddenly, UGMO paused in his actions, his eyes fixed intently on the 2 unusual mosquitoes. This mosquito is at least twice the size of other mosquitoes. The lines on my body, even just a glance at them, make my whole body itch. Even in the real world, a single bite from a mosquito would leave a huge welt. This thing is almost as deadly as a bee. A bee sting will reduce swelling in a day, but a bite from a big-horned mosquito can take 3 to 5 days to go down. I've seen other mosquitoes before, even though I'm still trying to find them. But he didn't really observe them closely, since nobody on Earth likes these things. That is, the Ashuras of this world have a unique fondness for this. Looking at the 2 large mosquitoes, UGMO began to observe them carefully for the first time, because he knew that these 2 were different from ordinary mosquitoes. It wasn't that they were larger in size, it was simply because these two bodies contained 2 souls from the same place as him. Before this, they were all serving under the same person. Although at the time they only took it as a joke, just something to play around with, but the moment they crossed over, everything changed. Phoenix Chick, come out and have a chat. A mental message was sent out and received by UGMO in the next instant. After a moment of silence, UGMO nodded gently. Okay. Upon hearing this, Wolong Weni and the 2 mosquitoes were immediately stunned. You can talk now? No. You can communicate telepathically now too. UGMO slowly stood up. You can all speak, so why can't I? As he spoke, he slowly walked outside. Upon seeing this, Wolong Weni immediately took off and flew into the sky. Just as they took off, UGMO suddenly grabbed a giant wild boar that was over 30 meters long next to him, and with both hands tore it in half, causing blood to gush out. The next moment, he exerted force with both hands and threw it directly towards Wolong Wen. The 2 sections of giant wild boar carcasses, each over 10 meters long, flew out in a straight line like cannonballs, arriving at Wolong Wen's side in just a moment. The extreme speed unleashed a terrifying sonic boom, distorting the air itself. Wolong Wen immediately turned his head, and with one mosquito's 6 arms grabbing and another mosquito's 3 arms tightly embracing, they grabbed the wild boar stone and released their force in the air at a 365-degree angle. At the same time, its dark mouthparts inserted into the boar stone and sucked, and a piece of boar skin, as thin as a cicada's wing, slowly fell off their bodies. Wolong Wen and the 2 mosquitoes flew in midair, looking down at UGMO, who was covered in blood from tearing apart a wild boar. We've worked together for so many years. It's not right for you to give us this kind of treatment right away. UGMO sneered. Isn't this a gift for you? I know you like to eat this stuff. See how good I am to you? Haha, then I really have to thank Brother Fengchu. I ate very well this meal. How about we have a good chat now? Talk about what? Talk about how you betrayed me in front of Xu Shilun? Or shall we talk about how you want to stab me in the back? I don't know what you've been up to lately, but all the information from before has already reached me. Do you think I don't know what you're planning to do? After a moment of silence, Wulongwen said, "You know me. In that situation, I had no choice. Moreover, only the three of us are allowed to do a live broadcast this time, so we are natural allies and should cooperate with each other." As for what I said to Xu Shilun earlier, it was merely a stopgap measure. Wenny, that's right. Although we have different positions and different camps now, we are all from Earth. We are natural allies, and having transmigrated to this world, with a little effort, everyone can live for tens of thousands of years. Don't you want to live even longer? UGMO said, "Go on, and see if you can move me. You think I don't know? Your mission is to destroy me and the stone golem. Under these circumstances, I'd like to see how you plan to convince me. Wenny, I've thought about it carefully. The reason why so many horrific things happened to Xu Shilun and the others in the last era was mainly because the three time travelers and Big Pineapple didn't communicate well in the early stages. But we are different. We are all on the same planet and come from the same place. We can communicate and negotiate properly. Any problems can be discussed. There's absolutely no need for a life or death struggle. Even if we really have to fight to the death, we can try to prolong the battle so that everyone can live longer, right?" Feng Chu sneered. So much has happened. He originally wanted to say that all the inhuman things Xu Shilun did were because of the advice and schemes he got from the two of you. But the words were swallowed back down. It seems he also offered advice to Xu Shilun back then. If he were to voice his anger, he would be implicated as well. After a long silence, Feng Chu spoke again. "Tell me your plan. Let's work together to kill Xu Shilun first, and then we'll talk about what to do next. Kill Xu Shilun." "How do you plan to do it? Xu Shilun is just a fragment now. Even if he has strength, he won't be very strong. Moreover, you stone men have a collective consciousness and can also provide mental protection. You are not afraid of Xu Shilun's attacks at all. How about three of us take down Xu Shilun in one of the dungeons together and then divide his power among ourselves?" Upon hearing this, GMO was taken aback. Do the stone figures have a collective consciousness, and can it also provide psychological protection? Why don't I know? Over the years, UGMO has tried to communicate with more than one stone man, but none of them have been effective. Each time, those stone men looked at him with an utterly ridiculous expression. There was a hint of pity in his eyes, as if to say, how could this child become so stupid at such a young age? He could clearly sense that the stone man was intelligent, but no matter how he tried to communicate with him, he was unsuccessful. But now Wolong says that the stone men have a collective consciousness, something he's never heard of before. But if the stone men have a collective consciousness, why don't they feel it themselves? And I didn't feel anything at all. Over the years, if it weren't for Mimi and the viewers in the live stream, he would have gone crazy from loneliness long ago. Feng Chu was a very intelligent person. After hearing what Zhuge Liang said, he only hesitated for a moment before figuring out the reason. The reason why I can't connect with the stone man's consciousness is most likely because I am a time traveler. His soul was different from the other stone men, so he was isolated. And just as they said, although their physical bodies were invincible, their souls were still their weakness. If they use soul attacks, one's own soul is utterly powerless to resist. Especially when facing Xu Shilun, whose strength comes from his soul, even though he had already become a consciousness when he joined Ultraman. But in the end, he somehow managed to reform his soul. If this guy were to use a soul attack on me, I'm afraid my soul would be annihilated in a single exchange. Therefore, they must never know that they are isolated and rejected by the stone men, that they lack a collective consciousness, and that they do not have the ability to protect their souls. Thinking of this, he remained expressionless. The main problem is that even stone figures can't make so many random expressions. After thinking everything through, UGMO let out another cold laugh. Ha, your wishful thinking is so bad. The abacus beads have almost hit my face. They told me to go to Xu Shilan's instance. Don't think I don't know you've been tricked by Xu Shilan and have self-destruct systems installed on you. His task for you is to bring a stone golem to him. Seeing that the other stone golems couldn't be fooled, are you trying to fool me? What a clever plan! You said you'd join forces to deal with Xu Shilan, but once we enter the instance, it's uncertain whether the three of us will face Xu Shilan, or the three of you will face me. Brother Mo, what do you want us to do to make you believe us? We really came here with sincerity. Believe? How can you expect me to believe you? Is it the bodies of you mosquitoes, the task of destroying the stone golem, or the demands of that old coin, Xu Shilan? Based on the points mentioned above, what aspects of you are worthy of my trust? Now, immediately, get out of here. I've reserved this spot for you. Don't blame me for being ruthless next time we meet. After saying that, Ujiemo ignored Irwin, turned around and returned to Mimi's side, protectively shielding Mimi behind him. Wulongwen left. In fact, before they came here, they had already guessed that the plan might not succeed, but they were still unwilling to give up and wanted to try. They had actually planned it all out before they came. If you really want to get rid of them, then you should agree to go see Xu Shilan. When a real fight breaks out, they'll just sit on the sidelines, helping whichever side has the upper hand. Whether it's helping Xu Shilan deal with Yu Jiemo, or helping Yu Jiemo deal with Xu Shilan, that's the question. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, they decided to start a second plan. Recruit soldiers and buy horses. And they split up to act. Wulong has traveled overseas, becoming a mosquito stronghold and breeding ground for female mosquitoes. They need to get a large number of mosquito soldiers there. Although they cannot possess bodies, they can still communicate with mosquitoes that lack intelligence using mental links. Even a simple conversation would be much better than what they're doing. When he went to various instances to persuade animals that had just gained intelligence, but whose intelligence was not high to join the demon race. At this moment, Su Mo, who had just created Zhang Jiao, suddenly discovered a problem. My secret identity is about to be exposed. There are two main reasons why this problem occurs. First, he's been making too many moves lately, having been trapped in this little universe. Previously, whether it was an evil god or a creator god, they would basically not look at the situation inside for decades or even hundreds of years. But after being trapped here this time, although he kept an eye on things, he also intervened much more often. Keep in mind that the stone man has only been around for less than 20 years, and Su Mo has already made so many moves. The more you take action, the more likely something bad will happen. Secondly, he was too careless. He still hasn't adjusted his mindset. He could indeed sit in the courtyard before, scroll through videos, look at beautiful women, and let the people in his inner universe fight each other to the death. He just needs to go and harvest at the designated time, so his mindset remains the same. He is invincible in his own little universe, and he is the creator god. Therefore, they acted without hesitation. But it could also be said that his mindset has changed. Because he was anxious. Because he was in a hurry, he did more things. After Wulong Wen transmigrated, the task given to them by the evil god was, the mission is to destroy the stone golem. When he spoke with Diablo before, the creator god did indeed ask him to destroy the stone golem. This is a huge bug. If this problem isn't solved, they'll inevitably be exposed whenever they start communicating. Therefore, this problem must be solved. But how can this be resolved? Sumo fell silent for a moment. The simplest way to solve a problem is to get rid of the person who discovered it. Destroying the universe directly is the simplest solution. However, even if there were enough time, Sumo would not be willing to destroy a civilization that could break through to the 5th rank in less than a day. Stone people are different from other species. In previous civilizations, not to mention the Diablo era, just in the last era, so many people broke through to the 4th tier. However, if they lose pressure and motivation, they may not be able to break through to the 5th rank, even if they are given a day or a week, not to mention the civilizations that came before. At that time, the Ashura clan was developing peacefully. Xu Shilun became the king of the 3 races, and Liu Dajun hid in the kingdom of light. In that situation, only an evil god could put pressure on them. Moreover, even if the evil god exerted pressure under those circumstances, breaking through to the 5th rank would not be an easy task. There is only one person with the best chance, and that is Wang Jianji. Even the big pineapple has to wait in line behind him. As for Liu Dajun, breaking through to the 4th rank was already a very difficult task. As for Xu Shilun, if he weren't ruthless enough, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the 3rd rank. I shook my head, trying to get rid of all these random thoughts. He began to think about how to solve the problem at hand. The only people who know about this right now are Big Pineapple and the Queen Ant. The reason they haven't been exposed is because they haven't had any interaction with the current time travelers. Otherwise, if they communicate, they will definitely be exposed. Should we just kill this giant pineapple and let him revive? No, he has already obtained his own fragments and can store his memories. Diablo will still have this memory when he is resurrected next time. The Queen Ant is also not an option. The giant pineapple has memories, but it's clearly abnormal for the Queen Ant to be suddenly resurrected, deleting memories. That's possible, but there will be some downtime. Moreover, if you do that, then all the work you did before will basically be wasted. So, how do we solve this problem? We must let them continue on this path. One's true identity cannot be revealed yet. Should we block their communication? This doesn't seem like it will work. Wait, it seems like it might work. The first step is to set yourself and any words related to evil gods or creator gods as taboo, whether in description or in writing, although they will definitely find a way to communicate later. But both evil gods and creator gods have become taboo. They can only express themselves in a vague way. This can confuse the public, since others won't know which god the other party is referring to. Wulong said it was a mission given by an evil god. It's a task given by that I'm telling you. Big Pineapple said he received the information from the creator god. If you say it out loud, it will be presented as information you obtained from. That's not enough. You also need to block out information from the outside world. The reason my identity was exposed was because outsiders found out about my situation. This made them realize that the creator god and the evil god were the same person. The one who constantly destroys worlds and pulls people into their own universe is the same person. Then those time travelers would never think of working for themselves or becoming stronger. Because they knew that no matter what they did, they would die. So rather than doing that, it's better to just lie down. The current Yu Jiemo and Wolong are already starting to have this problem. But it's not particularly obvious yet. Threatening death can still make them obey. But if things continue like this, it absolutely cannot continue. Therefore, whenever they have thoughts of God or are about to say something related to God, they immediately disconnect the live stream. With that in mind, Sumo set the rule with a wave of his hand. After he finished, he thought again that although the outside world had been absolutely prevented from knowing that the creator god and the evil god were the same person, but the creatures inside will eventually find a way to communicate and find out. Whether it's gestures, code words, or any other method, they will definitely come up with it. Because face-to-face communication is something that absolutely cannot be prevented, unless you keep an eye on them the whole time they're talking. But after thinking it over, Sumo felt relieved. If only these guys inside know that the creator god and the evil god are the same person, it's all so that they keep getting stronger and killing each other. Actually, it's not a big problem. After all, this little universe is his own territory. No matter what you do, as long as you're in this universe, you have to obey my orders. If they can become stronger because of this, that would be even better. Imagine this. After they painstakingly completed their mission and all broke through to the 5th rank, waiting for the creator god to complete their task, the evil god appeared. He stated that he was the one who did all the bad things back then. The reason they did this was all something they had secretly planned. I wonder if they'll break through another major level because of their anger. No, I am a creator god. How could I have such evil thoughts? No, try another one. In fact, the creator god always chose the stone golem camp, and only the evil god chose the other transmigrators. The reason the stone man wants to destroy the world is because he wants to destroy everything about the evil god, who says Sumo is the only evil god. You should know that Diablo and his crew were the ones who destroyed the world and the universe in the last era. They are evil gods too. And those animals that have been infected by their power and have gained extraordinary abilities, aren't they just the minions of the evil gods? The reason the evil god appeared before Diablo in the form of the creator god was to deceive him. It's not surprising that evil gods can lie. Furthermore, UGMO had spoken with the creator god and wanted to build a temple for himself. Although he ultimately betrayed the time traveler due to the evil god, the creator god saved him and transported him into his own camp. Not only is it powerful, but it also has no missions. Thinking of this, Sumo suddenly felt that he had figured out the whole situation. The creator god created the stone men to destroy the evil gods. In order to avoid being destroyed, the evil god kept looking for time travelers to help him fight against the creator god. I'm practically a beetroot. Although, I still need to block out news about myself from the outside world. Since the concept of desire to be liberated has been linked to oneself on Earth, many people now pray to themselves in their hearts every day. Although he didn't intervene, this matter still needs to be addressed. In other words, I am currently trapped in this little universe. Once this is over and I get out, I will definitely resolve this matter completely. Although Sumo had already explained it to himself. That way, the creator god won't be exposed. But Sumo didn't intend to give up on the other plan either. If we can get those guys to break through at the last minute, it'll be a huge win. If they don't, it's okay. I'm just giving it a try anyway. Later, they learned that the creator god was actually an evil god. This time, he directly destroyed the entire universe, even if they knew. So what? Who else can I talk to? First of all, they couldn't possibly be alive. Secondly, even if they are still alive, Sumo will restrict them. They used to belong to Earth. But having been in the microcosm for so long, they are now bound to this universe. They are the life of this universe. You can mold and shape them however you want. Finally, as a double safeguard, erase this memory completely. Given this situation, even if they had divine intervention, they would never reveal it. Then, Sumo realized that the reason this happened was because he had intervened too much. Everything is now ready, and the stage has been set up for them. From now on, I just need to keep an eye on things. Unless absolutely necessary, I absolutely must not take action. Of course, this is under the condition that it is unnecessary. If necessary, he wouldn't mind. As soon as they left the dungeon, when he stood with 1 foot on a wild boar that was over 20 meters long. Now, do you want to become as strong as me, as awesome as me? Follow me, and I'll show you the best of everything. Wild boar. Why do we eat the fragrant stuff and the excrement? When? Don't worry about that. Do you want to be as powerful as me? In the following period, when he used this method to gather a large team and occupy 2 dungeons. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Sumo just watched quietly. He really didn't interfere with the matter of the little universe. Meanwhile, Wulong was already in a panic with his army of 30,000 mosquitoes. Although they still lack wisdom, they have learned to accept their own instructions. Looking at the ranks behind him, Wulong laughed heartily. It's time to begin conquering the world and raise the banner of the demon race. Just as Wulong Wen raised the banner of the demon race. Sumo, who had already decided that he would never act recklessly again, suddenly turned cold. At this moment, in Xu Shilan's own world, Xu Shilan, who had been tortured for 3 years, was already on the verge of death. The extent of the tragedy is beyond description. He was not afraid of death, because he knew he could be resurrected after death, but he really couldn't stand being tortured like this. Xu Shilan looked at Zhang Jiao, who was using his soul power to heal him, and weakly said, "Zhang Jiao, I'll tell you a secret. Please just give me a quick death." Secret? No, I don't need that kind of thing. I just want to torture you, that's all. Remember the fastest online novel website, 101. Xu Shilan's face was extremely ugly. This secret concerns the who resurrected you. Don't you really want to know? In no mood. As Zhang Jiao shook his head, he cut off another portion of soul power from Xu Shilan's body. Xu Shilan's face turned pale again. He was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to shout. Seeing that Zhang Jiao remained unmoved, his face hardened, and he shouted with the last of his strength, "The Creator God and the Evil God are the same person." When he uttered those words, time seemed to freeze at that moment. Zhang Jiao's face showed even greater horror. At this moment, Sumo's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. This sentence has 2 meanings. One theory is that the Creator God and the Evil God are the same person. Another meaning is that the Creator God and the Evil God are the same person. Whether he says the Creator God and the Evil God are the same person, or that the Creator God and the Evil God are the same person, it doesn't matter. This matter has already crossed Sumo's bottom line, because this is something that absolutely cannot be said. He realized that he did indeed have many flaws, and some intelligent people might have already guessed them. Although he has been trying to remedy the situation and constantly patching up his identity, it makes everyone's complexion look better. Not to mention that I still have something to hide, and I'm doing a pretty good job of hiding it. Even if one's true form is riddled with flaws, and one is only covered by a single lash, this matter is still not to be discussed. You can think it in your heart, but you can't say it out loud. Even talking to yourself is not allowed, let alone shouting it out so openly. Therefore, no matter how clever Xu Shilan is, regardless of whether Xu Shilan would still be of use to her later, he must die. And it wasn't the kind of death where you could be resurrected. Rather, he will never be able to be resurrected. He will annihilate Xu Shilan forever. In the Xu Shilun instance, Zhang Jiao's face was filled with horror. Are you crazy? This is something you can just say out loud. Xu Shilun's lips twitched, and he sneered. What? You're scared now? You know this now, so we'll all die. If you die, the evil god will never resurrect you, but I'm different. I'm still useful to the evil god, so I can still be resurrected. Before he could finish speaking, a massive and terrifying dark being appeared before him. This person was none other than Sumo. He not only appeared, but also interrupted Xu Shilun directly. No, you're wrong. You can't be resurrected either. Sumo's words were devoid of any emotion, like a cold machine pronouncing a fact. Because this is simply a fact, this is also God's judgment. Just that one sentence made Xu Shilun, who was just smug, feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. Before he could even speak, he saw Zhang Jiao transform into a sandstorm-like substance in front of him, gradually dissipating. Zhang Jiao, who had only tormented Xu Shilun for 3 years after being resurrected and hadn't done anything yet, died silently once again. He didn't even have time to utter a shout. Xu Shilun only saw that Zhang Jiao's eyes were filled with terror. It wasn't until this moment that Xu Shilun finally came to his senses. At that moment, he seemed to realize what a stupid thing he had just done. No, evil god, no, creator god. Please let me explain. Sumo looked down at the tiny being before him and nodded. Yes, go ahead and tell me. I'm listening. I'd also like to hear how you discovered it. Xu Shilun, who had thought he was doomed, felt a little more at ease after seeing that this evil god was actually willing to communicate with him. If the evil god comes at you and kills you without saying a word, just like he killed Zhang Jiao, then no matter how eloquent you are, it will be useless. But now that he can still communicate with them, he feels relieved. As long as we can communicate, it means there's still a chance. If I seize the opportunity, I might not die. Not only will they not die, but they will also receive the support of an evil god. Thinking of this, Xu Shilun felt much more at ease, and then weakly said, Great Creator God, I am too weak right now. May I rest for a while? With a thought from Sumo, Xu Shilun's injuries vanished. Instantly, and not only that, his strength also returned at that moment. It wasn't that Sumo was merciful, but in his eyes, Xu Shilun was already a dead man. The only reason I'm talking to him now is to find out exactly where I was exposed. As for restoring his strength, he simply reverted Xu Shilun to his peak period, because that was the simplest way. Xu Shilun felt the powerful force within his body, which filled him with immense excitement. The feeling of power is so amazing. In the previous era, he had just broken through to the 4th rank and was already in the final stage. Therefore, he had never experienced much of the power of the 4th tier. At this moment, he could finally feel it properly. If only I had known earlier that speaking out about this would have given me a chance to communicate with the evil god, and even get his help. Then I should have done this a long time ago. Sumo looked at Xu Shilun, who was full of excitement, with a blank expression and said calmly, Tell me, how did you find out? Xu Shilun, who had just been immersed in his own powerful strength, suddenly came to his senses upon hearing these words. My initial excitement vanished instantly. If one's own strength is already so great, then just how powerful must the evil god be to restore oneself with a single thought? Thinking of this, he quickly composed himself, put on a humble expression, and said, God of creation, you actually did a very good job. There were basically no loopholes, and you didn't reveal any clues. The reason I discovered all this was solely due to my reasoning. Xu Shilun kept staring at Sumo as he spoke. When he saw that Sumo's face was expressionless, he suddenly choked. He immediately knew that this was not what the evil god wanted to hear. So he swallowed his previous flattering remarks and spoke again. Actually, I had this idea back when I was still on Earth, back when Big Pineapple was live streaming, but I wasn't sure yet. Later, after the evil god tried to escape to Earth but was captured and brought back, I started to have doubts again. It wasn't until after I traveled through time and received Dark Tiga's energy that I witnessed you destroying the Ultra Civilization. At that moment, I knew for sure that you were both the creator god and the evil god. Upon hearing this, Sumo thought to himself, so it's because of that Dark Tiga. When the Ultra Civilization was destroyed, no so-called evil god identity was created. It seems that not many people know about this yet. Even if others have doubts, they only have doubts. Thinking of this, Sumo continued, anything else? His tone remained indifferent, like that of an emotionless machine. At this moment, Xu seemed to sense that something was amiss, but faced with Sumo's question, he still forced himself to speak. And then there's my reasoning, which lacks substantial evidence. The destruction of the Ultraman civilization, combined with the destruction of the Ashura, and the situation of mosquitoes and ants mentioned by Liu Dejun. Originally, these things were not actually related, and it would be understandable if they were separated into two gods, but there are too many coincidences. So, Xu talked for almost half an hour, while Sumo watched with a blank expression the whole time. Only after he completely stopped did Sumo finally speak. Are you done? Xu nodded. Great creator. I'm done speaking. Sumo nodded slightly in return. Well, now that you've said your piece, then go die. After saying that, Sumo was about to make a move. Upon hearing this, Xu expression changed drastically, and he suddenly said, "No, you can't kill me. I'm still useful. I can still do things for you. I can be your dog." His words were hurried and rapid. He spoke a long passage without any pause, all in one breath. However, upon hearing Xu statement that he wanted to be his dog, Sumo shook his head. "I don't want a dog that bares its teeth at its master." After saying that, Sumo slapped him down. Xu who had already planned to escape, saw this scene and turned to run without hesitation. The power of the fourth tier has already reached into space. His figure appeared outside the instance in a flash. This was the first time in his life that he had used his spatial abilities. That was also the fastest he had ever run in his life. This time, he was truly fighting for himself, but no matter how fast he was, it was all in vain in front of Sumo. He had barely left the instance and hadn't even had a second to speak when he reappeared in front of Sumo. Then, his body, like Zhang Jiao's before him, began to wither and dissipate. His face showed terror, and he wanted to beg for mercy, but he found that he couldn't speak at all. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies weathered away and disappeared. At the same time, all the fragments of Xu in the 20 instances were also turning into dust and scattering. The instance disappeared after all the Xu fragments were gone. At the same time, myriad strange phenomena emerged, and the sound of heavenly weeping resounded throughout the universe, with torrential rain of blood falling accompanied by the mournful cries of the Great Tao. In an instant, everyone in the instance, whether they were awake or not, awoke. A fourth-tier powerhouse can be a god of the universe. The full power contained within a fourth-tier expert, when unleashed, could destroy half a galaxy in an instant. Endless dark energy surged from the suddenly vanishing instances. In just a moment, it enveloped the entire continent. One whale falls, and all things come to life. Countless animals that had not yet developed intelligence were awakened after being baptized by this dark energy. Those beings that had already awakened, their intelligence advanced even further. Many animals stuck at the limit of the extraordinary have truly stepped into the first level of the extraordinary realm, thanks to this energy. At this moment, countless great principles manifested themselves. Although it was only for a moment, it allowed countless animals to begin to understand their own paths and embark on their own journeys. The dark avenue is always lit, seemingly mourning for Xuxilun, or perhaps searching for a new host. However, all things embrace yin and bear yang, and just as there is a good side, there is also a bad side. Although dark energy has enlightened countless animals and enabled many to advance in their spiritual realm, darkness is still darkness. Animals that have absorbed dark energy begin to become irritable and gloomy, with countless negative emotions constantly arising. They wanted to destroy everything in front of them, kill their comrades, and one massacre after another occurred on the continent. Even the normally inactive stone began attacking other animals under this energy. Of course, they are still just as lazy and still don't want to move. Therefore, they will only attack animals that enter their attack range. They will no longer be like before, letting ants or other animals step over them without even bothering to turn over or look up. Blood rained down across the heavens and earth, and the mournful cries of the great Tao still echoed. Whether it was the animals already fighting amongst themselves, or the stone figures lying on the ground unwilling to move, they could all feel the sorrow of heaven and earth. Big Pineapple watched the blood rain falling in the dungeon, then looked up at the dark sky and remained silent for a long time. Xuxilun is dead. After a long silence, he continued, I thought I would be happy to see you dead, or at least calm, but for some reason, I still feel a little sad. Actually, while I don't agree with many of the things you've done, from your perspective, they're not wrong. Your methods were just too extreme. If they weren't so extreme, you might actually be a very capable person. After saying that, Big Pineapple silently lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought. He stood there in the rain of blood, letting his soul be soaked and stained red, yet he remained unmoved. The Kingdom of Light instance is the most upright, radiant, and magnificent of all the instances. Liu Dejun stared at the black mist and blood rain in the sky, speechless for a long time. As a fellow Fourth Order cultivator, he naturally knew what was going on, although he has now lost all his power, just like everyone else. But ultimately, he is still at the fourth level, and he still has the Great Tao. It's just that it has lost its power. Third rank, God of Civilization. At the fourth level, one can become a true god and live for 30,000 years. This is the fall of a true god. Moreover, he knew this god. No, it should be said that you would recognize it even if it were reduced to ashes. Their hatred cannot be washed away, even if all the water in the 3 rivers were poured out. He even felt that Xuxilun had been targeting him all along. It was like that from the moment he crossed over. He had originally thought he would be happy to see this scene, but for some reason, he felt so calm. There was even a slight sense of disappointment in my heart. Perhaps it was because of the regret of not being able to kill him with my own hands. After saying that, he caught a handful of blood rain with his hand, then turned around, found a place to sit down, and began to recover his strength. In a world filled with flames, although shrouded in darkness, everything around is still illuminated by the light of the flames. The blood rain was burned and evaporated by the flames before it even hit the ground. A strong, rugged-looking man with 4 arms looked at the strange phenomena in the sky and the mournful cry of the great Tao, and began to laugh wildly. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Xuxilun, 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 you bastard, you're finally dead! Ha ha ha, karma. It really is karma, you bastard. You've finally gotten your comeuppance. Ha 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 ha. The burly man ran wildly through the flames, his roars interspersed with bursts of laughter that sent chills down the spines of anyone who heard them. After laughing for several minutes, he suddenly pointed to the sky and cursed. "What the hell are you crying for? Is your father dead, or your mother dead? Shouldn't you be happy that Shu Shilun is dead? Laugh, you son of a bitch!" A boom, a thunderclap resounded in the world of flames, and just now, the four-armed man was blasted to a crisp. Moreover, this scene didn't just happen in one instance, but across all 20 instances. Sumo was stunned by what he saw. This is the great way lamenting. This is a true fourth-order rule. Well, this is an idiot. He dared to curse at me in this situation. He deserves it. It can only be said that Wang Jianqi's hatred for Shu Shilun was truly immense. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Originally, Shu Shilun's death and everyone's awakening should have been a happy event. However, Wang Jianxi insisted on doing something unconventional and outrageous. Then, Wang Jianxi, who had just been resurrected, went back to the fountain to wait for the resurrection cooldown. Dark energy enveloped the continent, and countless animals began to turn sinister and bloodthirsty. Considering the current drama of Wolong Wen, raising the banner of the demon race, and the stone man of the witch race, this black aura is very obvious. It is called Calamity Aura. The Calamity Aura of the Lich Wars. Xu Shilun truly deserved to die. He not only enlightened countless animals, but also caused a great many animals to perish. The calamity that followed was even more terrifying. Just the death of a fourth tier being has brought so many benefits. If Sumo stroked his chin, thinking to himself. In the end, he still didn't intend to take action. One at a time is enough. The situation is very good now. They might find it useful later. After all, it is a reusable resource, so using it as a disposable item is indeed a bit wasteful. Of course, Sumo wouldn't mind doing it if needed. Meanwhile, Sumo was secretly plotting how to kill the other people to maximize his profits. Meanwhile, Wolong Wen and Liang Wen, who had just raised the banner of the demon race, looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky and initially did not realize what was going on. But under the guidance of the viewers in the live stream, their knees buckled, and they collapsed to their knees, wailing and crying. "My lord, you died a terrible death. My lord, how could you die like this? My lord, Zhuge Liang will not be able to part with you. My lord, when he hasn't even assisted you in accomplishing your great cause yet. How could you leave like this?" The two mosquitoes frantically pounded the ground while secretly taking a couple of bites of dirt, as if to say that although their lord hadn't held a banquet, they were still enjoying a meal at his feast. At this moment, they are just mosquitoes. Otherwise, their mouths would probably be harder to suppress than AK's. "You too, that's enough. AT, can you make this any more fake?" You just laughed out loud, didn't you? Ah damn, these two drama queens are hopeless. Do Wolong Wen, get up quickly. Your lord is not dead. Don't talk nonsense, you almost scared me. Aha, just kidding. It wouldn't feel right not to crack a joke on such a happy day. In this scene, I feel compelled to compose a poem. Ah, the rain is so heavy. The rain is so heavy. The rain is so heavy. But if you can recite poetry, then recite more. By the way, could you please give me your address? I'd like to send you some local specialties. Wait, everyone. Let's not talk about that guy yet. Aren't you all curious about how Xu Shilun died? I'm not curious. Well, you know why? Why aren't you curious? I'm curious too. Why aren't you guys curious? I'm dying of curiosity. You're right. He died because of curiosity. So I advise you not to be too curious, or you'll die too. Now I also advise you not to be too curious. Being curious about everything will only harm you in the end. Holy crap, what kind of talk is this? It feels kind of creepy. Mom, my cupboard moved, I'm not playing anymore. Yeah, is Sushilin really dead? How can you be so sure it's Sushilin? What if it was someone else? That's true. What if you cry at the wrong grave? And with this kind of celestial influence and this kind of power, if it weren't Sushilin who died, I'd eat shit while standing on my head. But never mind whether it's Sushilin who died or not. Just kneel down and shout, Sushilin, you died so tragically. That's absolutely right. That's right. We really cried at the wrong grave. We can just cry there again next time. They won't lose anything anyway. A holy crap, that makes sense. A holy crap. Is this the legendary genius? Wulong Wen and Liang Wen almost burst out laughing while watching the live stream comments. They had been worried about the hidden energy in their backs, but now they can finally relax. The people in the live stream were still unsure whether the deceased was Sushilin, but they could be absolutely certain that the one who died was Sushilin himself. Because they had experienced Sushilin's power, and their original source of power also came from Sushilin. Therefore, the moment the strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, they already knew that Sushilin was dead. Afterwards, they pretended to be clueless and asked the viewers in the live stream until someone in the live stream suspected it was Sushilin, at which point they finally woke up. Actually, at first, they were also a little curious about why Sushilin died, but then he shook his head violently. Even an old fox like Sushilin is dead, and you're still curious about it. You're just asking for trouble. Feng Chu looked at the blood rain in the sky, remained silent for a long time, and finally took Mimi to the side, made a small mound of earth, and wrote on a stone. The Soul Clan, Tomb of Emperor Su. After thinking for a moment, he wrote it down next to him. Human race, Tomb of Sushilin. After finishing all this, Yu bowed 3 times earnestly to the front, then turned and left, returning to his previous position to continue his cultivation. He did all this for many reasons. First of all, he has been calling himself Lord for so many years. Although he kept saying that if he were to time travel, the first person he would kill would be Sushilin. But in the end, despite traveling through such a long period of time, he had never met Sushilin. They were not persecuted by Sushilin. Secondly, the dark power after Sushilin's death strengthened his soul, although he still hasn't broken through to the first level because he started cultivating relatively late. But this can also be considered a favor. Third, we are all from the same planet Earth. Although we have never met in real life, we are still acquaintances. Considering the favors shown to him, erecting a monument for him is the only thing he can do. As for why Sushilin died, and why his death was so sudden, those are other matters. It's not that he doesn't want to know, but that he's afraid to think about it. There are many intelligent people in this world. For example, several of the time travelers today have served as strategists for Sushilin. None of them are stupid. Sushilin's strength has reached the 4th level. In the current universe, these newly born beings have absolutely no chance of killing Sushilin. So, who exactly killed Sushilin? This is a problem. A very serious question, one that I know could also lead to death. Therefore, you absolutely must not investigate it yourself. Not to mention investigating it, you can't even think about it. Meanwhile, a large number of bullet comments popped up in the live stream room, where UGMO was about to finish his story. As the first person to time travel, he had the most viewers in his live stream. Therefore, his live stream is filled with all sorts of comments. How could Sushilin have died so suddenly? At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, Hana11011110. Yes, the death was so sudden that I was caught completely off guard by his death. It's better that they're dead. Such wicked beings not only waste air when they live, but they also kill many more innocent lives. Exu Shilun, alas, what a pity. Do you heretic, you actually Pisu Shilun, who isn't Shu Shilun. Deserving of pity? Ultimately, it's just a matter of different stances. Yes, Su Shilun wanted to live so badly that he would stop at nothing to survive, and in the end, he even resorted to the ruthless method of smuggling himself out of the country. Although it was cruel, he really just wanted to live. Furthermore, since Diablo and the others are willing to agree to his idea, then Ashura and Ultramen will definitely be resurrected as well. A person who always wanted to live, who used every means to survive, ended up like this, not even knowing how they died. Sigh. Think about how miserable Xu Shilin was back then. Whether it was Ashura or Ultraman, they all had their own paths. Only he was stuck with the Soul Clan, whose development was unclear, and his mission was to unify the three races. Although that mission was a joke, he really put in a lot of effort. Ayaz, with such a hand of cards, he ultimately ascended to the throne of the king of three clans. Such perseverance, such wisdom, and such ruthlessness are simply unmatched by ordinary people. But compare that to Liu Dejun. He's utterly useless. Even with 4 Turus and 2 kings, he was still completely outmatched by Su Shilun. He was utterly humiliated. Yeah, what you're saying is true, but Su Shilun was really ruthless. He wiped out the entire Soul Clan, leaving everyone else with their families, while he was all alone. Alas, there's always a reason why someone is pitiful, and conversely, isn't it also true that a hateful person is also a pitiful one? Meanwhile, in the real world, some people fell silent as they watched Xu Shilun's death. He travels to another world, is reborn, and can even wield immense power. They can even become superior people. Even if you die, you can be resurrected. Although there may be some hardships in the early stages, isn't it also a rebirth? The previous pineapple had been suffering, so no one wanted to time travel. But after seeing Su Shilun's actions and his ability to revive, do some tycoons whose lives were already nearing their end, or some young people who were already unhappy in the real world, really have no thoughts? It's out of the question. They also wanted to travel through time. They not only want to travel through time, but they are also preventing others from doing so. Otherwise, why do you think someone would post a comment saying that the person who speaks the most will time travel? It's because they don't want others to post comments. It's because they don't want others to take away their chance to travel through time. After all, with so many people in the live stream, it's uncertain who can travel through time, and whether anyone will travel through time again next time. After all, the evil god never said that someone would definitely travel through time. It has never been said that people who post a lot of bullet comments can travel through time. These are simply conclusions they drew from existing patterns. No one dares to guarantee the exact outcome. Yes, that person is currently in their own little universe. Based on that limited information, they had already begun to take action. Those with money recruit think tanks to advise them, and make their comments even more impressive. Those who are broke rack their brains to come up with more outrageous things in order to attract the attention of the evil god. But when Su Shilun died, they suddenly fell silent. For the poor, although the real world is tough, they can still survive. Moreover, they have relatives and friends, and going through time means completely abandoning them. If you're doing well over there, that's fine. People who are genuinely good to you will be happy for you, and your enemies will be jealous. But what if things don't go well? Like Wang Jianqi, he started out as a laborer, living a precarious life, even facing constant danger to his life. Moreover, not everyone can do what Su Shilun did. If things go wrong, you might get killed as soon as you travel back in time. Rather than that, it's better to continue living a pathetic life in the real world. In the past, they would have thought that time travelers were blessed by heaven and would basically never die. Look at Big Pineapple, look at Liu Dejun, and Su Shilun. They are all alive and well. Moreover, it possesses immense power. It is precisely for this reason that they even believe that this is why the evil god would choose people from their world. After time travel, although you will experience some hardships, you will definitely rise to prominence and survive. Who wouldn't want that? But everything changed the moment Su Shilun died. The same goes for those wealthy tycoons. Unless they are truly in a situation where they will die tomorrow if they don't travel through time today, they have already enjoyed everything they can in the real world, except for the lack of supernatural powers. Even so, some people still did not give up. These were desperate criminals with no relatives, who were always on the verge of losing their lives. Because their lives in the real world are similar to those in the other world, they'd rather go to the other world and give it a shot than rot away in this real world. What if I be invincible? What if? Meanwhile, many other organizations are reflecting on Su Shilun's death. Why did he die? And how did he die? It was because he knew something, or because he did something. Although these things have always been considered taboo, curiosity will kill them. But there are always some people who are not afraid of death. There are always some stubborn people. But all of this was done in private and not brought into the public eye. After all, this could really kill someone, and many people will die. Even a slight mishap could lead to the destruction of the earth, because everyone shares a consensus. Only an evil god can kill Su Shilun. What they discussed, debated, and pondered was why the evil god wanted to kill Su Shilun. Did he find out something? Or did he do something? If we're talking about what he did, Su Shilun certainly did a lot. He plucked the peach from the evil god, causing the previous era to be destroyed prematurely, and leaving the evil god in a sorry state. He led others to smuggle themselves across the border. These people were all doomed. But if that's really the reason, then why didn't the evil god kill Su Shilun before? They didn't believe that the evil god couldn't do it. After all, if they can kill now, they definitely could have killed before. Putting everything else aside, just considering that when the evil god captured people and made them time travelers, he certainly had the ability and opportunity to kill Su Shilun. But the evil god did not do that. Therefore, it is clear that the evil god at that time had not yet considered killing Su Shilun. Although Su Shilun reaped the benefits from the evil god, he would still be of use to the evil god at that time. But what exactly happened next? They recklessly listed out numerous possibilities. Su Shilun provoked the evil god, or perhaps Su Shilun didn't want to live anymore, for reasons such as these. Ultimately, there was only one, and most likely, option. Su Shilun knew the secret of the evil god. But what kind of secret could Su Shilun possibly know? What kind of secret could make the evil god disregard his reputation, and even destroy the secret realm he created with Su Shilun's help, ruining years of planning, just to kill him? Thinking about this, some of them felt a chill run down their spines, while others felt excited and thrilled, because they are about to reveal a secret of God. This is a true God, a great being capable of transcending worlds and dimensions. This is the first time in history. If they are right, they may even go down in history. Of course, they knew that their actions could potentially lead to the annihilation of the entire planet, but they didn't care, because they are all truly insane. Sumo stood in the void, sensing the thoughts and calls from people outside, and snorted coldly in his heart. Since I'm currently trapped in my own little universe and can't get out, I'll let you live a little longer. Once I get out, every single one of you will be Then he looked at the remaining 60 instances on the mainland and muttered to himself, "How tragic." Xu Shilun, who was determined to live, was the first to die. From beginning to end, all they wanted was to protect their people from everything, even those who would rather die themselves than let their loved ones and people die. Yet it repeatedly attached itself to its people, surviving time and again by relying on their flesh and blood. Time and again, they shouted for the sake of their people, yet time and again, they ate the steamed buns stained with their blood with tears in their eyes, making their strength grow stronger with each passing moment. Only Xu Shilun was alone from beginning to end. Perhaps the reason you died was because you were all alone. After all, this is a crime in my eyes. So, it's your own fault for not having any clansmen. Does that mean we should die if we don't have any clansmen? Yes, at least that's how it is with Sumo. The fundamental reason for sending you through time is to help others become stronger. But you secretly consumed all the resources all by yourself. Not only did they do it voluntarily, but you also killed their entire clansmen. Then you should die. Back when the Soul Clan was being wiped out, Sumo had already considered killing Xu Shilun as well. After all, Xu Shilun was no longer of any use to him at that time. But after seeing what Xu Shilun was about to do, he gave up the idea. After all, keeping him alive can put pressure on the other two races, and the Soul Clan still has one soul who hasn't died. Otherwise, due to a series of coincidences, Xu Shilun should have died long ago, when Ultraman destroyed the Soul Clan. Of all the people who benefited most from Xu Shilun's death, it has to be Wolong Wen and his two brothers. The dark aura of calamity enveloped the area, instantly giving a large number of mosquitoes intelligence. The mosquitoes, which originally needed to be trained one by one, were all fooled by them after they gained intelligence. However, not all mosquitoes have gained intelligence, because some mosquitoes were specifically created by Sumo to increase the pressure on the Stone Man. They are not native beings, but rather beings created by God. They're like machines. As long as Sumo doesn't upgrade them, they'll remain the same forever. They didn't even know how to eat meat, even when Wolong Wen taught them. They will continue to follow God's will and continue to eat dirt. The text, which originally only described eating dirt, suddenly changed to describing eating meat. Coupled with the dark calamity in the world, war raged on the continent. Sumo stood in the void, looking down upon the world. Watch as Wolong leads millions of mosquitoes to crush one dungeon after another. Read the text and lead 100,000 first-tier demons to suppress injustices in various places and besiege the stone men of the Witch Clan. Because when he was deceiving these demons, he had already regarded the Stone Man as his greatest enemy. When he told the demons that the Stone Man was the most evil being in the world. They only eat and don't excrete, and their numbers keep increasing until they eventually eat everything up. See how the ant army, after gaining intelligence, fights against the Mosquito Clan under the command of the Queen Ant, just like a massive army. This was the most chaotic era, with war breaking out everywhere. One after another, demon clan strongholds were established. This was also the best of times, with heroes from all races constantly rising to prominence. The 100 Shang Long serpent broke through to the first level, and the calamity energy of heaven and earth surged, transforming into a 300 Shang Long giant python with a single horn on its head that could summon wind and rain. The 100-meter-tall giant bear roared at the heavens and earth after its offspring was killed, slaughtering all living beings within a radius of 1,000 feet, and finally triggered the tribulation energy to break through to the first level. When he led 1,000,000 demon soldiers to suppress Wang Jianxi's beast alliance in the dungeon. Even more, millions of mosquitoes launched a surprise attack from the sky to aid in the battle. Finally, After 7 of the 12 leaders of the Beast Alliance had died in battle, they chose to submit. Wulong led 3 million mosquitoes to attack the Flying Feather Alliance, but suffered a crushing defeat. Finally, he escaped thanks to his mid-stage Tier 1 strength and his terrifying body that was nearly 1,000 meters long. 3 months later, millions of mosquitoes attacked, and the Flying Feather Alliance was finally destroyed after a year of fierce fighting. The leader of the Flying Feather Alliance, the mid-stage first-tier golden-winged eagle, died in battle. The first-stage azure bird, severely injured, fled. The first-stage flamingo was captured after its wing was broken. Countless birds were forced to join the demon race. Of all animals, birds are the ones who despise mosquitoes the most. The beasts on the ground probably don't have any particular interest in mosquitoes. Although the mosquitoes were indeed weaker before, they can still fly, no matter what. They also had no way to deal with the mosquitoes. But to those birds, mosquitoes are the lowest form of food. This is especially true for carnivorous birds of prey. Mosquitoes are not only weak and slow-flying, but also lack intelligence and are quite fleshy. Even at their current size, killing a single mosquito would be enough to feed them for a day or two. Moreover, this was even more true when they weren't that big. And so, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The number of stone men has doubled again, reaching 160 million. The originally peaceful stone men probably didn't realize anything was wrong. However, after being corrupted by the aura of the calamity, the stone men will also actively attack any demons that come near them. They usually lie on the ground eating dirt, and if any animal gets close, they will punch it to death. However, Yu-Ji did not do nothing in the last 2 years. Ever since he heard Wolong Wen say that the stone men had a collective consciousness, he has been trying to find a way to integrate into them. Don't worry about what will happen or what you'll have to do after you integrate. At the very least, you have to integrate first. Other transmigrators are all incredibly powerful after transmigrating, with a bunch of followers and surrounded by people. What kind of situation is it for me to be isolated like this? Most importantly, it's about resolving the mental defenses that the stone golem lacks. Although his physical body is indeed very strong now, it should be said that his physical body has always been very strong. He can now be considered the strongest of all the stone men. Because he only eats and doesn't reproduce. In 10 years, other stone people have already reproduced twice, but he just kept eating and never shared any of his own food. With the added power of Wang Jianxi's cultivation, he ate even faster. The stone men have been eating and sleeping all the time, not because they don't want to eat, but because they also need to digest. Their digestion doesn't involve expelling the soil they've eaten. Instead, it transforms various soils and minerals into its own quality. This conversion also takes time. They are essentially changing their quality of life while they sleep. Before they could rest, wander around, look at the flowers and plants, or find some good stones to reproduce. However, after speeding up their eating, their rest time was reduced by half. With half the time already cut off, they still had to find good stones. There's even less time left. However, the speed at which Yu-GMO transforms after cultivation is far beyond what other stone golems can match. If you digest quickly, you can eat more. Other stone figures can only increase their mass to 100 tons in 5 years before they reach their limit. This is the kind of place where a good mineral vein has been found. If it's just a regular thing that can only eat soil, the maximum is 80 tons. Then it reproduces again, dividing the mass in half, and returns to 40 tons. However, Yu-GMO gained weight to 500 tons in 10 years. This is the effect of his cultivation, although his cultivation level has not yet broken through to the first level. But he has already reached the peak of the extraordinary realm and will soon break through to the next level. The main problem is that he doesn't know why he hasn't been able to break through. He's been stuck at the peak of the extraordinary realm for a year now and just can't break through. Then he began to consider the idea of joining the collective consciousness of the stone men. Even if one doesn't break through to the next level of transcendence, the same applies to one's own soul. Moreover, his soul has no spiritual protection, so if someone attacks his soul, he has no good way to deal with it. In fact, the calamity energy in the world, which is Shu Shilan's dark power, has the least impact on the stone man, because they filtered out this kind of thing when they evolved. They have no emotions, and in theory, they shouldn't be affected at all. But they weren't infected before, because one instance only contained a fragment of Shu Shilan. And this is all of Shu Shilan's strength. And it wasn't just a little bit that leaked out, but the whole thing poured out. Under this force, those without intelligence gained intelligence. Even those who had no emotions developed faint emotions under this force. It is precisely because of this power that the stone man attacks other animals. But in terms of having a particularly large impact, it wasn't. The stone man continued to eat and sleep as usual, and as time went on, Shu Shilan's power would gradually disappear. However, Sumo had calculated that if Shu Shilan's power were to completely disappear, it would take at least 80 years. In 80 years, the stone men have almost eaten up the entire continent. The great calamity is almost over. Therefore, it is quite normal for this calamity to disappear. 5 years later, Wulongwen's strength had reached the peak of the first tier. Moreover, they have already conquered most of the continent. They have already subdued most of the monsters around the dungeon. They also destroyed one by one the groups of forces that had banded together. But there are still a few tough nuts to crack. The Queen Ant led 60 million intelligent ants to defend the 3 dungeons of Diablo. Near one of Wang Jianqi's dungeons, there was 1 Tier 2 beast, 6 Tier 1 peak beasts, more than 50 Tier 1 mid-stage beasts, and tens of thousands of Tier 1 beasts. There's another one, which is also a copy of Wang Jianqi's work. To be honest, this dungeon isn't very strong overall, but the solution lies within. This is the most difficult part. This is also why they haven't taken any action against this instance. High in the sky, the crouching dragon and the Wen stood side by side and flew. At this point, their size had reached a gigantic kilometer. Wulong looked up at the giant net in the sky and said, "Tell me, if we send 1,000,000 mosquitoes to charge at the same time, can we break this net?" Wen shook his head. "I don't know if it can break, but in the past few years, we have controlled the mosquito population and prevented mosquitoes from flying into the sky. Now there are fewer and fewer mosquitoes and large cocoons hanging on the web. I believe that if we dare to bump into it, the spider will dare to come and eat us." Wulong was silent for a moment. "Do you think if things continue like this, that guy might starve to death? It's hard to say. This thing was probably specially made by..." They definitely wouldn't let him die so easily. Furthermore, we don't know exactly how strong this thing is, and it's hard to say whether it can starve to death. Wulong nodded steadily. "Let's talk about the next part. In just 5 years, we have already achieved this. Every day we are either fighting or on the way to fight. We also owe a lot to Old Shu's group of dark energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so simple for us to get to this point. At least this also gave us a large number of mosquito soldiers, allowing us to build up our own resources. See, I've gone off topic. Which of the last 3 places should we attack first?" When he flew in silence for a long time before finally speaking, "Let's go talk to Fengshu one last time, and take 2 million demons with us." Wulong also remained silent for a moment, pondering before nodding. Seeing this, when it continued, "I still feel it's not very safe. How about we bring some more mosquitoes?" By the way, have you sent someone to find out what's going on with the ants? Are we really not going to touch those dungeons? Leaving it there, watching it grow larger and larger as it devours things, isn't a solution. Wulong landed on a hilltop. We definitely need to move, but now is not the time. Our strength is still too weak. You have to understand that those inside are all fourth-tier beings. Even if it was divided into 20 pieces, each piece alone would have the strength equivalent to the peak of the third tier back then. We're only at the peak of Tier 1 right now. We're completely outmatched. Moreover, those guys are far superior to the demon races we've encountered so far. A human wave tactic would be virtually ineffective against them. Have you forgotten how Xu Shilun destroyed a city with a single punch when he went to the Ultra Civilization? Even a single fragment now would probably have the power of 7 fragments of the Great Pineapple from back then. At this point, Wulong paused for a moment and looked down at Wenyi's 3 remaining legs. Having just transmigrated to this world less than half a year ago, he almost lost his life, but managed to escape death and ended up in Xu Shilun's instance. Even now, his legs still haven't grown back. There are only 2 ways to regenerate a severed limb. First, break through to the 3rd level. At the 3rd rank, one can become a god of civilization, capable of rebirth, at which point all physical injuries can be fully healed. Xu Shilun had told him about this before. Although this thing has never been demonstrated before, the main reason is that none of those who broke through to the 3rd tier did so through normal means. Ultraman is all about technology. This thing has no flesh and blood, let alone the ability to regenerate severed limbs, but their technology is capable of achieving this. Big Pineapple is a breakthrough in soul form, so that goes without saying. The soul body can be repaired, even if you haven't broken through to the 3rd rank. Of course, this requires a large number of souls as a supplement. This can be seen from the fact that Diablo was constantly tearing apart souls. Finally, Xu Shilun fared even worse when he broke through to the 3rd level. He lost his soul and became nothing more than a consciousness. As for how Liu Dajun finally broke through to the 3rd tier, they didn't know, because Liu Dajun's live stream had already ended at that time. Only Wang Jianji broke through to the 3rd level entirely through his physical body. Moreover, with flesh and blood, soul and rage all pushed to their limits in terms of combat power, they doubted that even Big Pineapple was a match for Wang Jianji. A man who has maxed out magic damage, physical damage, and burst damage, it can be said that this guy has absolutely no weaknesses. Well, if intelligence counts, then he certainly does. The second method is to train around Wang Jianji's instance and increase your physical strength. At level 2, one can achieve a slow healing effect. He rejected the idea after it had only been on his mind for a moment. There's simply not enough time. It wasn't an evil god who forced them, but the stone man. The number of stone golems has already exceeded 100 million. Next time, the number will reach 300 million. To deal with the stone golems, you must be quick and eliminate them before they fully mature. Otherwise, the further we go, the less likely we are to defeat them. Their encounter with the stone golem was similar to Diablo's encounter with the queen ant, but even more challenging. The queen ant is just one of his offspring, and his reproduction speed is fixed. Even if he goes all out, it won't change much. But the stone golems multiplied exponentially, eventually reaching an astronomical number. However, in a sense, it's not that different. The Ashura race reproduces slowly, which is similar to the situation of the ant race. It has always been a case of fighting with fewer troops against more. He shook his head to clear his mind of all the jumbled thoughts, and then took another look at Wen and his remaining 3 legs. Perhaps 3 legs wouldn't be so bad. Wulong, what are you doing? Why are you daydreaming again? I've noticed you've been spacing out a lot lately. Wulong chuckled. Too many things to do. Too much thinking in your head makes it easy to end up like this. Back on Earth, I was just a lowly clerk, though I also fantasized about commanding thousands of troops and giving Su Shilin advice. But now that I'm actually commanding thousands of troops, I really feel a bit overwhelmed. Luckily, the viewers in the live stream are helping me come up with ideas and suggestions. Otherwise, I probably would have messed it up long ago. Who isn't like that? Okay, that's all in the past. Let's stop talking about that useless stuff and talk about the current situation. What's the situation with the ant tribe? Although the ant soldiers have developed intelligence, their actions still rely on the wisdom of the queen ant, so it's impossible to get any information out of them. All I can say is that their mouths are incredibly stubborn, even tougher than their shells. When his antennae twitched like eyebrows, didn't you find out anything? Wulong shook his head. No, not really. Although I haven't gotten any information out of them, based on their behavior, I can confirm that the queen ant has already made contact with Pineapple. The queen ant is incredibly powerful. It's something we, at this stage, couldn't possibly achieve in such a short time. Based on his actions in protecting the Diablo instance, I can be certain that it was also resurrected by. Moreover, it was resurrected with its own power. Therefore, it is very likely the queen ant that cooperated with Diablo during the Ashura era. Based on previous live streams and the reactions of the viewers, its strength is roughly estimated to be at least tier 3, or even higher. Upon hearing this, Wenna remained silent. Wulong continued, actually, there's no need to worry too much. The stronger it is, the better it will be for us. I believe its pursuits are the same as ours. Furthermore, since it has already contacted the pineapple, it means that the pineapple has agreed to its idea. Therefore, we naturally already possess one. No, it should be said two. Actually, that's not quite right. It should be said that everyone except the stone golem is our ally. The Ashura of Wang Jianzi from Diablo, the Ultramen of Liu Dajun, and the ant army of the Queen Ant, combined with our current Lich War and the black mist in the sky, doesn't it resemble the primordial Lich War? We are demons, the stone men are witches, and the three of them are the three ancient races. Shouldn't the three ancient races be Ultraman, Ashura, and Soul Race? Do you think the Soul Clan still exists? That's true. Now that you mention it, it's definitely true. The story of the demon race uniting the three ancient races to fight against the witch race is starting to sound plausible. Wulong nodded. Perhaps this just twisted sense of humor. Although we may be allies, we will inevitably have a war in the future, which will determine who is in control and who gives orders. We're different from them. We have to be at the top, because this is a death mission, a mission that means death if we don't complete it. Wenny nodded. Yes, I understand. This time it will be the same as before. You stay in the rear, and I will go and talk to Fengchu. Wulong. Yes, that's right. We really should have a proper talk. Remember, this is the last time we'll talk. No matter what the final outcome, our flag must be planted around that instance. If possible, even the young phoenix can leave the stage. After saying this, Wulong flapped his wings and flew away. He strongly agreed with Wenny's idea of talking to Fengchu first, because that was his own thought. Speaking of which, in Wang Jianxi's other instance, although there was a second-tier demon king in charge, their numbers were indeed a bit too few. After all, a second-tier hero is not a third-tier hero. If you really want to fight, you can overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Of the new generation of beings, only the second-tier Great Demon King outside Wang Jianxi's instance has broken through to the second tier. The others are still only at the peak of the first tier. Many more are still in the middle and early stages of the first order. This is because the rules of heaven and earth have changed this time, and even those at the second level are still unable to fly. In previous eras, second-tier beings would have already been able to travel freely between the heavens and the earth, and could move freely among planets except for outer space. It was precisely because he observed this that he dared to say that the human wave tactic could overwhelm the opponent, but he was also a little reluctant to part with it. In this day and age, being the first to break through to the second tier only proves that he has the best talent. Wolong didn't want such a talented guy to die so soon. If properly trained, he could definitely become a formidable force in dealing with the stone golems. As for the ants, let's not even talk about the number of ants. They now have a large number of demons and mosquitoes as backup, so their numbers are definitely greater than the enemies. However, the queen ant's strength is a major problem. The third tier is different from the second tier, and the strongest among them is only at the peak of the first tier, fighting a third tier opponent with a first tier character. Isn't that just courting death? So after eliminating those two places, the only place left is Fengchu's place. If you defeat the Phoenix Chick, then anyone who isn't an idiot should know what to do next. As for the end, that's a matter between them, the Queen Ant, and the other three elders. Unfortunately, our strength is still too weak. If we were stronger, we could tackle these dungeons. Is there any way to make myself and Wenny stronger, even stronger, and then 1,000,000,000 times stronger, so that we can quickly integrate all races? Although this body's talent is very strong in the early stages, it can quickly become stronger by devouring the flesh and blood of other life forms. However, it becomes less effective after the mid-stage of Tier 1. Is it because I haven't developed enough, or because I lack talent? Or rather, is this the limit of my ability? If that's the case, could I create my own unique path like Big Pineapple and the others? Thinking of this, Wolong shook his head, gazing into the distance as if he saw a stone man traveling with a tiger, then muttered to himself, Phoenix Chick, I just hope you don't make the wrong decision, otherwise that place will have to be renamed Falling Phoenix Slope. As when he watched Wolong fly away, a mosquito began to quietly ponder Wolong's words. He was different from Wolong, who was good at analyzing the big picture and liked to consider things from all angles. But he was quick-witted. This skill is usually useless, but it often comes to mind in emergencies. Back then, when Su Shilun faced Zhang Jiao's Black Armor Emperor, the method of killing Ashura and forcing Wang Jianji to break through was devised under these circumstances. And when he and Wolong were in dire straits, the idea of tearing off his own leg to use as a weapon was also something he came up with on the spot. Later on the battlefield, he used this thing to turn the tide of battle several times. This thing is usually useless, but it's very useful on the battlefield. Therefore, in general, Zhuge Liang would stay in the rear while when he would lead the troops into battle. However, they all have their flaws. Wolong's weakness is that he tends to overthink, while he doesn't like to think about those messy things. One is full of ideas, the other is bold and quick-witted. Their cooperation can be described as seamless. That is precisely why they were able to conquer such a large territory in such a short time. Now that we have more wealth, we have more things to deal with every day. It's only because Wolong was a clerk on Earth that he had to handle a lot of things every day. Otherwise, no one else could have done it. At least that's how he is, so there's a reason why he's willing to go out. Soon after, the demon race began to conscript troops. One by one, the great demons began to gather. At this moment, the great demons who had broken through to the first level were all incredibly huge. This resulted in them needing a much larger area of land. Fortunately, the other animals also grew bigger. The same is true for the vast numbers of ants. Finding enough food to feed them would be a problem. After all, Even a Tier 1 dog needs to eat. Only those at the third level can survive without eating and rely on absorbing energy. Therefore, these great demons not only need a lot of land to live, but even the food they are given requires a lot of land. The stone golem, however, was constantly devouring everything in the world. They might not have understood it so well before, but as their strength grows, they naturally learn more and more. They are currently only at the first tier. If they reach the second tier, their size will be even larger, and land will be even scarcer. Then, the reason they were so willing to listen to Zhuge Liang was because Zhuge Liang said, to repel external enemies, one must first secure internal stability. They felt this made a lot of sense, and thought Wulong Wenyi was very clever. Of course, the most important thing is that Wulong Wenyi is also very strong. If they misbehave, you can beat them until they scream and cry. They also have a large army of mosquitoes and a common enemy, which is what makes them obedient. Large numbers of demons began to gather from all directions, and countless mosquitoes began to huddle together. The mosquito, already enormous, grew even larger after gaining intelligence and beginning its cultivation. Millions of mosquitoes flew in the sky, and when you looked up, you saw a dense, dark mass, as if the entire sky was shrouded in darkness. This means that this world is set to be 30 times the size of the previous planet. Otherwise, we really couldn't make something this big, and we couldn't afford to keep it. The planet is 30 times larger, and the animals, by natural growth, could only reach a maximum of 30 times their original size. However, their already enormous size will become even larger after cultivation. The specific reason is not entirely clear, but it may also be related to the rules of heaven and earth. In other words, there are still too few stone men to eat, because the number of stone golems grows exponentially. The more they accumulate, the more they consume. They don't have that many right now, but in the later stages, with hundreds of billions, trillions, or even thousands of stone golems, even if each stone golem only eats one bite a day, it will be hundreds or even thousands of times more than it does now. And they simply couldn't possibly eat just one bite. Such a large gathering of demons and mosquitoes naturally did not escape the eyes of the queen ant. Then it arrived at one of Diablo's dungeons and found Diablo still training. Big Pineapple awoke from his cultivation, glanced at the queen ant, and asked, "What are you doing here? Those two mosquitoes are starting to gather their large swarm again. I think he might be about to attack me." Big Pineapple shook his head. "No, you said that there are still 4 forces left, including you, and you are the strongest. They will definitely not attack you first." The queen ant paused for a moment. "Are you so sure?" Big Pineapple nodded again. "Yes, and you were guarding my instance, so you could receive their messages. They must have also inquired about you. They probably know who you are now, so they're even less likely to harm you. Besides, they're also wary of me. Concerned about you? Your strength has only just reached the second tier. You'd be dead in a single swarm attack. You said that they never brought troops into the many instances they conquered, so they definitely don't know that we old folks from the previous era have lost our strength." The queen ant shook her head. "No, according to previous information, they went into that instance you mentioned called Xu Shilun once before." "That's right. Xu Shilun will never reveal that he has no strength. The kind of person he is always prepared with many backup plans, one after another. If this guy hadn't suddenly died, you might be facing Xu Shilun instead." After a moment of silence, Big Pineapple continued, "By the way, how's your cultivation going? It still doesn't work." "I can't absorb any power at all. It's as if my strength has been fixed. Maybe this is how it will be for the rest of my life. By the way, what are your plans now?" Didn't you promise that person you'd deal with the stone golem and resurrect your family? Why haven't you done anything about it? Big Pineapple slowly closed his eyes and remained silent for a long while. Xu Shilun is dead. The queen ant's antennae twitched. I know. Why are you saying this? As I told you before, my strength had already broken through to the 4th rank in the last era. Perhaps you don't have a concept of 4th tier, so let me put it this way. For me, 4th tier being is as easy as crushing an ant. The queen ant asked in confusion. I am an ant, aren't I? The usually serious Big Pineapple suddenly felt speechless upon hearing this. But upon further reflection, it seems to make sense. This thing really is an ant. After thinking for a moment, he spoke again. Don't worry about the details. Just know that in this universe, the only thing that can truly kill me and Xu Shilun is... He didn't say the rest, because he knew that even if he did, the other person wouldn't hear him. The one who resurrected me. Big Pineapple nodded. That's right. What do your thoughts have to do with Xu Shilun's life or death? Xu Shilun was a man who liked to leave himself. Backup plan. Sometimes I would feel scared in front of someone like that, but he died. At this point, Big Pineapple fell silent once again. Don't you want to bring your family back to life? If I can be resurrected, that would be best. If I cannot be resurrected, then let me live on with their memories. After all, I'm now the only person in the world who still remembers them. Queen Ant, I remember them too. But are you really going to do this? Just like Xu Shilun, the one you described who only cares about surviving? Big Pineapple slowly stood up. No, it's different. Xu Shilun is too smart. The Queen Ant was even more puzzled upon hearing this. What's wrong with being smart? I feel like you're smart too. Being smart is not a mistake, but being too smart often leads to a short lifespan. Ever since that guy named Sima, smart people have generally not lived long. Moreover, I will not be like Xu Shilun, who would sacrifice his dignity, face, and even the lives of his people just to survive. I don't know what you're talking about, so what exactly are you going to do then? Continue to cultivate, accelerate your cultivation, and quickly restore your strength. Only in this way can you survive in this chaotic world. You should get ready too. Queen Ant, what are you preparing? According to you, your strength is already fixed, and you can only be at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier for the rest of your life. Judging from the current situation, someone will surpass you in 80 years, or even 50 years, or less. You will be very sad then. For once, the Queen Ant fell silent. After a moment, it lowered its head and stared intently at the Big Pineapple. I've decided, I'll follow you. You said that if I regain my full strength, I will have great power. I'll protect you now, and you'll protect me later. Aren't you afraid that I'll take action against you directly? I feel. You're not that kind of person, and I'll run away. Big Pineapple really wants to talk about just how powerful a 4th tier being is. A 4th tier being can even control space. No one can escape from him. What he saw was the dark energy that enveloped the heavens and the earth, which was produced by the death of a 4th tier powerhouse. But in the end, he didn't speak. He just nodded quietly and continued to cultivate. As he said, he needed to recover his strength as soon as possible. This time, he truly felt the threat of death. Although this has been the case every time before, it is especially evident this time. This was especially true after seeing Xu Shilun, the smartest among them, take his final bow in such a way. Half a month later, 1,000,000 demon soldiers besieged Wang Jianxi's instance. The sky was shrouded in countless mosquitoes, and for a time, the area within 1,000,000 miles was plunged into darkness. Only the scattered firelight around the dungeon illuminated the terrified monsters. Yu Jiemo calmly stood up. He knew that what was coming had finally arrived. It's a bit of a pity that after so long, I still can't connect with the collective consciousness of the stone men. Then he turned his head and looked at Mimimi, who was already several sizes bigger than him, and gently stroked her tiger skin. "Phoenix chick, this is your last chance. Come out and let's talk. 2 million demons is already an extremely terrifying number." This was in conjunction with their enormous size, and the giant mosquitoes in the sky that had all reached 600 meters in height due to their intelligence. Such strength, such numbers, and such oppressive power, they had already caused all living things around them to flee, even when they were still dozens of miles away from Wang Jianxi's copy. At this moment, the other monsters in the dungeon looked at each other in bewilderment, when he uses the method of speaking from the soul to convey his thoughts without any concealment. This method is so intuitive that even a stupid pig could understand it, let alone these intelligent monsters. In an instant, all the monsters turned to look at the one and only outlier in this dungeon, Stone Man, Phoenix Chick. When it was treated as an outsider by the Stone Man, who excluded his consciousness. Outside, whether he's traveling alone like a stone man or bringing Mimi along, he's seen as an oddity by all the other animals. Here, he was still treated as an outsider. Not only because he is the smallest in size in this instance, but also because he is the strongest. More importantly, because he is a stone man. Nowadays, all the demons have become intelligent, so there are no fools among them. Moreover, those who exist in the inner circle of this instance are among the most powerful monsters in the area, so they are even less likely to be fools. They might not have cared about the existence of the stone men before. After all, in their eyes, these were just a bunch of moving stones. They are gentle in nature and will not attack others. All I do every day is eat dirt and sleep. There was no conflict with their food. Animals have never paid any attention to such a thing. Some demons with peculiar fetishes even like to relieve themselves on stone golems. Even so, they will not be attacked by the stone golems. But everything changed after black fog began to appear in the sky. Many animals gained intelligence and evolved into demons. The stone man suddenly started attacking other animals, which changed their perception of him. Of course, that's not the most important thing. Most importantly, there was that force that suddenly appeared, claiming to be a demon race. They continued to expand, absorbing peoples from all over the world. We advocate that all races under heaven are one family, because we are all flesh and blood beings, and because we all possess wisdom. At first, many small and weak animals joined them. Thus, its influence began to slowly expand, with the help of 2 powerful kings of the demon race, 1,000,000 mosquitoes, and other newly joined demons. Their power grew rapidly, like a snowball rolling downhill. Of course, these things originally had nothing to do with these powerful demon races. But afterwards, he had all the mosquitoes start spreading rumors about the stone man. They said the stone men were their greatest enemy, because they will devour the entire world, and then all the demons will have nowhere to go. Many demons do not believe such propaganda. But as the story spread, and they heard it more, they began to pay attention to the stone man, who had never really stood out before. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. They hadn't really paid much attention to these stone men before. After all, as mentioned before, the stone golem posed no threat to them. Although the black mist had already descended when they began to observe the stone golem, their strength still allowed them to observe from a distance without any problem. After all, even if a stone golem starts attacking the animals around it, it won't get hurt as long as you don't get close to them. After observing for a period of time, they found that these stone figures were indeed as described in the news. The stone men only eat and don't excrete, constantly devouring soil and minerals, and their reproduction method is exactly the same as what the demons spreading the news said. They were immediately terrified. They have all gained wisdom and learned to think. Although there are still some reports they cannot confirm, and they don't know how those demons calculated that these stone men would devour everything in the world in 100 years. But the fact that these stone men only eat and don't excrete, and that their numbers keep increasing, has already made other demon races start to take the stone men seriously. Under these circumstances, the number of demons surged once again. The animals, or rather the demons, in this instance also learned of this news. Immediately, they began to harbor hostility towards the phoenix. As a result, the friction intensified, eventually escalating into a massacre. The reason why this dungeon is not strong overall is because of that massacre. The black mist had just descended not long ago, and everyone's strength had basically just broken through to the first rank. At that time, the person with the best talent would be located in the innermost part of the dungeon. As a result, in that massacre, some died and some fled. Ultimately, the inner circle underwent a complete overhaul. The demons that have appeared in the inner circle now are all those who previously invaded from the outer perimeter. That's why their strength is so much weaker compared to other dungeons. After this incident, all the demons kept their distance from Feng Chu and dared not approach him. But after spending more time with it, they discovered that the stone man wouldn't attack other animals on its own, and they gradually began to feel at ease. But the rumors about the stone man have never stopped. However, they never considered attacking the stone man again, and so it has continued to this day. Looking at the mosquitoes that covered the sky like dark clouds, Ugmo pushed away Mimi, who was standing behind him licking his head with her tongue, and spoke in his soul, "When do you really have to be this ruthless? Some things just have to have a result, don't they? We all come from the same place, so why are you being so formal? Let's talk outside, if you don't want me to launch a saturation attack and destroy everything inside." Ugmo stood silently, seemingly lost in thought. However, when he spoke again at this moment, "Other demons, you are all our compatriots. I have come here for the stone man, but if you are to aid and abet evil, then don't blame me for destroying you all. Now, you have 30 breaths to leave." Ugmo watched as the demons who had been frightened away by Wen, his words ran away without offering any resistance. He never expected those animals to help him. In less than 10 breaths, all the surrounding animals were wiped out. At this moment, Mimi, whose height was already close to 10 meters, was almost as tall as Ugmo when she lay down. Ugmo turned his head to look over, and his eyes met those of Mimi, who was also turning her head to look at him. Mimi's eyes were filled with trust, as if in his eyes, Ugmo was invincible. No matter how many monsters there are, or how big they are, victory will be achieved as long as the enemy doesn't make a move. Happy Labor Day. Upon witnessing this scene, Ugmo felt a sharp pang in his heart. He knew himself. Other stone men might not be as strong as his physical body. However, they possess a collective consciousness and are well-rounded. But I don't have that thing. This time, facing so many demons with all sorts of strange and wonderful abilities, if they were to use mental attacks on me, I would definitely be exposed. It's even quite possible that I'll die here. I can't even protect myself now, let alone Mimi. He might not care about other animals, but he couldn't care about Mimi. He was the first life he encountered in this world. He stayed by my side for 17 years. Ugmo reached out and stroked Mimi's tiger head, whispering, "You should leave here too." Mimi was puzzled at first, but then suddenly bared her teeth at Ugmo, revealing a gaping maw full of sharp fangs. Ugmo was stunned when he saw this. He hadn't seen Mimi with such an expression in so many years. The last time I saw him was probably 17 years ago, when we had just met. Back then, I thought of him as a kitten, but in the blink of an eye, he's grown up to be older than me. Please remember the website 100ones.com for the fastest chapter updates. Roar, a whooshing sound echoed through the mountains and forests. As the terrifying tiger's roar resounded, Mimi also stood up. He felt somewhat disappointed that he hadn't seen the situation. Just as I expected, animals are still animals after all. This applies even to animals that have developed intelligence. Perhaps it was because he possessed wisdom. But it's better to leave, at least I won't die here with him. UGMO was lost in thought when he saw Mimi walk up to him and stop. A terrifying giant tiger, 20 meters tall and over 30 meters long, stood directly in front of him. Turn your back to him, protecting him behind you. Roar. A tiger roars in the mountains. A burst of flame erupted from Mimi's body. Terrifying flames clung to Mimi's tiger skin, distorting the air as if burning everything in their path. UGMO and his viewers in the live stream were stunned by what they saw. This is Mimi protecting you. This is Wang Jianxi's rage. Is it a breakthrough to the first tier? Mimi is so adorable. Seeing Mimi protect Fengchu, I really cried. These breasts are so powerful. I really want a kitty like that. One that will stand up to protect me when I'm in danger. Don't even think about it. This is something that only a cat can achieve after raising a cat for 17 years and reaching a superhuman level. Otherwise, a cat would only turn around and run away when you are in danger. Of course, if it were a tiger, it might find you very fragrant. Mimi, you're so cool. If I could have a pet cat like that, I'd be willing to marry Daniel Wu. Hey, the person upstairs. You've got abacus beads stuck in my face. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such extravagance. So how the hell did you say that? I am Wu Yanzu of Liangshan An. Ignoring the comments, UGMO stared blankly at Mimi, who was standing in front of her, protecting her from behind. She asked in surprise, Mimi, are you protecting me? Mimi glanced back at him, gave him an affirming look, and then looked at the million demons in front of her again. A 20-meter-tall tiger is nothing compared to a million demons. Even if you just randomly pick one out of there, it's still better than her small frame. The scene before me is as ridiculous as an ant shielding a bacterium from 1,000 elephants in front of it. Ironically, while an elephant may not be able to crush bacteria, it can certainly crush ants. This situation is exactly the same as what's happening right now. Although UGMO was moved by what he saw, he was aware of the gap in their abilities, so he quickly said, Mimi, you are no match for them. You should leave now. Mimi turned her head to look at him again, shook her head at him, and continued to block his way. Phoenix Chick, your 30 breaths are up. Make your choice now. This is your last chance. A giant mosquito, over 1 kilometer in size, looked at the tiger and stone man, which were not even as thick as its thigh, approaching from a distance and spoke again. Just as he was about to answer, Mimi was faster than him. Before he could even speak, Mimi suddenly pounced. A true tiger pounce. Twen. Stop. The tiger, which was originally only 20 meters tall, suddenly had its flames swell up the moment it leaped up. When he knew that this was UGMO's pet, and he also knew that if he wanted to succeed in the negotiations, this tiger would be his best bargaining chip. So when the tiger pounced on him, he simply stretched out his foot and grabbed it. Just as he was about to use this to threaten Fengchu, he discovered that his feet were engulfed in flames, which instantly spread to his body. The burning sensation on his legs and the rapidly spreading flames made him throw Mimi away without thinking. For when a peak first-tier warrior, Facing a tiger that had just broken through to the first tier and whose size had not yet reached its limit was as easy as an adult beating a child. Boom! With a loud crash, Mimi fell heavily to the ground. Ujiemo called out Mimi as she rushed over to check on him. Unfortunately, the stone golem was still too slow. Before he could rush over, Mimi pounced on Wenny again. Upon seeing this, Wenny suddenly flew upwards for 10 feet, originally intending to continue grabbing the other party with his feet. But remembering the burning sensation from before, he chose to use his soul power to trap Mimi in mid-air. Let go of Mimi! You see, he made the first move. To prevent me from being attacked by him again, I had no choice but to trap him in this way. So, Phoenix Chick, can we have a proper chat now? When he remained suspended in mid-air, not daring to approach Ujiemo. Because he had personally witnessed a stone golem kill a peak first-tier monster with a single punch. Although he was quite large, he still dared not approach the stone golem, a monster with terrifyingly high strength and defense stats. Mimi was trapped in mid-air, her first standing on end, and she kept letting out tiger roars. Its entire body was engulfed in flames, and its sharp claws kept slapping at the barrier in front of it. Let go of Mimi first! Do you think you're stupid or I'm stupid? I even suspect that you've been in the Wang Jianji instance for too long and have really become Wang Jianji. Otherwise, how could you say such stupid things? Happy Labor Day! Looking at Mimi, who was still frantically roaring and pounding on the barrier, Ujiemo said to Wen, "What do you want to talk about?" "As long as you don't hurt Mimi, I'll talk to you." Wen nodded. "Isn't that better?" Upon hearing this, Feng Chu spoke coldly. "State your purpose." "You know my purpose, don't you? I need your help." "To kill the other stone golems." "That's impossible." Without the slightest hesitation, he refused on the spot. When he frowned, "Don't you want to reconsider? You see, Mimi's still in my hands." "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Our factions are already at odds, and now you're asking me to kill other stone golems? In the end, I'll just die anyway." "I'd rather die here today than be controlled by you like this." Upon hearing this, Wen frowned even more deeply. "We would not do such a thing, and we are all on the same side. If you agree, we can even make you the third king." "What a third king?" "Let me make this clear. You're the third king who discards a useful tool after it's been used. You're just too wary." Before Wen could finish speaking, Ujiemo interrupted him again. "Don't talk to me about those irrelevant things. I understand your mission. Cooperation is possible, but you must show sincerity. Otherwise, even if I die here today, I will never cooperate with you. We've already made you equal to us, the third king, and that's not enough to show sincerity. What more do you want? Your sincerity is threatening me with your breasts." "If this is your sincerity, then it's enough." Feng Chu practically uttered those words through gritted teeth. "It's not my fault. It started it. Besides, it's because of it that we have this opportunity to talk. Besides, I haven't heard it yet." "Just this one sentence didn't hurt it. That's enough to show your sincerity. Your sincerity is truly extravagant." Wang Yi shook his head. "It seems you still don't understand the situation. When I came out, Wulong told me that if I cooperated, I would become the third king of the demon race. If you don't cooperate, this place will be renamed Lu Fengpo because of you. The reason we haven't taken any action against you for so long is that we hope you can understand that we are on your side. Since you remain stubborn and won't listen to reason, then this is the only way." As he spoke, when he arrived above Mimi, looking down at the small tiger. His dark, gleaming mane was aimed at Mimi, and he spoke condescendingly. "Since you won't listen to me when I try to talk to you properly, then I'll have to talk to you like this. Now, kneel down. I'm begging you for a favor. In Wen's live broadcast room. 6666, as expected of my brother Wen, he's ruthless enough. So, you say you don't eat beef, but well done, bro, I need your help. The use of the word big here is truly superb. No wonder it's... Wen G. Brother Wen. Wen is so polite. Even in this situation, he still uses honorifics. I remember it was about begging someone to kneel down. When asking someone for a favor, all you needed to do is have someone kneel down. It doesn't matter who it is. Of course, if you're pointing a gun at someone's head and then kneeling down to ask for their favor, it might be even more effective. Of course, not kneeling or making someone else kneel has the same effect. D9, because it's 6 times over. Mimi seemed to be startled. It stopped frantically pounding on the barrier. As he clenched his fist, it cracked, and tiny specks of stone dust slipped from between his fingers with a loud thud. The ground was also dented by the stone dust. This is just the weight of a tiny bit of powder on Ugiemo's body. You can imagine how terrifying his total weight must be. Roar. Another tiger roared, and Mimi looked down at Ugiemo, sending him a mental message. Mimi, Lave Wen. See? Your Mimi wants to live, so make your choice. Just as Mimi was about to open her mouth and agree to Wen's request, her jaw clenched tightly. She heard Mimi speak again. For myself. Mimi. The sound had barely been uttered when, before either of them could react, a loud bang was heard. Boom! Flames soared into the sky within the barrier. Blood, flesh, and bones splattered everywhere, and terrifying energy continuously assaulted the barrier set up by Wen. The 2 people who witnessed this scene were stunned. Mimi has revealed herself. His final request was that Ugiemo live for himself. Wen felt a chill run down his spine. Without the slightest hesitation, it immediately flew into the sky. At the same time, a roar resounded through the sky. Wenny, I want you dead. As these words rang out, millions of energy attacks from all around surged toward Ugiemo. Giant trees, tens of meters tall and forests within a radius of hundreds of miles were reduced to ashes by this terrifying amount of energy attack. Oh, boom, boom. The energy swept across, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles, except for the instance itself with terrifying smoke and dust. Upon witnessing this scene, Wen remained vigilant in the slightest. He didn't know if the theorem that smoke can cause no harm was true, so he decided to continue the bombing. Boom, boom, boom. Another horrific attack struck. The Wang Jianxi instance, which had already been bombed once and stirred up a cloud of dust, was crushed once again. The smoke and dust were dispersed by the energy attack, and a terrifying explosion rang out again, with intense smoke and dust spreading once more. Upon seeing this, when he ordered the attack to continue, the situation is now quite clear. In the past, he might have had a chance to negotiate because of Mimi. But now, it is absolutely impossible to succeed. So what needs to be done now is to turn the young phoenix into a corpse, a pile of rubble. So, regardless of whether the phoenix chick is still alive or not, attacking first is definitely the right thing to do. After 10 rounds of attacks, the smoke and dust had spread for thousands of kilometers. When he ordered the use of birds to blow away the smoke and dust with the power of the wind, to see if Ugiemo was still alive, they've fought the stone golem before. Not only have I fought them, I've even killed them. If there are enough of them and enough energy, continuous bombardment of one place can kill a stone golem. As long as you don't engage in hand-to-hand combat with them, they can remain invincible. This is the experience they gained from killing the stone golem. Normally, 10,000 demons would need to use energy attacks to attack the same stone golem 10 times to kill it. In other words, a stone golem can withstand 100,000 attacks of first-order energy. But when it came to Ugmo, who was also a time traveler, he gave him a lot of face. 2 million demons, plus 1 million mosquitoes, bombarded the area 10 times in succession. Mosquitoes cannot use energy attacks, and these 2 million demons alone have already launched nearly 10 million attacks. Although most of them have not yet reached the first level, sometimes quantity can make up for quality. When Hefei, hovering in midair, watched the smoke and dust being slowly dispersed and spoke calmly, "Why bother? It would be so much better if we cooperated." Even if you were being used, you could still live for decades longer. What a pity. Although mosquitoes are not strong at the moment and seem useless, don't forget their terrifying size. Even the smallest mosquito is 300 meters long. Once Kai Zhai grows up and trains a little, his size can reach 500 or 600 meters. This is still several times larger than even the largest demon race at present. Therefore, they are excellent tools whether used to transport supplies or as airplanes. Even more remarkably, these mosquitoes, trained by Wolong, can transform flightless animals into flying units with just a single word. Hitting the ground with an empty net is just like a grandfather hitting his grandson. This is one of the reasons why they are invincible. After all, in the present world, only those at the third rank can fly. Coincidentally, at this time, no demon race member had yet broken through to the third rank. Even those who cultivate in dungeons are mostly only at the second tier, or the peak of the first tier. After all, they've only been awake for 2 years now. Although starting over gave them a lot of experience, experience is still just experience, and it takes time to become stronger. "Wenny, I want you dead." With a roar, a rumbling sound was heard, and the next moment, a huge sphere with a diameter of 3 meters was seen rolling over from a distance. The ball rolled over, leaving a deep tooth mark on the ground. Upon seeing this, Wenny's expression changed drastically. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately ordered all the demonic beasts to take to the air. One by one, mosquitoes swooped down and snatched away the flightless monsters. Some caught one, some caught two, but their speed was ultimately too slow. With such a massive number of 2 million demons, it's impossible for them all to take to the air in such a short time. Unless they inherently possess the ability to fly. As the sphere rolled by, some monsters were caught off guard and were sent flying thousands of meters away with just a touch. As for those that were pressed down, even if only their feet were pressed down, it would be like facing a high-speed spinning machine that would pull the monster in. Its terrifying mass, combined with the rolling impact, made everything as weak as cotton in its presence. Screams erupted, blood splattered, and flesh turned into mud. In just a moment, thousands died, and tens of thousands were injured. Of course, most of the injuries were caused by the demonic beasts that were knocked away by the demons. All of this was simply because the phoenix chick rolled out of the smoke and dust. Boom! Covered in blood, Ugmo suddenly stretched out his body, glared angrily at Wen He in the sky, and roared. When his eyes were filled with rage, and he raised his fist, the air exploding. With a loud bang. A boom! The earth shattered, and terrifying cracks spread for millions of meters in just an instant. Cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. For a moment, countless demons lost their footing. Grab a clod of soil and swing it forcefully. Bang bang bang, the mud and sand blasted bloody holes into the bodies of the surrounding monsters like bullets. Upon seeing this, Wenny immediately flew a short distance into the sky again. It's better to let dozens of mosquitoes fly in front of you and act as a bulletproof vest, letting them protect you. Looking at the phoenix chick on the chaotic battlefield, Wenny's pupils contracted sharply. A normal stone golem would be reduced to ashes after such an attack. But Fengshu only had some dents on his body. Just how strong must his physical body be? Could it be that he has grasped the power of Wang Jianji's physical body? Or is this the talent of the stone golem, something every stone golem can achieve? Just as he was thinking this, 100-meter-long thunderbolt came crashing down towards Fengshu, but Yu Jiemo caught it. The ground suddenly collapsed, and Fengshu was completely crushed underground. But his skills remain the same as before. It's just that there's more blood in my body. He was trampled into the ground simply because the ground wasn't firm enough. Blood stained the earth red, and it also stained the stones red. At this moment, Yu Jiemo's entire body, including his eyes, was blood red. A boom! A punch was thrown! The legs, as thick as pillars of heaven, exploded instantly. A scream echoed across the battlefield. Boom! With another punch, he cleared a path through the ground and walked straight out from underground. A giant elephant collapsed to the ground, letting out a painful howl. The surrounding demons quickly moved away. The mosquitoes continued to carry these demons into the sky. Yu Jiemo slowly walked towards the giant statue. This is a giant beast at the peak of the first tier. Elephants are already enormous, and this one is already at the top tier in terms of strength. Needless to say, even Wen might not be able to kill this guy in a one-on-one fight. But in Fengshu's hands, it was just a single punch. Not far away, another giant elephant, slightly smaller in size, was running towards them. A giant foot, even larger than the entire stone man, kicked towards him. Undeterred, he neither dodged nor avoided the fallen giant elephant, and continued walking towards it. Boom! Blood splattered. This giant foot not only failed to kick the 10-meter-tall stone man away, but it even broke his foot. Seeing another giant elephant fall beside him, Yu Jiemo reached out and grabbed it. Then with both hands he lifted the 100-meter-tall elephant. Then he tore it open with force. With a blood-curdling scream, the colossus was cleaved in two by a tiny creature that was less than a tenth of its height. Blood rained down on Yu Jiemo's body, making him look like a demon. Or rather, evil spirits. The colossus's corpse was thrown out like a lead ball by Yu Jiemo. The only difference is that this shot put is larger and flies faster. The colossal corpse swatted at the mosquitoes in the sky like a cannonball. The next moment, several mosquitoes and the demons they were carrying were knocked down. After finishing his task, he continued forward, ignoring the other demons, and arrived in front of the giant elephant that had stepped on him, repeating the same action. Meanwhile, in that short time, all the demons had already flown into the sky. Those who don't fly up will never fly up in their lifetime. Seeing that Yu Jiemo was repeating the same action as before, he quickly ordered the mosquitoes to fly high and scatter. Boom! Another pair of mosquitoes and monsters were swatted down by Yu Jiemo. Upon seeing this, Wen did not hesitate at all and ordered an attack again. They've all taken to the air now. As long as they keep attacking downwards, I'm sure Fengshu won't die. If it doesn't work the first time, then try 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Today, he intends for the young phoenix to perish here. He simply couldn't believe that a phoenix chick, despite its name, could actually be a phoenix that could rise from the ashes. Therefore, phoenix chick is doomed to die today. Attack! Countless attacks rained down upon them like a storm. Although the phoenix chick just killed many demons. However, many of these require comparison. Compared to him, a stone man, there are indeed many. In just a short while, he killed nearly 2,000 demons. But compared to 2 million, it's still just a drop in the ocean. Boom, 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 a dot boom, boom, boom. The earth collapsed and sank under the attack. By the time the 10th round of attacks ended, the area within a radius of 10,000 meters had sunk more than 30 meters. Countless cracks spread outwards like a spider web. Smoke and dust shrouded the sky. Water gushed up hundreds of meters high and then slowly converged into a river. However, even so, Wenny still did not order a halt to the attack. Now, all he wants is for Fengqiu to die. Nothing else matters, because the Phoenix chick is simply too terrifying. 2 million demons attacked in turn 10 times. Of the 20 million attacks, perhaps some didn't hit him. With such a large area, if it were attacked 20 million times, it would have to withstand at least 1 million attacks. And so it was. He still didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he was also full of energy and could even be said to have suffered no injuries. This is unacceptable. The reason he stopped attacking before was because, in his view, such an attack would have already killed Fengqiu. Even if they didn't die, they should at least be seriously injured. For example, missing an arm or leg, having a large hole punched in the chest, or having cracks all over its body. As a result, he only had a few dents on his body. This is something he absolutely cannot accept. He wouldn't allow the Phoenix chick to be so powerful, or rather, he wouldn't allow such a powerful enemy to remain alive. To be honest, there was a hint of jealousy in his heart. Why is it that Fengqiu has such a good family background in real life? Even after time travel, things are still this good. Why should they be able to escape death several times, even nearly dying, in their efforts to become stronger? But when he got to Fengqiu, he just traveled around every day, ate dirt, and looked at the scenery, and he became so powerful. We've all traveled from another time. Why are you so happy? Are you perhaps the illegitimate son of the Creator God? It was for this reason that Fengqiu, who already deserved to die, committed even more capital crimes in his hands. Of course, Wenny is not the kind of person who lacks a sense of the bigger picture. If Fengqiu were truly willing to cooperate, he wouldn't have done this. Unfortunately, he didn't make the right choice. As for the tiger, he said honestly that he really didn't intend to kill it. If we wanted to kill him, we would have done so long ago. There was no need to wait until then. I only intended to use this method to threaten him before. Moreover, he knew that these two had cultivated the power of rage here. If he really wanted to take action against them, he would never do something so foolish. The attacks have not stopped. He said he would bomb 100 times, and he absolutely will bomb 100 times. He will absolutely not give Yu Jiemo another chance to live. At this point, the ground had already sunk nearly 100 meters. The water gushed out rapidly, but it was dried up by countless attacks in no time. The earth continued to crumble, and Yu Jiemo fell to the ground, not because the attacks had knocked him down. It was the shaking of the ground that caused him to fall. Under the relentless attacks, cracks began to appear on his body. Pieces of stone chips and powder began to fall off. The blood on his body had been washed away by countless energy attacks and dripping water. He lay there quietly on the ground. It's not that he didn't want to fight back. He tried to fight back. But in such an environment, he couldn't even stand steadily, let alone fight back. After several failed attempts to stand up, he lay down, suspended in midair. He lay on the ground, letting countless attacks rain down on him, cracking his body and sending pebbles and dust flying. He remained unmoved as the terrifying energy caused the ground around him and beneath him to sink. At this moment, he simply stared quietly at the barrage of comments in front of him. "Brother Mo, stand up! Brother Mo, avenge Mimi! Hey, Brother Mo, you can't just give up like this! I am a boobs, a Mimi can talk now." Mimi, whom I've raised for 17 years, but in the end, he died without even knowing your name, Moji. Yes, he meant to live freely, but because he didn't know your name, he called you Mimi. And my heart is breaking. But I'm so happy for a pet like this. Ugmo quietly watched the comments, recalling the bits and pieces of her and Mimi's 17 years together. Mimi was the first life he encountered after he traveled to this world. They went from strangers to acquaintances in the blink of an eye, all thanks to a single ant. After that, he and Mimi depended on each other for survival, supporting each other as they traveled all over the country. We'll look at the mountains and rivers together, travel together, and sleep together. I feed Mimi every day and watch her nibble on ant meat on my shoulder. Watching Mimi sharpen her claws on her palm. If it weren't for Mimi's company, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold on for so many years, traveling alone to this strange world. 17 years. 17 years of companionship. They have long since transformed from partners into family. Mimi embodies all his family affection. When Wenny arrived, he called out to Mimi as he left. When Mimi stood up, he was actually a little disappointed. He felt like he had raised an ungrateful child. But at that moment, he also felt a sense of relief because Mimi had chosen to leave. Because at least this way, Mimi is still alive. Because only a fish like that can continue to live on after its own death. However, when he saw Mimi standing in front of him, his feelings were complicated. He was glad that Mimi, whom he had raised for 17 years, was not an ungrateful wretch, but he was also anxious to get Mimi away because he was afraid that she would get hurt or even die. Before he could even form any thoughts or ideas, Mimi had already launched an attack on Wen. After that, Mimi even revealed everything to him. That was the first time Mimi spoke to him. But these were also his last words. For so many years, she had called him Mimi, but she had never said her own name. He didn't even know his own name until he died. He even thought my name was Mimi. At this moment, he wanted to be angry, but he just couldn't muster any anger. He wanted to go crazy, to scream, and even to feel sad for Mimi, but he couldn't do anything. There was only a feeling of calm, an utter calm. At that moment, the sinking earth and the booming explosions around me seemed to have vanished. At that moment, he seemed to see Mimi again, the little Mimi who still needed his protection, waving to him. It was as if Mimi wanted to climb up his thigh to his head to rest. At this moment, it seemed as if everything in the world had become irrelevant to him, because he felt that Mimi had never left him. That is precisely why he is unable to feel sadness or anger. At that moment, all he wanted was to die and go to the world where Mimi existed. His consciousness quickly dissipated and flew far away, until a huge consciousness entity pulled him into it. Boom. Finally, the stone man shattered, exploding into dust. 5 minutes later, the attack finally stopped, when he sent people down to investigate the situation. Even after confirming that Ugmo had completely turned into a pile of stones, he still did not let his guard down in the slightest. Once the stone golem is shattered, it will no longer be protected by the mental link. To make sure this guy is really dead, I need to check it myself. The next moment, a mental attack was launched. A boom! Having just come into contact with the world of intention, Yu-Jai felt as if his mind had been suddenly attacked. Then, his consciousness faded. As expected, fellow villagers are hard to kill. You almost escaped. Even so, when he continued to attack the pile of stones several times, making sure his attacks hit nothing like mud flowing into the sea, before finally heading in the right direction. All right, now that this area has been recaptured, there are only 2 places left. After Wenny finished speaking, he swept the ground again to make sure nothing was missed, and then prepared to lead his troops away. As for the corpse at the end of the desire to dispel it, they didn't let it go either, summoning a swarm of mindless, divinely created mosquitoes to devour it. Actually, they had originally intended to eat it themselves. After all, the stone golems are so strong. If they could devour one, wouldn't they also gain a powerful physical body? But after they first killed the stone golem and tried to devour its corpse, they found they couldn't digest it and gave up on the idea. It was later discovered that the stone golem that devoured the stone golem's corpse would become even more powerful. So they dared not leave the stone man's corpse behind. Even if the stone golems have been killed, their bodies must still be taken away. Otherwise, this would only become resources for other stone golems to become stronger. Please remember Hun 1010com for the fastest chapter updates. During that period, they killed no fewer than 300 stone golems for their experiments. After research revealed that nothing could be done about the stone golem's corpse, they could only leave it piled up. It wouldn't be accurate to say they gained nothing. They did glean some information from the corpses of those stone figures. For example, the weights of the stone figures are not the same. The heavier the stone golem, the stronger it is. Based on this, they then learned how the stone golem became stronger. The volume remains constant, but the weight keeps increasing and the mass keeps growing. In such a situation, it would be difficult for them not to rob. This kind of thing is growing exponentially. It's terrifying just to think about it. This is the information they obtained from the stone golem's corpse. But that's all. After all, there's really nothing else worth studying about the stone golem besides this. Wen He and Wulong were not scientists, and it was impossible for them to figure out how they managed to keep the volume constant while the mass kept increasing. As for the other demon races, they have only had a few years of wisdom. While not as brain-dead as Ashura, he's not exactly smart either. At least, they know absolutely nothing about scientific research or similar matters. A large pile of stone golem corpses lay together, and over time, they discovered that some mosquitoes could actually digest the stone golem corpses. Although it takes a long time, they are indeed able to eat the stone golem's corpse. This greatly surprised Wulong Wen. They later discovered that these mosquitoes were actually the same mosquitoes that couldn't communicate, couldn't develop intelligence, and couldn't become stronger. These mosquitoes have one very distinctive characteristic. They eat a lot. They need to consume 10 times more food per day than a normal mosquito. As Winnie previously suggested, these mosquitoes not only cannot communicate, but also do not obey commands, cannot grow stronger, and eat a lot. Moreover, they eat dirt, and although they excrete waste, their appetite is enormous. So his idea was that rather than keeping them alive to waste air and devour the land, it would be better to kill them and use them as military rations for other demon races. When he was already preparing for this at that time, but then it was suddenly discovered that these mosquitoes also had this function. They only need to eat a tiny bit of stone golem fragments to eat the equivalent of several days' worth of dirt. Of course, the exact number of days depends on the mass of the stone golems. Then they will digest those stones and excrete them. With just a tiny bit of powder, they can produce a massive amount of excrement weighing nearly 1,000 pounds. Mosquito droppings, especially large ones, are an excellent choice whether used as waste for plants, thrown into pits as soil, or even fed to omnivores. At that moment, they suddenly knew how to deal with the land that had been eaten by the stone golems. Once you kill all the stone golems and let these mosquitoes eat them, digest them, and excrete them, the land will be restored. Their living problems were naturally resolved. Wen, who had originally planned to kill the mosquitoes to make military rations, suddenly regarded them as protected animals. After all, currently only this type of mosquito in the entire world can digest this stuff. Sumo hadn't expected this at all. He was only thinking about putting pressure on the stone man, so he increased the number of mosquitoes tenfold. Therefore, 9 out of 10 written characters were created by God. Moreover, these mosquitoes eat 10 times more than ordinary mosquitoes. However, since their food intake is 10 times that of others, their digestive capacity is also at least 10 times that of others. He just thought of doing it, so he did it. It's just a matter of a thought, and it's very easy to do. But what he never expected was that the mosquitoes were indeed large. They do indeed eat soil. But mosquitoes don't just eat and not excrete. He eats soil only to absorb the nutrients his body needs for growth. The excess waste will still be excreted by them. The amount of mosquito droppings was indeed much less than the amount of soil that had been there before, by as much as 1/3. However, their excrement is actually quite good for plants, and even some omnivores. Unfortunately, Wen discovered this too late. However, these mosquitoes have already been almost completely wiped out over such a long period of time. It's important to understand that before they traveled through time, mosquitoes, while not at the bottom of the food chain, weren't much higher up either. Those with some supernatural powers generally enjoy killing mosquitoes and ants for food, just because they are large, fleshy, and lack superhuman strength, and are also weak. So over the years, almost half of those mosquitoes have died. And the most important problem is that every mosquito that dies is one less, since they weren't born naturally. There is no way to produce anything other than through divine creation. Wen nodded in satisfaction as he watched the mosquito devour the stone that was about to break apart. He decided to stay and watch until the corpse of Yu Jiemo was completely devoured before leaving. Anyway, I'm not short of time. At this moment, within the collective consciousness, countless fragmented thoughts are still being devoured and merged by other thoughts. Ultimately, 12 new consciousnesses were born. Each of the 12 consciousnesses controls a newly born body, but unlike Jimo, their consciousness remains connected to the collective will. In their early days, they were ignorant and naive, and like the other stone men, they followed the highest will and did their own thing. However, some whimsical ideas would occasionally pop into their minds. Or perhaps memories that don't belong to them will appear. But the naturally lazy stone men never bother to investigate what they are. If it were a different technological civilization, one similar to Ultraman, they would have already established a project team to study what this thing actually is. At this moment, in the real world, countless people felt sorry for the sudden blackout of the live stream room, where Yu Jiemo was about to be released. This situation is quite obvious. Yu Jiemo is already dead. Just as a large number of viewers began to leave the live stream, someone suddenly posted a comment. Wait a minute, shouldn't the live stream disappear immediately after someone dies? How come it's still there? These words immediately attracted the attention of others. You mean Yu Jiemo isn't dead yet? Eddie, that's not right. I clearly saw that the Yu Jiemo, Okaimot, was shattered. Some people might not have watched Sushilon's live stream before, but he was also overwhelmed by dark energy back then, yet he still survived. So you mean Yu Jiemo, like Sushilon, was just blown up, not dead? Well, holy crap, what kind of outrageous talk is this? What do you mean by it just exploded? It's not dead. Now that you mention it, it's quite possible. Haven't you noticed that Yu Jiemo has never said that he possesses a collective consciousness? I guess he's afraid we'll tell on him, so he's never said it. But when he was attacked, for some unknown reason, he suddenly became connected with the collective consciousness. However, I suspect that his connection wasn't fully established or integrated yet, which is why he was able to be possessed by Wen. He's magic. Truly a one-shot kill. Hilarious. This is truly a one-shot kill. To the children, I'm not lying, I was truly captivated. All right, enough of you guys upstairs. Can you stop interrupting? Dude, please continue. Since he didn't even complete the connection and the phone already exploded, how come he's still alive? I don't understand metaphysics very well, but I guess he really did explode. But at the moment of the explosion, he was completely absorbed by the collective consciousness. So he's not truly dead. As for the specifics, I'm just guessing. I estimate that Fengshu will be offline for a while, just like Su Shilun. I'm going to go have a smoke. Let's have one together. I'll also buy one. Me too. To his surprise, Yu Jiemo discovered that he was still alive. Not only did he not die, but his spirit also successfully connected with the collective consciousness, and his vision was divided into 12 parts. Each body is a newly born stone man, but he can do nothing but watch. He then realized that he was wrong. My consciousness is not inside the stone man. Instead, it resides within a newly born soul. I feel as if I am another consciousness residing within their souls. Aside from watching the stone man eat and sleep all day, there's nothing else he can do. He feels like an outsider. In this state, even he didn't know if he was still alive. In addition, he discovered that he was able to communicate remotely. Normally, the stone men communicate directly through the collective consciousness, speaking directly, and then waiting for a response from the collective consciousness. But things were different with him. He can not only roam within the collective consciousness, but also view the stone figure's statements or respond to them. It can also create a subserver through his soul for private communication. However, this thing is actually not very useful, because he can't affect anything. The stone figures wouldn't listen to messages within the collective consciousness. They would continue to act according to the instructions of the highest consciousness. But this is currently my only form of entertainment. He did try to set up that remote communication, but then I realized that talking to myself always felt weird. There's always a feeling of talking to myself. However, sometimes he would also communicate with the other consciousnesses of his own. After being integrated into the collective consciousness, Yu Jiemo constantly travels back and forth between the space of consciousness and that newly born soul every day. There's nothing interesting about a newborn soul. All it does is eat and sleep. Watching too much of it will only make you feel bored. He then began to study that collective consciousness. As I learned more, I discovered that this collective consciousness was not as simple as I had imagined. He truly possesses his own wisdom. Moreover, their level of intelligence is quite high. What struck him most was that this collective consciousness had no emotions whatsoever. It was more like a robot. There are some problems, though. The robot has encountered some issues in recent years. One side of him is eroded by darkness, and it is precisely because of this that the stone man becomes aggressive. Looking at this dark energy, Yu Jiemo knew what it was. It was something Su Shilun had created after his death. He reached out to touch the darkness, and the collective consciousness immediately issued a warning. A danger! Do not touch. If it were an ordinary stone golem, it might give up after receiving such a warning. But humans are very strange creatures. There are some things that, even if you know they are very dangerous, you still can't help but want to do them. Moreover, Yu Jiemo felt he could solve this problem. Without the slightest hesitation, he reached out again and touched the darkness directly. The dark power was slowly absorbed through his consciousness. The supreme will, which had originally intended to push away and even exclude Yu Jiemo from the collective consciousness space, paused for a moment and finally directly compressed all the dark energy and sent it all towards Yu Jiemo. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, with the continuous absorption of the 12 consciousnesses, all the dark energy was absorbed. After the dark energy was completely absorbed and 2 months of observation showed no further problems, the Supreme Will completely accepted him. In the beginning, the supreme will was prepared that if any problems arose at the end of the desire, it would be rejected by him. But even after he had completely absorbed the dark energy without any problems, UGMO was finally fully accepted. Moreover, they gained more permissions. These permissions include a lot of knowledge. At this moment, he finally realized just how powerful this supreme will truly was. His knowledge base contains records of 80,000 kinds of minerals, 170,000 kinds of plants, 90,000 kinds of insects, and 190,000 kinds of animals. It records the conditions required for plant growth and the reasons for sunrise and sunset. The hypothesis that animals possess extraordinary powers. He knew a lot about these things. But how can we know that these things belong to an indigenous people? But that wasn't the most surprising thing for him. What shocked him the most was that there were even speculations about God in it. This contains the collective consciousness of the stone men, so collecting that much information isn't actually that difficult. After all, their numbers are what they are. Moreover, stones are distributed all over the world, so all we need to do is collect all the information they see. This thing is really simple to do, as long as you have the intention to collect and record information. The difficult part is having this awareness. He opened some other documents. It contains a lot of information and is very rich in content. For example, mineral records. The black iron ore, hard and brittle, jet black with yellow stripes, usually grows in high mountains and deep in the earth, often covered with large black flowers. Eating iron ore of the same size can yield 5 times the weight of soil. The taste is crunchy. In addition, the stone man even has a map. Although many parts are blurry, there is only a general idea. 101 reading site, Hano 1738. But wherever there are stone figures, the markings are very clear. The speculation that animals possess superhuman strength surprised him even more, because it was exactly the same as what he knew. In many ways, even he hadn't fully grasped the situation. Among them, even they couldn't distinguish the copies of Sushilun and Daboluo. However, this report provides an analysis, even marking the distribution of these copies and the ownership of all the forces involved. The stone man didn't know Sushilun and the others' names, but anyone with a little knowledge could easily recognize the markings he made. After Sushilun died, his copy disappeared, and all the copies on the map were crossed out. As for why UGMO could recognize the stone man's writing, it's actually quite simple. It's not about passing on knowledge. It's because the stone figures used square characters. However, the Supreme Will calls these characters ancient script or stone script, because he found all these inscriptions on some stone slabs. As he spoke, the Supreme Will presented him with a copy of the most representative book, the Sutra of Supreme Light and Boundless Ethics. Upon seeing this thing, UGMO's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. He never imagined that the scriptures Sushilun used to deceive people would be used by the stone man as an introductory text for learning to read in this era. That's pretty outrageous. After that, in order to find a solution, he turned his attention to the book, God's Conjecture. After reviewing other records, the moment UGMO saw this thing, he became interested. However, just as he was about to read the document, a phantom of a stone man appeared in front of him. Before UGMO could speak, the stone golem shook its head at him and put the document away. This is very dangerous. The words of the highest will are slow and peaceful, but his will was very firm. To find out more, I'd like to try asking what exactly is recorded here. But the highest will remain silent. But if no other questions are asked, the Supreme Will speak. For example, why not let the stone man learn supernatural powers as well? The stone golems don't need that kind of thing. We just need to keep eating to get stronger. In the end, we can even devour each other and truly merge into one. That is the strongest form of us stone golems. The stone golem is being attacked. Why don't you send other stone golems to help? We don't move very fast, and we're too scattered. If a single stone man dies, he's dead. Anyway, his consciousness is still in the consciousness space, so he can be resurrected as long as a new body is created. We can get our money's worth from the lost resources later. Why do we keep eating like this? If we continue like this, we'll eat this entire continent. This time the stone man didn't answer. Instead, he shook his head. Seeing this scene, I couldn't understand it, because this matter was related to God. Although he didn't know what the connection was with God, since the Supreme Will didn't say, it must be very close. In the time that followed, UGMO continued to study knowledge about the consciousness space. He was constantly learning, while the stone man he was inhabiting always seemed to have a lot of inexplicable knowledge appearing in his mind. Every now and then, it does things that other stone men wouldn't do. For example, by hammering the iron ore to remove impurities, you can obtain pure iron ore, which is chewier, tastes better, and has a higher quality. The black iron ore is fused with other gold ores and repeatedly pounded, just like making noodles, resulting in an exceptionally delicious taste. Although he didn't understand where this knowledge came from, he felt it was indeed useful. While other stone men spent their days eating or sleeping, he began to study how to eat. Although a lot of time was wasted researching these things, logically, if it has eaten less, it should be lighter and have a much lower mass than other stones. But the result was completely different. Other stone beings eat ordinary soil, stones, or ores. He ate nothing but alloys. Although they ate less food, the quality of the food far exceeded that of other stone men of the same period. More than half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, when his live stream still hadn't received any news that UGMO was alive. And the corpse of UGMO was finally eaten up by mosquitoes over the course of the past 6 months. It was at this moment that Wen finally understood why Feng Chu was so resilient. If you throw the other stone golem corpses to the mosquitoes, they'll eat them all in one go at most. If the quantity is large, it can be done in half a month, a week, or even 3 to 5 days. But when they tried to dispose of the creature's corpse, mosquitoes ended up eating it for more than half a year. This shows just how terrifying its quality must be. After confirming that the corpse of UGMO had indeed been completely devoured, and that there was no possibility of its resurrection, he unleashed a 10-hit combo from the demon race before finally leaving the place. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave early, nor that he had plenty of time. Instead, he now has to ensure that UGMO is dead before he dares to leave. After leaving this place, they flew tirelessly to the next Wang Jianxi instance. There is a large, second-tier snake here. The second-tier giant serpent reached a terrifying length of 1,000 meters. Its length is actually about the same as that of a mosquito. Even just looking at it, the injuries appear to be minor. However, it should be noted that mosquitoes can reach 300 meters even without superhuman abilities. Now, to be surpassed by a snake that was less than 10 meters long before it became extraordinary, how terrifying is that? His task today is to resolve this matter. After that, only the 2 factions, they and the Queen Ant, will remain. After today, they will finally complete their mission of uniting all spirits and establishing the demon race. On this very day, a soul flew out of the Diablo instance, followed by a group of Asuras with 4 arms. After this period of training, Big Pineapple has finally raised his strength to the 3rd tier. Once again. However, his 3rd tier status is somewhat different from that of a normal 3rd tier status. Logically speaking, having already reached the 4th rank and become a god of the universe, and having recovered his strength in a place with abundant cultivation resources, he should be able to do so very quickly. Unless they are like Sushilun, who relied purely on luck and constantly improved by cheating, their recovery speed will be very fast. Under such circumstances, any normal person would restore their strength to its peak before reappearing. Besides, Big Pineapple is well aware of the situation outside. Regarding the stone man, the crouching dragon, and when, even if we don't say he'll recover his strength to the 4th rank, he should at least be at the peak of the 3rd rank. It might be unrealistic to say that it will be restored to the 4th tier. After all, given the current situation, it is impossible to restore it to the 4th tier. But one should absolutely not come out right after breaking through to the 3rd tier. Big Pineapple was aware of this issue, and he had certainly thought about it. Rather, it's simply impossible. The moment his strength broke through to the 3rd tier, he felt a sense of fulfillment, even a feeling of inflated ego. Normally, a 4th tier soul fragment can easily hold the power of a peak 3rd tier soul fragment. The problem is that he can no longer absorb the power of this instance. To become stronger, you must collect other fragments. Needless to say, this must have been the work of some. He didn't know why the other party did this, but there was nothing he could do. Even considering the current situation, if I want to fuse with other fragments in the future, I must have the same strength to fuse with them. Even if they are not of equal strength, their own power level will definitely decrease after fusion. But he has come to terms with these things now. Don't dwell on things you can't understand. Overthinking can actually lead to problems. Anyway, any abnormal situation can be attributed to that person's perverse sense of humor. Fortunately, after reaching the 3rd level of strength, he was able to extract the Ashura memories stored in his body. What if someone only has memories, but no soul? The dungeon is filled with soul power, so creating a soul body would be a simple matter. If they want these Ashuras to regain their full strength or obtain physical bodies, they will have to ask Wang Jianzi for help. As for the matter of reviving Yu Ji and Zhang Baoguo, although he said he no longer wanted to fight for it, I still have fantasies. What if one of them actually keeps their promise? What if, seeing how sincere he really is willing to revive Yu Ji and the others? After all, he was resurrected later. Reviving a few more people shouldn't be too difficult. One by one, the 4-armed Ashuras followed behind Big Pineapple, their eyes shining as they looked at the enormous ants around them. They had never seen this thing in their time. But looking at this thing, they felt it looked delicious. After all, this thing really is similar to a mosquito. It has 6 legs and a huge abdomen, and apart from not having wings, it looks almost identical to them. No, there are still differences in their perspectives. After all, the ants that have been enhanced are all a size larger than before. Their physiques are basically at least 500 meters tall. In Ashura's eyes, this was a big lump of meat. A piece of meat bigger than a mosquito. This is also why Ashura's mouth watered as he looked at these ants. Speaking of which, the Ashuras nowadays are all souls and cannot eat, so naturally they cannot drool. However, it can only be said that sometimes being stupid to a certain extent is also a kind of talent. The state of one's soul can be changed according to one's own subjective will. However, this usually requires a certain amount of practice. He can only make changes when he firmly believes in something. For example, if someone firmly believes that they are the faceless ancestor, then this Ashura can become the faceless ancestor. This might be difficult for Ashura. Not just perhaps, it's really difficult. However, they can control their souls to transform into a drooling form without any instruction. You might say they don't have talent, but they do. But if you say they have talent, it seems this talent has been used in the wrong place. After all, No one has ever controlled their soul to become a drooling creature before. A large ant ran to the queen ant, its antennae swaying constantly, conveying a message. After listening, the queen ant said to the giant pineapple, "Tell your people to behave themselves." In just this short time, they have already harassed the worker ants dozens of times. Also, tell them to stop drooling. Upon hearing this, Big Pineapple turned around and glanced back. Just then, I saw an Ashura solidify his hands, and then grab an ant's leg and bite it. In just a moment, they mastered the ability to switch between reality and illusion without any instruction. This talent is truly amazing, but their souls were still too weak. Although they can grab the ant's thigh, their souls cannot break through the ant's hard shell. Ashura, who was bitten on the ant's leg, was dragged a distance by the giant until his soul could no longer support him, and he materialized before falling down. Big Pineapple was speechless upon seeing this. He immediately turned around and shouted behind him, "Ants are our allies. You can't attack ants." And Ashura cautiously stepped forward. "Instructor, we won't attack. We just want to eat a couple of bites." "They're so big." Before he could finish speaking, Ashura grabbed him and threw him to the back. After doing all this, Big Pineapple spoke again. "You can't eat it! I said it! It's a comrade! You can't eat it!" Upon hearing this, the Ashuras were filled with grief, as if they had lost their parents, and they all pounded their heads in despair. The giant pineapple followed the queen ant to its second dungeon, hoping to quickly recover its strength and retrieve his own fragments. On the other side, Wulong Wenyi and two mosquito soldiers approached Wang Jianxi's instance. The second-tier demon king, seeing the overwhelming demon race and the giant mosquitoes in the starry sky, surrendered without any struggle. The moment the second-tier demon king surrendered, all the intelligent animals in the world emitted a burst of blue light. With the fusion of the fortunes of all races, or rather, the fusion of the status of all races, at this moment, all intelligent animals are called demons. At this moment, the demon race truly appeared in this world. The azure light illuminated the heavens and earth, and in a trance, even the calamity energy between heaven and earth was tinged with a hint of azure. At the very center of all races, Wulong and Wenyi were enveloped in a golden light. Their strength surged wildly, and they were about to break through to the second tier. But just as they were about to break through, the light suddenly stopped, because at this moment, they faced two choices. Abandoning human identity, fully becoming a demon, enjoying the destiny of the demon race, and becoming the emperor of the demon race. Or retain human identity, die, the moment the demon race was established. Sumo's brain-dead system immediately issued a notification. It was at this moment that the demon race truly became a civilization, possessing a status that belonged to them in the dragon realm. As long as their strength increases, their creator god's strength will also increase. Similarly, after destroying them, one can also gain a corresponding rank. However, a problem arose at this moment. Because the demon race is formed by the fusion of all races, therefore, they don't care about race, and humans are naturally included. In previous civilizations, although these time travelers led their civilizations to rise, they were still unable to truly integrate into those civilizations. Or rather, their social standing is incompatible with it. This is the situation that occurred before. The increase in the strength of a transmigrator cannot be considered an improvement in civilization, but only an improvement in the individual. Destroying them will not grant them a status. However, the current demon race is completely different, not to mention that the beliefs of the demon race are different from those of other races. Moreover, they are the emperors of the demon race. making their situation even more extraordinary. The most important point is that their status is generally higher than that of the demon race in this world today. Once they merge, their status will elevate the entire demon race's status. The demon race cannot perceive the improvement in rank, but the improvement in strength is the most obvious thing. Once they merge, their status will be transformed into strength, enhancing the talent or power of the entire demon race. And as their original forms, their strength will be greatly enhanced. In this way, they not only enjoy the high status of the human race, but also have the support of the entire demon race's fortune. In this way, they will truly become the emperors of the demon race. Both their talent and strength will be tested and refined. Their strength will truly reach the top of the demon race. The problem now is to get them to give up their human identity and truly choose to integrate into the demon race. Sumo was very experienced in this matter. After all, he had done this kind of thing quite a few times before. Moreover, as a benevolent god of harmony, love, and democracy, he won't force anyone. Not to mention that when he was choosing time travelers, he would basically give them a choice. For example, Xu Shilun and Wang Jianxi were like that back then. Therefore, the moment Sumo realized the problem, he immediately presented Wulong Wen with a multiple-choice question. The choice remains as human-centered as ever. Looking at his masterpiece, Sumo was very satisfied. As a good god, he never forces anyone. Thinking of this, Sumo fell silent for a moment. After thinking carefully for a while, and confirming that he had never forced anyone, he smiled with satisfaction. Then he looked at Wulong Wen and the two on the mainland. Quietly wait for them to make their choice. Sumo also had plans regarding the possibility that they would rather die than give up their human identity. Whenever the other person has such thoughts, he will appear beside them and quietly watch them. He called it the gaze of God. The goal is to help the other party make a reasonable and best choice more quickly and effectively. If the other party still doesn't appreciate your kindness, even when you're watching them, he would then change both options to be the same. Of course, Sumo would not do this unless absolutely necessary. After all, he considers himself a very democratic god. In midair, Wulong Wen and the two mosquitoes, whose bodies were enveloped in golden light, seemed to sense something. His eyes involuntarily glanced upwards, then silently looked away. Faced with this democratic choice, they fell silent. Even upon seeing this choice, Wulong Wen and the two mosquitoes felt like bursting into tears. I'm so touched, so incredibly touched. God has been so good to them. Even though they had no choice, God still gave them a choice. This God is so democratic. Although they felt that God was very democratic, they still didn't make a choice so quickly. They are all intelligent people, and the more intelligent a person is, the more they think. Looking at these two democratic options, their brains began to work at lightning speed. They felt that this choice would determine their future. Although they didn't feel that being human was anything special, but for some reason, that one person made them give up their human identity. As for how they came to that conclusion, given this situation, anyone who isn't blind can see it. Okay, look at these two options. One is blatant temptation, and the other is blatant threat. In fact, if you don't choose the first option, you'll die instantly. Moreover, as time went on, they vaguely sensed that the first option was beginning to gleam with a golden light. The second option, however, is to emit wispies of black smoke. The two people's lips twitched upon seeing this. Brother, you dragged us here. How could we not know who you are? With this, is it really necessary to add this golden light effect? Besides, no matter how bright the special effects you create are, I still feel like there's black smoke coming out of them. Sumo's choice was presented to Wulong Wen and the two mosquitoes. Other demons cannot see it. Even if they could see it, they still wouldn't be able to read it. However, the people in the live stream were not blocked. There are two reasons for doing this. Firstly, Sumo was a little excited because this was the first time he had encountered something like this, so he forgot. Since his choice was immediately seen by the viewers in the live stream, he decided not to try to hide it from them. As for the second point, it's about hoping that the people in the live stream can help persuade them. Well, this was a reason Sumo came up with to comfort himself. The actual situation in the live stream at that moment was, that's amazing. Truly amazing. They could have just killed Brother Wulong directly, but they gave him a choice instead. I'm so moved I could cry. Brother Wulong, you're about to be expelled from the human race. What are your thoughts on this? I'd also like to ask, as the first human in history to relinquish his/her status as human, what are your thoughts now? When? Now on behalf of 10 billion people. On Earth, I hereby officially expel you from the global community. By the way, why did that person insist on making Wulong and the others give up their human identities? Don't ask questions, you shouldn't, or you might be the next one to renounce your citizenship. Aweni, what do you want to choose? Are you really going to renounce your citizenship? Of course, given the situation. What else can they do but renounce their citizenship? Hey, if you want to renounce your citizenship, come here too. Complete the paperwork. It costs 250 yuan, and you can get a refund by paying. Remember to come back and pay the fee later. Wait, you can actually renounce citizenship? Nonsense. The person upstairs is obviously joking. Wulong Wen, as human beings you cannot, or at least should not. Wulong Wen and the two mosquitoes exchanged a glance, feeling the pressure on their bodies growing heavier. Part of it came from the barrage of comments, and the other part came from a cloud of black mist not far away. The black mist itself isn't scary. What's scary is that it's slowly coalescing into a human shape. Sumo became a little annoyed when he saw that Erwen was hesitating to make a choice. I'm giving you a choice because I'm doing you a favor. And what did you do? You actually got elected. Who gave you the courage, Liang? Please answer. Who gave you the courage? Without hesitation, Sumo controlled the black mist to condense into a human shape, intending to put some pressure on them. If you still don't know how to lift up your sleeve after all this, he planned to negotiate with them amicably to find out how to make a choice. For example, choking them or holding their hands down. If all else fails, we can give them 2 big brothels. I'm giving you a damn good time. Just as Sumo was about to make a move, Wulong Wen and the 2 mosquitoes no longer hesitated and immediately made their own choices. Without exception, they all chose to renounce their human identity. This pleased Sumo greatly. As the 2 mosquitoes made their choice, the stagnant golden light shone brightly once again. In that short moment, Wulong Wen's cultivation level broke through the 2nd rank, then the early and middle stages, and directly reached the late stage of the 2nd rank. Golden light spread, enveloping the heavens and earth, and in an instant, countless demons broke through. Many demons who were stuck at the peak of the 1st tier broke through to the 2nd tier. Even those demons who had only awakened their intelligence and had not yet reached the 1st level of the extraordinary realm broke through one after another. As for the great demon king, who had already reached the 2nd tier, it was also enveloped by this golden light and instantly reached the late stage of the 2nd tier. Wulong Wen rose to his position through his own rank and the status of the demon emperor. As for this demon king, it was due to its unparalleled talent. Having reached the 2nd tier ahead of everyone else in the early stages, and now, with the added boost from his rank, he is once again on par with Wulong Wen. This talent is truly terrifying. When, in light of your choice, I hereby formally announce that you have been excommunicated. This is truly inhuman. In the end, Wolong gave up on being human. It's so sad. I feel so sorry for you. Under the power of the strong, you've even lost your humanity. I really don't know what to say about you. If it were me, I would have made my choice before the black mist even appeared. Buddy upstairs, are you trying to prove point by dying? Yeah, I know. I also choose not to be human. Then what the hell are you talking about? Get lost. Get the hell away from me. Damn it. Don't you guys pay attention to other things? Look, Wolong and Wenny's systems are expanding rapidly. Is this going to explode? Holy crap, it really is. Is this the punishment for being inhuman? Since dying is the same whether you're human or not, you might as well choose to be human. It looks to me like he's broken through. Could this be a breakthrough to the second tier? Holy crap. So you can break through limitations by not being human? If that's the case, I'm not going to be human either. That Wolong could break through to higher realms even if he wasn't human. If you're not human, you'll only be a dog. Wen, say something. Have you broken through to a new level? Brother Wolong, tell me, what's the current situation for you guys? Faced with the barrage of comments, Wolong Wen chose to ignore them and instead began to feel the terrifying power within his body. In just a moment, their strength increased from the peak of the first tier to the late stage of the second tier. With one major realm advancement plus 3 minor realm advancements, this terrifying improvement made them feel at this moment that they could even shatter the heavens. Of course, this is just their misconception. It's just that his strength improved too quickly, leading to an inflated ego. A blue light enveloped the heavens and the earth, and all races raised their heads. Even stone men are no exception. At this moment, the stone figures stopped eating dirt. Some of the sleeping stone men also woke up and looked up at the sky. The azure light slowly merged with the black aura of calamity in the sky, eventually transforming into a patch of azure black. This made the already eerie celestial phenomena appear even more bizarre. The black aura of calamity was formed after Su Shilan's death, and countless demons gained sentience because of this power. At this moment, the power of the status born when the demon race was founded was integrated, and in an instant, all races were enlightened. Originally, only animals were intelligent. At this moment, even plants began to possess their own wisdom. They not only possessed their own wisdom, but could also autonomously absorb the demonic energy between heaven and earth. It is a product of the intertwining of black calamity energy and the destiny of the demon race. At the same time, a message appeared in the minds of countless animals. Demon. They are all demons. In the vast world, a question arose in the mind of countless dark Tigas, who had been turned into statues after Su Shilan's death and had remained silent after activating their self-protection mode. Who I am? Where am I? Where do I come from? Big Pineapple looked up at the sky, his expression becoming extremely solemn. Looking at such a strange celestial phenomenon, he had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. He turned to look at the queen ant beside him. Do you sense anything is wrong? The queen ant shook her head. No, I actually feel quite comfortable. Big Pineapple was silent for a moment. Speed up. We must improve our strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, I feel something bad will happen. The queen ant didn't say anything more after hearing this. He controlled 3 Diablo instances, and although they were not close together, the Tier 3 characters could fly. As long as Diablo and the other Soul Clan members stand on his back, it won't take long to fly directly to the next instance. A blue light enveloped the heavens and earth, and all things were awakened. At this moment, The world is united, and all races are demons. After witnessing all this, the stone man lowered his head again and continued eating dirt. It was as if they had just glanced at an insignificant view in the sky. But in that one moment, they recorded all the data into their collective consciousness. Looking at the message that had just arrived, Yu Jiemo quickly made a guess. This thing was either created by Wolong Wen, or it was created by those guys who destroyed the world before. As for the one at the very top, he gave up after just one thought, and regardless of whether it was true or not, he couldn't pin the blame on him. At that moment, the highest will also issued an order. No more reproduction within 10 years. Yu Jiemo was also stunned when he heard the news. He may not have understood what not reproducing meant before, but now he understands perfectly. If they don't reproduce, they don't need to share their mass, and if they don't share it, they can keep getting stronger. It seems that the Supreme Will has also felt the pressure and is now starting to improve the overall quality of the stone golems. Thinking of this, Yu Jiemo said, "Actually, I think the order you gave was not good. Even if they weren't allowed to disperse their forces, a single stone golem simply couldn't withstand the combined attack of the demon race. Instead of doing that, why not change our approach and combine the quality together? Make a group of stone golems truly powerful, so powerful that those guys simply can't do anything to them." The Supreme Will remained silent and did not answer, but Yu Jiemo spoke again. "Let some stone golems devour other members of their race. As long as their consciousness is pulled back to the collective, they will not die. This way, the quality will not be lost, and this batch of stone golems will become incredibly powerful. Moreover, your command has a major error, which is, if those people kill the stone golems one by one, and we don't continue to reproduce, our numbers will only decrease. Even if they can't kill all the stone golems in 10 years, our numbers will be reduced to a very small number. Therefore, it's simply not worth doing this." After a moment of silence, the Supreme Will spoke again. "This ability is something I'm saving for the last one." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiemo almost jumped up in fright. "You fucking bastard! Do you even know what you're saying? You really think you can deal with that person using this method? Are you fucking crazy? Or am I?" Thinking of this, Yu Jiemo began to frantically persuade him, and in the end, the highest will unified his views. He then ordered the unfulfilled desires to do so, and he also selected some stone golems whose quality had already reached the point of near reproduction, and sent them to devour other stone golems. After receiving the news, Yu Ji did not act immediately. Instead, she wanted to try it out and see if she could still start live streaming. "Sometimes I don't feel like this thing is of any use. When I don't have it, I worry that something might happen. Just like Sushu Shilun back then, so if possible, he still wants to try to see if he can get the live stream going." His soul was divided into 12 parts, and the original Sushu Shilun was blown into tens of thousands of parts. When they finally reassemble, will he still be able to start the live broadcast again? So he wanted to give it a try. To be honest, Yu Jiemo's problem wasn't that he didn't understand the seriousness of the matter. The fact that he was able to offer advice to Xu Shilun back then shows that he wasn't a fool. You could even say he's a very intelligent person. But if they were intelligent, why didn't they choose to cooperate with Wolong Wen and his people at that time, instead of choosing a dead end? There are two key factors here. First, Mimi's death. Secondly, in the real world, he is the son of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. As long as you can still breathe, you'll have enough money to squander for a lifetime. Therefore, he can remain high above others for the rest of his life. His calling Xu Shilun Lord in the live stream was just to create a lively atmosphere. Even after time travel, I experienced the life of a stone man. He doesn't need to work for anyone and can live a stable life. That is to say, the stone man will eventually devour the continent. Otherwise, he himself doesn't know how long he could live. In this situation, he took Mimi around every day to travel and enjoy life, which was incredibly pleasant. If he could, he really wanted to live like this forever. However, the appearance of Wulong Wen disrupted his life. To protect himself, he had no choice but to hide in Wang Jianxi's instance and begin his cultivation. Afterwards, Wulong Wen would ask him to help him with some work. Their appearance ruined my life, and now they want me to work for them. Moreover, how could someone like Yu Jiemo possibly work for someone else? He would rather die than work for someone else. Moreover, the outcome would still be the same: a rabbit that escapes, but dies, which he was even more unwilling to accept. If he were to cooperate with Wulong and Wen to defeat the stone golem, and they were to allow him to live peacefully as the third king until his death, he wouldn't necessarily find it unacceptable. But Fengchu already knew about Wulong and his group's mission to kill all the stone golems. Coincidentally, Fengchu was a stone man, and he was also among those who were killed. Rather than cooperating with them, working hard to earn a living, and then getting killed, it would be better to just die. This is the truest reflection of Yu Jiemo's inner thoughts. He was still the same arrogant young master. He is not arrogant in front of you, it's because he's well-mannered. Or rather, he disdains to put on an arrogant act in front of you, because he is not a peacock and does not need to display his feathers in front of you. This is why he did not cooperate with Wulong and his group. On this day, when the final reconnection to the sub-server was attempted, all 12 souls responded and then appeared. Then, according to the positions of the 12 stone figures, he named them as follows: Understanding 1, Understanding 2, and so on until he named them Understanding 12. He will control these stone golems to devour other stone golems. With the help of the Supreme Will, there won't be any fighting at all. All he needs to do is find a stone golem and speak to the Supreme Will. Then the stone man's physical body, or rather, its stone body, can begin to devour it directly. He lacked the strength before, so he never thought about revenge. But now that he has the opportunity, he is not someone who can be easily manipulated. Just as his 12 consciousnesses were communicating in the sub-server, the live stream started it again. Looking at the barrage of comments in front of him, Yu Jiemo finally revealed a satisfied smile. Sure enough, just as he expected, Xu Shilin was still able to resume live streaming even after he had become that pathetic state. I shouldn't be able to. The live stream had just started when a barrage of comments flashed before my eyes. Yeah! How could this be? How could this be? How could Fengchu start streaming so quickly? My money! Damn! How much did you bet, bro? EQ, I'm curious too. Which one did you buy? I placed my bet on the one with a 1/200 odds that Yu Jiemo didn't die, and the live stream will start within 5 to 10 years. Damn, how much did you bet? I placed 100. Gamblers deserve a terrible death. How I won. I won. I told you there would be no problem with Yu Jiemo, and that I would definitely start live streaming within a year. I won. Now the odds of starting a live stream within a year aren't high. So what's there to be so excited about? Yeah. But I reckon those who reached the end of their desires are already dead. Probably already on their way to the rooftop. Hilarious. The live stream is still going on. How could they possibly be dead? Odds of 1 to 1,000? They're risking their lives for money. Damn it, I knew you weren't dead yet. Yu Jiemo. Great. Brother Mo, you're really not dead yet. No way. Why aren't you dead yet? Someone bet my entire fortune on you, and you're dead. How can you still be alive? Ah, me too, guys. I'm done with love. Let's meet on the rooftop. Count me in. UGMO stared blankly at the barrage of comments, and it took him a good while to finally react. This is someone risking their life to run a gambling operation. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Damn it, you didn't call me when the market opened. You guys are going to lose a fortune. And those who want me dead, you'll all suffer the consequences. Despite thinking this, he still coughed lightly to draw everyone's attention to himself and began to speak. Brothers, the stone man is about to fight back. Here's what I'm saying. Assistant, take out 1 billion yuan. For every scheme that comes up with ideas for me and gets used, give me 1 million yuan. Anyone who dares to leak information will be offered 10 million to have their head taken.